like shooting stars. Will anyone survive? Dragons take flight above the ice and snow, high in the sky where the cold wind blows. Wings beat down as they beat back foes, flaming hot fire over frozen bones. Good unites against people they oppose. They ride or die as the legends grow. We must go to sense, doing our heroes. There are no silence in this combat zone. Beats midair, yeah, it's a chiller. Life and death, yeah, it's a killer. They go round and round as the beat down pounds. Aerial thrills, yeah, it's a thriller. The sky's filled with trauma and all of this drama, pretending and impending, yeah. Crash down. It's dragons descend.
You'll hear a lot about how coming out of the military means you're somehow damaged goods. I would reject that. I believe that people coming home from combat can actually have gone through post-traumatic growth. And probably the most important thing we can do is provide jobs for those who get out of the military. Together, we can get veterans back to work.
Hundreds entered, but only 8 remain. The top 8 field for Masters Tour Arlington is a mix of fresh faces, repeat performers, and perhaps the Americas region's finest. Will Team Lazarus claim another Masters Tour crown, or will Felkeine become the first player to hoist the trophy twice? Just 7 matches separate us from carving another name into Hearthstone's eternal lore. That's right. Welcome, everybody, to Hearthstone Masters Tour Arlington. There's Felkeine with his such expressive, emotive phases. We're going to see a lot of emotion today, aren't we, Sottle? This is it. This is the playoffs. We find out who the first Masters Tour champion of 2020 is today.
Certainly will. This is high drama at its finest. We've had 2 grueling days of Swiss, the endurance test of the players grinding their way through all of those Swiss rounds. We have narrowed that down to a top 8 field, and it's an incredible top 8 of players that we do have.
Yeah, that's right. Let's take a look at that top 8 field that we're going to see play today for the crown. It's going to be a tight list. Look at that, man. Bloodyface going 9-0. The only 9-0 we had out of Swiss play. Totosh at 8-1. Felkeine, xBlyzes, brimful, TIZS, AyRoK, Allen.
It's a great mix.
7-2s in there.
It's a great mix because there's a couple of repeating players. Totosh, for example, was top 4 at the previous Masters Tour that we just had in Bucharest. Felkeine obviously is a previous champion from the 2019 season. Allen, although he didn't make that top 8 in Bucharest, I believe he was 10th overall, so he was right on the cut. He was right on the cut again this time,
Barely
but
made
on the right side. And then a couple of new players, at least in terms of top 8 results in these Masters Tours, but a couple of players that we did follow throughout the day, and we saw putting in good performances like AyRoK, like TIZS.
Yeah, that's right. It's really all about can Bloodyface continue this incredible run, and he'll get a chance to do that against Allen numbers, who you said just came in, just made it into the field, but it's going to be a tough matchup for everybody, no matter who you're playing in this top 8.
It is, but I am very focused in on that Bloodyface versus Allen matchup because they have both become very quickly 2 of my favorite players. Somehow, I was talking about this on Twitter last night, and somehow, apparently the idea that Bloodyface is a good Hearthstone player is controversial to people.
Really?
This man has been top 4 and top 8 at the last 2, equivalent world championships, the 2 season-ending events, the Worlds and the Global Finals. He's here again 9-0 through Swiss. He's qualified through Season 2 of Grandmasters to even get to that Global Finals in the first place. He's had an incredible going on 3 years now to get to this point. And I was like, hey, Bloodyface is pretty good. And apparently that's a controversial
But Sottle, his name makes me uncomfortable.
Well, you're just going to have to deal with it because he's too good. But I am also a big fan of Allen as well, and that is the matchup that we'll be getting into a little bit later on.
Yeah, that's
right.
right. That should be a lot of fun. And let's take a look at the stakes for what these guys are playing for. The prize pool is impressive for this Masters Tour event, $32,500 for first place, and it goes on from there, as you can see. So a lot of cash on the line, a lot to play for today, but again, the prestige,
Yes, and the money is nice. Of course, these players want to make a living doing what they enjoy, and a huge chunk of cash in one of these Masters Tours goes a long way to be able to doing that. But the cash is most importantly a means to an end. The prize pools, the order of merit, the cash table is what qualifies you into a Grandmasters spot, and Grandmasters is more open this year than it was in the previous year because we have an increased number of relegation spots, meaning that more players will rotate in who are taking home the most money through these Masters Tours placements.
Right, and all those things contribute to getting you one of those Grandmaster spots in 2021 or maintaining it through this year as well. As you can see, we're here from the beautiful Esports Stadium in Arlington, Texas. On our beautiful stage are our 2 players, and we're going to shortly see them compete. But first, I think we need to talk about some decks.
I think that is a very good idea. I think
that's right.
It's been a little bit surprising, some of the decks that we've been seeing being successful. I think we went so long without kind of a broadcast tournament meta that people were just so used to ladder that we were expecting to come into this tournament and be like, well, Rogue and Big and Druid, these decks that you see on ladder, but these are the seasoned tournament players. So you could see a few different decks coming in instead.
That's right. So our deck spotlight brought to you by T-Mobile. We're going to take a look at the Highlander Mage for Bloodyface, and this is a deck that we were talking about, that everyone was talking about a lot yesterday, as a deck that people knew we would see coming into this weekend, but we didn't know it would have results like it has had.
Yeah, absolutely. I think even looking back through the qualifiers for this tournament, Highlander Mage didn't really show too many signs of being effective through there either. So it is a big talking point about how successful it has been. And you can see a bit more of a bigger picture there. Mage, as we were just looking at, 54% win rate overall. And you can see some of those big spikes. The Druids themselves, you can see the big sample size there, 106 games being played with a 55% win rate is very, very positive. But also I think that Priest win rate is quite important as well, because we have seen, although the Res Priests and the Combo Priests weren't particularly common in the tournament, they were starting to rise towards the top of the brackets, which means if you're a Mage player who's also rising towards the top of those brackets, you're being paired against those Priest players at your 6-1 game, your 7-1 game, and that's really maybe the difference maker between going 7-2 and out on tiebreakers, or 8-1 and into the final bracket.
Yep, that's right. So that's our Deck Spotlight brought to you by T-Mobile. And I'm just really excited to get the game started, man. I mean, the thing is like, when it gets down to this, every single move, every single card play matters. And while that's true for the entire weekend, it feels more meaningful today, right? Because today is where we eliminate people fast and furious, right?
It certainly is. There are no more second chances for these players. You have kind of a free loss or two in Swiss if you can still make your way through on tiebreakers like Alan has up until this point. But if Alan made any fans through his Bucharest performance, as he did with me, you guys have got to give him all your support for this one, because both him and bloodyface are on their last life here. This is single elimination. Lose and you are going home.
It's going to get crazy. Let's take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll get things started with our first match of the day here at Masters Tour Arlington.
Hearthstone Masters Tour Arlington is brought to you by T-Mobile. Rank up with America's first and only nationwide 5G network.
T-Mobile 5G is here, and it's nationwide. While some 5G signals go only blocks, T-Mobile 5G goes miles, beyond the big cities, to the small towns, to the people. Millions of Americans can have access to 5G on T-Mobile. This is just the beginning. T-Mobile, the first and only nationwide 5G network.
You'll hear a lot about how coming out of the military means you're somehow damaged goods. I would reject that. I believe that people coming home from combat can actually have gone through post-traumatic growth. And probably the most important thing we can do is provide jobs for those who get out of the military. Together, we can get veterans back to work.
Welcome back to Hearthstone Masters Tour Arlington. You can see our BlizzCon champions on the wall, all of them except Artosis. And there's the trophy for today, and a beautiful trophy it is. And here's us, and what a beautiful pair of casters we are. That's right. I tilt Soddle every time I mention about BlizzCon champion Artosis, but I'm never going to stop. I'm never going to stop because that was a ton of fun. I helped him prepare for that tournament. I'm very happy that he won it. It was a bit of a meme, let's be honest, but, you know, I'm proud. I'm proud of being a part of that.
It's too early to start this argument. But yeah, I mean, certainly for at least the last two, for Hunter Ace and for Lion's incredible win. Just a little while ago, I was fortunate enough to call both of those finals myself and, you know, be my own little part of those moments. And again, we have just started the road towards crowning who is going to replace Lion as our champion at the end of 2020.
It's going to be fun to see. Well, let's get a chance right now to get to know our competitors a little bit better. Of course, bloodyface versus Alan numbers here in our first matchup of the day. And Alan, as you can see, you mentioned this, top 10 at Bucharest, barely making the cut for top 8, but he made it today.
Yes, and that tournament was very much where he made a fan out of me because he put in an absolute clinic of how to beat control decks with more aggressive decks by just actually playing super slowly. Most people would expect you to just try and rush down aggro, but he actually was sitting back, spacing out his resources, and actually outvaluing ridiculously greedy decks like N'Zoth Warrior with like aggro Shaman and aggro Rogue. It was so cool. One of the best series of that tournament. I recommend that you go and check that out whenever you have a free moment. But bloodyface on the other side, I kind of ran through his resume a little bit already.
Sure.
It's about as good as anyone's, and I think it's about time that we start putting bloodyface, start talking about him in those hushed tones that, you know, we reserve for Hunter Ace, for Bunny Hopper, for those people that are just putting in incredible performances time after time. I think bloodyface is right up there as well. He followed up a top 8 at Worlds with 2nd place at the then Grandmasters Global Finals. He hasn't had consistent Masters Tour performances, I guess, only because he's chosen not to attend many of them.
Sure.
I believe this is only the 2nd Masters Tour event that he has come to. So point being, when he shows up, when he has the opportunity to be in a tournament, he inevitably does well, because you can go back even further to, you know, 2 or 3 years ago where he was repeatedly making top 2 and winning seasonal championships back when that was the format. So whatever hurdle you put in front of him, bloodyface just comes out on top.
Yeah, and not to mention, again, our only 9-0 player in the tournament, too. So this is a guy who has not lost a match yet this weekend. With the number of games you have to play, the, like, mental fortitude you have to kind of, like, make that work, it's actually insane that he was able to come into this 9-0. You almost never expect to see that.
Yep, and I remember the first time we got to talk to him when he first qualified for an HCT championship event all the way back. He was talking about kind of his mental preparation game, his practice regimen, you know, talking about things in terms almost like a professional athlete, of how serious that he takes his preparation when it comes to tournament time. I think that really does shine through.
Yeah.
We have some lineups for you now, and I was hoping that Alan might be on the aggro train again and we might be seeing the same thing.
Oh, Galakron Warrior's sort of an aggro deck.
Yeah, Galakron Rogue, pretty aggressive as well. Actually, pretty similar to the Rogue deck that he was using back in Bucharest. But I think the big talking point, Doa, is that Quest Druid, because not only is Quest Druid unusual, but he's actually got an even more unusual build of it there, as you see the King Feoris right there at the top end that we haven't really been seeing from the few Quest Druid players that we have.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about value, and you have Quest Druid, which has a lot of those spells that are picked too, right? And then King Feoris may actually result in a really big play at the end of the game. Like, if you think about it, that's a really cool idea. Alan just rocking out.
Yeah.
Whatever tunes he's got going on there. He's getting in the zone right now, you know?
What do you think he's listening to?
Weird Al Yankovic Polka Party album from the mid-1980s.
Nice. White and Nerdy by Weird Al Yankovic.
That's mid-90s.
Yeah.
But also a good album. Let's take a look at bloodyface's list. He's running with Mage Hunter and Rogue after the ban today.
Yeah, and there is that Highlander Mage at the top. You see, we've been putting a lot of spotlight on because it is the big performer in this tournament so far. Then you see Highlander Hunter and the Galakron Rogue following that up after the ban comes in. So really looking forward to see some of these matchups go down, because I think, you know, Alan is particularly well poised with a couple of his decks to have some answers to what bloodyface is trying to do. Bloodyface looks like he's had his Embiggen Druid banned away. And that is a talking point as well, because we've kind of said that the Embiggen Druid maybe has underperformed for a few players here and there, but the 1-9-0 player that we had was actually carrying that Embiggen Druid in his lineup, and it even takes a ban here from Alan.
I think it may be a situation where everyone is like, all right, we know this deck is really strong and we know everyone's going to bring it, so I have to bring something that seems extra good against it. And so because of that, if everyone's thinking that way, then basically nobody brings it.
Sure.
So you kind of have that almost reverse psychology effect on the pool there. Turn over to Alan with the coin after bloodyface passes, of course, and we do have that Highlander Mage versus a little bit wacky Quest Druid lineup for Alan.
I remember this. I remember this very well. I like a lot of things about Alan, but the fact that he's a coin quest gamer and not a quest coin gamer, that upsets me, okay? If he could just fix that, he'd be the perfect Hearthstone player. Can't stand coin questers, honestly. Who do they think they are?
I don't know. You know, it's like, you know, right-handed, left-handed, tomato, tomato, you know. It's
That's true. I am left-handed.
preference.
I wonder if it's why I do it.
Oh, there you go. Maybe that's why. Gonna discover a choose card. Won't have to choose for very long. Making a long choice with this.
Yeah, very middling options. Certainly none of the big power cards that he's looking for. For those spikes, once he hits the quest completion, expect to see it go between Wrath and Power of the Wild. But as I said, Alan has some unusual views on how to play certain matchups.
I guess maybe the Wrath, because it just simply provides you the draw. Seems like an appealing option. He goes with Power of the Wild instead.
Okay.
A little bit of damage from bloodyface. And yeah, Spellbender. Probably going to be a fairly important spell, perhaps, down the line against a deck like Quest Druid. Get annihilated right now by the Wrath.
I presume he Wrath for 1 here. Did he end up Wrath for 3? He did Wrath for the 3, okay. Wow. With Nourish in hand already, I guess he's not too concerned about the card draw at this point. Kind of makes sense. Works out very nicely for him, or else that Spellbender would have worked out a nice extra bit of tempo for bloodyface there.
Pretty heavy early pressure from bloodyface, actually. That Twilight Drake is definitely something to take seriously.
Yes. Crucially, 6 health Twilight Drake as well, so when the Oasis Surger swing comes back, potentially from Alan, from bloodyface's perspective, that's one of the things he has to plan around. The 4/6 Twilight Drake lines up very nicely against the 5/5s.
Yep, exactly. Still going to get a good amount of damage in for now, though. Already bringing Alan down to 20. He can pile on with the Ziliax if he wants to, and he will do exactly that.
Yes.
Just creating a big board that's honestly a little bit tricky for Druid to remove.
Yep. I think bloodyface is playing this perfectly so far. He understands that this is the weak point for Druid and that he needs to capitalize with Mage as much as he can in this position.
Yep.
You know, normally Mage would just be sitting back, waiting for things to react to in a lot of spots because they are a more control-heavy deck. But they do have a nice suite of mid-range minions in there that they can curve out with like this sometimes, and that's absolutely what you want to be doing against Druid.
I love that this board can't even be removed by the Empowered Starfire, right? Because even if you could kill the Twilight Drake and the other two too, Ziliax would still be around because of Divine Shield.
Yep.
So it's a tricky thing to think about for Alan. You know, right now the lifesteal on Ziliax doesn't matter because he's already at full life, but you know, you don't want to be taking any more damage.
Yes.
So you just maybe Starfire taunt with the Anubis Defender anyway? What do you think?
For no one.
It does take a lot of damage off the board, and I think Alan is slightly concerned about dying right now, so I would expect to be seeing the Starfall come out.
Yep. It seems like this is the play that keeps him the safest, you know? Does not play the Anubis Defender, though.
No.
Doesn't want to just give that away, I guess.
Yeah, he's thinking about tempo swings, which, you know, he has Power of the Wild in his hand, he has the Anubis Defender, you know, he can do something a lot more powerful by, you know, pairing multiple cards together as opposed to just throwing a 3/5 down on the board to die.
That hurts, though. Dying to that, or getting hit by that 7/8. It's a lot of damage. All right, Warlord Lodi enters the hand. So 6 mana. You've got the ability to build a decent board at this point. You need to do something to stall the Ziliax at least.
Yeah.
What to do?
Problem is, I mean, we saw this all the way through last year of Grandmasters, where there were certain matchups where if you let Druid get started, it was almost impossible to win. So you'd see decks that weren't really equipped to be aggressive, trying to be aggressive, most notably Control Warrior. But the problem comes when you don't really have like the finishing power to back that up.
Right.
So Alan here would feel quite comfortable, you know, even going down to like 8 HP, 6 HP, whatever it is, because he knows he has the ability to rebound with certain cards in his deck, like that hidden Oasis that he just drew on the far right. And he knows that Mage just doesn't really have the reach to kill him over the top, as long as he is able to get hold of the board state at some point.
That's a good point. Goes in to use Flabidinous Floop as his second Anubisoft defender. Just kind of stall out. Power of the Wild will help continue to build that board. Reno the Relicologist on the other side as well, so the ability to clear a good amount of this.
Yeah, crucially 14 points of health in total though, so he can't Reno and then push the damage to face, which is ideally what he would love to be doing. It's not a possibility here.
Needs to clear the board and get another 4/6 out there, so that's not bad.
Yeah.
Now we enter a 9-mana turn for Alan. This is where it starts to get a little bit scary for the Mage, I think. He's got a lot of options now.
He does.
Hidden Oasis obviously is a big heal at a good time.
Yeah, he'll need to feel quite desperate to use that, though, I think, because, as we mentioned, King Phaeorus, kind of a unique wrinkle to his deck list. You really want to be saving some of those expensive spells in your hand so that your King Phaeorus is the most powerful when you drop it.
That is true. I guess Wrath will be enough to finish off Ziliax, draw another hopefully big spell into his hand.
Yep.
And then you're not as worried about getting hit by the 4 damage from Reno, I suppose, at that point. And like you said, save those spells. Or 8 damage, rather. Snip Snap bots. We're lurking inside of Ziliax. I guess they are microbots, so they are small. You can fit a lot. You can fit an infinite amount, in fact, inside of one mech.
Slaps roof of Ziliax. You can fit so many microbots in this baby.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, I was wondering whether we would see the Loti come out here. As soon as he threw out the Wrath, I was thinking, well, shouldn't we have played Loti first here? But I don't think it actually achieved anything. You know, he could have potentially spell damage Wrath the Reno instead, with the double spell damage buff getting on the Wrath from the Loti, but it doesn't actually change anything. This is the most efficient clear that he had, so his sequencing was still correct in the end.
Man, I think that dinosaur thing on Loti is scarier than Galakron, actually.
Really?
Well, he's got bigger arms for one.
He does, yeah. This guy hasn't been skipping arm day as much. Yeah, that's for sure.
But still, I mean, he's kind of like armored. He's fast. He looks dangerous. He looks poisonous. Looks stealthy.
I wonder.
Bloodyface wondering. Yeah, Tortella. Pilgrim on curve. Let's see what he finds. Power of Creation.
Gotta be Power of Creation.
Yeah. Oh.
Yep.
All right.
Option chosen randomly by the Tortolan, but I think Conjurer's Calling there just wasn't really an option. You're just as likely to Conjurer's Calling your opponent's minion, which actually isn't the worst in that scenario. Like, you know, a Loti is way, way better than, you know, the average minion in its slot it would roll into, but still, Power of Creation for free there is just too good to turn down.
Yeah.
Now, the lowest cost minion in Alan's hand is that Crystal Merchant, but after that point, it's those incredibly powerful battle cries that he does not want to be losing from his hand.
Yeah, exactly. You know, as Big and Druid players are learning, when you accidentally pull Ysera with the quest, you do not feel great. Same goes in this case as well. The draw. It's not Defender. So, all right, time for Hidden Oasis. So it's just getting more minions out there, just really trying to build a big board here.
Yeah. He gets the Crystal Merchant for free. Bloodyface, he loses his Battle Cry on the Malagos.
That's rough, yeah.
Let's get a 2/8 and play.
Yeah, why not?
Ooh.
Ooh. That was uncalled for.
It is a great noise. Just very excited about drawing cards.
Yeah. I get excited about drawing cards too in Hearthstone.
Same.
I admit I don't go, ooh, I draw a card.
I have definitely made that noise during, like, Battle Rage turns in the old Grim Patron days. Like, for sure I have made that noise.
Yeah, I understand that. In the green room for the rest of today, if I'm playing, I'm going to go, ooh, whenever I draw a card.
Please don't.
Just wait.
I think it might get uncomfortable after
You're
a
excited now?
Yeah.
No.
No.
Ooh.
I'm kind of interested in this Anubisat defender being played out from Alan. I understand, like, he's making a big board. He wants to fight. He wants to be aggressive.
Sure.
But it was a cheaper minion in his hand, right? And there is still that one remaining blatant decoy in play.
That's a good point.
Which right now is going to mess with one of his big boys.
Yeah.
Time runs out on me.
Well, it doesn't really have the ability to make King Pharos really work that great, so you're kind of hoping that one gets grabbed, I guess, at this point.
Well, it's the lowest cost, so it would be...
it'd be Zera, right.
Zera,
yeah. I mean, you know me and differences between numbers. Yeah, Blizzard, Doomsayer seems like the obvious play here.
My dream.
Yeah,
we take those.
Why not just take the opportunity?
Absolutely.
Yep. Again, before the minion on board pulls it out of your hand without the battle cry. Zera here just in time to die. Just like in that one expansion.
Alan just taking his time, making sure his notes are all up to date.
Yep. And again, like, I think it's always not a bad thing to use as much of your turn time as you can. You don't need to immediately send it over to your opponent.
Right.
Just because you want to be thinking through the next turns as well. In a situation like this, Conjurer's Calling.
Bloodyface really running out of gas here. That Mountain Giant in his hand, because his hand size is so small, is kind of a dead card right now.
I mean, this is his last chance to really play it before it gets a little bit too expensive.
Yeah, I mean, it depends. I think he still has, you know, Arcane Intellect and all those kind of things remaining in his deck, so he can...
Oh, all right.
No, Doa. That is his last chance remaining to play it. That's absurd.
Huh.
That is absurd. He can go for it right now. So, all of these are such insane targets. Like, if he Conjurer's Callings his Mechanical Whelp, he gets a 7/7 from the Death Rattle, plus 2 more 6-drops. If he Conjurer's Callings his Blatant Decoy, he gets his Mountain Giant in play, but he's then fearing what it also then brings out from his opponent's hand.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
He saw King Phaoris come out from the previous Blatant Decoy, so yes, I think this is a...
Wow.
What is happening?
All right.
Game, stop doing nonsense things. I'm trying to make a point here. He,
I always remember those old commercials, you know, that's Hearthstone.
There you go, yeah. He saw the King Phaoris come out from the previous Blatant Decoy, right? So based on that, a 10-drop came out from the Blatant Decoy. So based on that, you can kind of understand nothing's going to happen. It's almost certainly no minions in hand for Alan at that point.
Yeah.
So I think that's a great decision for Bloodyface.
A couple dragons hitting the board, courtesy of Ysera from a turn ago. More than that, yeah.
Yes.
To get, well, I've seen better dragons.
Sure.
Not a lot of taunting to get through, but there's a big board on the other side to worry about and some really insane death rattles.
There is, but that innocuous-looking 2/3 that you weren't particularly excited about might actually have been the nuts in this situation.
The spell power does make a difference.
Yeah, spell damage +2 there is pretty huge. Still can't make too much of a dent in the board based on the size of everything, but still pretty effective overall. Where's that Arcane Intellect I was talking about?
Yep, good timing for that to pop up.
Right now, Bloodyface has no minions to summon. Doesn't really want to be summoning that one for free.
Not so much.
This is becoming a very, very difficult game to navigate just because of all these blatant decoys. They're just adding that extra layer of spice to the decisions for each player. And it's where, you know, you can make the argument that having a degree of random effects actually increases the skill cap of the game. Like, it operates on a bell curve, I would say. There's a point where, like, just having enough random means that you encounter all these weird situations that you have to figure out on the fly. But then it does fall off a cliff where everything just becomes way too random at a certain point.
I feel like this is still on the safer side of it, right? Where, like, you know it's going to do something random, but you know what parameters it's operating.
Exactly.
You know what minions it could pull out of your opponent's deck. You know what's in your hand, obviously.
Yes.
So it's variance that has mitigation to it, which is the best kind of variance. Just going to go for the Pocket Galaxy to make things cheaper down the line.
Looks like he is going to take his 2/2. Yep.
All right.
Jewels of the sound.
See if Bloodyface chooses to respect the Crystal Merchant. He does not. I think valuing the spell damage there does probably make a lot more sense. Although both Starfalls have been used.
Oh. Mad Aspect, Deathwing comes out. There's a nice free 12/12 for you. And it's looking very, very challenging now for bloodyface to win this game.
It is, especially now, one of the missing pieces for Alan, something he's been missing this whole game. The Oasis Surger has found its way into the hand.
Another Dream Portal, of course. How many is that now? Is that 5 or 6? He's getting towards the end of it.
I think that's 5.
Yeah. Well, this just looks like a board that bloodyface is going to have a really hard time dealing with.
Yeah, he's approaching Zephyrus or bust point, I think. Zephyrus Nether still makes a complete mess of this board, and Alan is pretty much all in at this point. But I think he understands that he's all in and has very, very literally gone all in here, because if Zephyrus is not drawn,
Oh, the Zephyrus off the top! Oh, and Alan, you can see his face. 1 out of 14 chance to draw that. Oh,
that
man.
was it, right? Like, some people might say, oh, you know, I won't commit all in, because then if my opponent draws Zephyrus, I have some refill. But point is, Alan, by pushing all in and guaranteeing a lethal setup there, he gave bloodyface 1 draw. 1 single 1 out of 14 that had to be Zephyrus. Unfortunately for Alan, it was Zephyrus, but as you were saying earlier, sometimes that's Hearthstone.
That seems to be Hearthstone indeed, as he's able to just kind of rebuild that board. And it doesn't put bloodyface on quite the clock that he was on, and this Frost Nova at least delays things a little bit more. But it's still definitely looking rough for bloodyface. Yeah, and Alan, you know, I mean, he's still got Hidden Oasis. He's still got ways to put minions on the board.
Yes.
Even after this.
He has 1/6/6 remaining with this Hidden Oasis.
That's literally it.
And again, I think this is perfect understanding from Alan. There's no point holding back just 1/6/6 as a refill. Just push all in, make it happen.
Oh, Deathwing. Here he comes. Oh! One of the Deathwings. Ooh.
Oh my goodness, bloodyface.
That is crazy. Now does he hit Ysera? That's the question. Or hit Alex Strasser, rather. Nope. Thins out the board quite a bit.
Unwinnable, I believe. Yep, Alan recognizes it too, gives it up.
Wow.
That was a huge couple of consecutive draws there for bloodyface. It was
kidding.
The Zephyrus 1 outer. He could also, I guess, have drawn those 2 draws in the opposite order. He could have drawn Frost Nova and then drawn the Zephyrus into a Twisting Nether, sure. But let's call it, for the sake of argument, a 1 outer of the Zephyrus from the top.
The bottom line is there weren't a lot of cards left in his deck that were going to bail him out so completely as those cards did. So that was some sick drawing there from bloodyface. But again, you know, when it comes down to it, you have to be a good player to put yourself in the position to even benefit from a situation like that.
Yeah, I think a lot of players just would have got completely lost in the blatant decoy memery that is in the middle of that game, where just every turn a random blatant decoy appeared, and you had to figure out like which player it was good for, which player it was bad for. Do I want to trade it? Don't I want to trade it? I think both players navigated that very well. Because of that, you know, Alan put himself in what was a very, very favorable position, but ended up in a spot where that 1 outer of the Zephyrus off the top really made a mess of his board state.
Yeah, well, that was an interesting way to start the day. That was not the game I expected that we would see with the with all the decoys and things like that, the mage comeback and everything. So, wow. That sets the tone, doesn't it?
It certainly does, yeah. It's a little bit of a shame, because I was talking about how that Quest Druid was a little bit different, how we're seeing King Feoris come back into it, which is a pretty common card in like old school Quest Druid, but not necessarily a card that we've been seeing run from the players in this tournament that have run Quest Druid. And then it had 0 impact because it got pulled out from the blatant decoy anyway. So, you know, very interesting list still for Alan to be going with Quest Druid up until this point. But I guess the other talking point is, yet again, as close as it was, as nail-biting as it was, Highlander Mage got over the line at the first port of call. Just picks up the win.
We talked about this yesterday, too, where everyone was looking at Galakron Rogue as really the deck that had answers for every stage of the game. But it's really looking like this Highlander Mage can do the same thing. I mean, you go back to the early game in that last one we saw, there was a lot of minion pressure put on early by bloodyface, and that's not something you would expect from a deck like that. But you know, not only did he identify that this is what you need to do against Quest Druid, of course, but he had the cards in hand to do it too.
He did, yeah. It does have a nice little mid-range package that you can curve out and be aggressive with. It is looking like a very, very impressive deck, especially when you do get hold of those key Highlander cards early, as bloodyface did.
Sure is. So let's take a look at our bracket for today. Once again, to see the matches we can expect. Of course, we're in the middle of bloodyface versus Allen numbers right now. bloodyface up 1-0. xBlyzes versus Brimful. After that, totosh, AyRoK, and then Felkeine versus TIZS. And that should be an interesting bracket to see shake out.
Yeah,
Who do you
petitioning.
think is going to make it all the way? I want you to call the winner right now.
Call the winner right now. I think.
Make a prediction.
I will ever so slightly sit on the fence.
Okay.
I think the winner of Felkeine versus TIZS in the final bracket will go on to win all the way through. I can't call between those two, but I think whoever does win that is well positioned in terms of lineup and in terms of how the bracket pans out that will end up winning the tournament.
Interesting. Okay. I mean, Felkeine was really playing well yesterday, and he's probably one of the most fun players to watch in this tournament right now because like nobody's face goes through as many changes during a game as Felkeine's face does. But despite all the emotion he seems to be showing, his mind is a cold steel killer.
And here is what all of those players are playing for, what Felkeine, TIZS, bloodyface, totosh, Allen, all of those players are scrapping it out for a first prize of $32,500 and staggering down. You can see a lot of these players who haven't made it back to day 3 have still picked up a nice little payday based on the amount of Swiss wins that they have picked up on throughout day 1 and 2. But also, most importantly, it's not just a paycheck. This is actually your ranking in terms of qualification into Hearthstone Grandmasters, which is the final goal for a lot of these players. It's an order of merit. It's a cash leaderboard for all of these players, and the highest earning players will be the ones that are promoted to replace the relegated players from Grandmasters. Or in bloodyface's case, he has the opportunity to defend his spot, so he can get relegated but still be one of the highest prize earners and essentially just be re-promoted straight back into Grandmasters.
That would be ideal for him for sure. And I mean, 32,000. That is a huge number to already set at the beginning of the year. So if you can hit that, whoever gets that first place spot today is going to really get a great jump start on the rest of the year.
Yeah, I think there'll be a little bit more of a roller coaster of emotions in terms of the standing this year, just because we have twice the number of Masters Tours. I think what we saw last year was, Felkeine very early won a Masters Tour, and he was kind of untouchable because, it's region-based, so suddenly if a European player wins the first Masters Tour, as Felkeine did, and then no other European players win a Masters Tour, well, no one's really going to come up to that level. Yeah. Whereas with twice as many Masters Tours available, consistency could be rewarded. If you top 8 in 3 or 4 of those, you then have the chance to potentially overtake someone who's just spiked and won one of them.
Very true. It's the Mario Kart principle. You can either win a couple rounds early and then you're hard to beat, or you can do, second, third place a couple times and jump out ahead at the end.
I was wondering where you're going with that. It's the Mario Kart principle. If someone's really far ahead of you in prize money, just throw a blue shell at them.
Yeah, that's right. Yep, just toss some bananas out there, the usual.
Not quite sure that's how it works.
That's exactly how it works. Don't question me.
Fair enough.
Druid for Allen again, and bloodyface swapping things over to the Rogue, it looks like.
Yeah, bloodyface, nothing fancy with the Rogue. We've seen a couple of players towards the top 16 of the bracket as we were coming towards the end of yesterday. A couple of players in there were rocking the Highlander Rogue instead, but I believe this is just straight up Galakrond Tempo Rogue for bloodyface.
Yeah, seems that way. Dragon Mob Poacher in there as well. And Rogue, a deck that we saw banned less and less as the weekend goes on. Day 1, pretty much all the Rogues are banned in pretty much every matchup. Day 2, it seemed like at the beginning of the day, the Rogues were being banned, but by the end of the day, we saw a lot of them start to kind of sneak through. And now right away, in the first match of the day, bloodyface gets his Rogue by, and I think we're finding that the matchups people are anticipating are a little bit shaken out a little bit differently than people imagined.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I think it was above 80% bans on the first day for Rogue, which is an absurdly high number, and I think it has just wound back a little bit since then.
Yeah. Goes for the Nourish, again, using that ramp. There's Big Edwin. Potentially Big Edwin. That's his name now.
There's no potential about it. He's just always a Big Edwin.
You've
just got to find the way to make it happen.
If he's not big, it's your fault.
Exactly.
Yeah. You've got no one to blame for small Edwin, except besides yourself. So do you think something like Coin Evil Miscreant is feasible here, just to get a couple lackeys going?
Well,
Or is that just way too greedy?
So, because he's in particular, he's playing against Quest Druid. You know, first off, this is kind of old Quest Druid knowledge that I'm kind of applying to the current meta. Miscreant isn't really the go-to card in the matchup. You can, you know, play a Miscreant, which is just a 1/4, and just mess around with a couple of lackeys. And Druid's like, you know, who cares? Like, you've hit me for like 6 damage or whatever. Now I've fully completed my quest. I'm just going to Starfall, clear your board, and now I'm in control.
Sure.
So you generally want to be looking for just stats in play more so than the Miscreant value. The Miscreant value you can pick up later on. So I think bloodyface was having that debate with himself that turn. I think that was a very genuine rope you saw from him. Sometimes you'll see players roping just for the sake of using all the time available to him. But I think that was a very genuine rope in terms of what he wanted to do with this hand. And now you see exactly the kind of thing I was talking about, instead using that coin to generate a huge Edwin Van Cleef early in the game.
Yep. Big Edwin hitting the board at 8-8. And so trying to put on similar pressure to what we saw in the first game. But here comes Warlord, Druid. Playing it for the poison anyway, that's what I'm saying.
Yes. That is the answer.
Hard to say Warlord there for a second.
Is War Druid,
War Druid, exactly.
This is the answer to big minions early on. Once the minion hits that 8 health point, where doubled up Starfall can't actually remove it, does 7 to the targeted minion and 2 to everything else. There's really no way that Druid interacts with minions that big. So you'd see in matchups in the past, like Combo Priest, for example, when Priest would just Divine Spirits and minions early on. This War Druid Loti just coming down as a stealth poison prior to the quest completion is pretty much your only answer to that situation. And Alan will count himself pretty fortunate to have it available.
So many
he's gonna take 8 damage, it looks like here, but that's better than 16 or more.
Sure is.
Deciding on what he wants to do with the rest of his turn. And also just kind of thinking out the next turns too.
Yeah, it's just whether or not he wants to play the spell lackey. It's, tempo right now, spend your mana right now, Hearthstone fundamentals versus it's a combo activator in hand for Evil Miscreant. It's a base for Faceless Corruptor to come down as well. So there's all kinds of uses that you can get out of that Ethereal lackey, which is why he ends up holding on to it, I think.
Yeah, Flibidinous Fluke provides another War Druid Loti as well. And the quest is complete, so now things get a little bit serious here.
Nothing.
See. Okay.
It's likely an Eviscerate unless he sees some kind of crazy Togwaggle scheme plan, but it seems unlikely.
Togwaggle's scheme plan is kind of redundant.
You can do some pretty nonsense things with it, though.
I mean, scheme plan, specifically.
Ah, I see. Yes.
Mean the same thing.
Tautological.
But you're right, though. It's one of those things where it's like, oh, I could be cool and do this, but winning is better than being cool sometimes.
Yeah, there has been times where it's been a real thing. Like, there were matchups where you could just shuffle 1,000,000 Leroys into your deck and then draw them for 0 with the with the Wondrous ones, like against certain Control Warrior matchups at certain points in time. Like, that was a legitimate strategy, but yeah, none of that nonsense coming out here from bloodyface.
I wonder.
Alan deducing what to do right now. The vendor or the 2-drop won't get him the draw.
Behold, jewels of the
But
sound.
it is another 1/4 out.
Yeah, does fight for board. That's just what he's most concerned about right now. Now this is a big swing turn for bloodyface because he can take care of the poison just with the dagger, and then he has the tempo swing of the Faceless Corruptor.
Yeah.
So you see Rogue here just starting to take command of the board.
Well, this is a turn that bloodyface has been waiting for. Now you have to kind of hope that the clear doesn't come through from Alan. Just goes for the Nourish.
Yeah, we'll still have 5 remaining after this, so still has all his options available to him.
Yeah, Oasis Surger. Seems like a solid way to seize control back again. You do leave yourself with a couple 1-health minions, but, at least now, again, you're putting your opponent in the position of them having to react to you rather than the other way around.
Right.
Sky Vatir, a very recent addition, as that's a card that just dropped with the Adventure.
Yes.
Some people have been running it in Rogue. Some people haven't. I think the kind of jury is out on whether or not this is like an auto-include yet. But I would say we've seen it from the list I've seen, like maybe 1/3 of the Rogue decks.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah.
It's definitely a card that interests me. It ticks a lot of boxes. I think, you know, 1/3s early in the game for Rogue are kind of useful, just because they have little options available to them to sort of pair with that 1 damage to actually make relevant removal. You know, like 1 damage plus the dagger, 1 damage plus the Cobalt Lackey that you've got Fury from Miscreant, like all that kind of stuff. And also just stealth is just great. When you have control over things that your opponent doesn't, it's just generally a good thing.
You're drawing a card, too.
Yep.
Which is something Rogue always wants to do. Ah, this is going to be interesting. King Fearis comes out. Boom! Okay. Wow. All right. Got a little bit of Wind Fury Rush action going.
Well, I said I was sad that we didn't get to see the King Fearis having an impact in the last game. It's certainly made up for it in spades there, because that is a huge, potentially immediately game-winning board.
Wow. How in the world do you deal with this if you're bloodyface?
You don't.
I don't think you do.
You just don't.
Yep. It's almost a perfect combination of taunts and damage, too. It's a little bit too hard to get through to hit the really difficult stuff. He's got a sap now.
I'm not sure what spirit that is on the far right. I think it's Frog. Yes, because it would have come from the 3-drop from the Ferocious House. So yeah, I believe that's the spirit of the Frog.
Yep, you can see when the smoke clears for just a moment.
Oh yeah, you're right.
A glowing frog, so it is indeed a good old shaman standby right now. If anything, it's a shaman standby at the moment.
Yes. Don't know if Alan can actually do anything silly with that in terms of chaining through his deck. He does have a 2-drop spell in his hand, which I believe will draw a second Ferocious Howl. But then I think with both swipes in his hand, he can't chain through any further than that. Meanwhile, more pressing concern is how on earth bloodyface deals with this board state. Those 3 eviscerates, I'm sure he was just lining up right in the mush of Alan, going straight upstairs. But I think they might have to end up used for some clearing power.
Yep. If you don't, you're going to die pretty quick. He's got the Goblin Lackey at least.
Yep.
That's a nice combination to take out the taunts at least.
You can see he just really doesn't want to.
I mean, this is where you tell yourself, it was an extra eviscerate, all right? It was an extra eviscerate. Sure. Doesn't make it feel that much better, but it helps a little bit.
Oh, innovate.
Wow. Huh.
Innovate with the Spirit of the Frog on the board.
Yeah, that gets interesting. Huh.
Does he have Worthy Expeditions remaining?
I'm trying to remember if he played it earlier in the game. He played it last game, but I don't think we've seen one this game yet.
This is where we take a long, hard look at the deck list and try and figure out how stupid you can be with the Spirit of the Frog.
Well, he's got that. Then he's got Wrath.
That's up. Not going to draw anything.
No.
This is very unexciting. I am disappointed.
What a waste of a good frog.
I know.
Spirit. Yep, just deciding to go for the safe play instead.
He doesn't have a Starfall left either, so his swipe doesn't even draw anything.
Yeah.
I'm so disappointed.
Hey, he still put himself in a great board position, but yeah, from an excitement standpoint, Alan, come on. It's like he wants to win this tournament.
I know. It's like he's playing responsibly and actually trying to win this incredibly important tournament for his career.
How dare he?
Why does he not just bow to my whims as to what I would like to see at all times?
We're going to have a talk with him after this match. We're going to have a serious conversation about how to use cards in the most entertaining way possible, no matter what, no matter the situation. Invoke a little bit. And another eviscerate. Oh, just, you hate to see it. Having to be used against the minions.
Yeah, Cobalt Lackey was a good pickup.
Yep.
It theoretically, at least from bloodyface's perspective, keeps him alive, but you can see from the nod on Alan's side that he knows he's still got him covered here with the second swipe coming out.
Yep, that is correct. Power of the Wild would add to that as well, and that's going to be Alan taking his first win in this series, so we are going to be all tied up when the Druid comes through. And we're going to go into the break all tied up with these two.
We are, yeah, the Quest
Nice.
Druid very, very cleanly picking up a win. I think that was a very close game against the Highlander Mage, which is, as we said, kind of one of the power decks of the tournament right now.
Sure.
Came right down to the wire against that Highlander Mage. I'd say he was in a very favorable position to win that matchup even, with bloodyface picking up the 1 out of 14, I believe, Zephyrus off the top to come out. And then I said, you know, the one thing maybe we were missing from that first matchup is seeing that tech card, the King Feoris, have a really big impact, and boy, did it have a really big impact in that second game.
Yeah, basically won it. Literally won it.
Literally won it indeed. It is incredibly powerful when you can just build up a handful of spells like that. It's another reason why how I was talking about, and you mentioned as well, like building up pressure on the Druid deck, like how the Mage was able to do it. Because if you do that, you force them to use spells to remove your board.
Right,
you force them to swipe your board, Starfall your board, Hidden Oasis to heal, and then at that point, because they've used all their spells, the King Feoris just kind of sucks at that point. Whereas if they're just free to do whatever they want, as Alan kind of was in that matchup, you see just immediately game ending.
You know, I mean, we saw him try to put pressure on with the bigger Van Cleef, but unfortunately the War Druid Lodi was there to shut that down. If that hadn't been the case, if he hadn't had the War Druid in hand, that game may have actually ended up very different. But, you know, it is what it is, and we've got a tie series.
We do. Yeah, it's still a long way to go, though, because there's still a Hunter and a Rogue, the Rogue that we've seen, the Highlander Hunter that we haven't in this series, to come out from bloodyface. You'd expect the Rogue to be picking up a win at some point. You know, it is the most banned deck in the tournament for a reason. You know, that doesn't happen by accident. But that Highlander Hunter, certainly very interested to see how that goes up against some of these other decks.
Yep, that's right. So we're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, game number 3 between bloodyface and Alan. We'll see who takes the lead in the series when we get back here at Hearthstone Masters Tour Arlington.
Hearthstone Masters Tour Arlington is brought to you by T-Mobile. Rank up with America's first and only nationwide 5G network.
T-Mobile 5G is here, and it's nationwide. While some 5G signals go only blocks, T-Mobile 5G goes miles, beyond the big cities, to the small towns, to the people. Millions of Americans can have access to 5G on T-Mobile. This is just the beginning. T-Mobile, the first and only nationwide 5G network.
You'll hear a lot about how coming out of the military means you're somehow damaged goods. I would reject that. I believe that people coming home from combat can actually have gone through post-traumatic growth. And probably the most important thing we can do is provide jobs for those who get out of the military. Together, we can get veterans back to work.
Welcome back to Hearthstone Masters Tour Arlington, brought to you by T-Mobile. There they are right there. Bloodyface and Alan chatting it up when they found out that they were going to match up against each other today, discussing what might go down in this match and if one of them will take that trophy right there. What a beauty it is. The new and improved single piece Hearthstone Masters trophy. Just one piece.
Which is
doesn't come apart.
Vitally important, as I'm sure you all are very aware of. But yeah, it was actually a nice moment yesterday as the top 8 was being announced over the tournament here. All the players just kind of hung around, and they were giving sort of round of applause and cheers for everyone that made the top 8. I thought it was a really nice moment of sportsmanship. And then the players that made the top 8, a lot of them are friends or at least acquainted with each other. So there is that level of everyone just wants to kind of have a chat. It's like, I think my lineup might be favored. No, I think my lineup's favored against you. Just back and forth.
When you go to events like this, it's so much fun, right? Because everyone's here to play the same game that they all love. You're all competing hard, but when the day is done, when all the matches are over, everyone's always like hanging out, playing games with each other, theory crafting and things like that.
Right.
I've been in this situation in a lot of different card games and stuff over the years, and it's just weekends like this are just amazing. Card game tournaments are one of the most fun places to be in the entire world.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely giving me vibes of, kind of old school DreamHacks that I played in, where it's a very similar setup. You could just look down the line of table you were sat at, and there was just, 100 other players all head-to-head with someone else. It's a really, really great atmosphere to be in. Very different here today as the Swiss portion is open. Swiss portion is over, sorry, and we just have a very sort of deathly calm in here. Just a silence building up.
It's just us yelling in a big empty room.
For these two players on stage. But these two players on stage are what it's all about right now, and Alan looks like he is diverting to his Galakrond Warrior for this matchup, which is a deck that I don't think has been performing so well in this tournament so far.
No, it actually hasn't, strangely enough. We've seen the Highlander Warrior do okay from time to time, but Galakrond Warrior, it was always kind of I would say, in my opinion, upper middle of the pack deck, where it was just outside the cutoff, I think, for a truly, truly great deck right now in the meta. But it's good enough that when you bring, 4 lists, it's definitely in consideration for one of the lists you bring, and a lot of people have. But it has kind of stalled out. The aggression that it's supposed to bring early on seems to be fairly easily dealt with by a lot of the other decks right now that people have brought. So I'm going to be curious to see if it's going to be able to take down the Hunter. Hunter, definitely not a class that is going to be pushed over easily. It's going to be the Highlander Hunter as well. So again, another deck, I think, with a lot of options. But this is going to be an interesting matchup.
It is. Bloodyface playing the version with a couple of secrets in there. You can see Rat Trap, Snake Trap, etc. Alongside that Phase Stalker. Limited amount of dragons. You do, of course, want to play that Dragon Queen Alexstrasza in just about every Highlander deck. Which,
of course,
then gives you that feeling that maybe you should just include another couple of dragons here and there and take advantage of some of those dragon-activated effects. But there are certainly much heavier dragon builds than this version that Bloodyface is running. Of course, and still the classic Highlander card, that Dino Tamer brand that you see on the far right of the key cards there. That is just such a huge finisher for this deck. Just allows so much aggression for the Hunter, just being backed up by that huge burst damage. Way too cheap into the game.
Yep. King Crush, not a dragon, but, he's close enough. He can hang. He can hang with the Galakrond. They both got tiny arms.
That's exactly the joke that I was about to make.
They're buddies. See, he's even holding up the arm in the picture on the bottom left there. He's like, Galakrond, check this out.
Holding it out for the world's tiniest handshake with Galakrond.
They have to get real close.
Yes, they do. They just have to turn their snouts to the side so they can get close enough to each other.
Yeah, a light peck on the cheek as well.
Yep.
Yep. And that's the Galakrond and King Crush hugging sketch, ladies and gentlemen. We hope you enjoyed it.
Coming soon to a Hearthstone Grandmasters break near you.
Oh, well, but I've got so many ideas. The mulligans come through, and Dino Tamer Brand, too, is one of those cards where it's even though it's really expensive at 7 mana, you generally do see players keeping it in their opening hand.
Yep, it's the reason you play this deck. So if you are not going to draw it, you are just playing a weird underpowered deck where you're choosing to not play 2 copies of the good cards for no reason. So, keeping it in your opening hand, I think, is very smart, not only because of that, but also, as I was saying earlier, it gives you a game plan to work towards, right? You can count backwards. You can say, right, Dino Tamer Brand on 7, got that locked in. What's my turn? 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Just work it all the way backwards so you have a smooth game plan.
Not bad. Oh, Ritual Chopper, though. So, plenty of ways to deal with this for Alan.
Yep.
And, you know, it is nice to get rid of the face talker, make sure there's no free secrets or secrets sitting for it. May just decide to go face anyway, though. I wonder. I think you have to take it out, though.
Yeah, I think he'll respect it when he does.
The bloodthirsty aggro player in me just is like, no, that's damage. I could go to face, but you know those free secrets messing things up.
Bloodyface goes Snip Snap here. He does have a lot of weapon charges to chew through already in his hand, so I was just curious as to whether we might see a weapon come down there, but I think playing Snip Snap for tempo here is probably the wisest decision, but he is going to want to be getting those weapons going sooner rather than later, because that is a lot of potential charges to get through.
Alan in kind of the awkward place where you would love to have 3 damage to put into Snip Snap and then have the Awaken to clear the microbots, but he doesn't really have that.
Expect we'll just see Bomb Wrangler coming down.
It's going to be the play anyway. Damage to face, that's right. Can't kill it cleanly, so just leave it. It's not the hugest threat ever.
Yeah. Imagine trading into a Snip Snap. Never traded into a Snip Snap in my life, and I'm not going to start now.
Not like that. Now, do you like the Dwarven Sharpshooter hero part, or do you like one of these weapons better right now?
I do really feel like these weapons need to get rolling. Yeah. There's just a lot, you know, there's X amount of charges for Stormhammer, you know, however many he can potentially get out of it, and then Desert Spear needing 3 as well. It's just a lot of swings of weapons before he can get uses of all those cards out of his hand.
I
wonder too. I mean, Desert Spear gives you a little bit more board control, but like you said, you just get so many swings with the hammer instead.
Yeah, I think most importantly, he just wants that clean 3 damage into, and so he's only spawning 1 Boombot. Any other way that he chooses to do it, Alan gets the opportunity to spawn multiples.
Where's the bomb going? Face. Okay.
So Bloodyface sequenced that deliberately to not hit his 1-3. He decided he would rather have his Snip Snap broken open than a 1-3 killed, which is, yeah, probably correct.
I guess you do worry a little bit about cards like Awaken clearing that, but you know, this just makes it a little bit harder to clear it all, I suppose.
Right.
Worked out well. Because again, it's like a 50-50 whether or not it hits it, and then it's a matter of chance whether or not it does enough damage to actually kill it, because the damage from the bombs is 1 through 4, so you have to kind of, it's kind of a 50-50, I guess. 2 50-50s in a row to kill that, so pretty good chance it lives.
What now?
But what do you go for here? Devoted Maniac is an option. On curve would invoke, give him the extra weapon damage. But it doesn't really, yeah, okay.
I think this is fine. It's just playing on curve. He took his time to think that turn, just trying to think of a good enough reason not to do that. Looks like he's going to try out Inner Rage here just to deny potential magnetism on this microbot going into turn 5.
Yeah, it's really smart actually. Turn 5 is the Ziliak's turn. You know it's going to be in the deck, and so might as well play it safe.
Yeah, as I said, a lot of weapon charges to get through, so much so that Bloodyface just immediately overrides one of his weapons with the other.
We can kind of take board control right back to a certain extent, because that Locust is going to be able to rush in, like you say. Or like you see, rather.
Such a good card.
Yeah. Scion of Ruin, though, and it is activatable.
Yep.
So we have players just trading board control back and forth here.
Bloodyface needs a draw here. He's been in this position multiple times in this series where he's needed his deck to do him a favor. He just needs something playable right now, and I guess that fits the bill, but
it's something.
Not quite the level of play that he would have been looking for.
It sustains, at least.
Yeah.
So we can clear 2 of these with the Lynx and the Scarab. So taking out 2 of the 3 Scion of Ruin, I guess you can be happy with that. His health is starting to drop a little bit, though, and that's the kind of bigger concern.
Zero hesitation on this turn. He recognizes that he has a big tempo lead here. He has initiative. He just smells blood. And then he smells blood, double Snip Snap on 6. It's about the most aggressive thing you can do. And suddenly, this Dino Tamer Bran is just not looking so promising.
Needs to tame more dinosaurs. King Crush is Not going to be enough by himself.
I think it's still his best choice, though.
I mean, yeah, what else do you do? Just kill command something. It's not ideal. Puts you in a really awkward turn 8. Can't really use whatever you draw then if you save that Dino Tamer brand. So yeah, I think you have to use it. But running King Crush into a small minion like that feels so bad.
Oh, I don't think that's happening. I think he's going face, yeah.
All right, I suppose you have to try at some point.
Absolutely time to disrespect these minions. Desert Spear can still be used to clear up the 3-2 here, though, but even then, it's just going to hold on to that. And does summon a beast from his Desert Spear guaranteed on the next turn, which he might be able to use to activate that kill command to end the game, which might be one of the things that's influencing him not swinging here.
That's a good point.
A lot of options here for Alan, even with such a limited hand. He can go for a huge Battle Rage here if he wants it.
Right, Awaken Battle Rage would be pretty big. He's going to do that.
And then crucially, this 1 extra damage also allows him to take care of this King Crush.
Yeah. That's a good point. He's got exactly 7 with what's on the board. Wow, just completely refilling his hand, more or less.
Yep. Now, Bloodyface back where he was again, just relying on the top of his deck to give him a playable.
Unleash the Hounds?
Don't think that's in there.
I don't think so. Fairy Dragon, not super inspiring. So you're still feeling, I think, pretty. Oh man. Oh.
All right, look away, look away. Dear viewers, look away. I'll tell you when you can open your eyes again.
I don't think that you can ever unsee that. So it's kind of Dragon Queen Alexstrasza take the wheel on turn 9.
All right, you're good. You can watch again. You can open your eyes. We just played this Fairy Dragon. It's fine. Nothing else happened. Don't worry about it.
Right. He never had a kill command in his hand.
No.
That was just a mirage.
Yes.
So good amount of damage from hand right now, but this could just be a Galakrond turn. What do you think? He's not, I don't think he's fully invoked yet. I think he's like 2 or 3, at least 2.
Yeah, he's definitely not full. Be a little bit surprised to see the Galakrond, I think, just because
I think kind of hovering over it, but
I think Alan should sense blood a bit here and just realize that he can just push, play out his hand in terms of minions and just trying to set up lethal over a couple of turns.
That's what you would think, yeah. Especially after you see a kill command get used the way it was.
Right.
You're not really worried about dying at all. Really going all out with that Ritual Chopper, not even bothering to grab that extra 2 armor. He's feeling very confident, and why shouldn't he,
Yeah, I completely agree with this. Bloodyface now needs defense. There is Ziliax.
Well, okay.
But there's that question, does he need to just spike this Dragon Queen Alexstrasza in order to get himself out of this? Does he need to just find a big Dragon Taunt coming out of this instead?
What does Ziliax really give you? It gives you, 3 points of healing, you get up to 11, you kill the Quarterfinals Elite. Ziliax gets burnt through really easily by damage on the other side, and you may find yourself in a similar position or worse position after he's gone. So
yeah.
But if Alexstrasza doesn't give you what you need, then you're definitely dead.
You are straight up dead, yeah.
It's a tough choice.
The argument would be that if he can get, 6 points of healing out of this Ziliax, maybe he can resist the next board to a point where he can play Dragon Queen Alexstrasza without there being lethal represented on board.
Possibly.
I think that is the argument here that Bloodyface is currently going through with himself. Is he always in a position where he has to jam Dragon Queen Alexstrasza? If so, is it better to do that next turn or this turn?
He's going for it.
He says this turn. 5 armor and destroy a minion.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
That's solid. Well, I guess he doesn't get the destroy.
He doesn't, no. He just has to take one or the other because they're both conditional effects, so he needed to choose which one to take.
All right, and at 13, yeah, that's looking pretty rough. So it is going to be another victory for Alan as he goes up 2-1 in this series, gets a win with the Warrior, and goes going into game 4, bloodyface fighting for survival in this tournament.
Yes, indeed. Alan, I believe, just has his rogue remaining, somewhat of an anticlimax at the end of that game.
Yeah.
Big tense decision point on the part of bloodyface as to whether to go Ziliax or Dragon Queen Alexstrasza there. He gets his out from the Dragon Queen Alex, and he's like, oh, it's a Galakrond. All right, I concede.
Yeah, I think, you know, the thing is I think he made the right decision with Dragon Queen, because it's like you were saying, if he plays the Ziliax, then you're kind of probably always going to be in that same situation where either Dragon Queen Alexstrasza saves you or she doesn't, right?
Sure.
That's not going to change whether or not you have a Ziliax turn in there, so why not just do it, get it done with, see if you win or not, and then move on to the next game.
Yeah, I think it was tough because based on the board state as well, like he'd play Ziliax and he'd run it into the Quarterfinals Elite, and then just based on what he can see, there was no clean kill for the Ziliax. It would have to be multiple attacks, even just to remove the 2 health after that. So there was a small, tiny chance that he might have healed 9 off it.
Sure.
Maybe that was worth leaning on, but I think, all things considered, he probably made the right play with what he did. I think, you know, I was talking about taunts, but of course, all of those options as well. Both of the options that he hit could prevent lethal as well in certain opportunities. So there were a lot of ways out of that from the Dragon Queen Alexstrasza, but I think more crucial than all of that is he needed Alan not to have the Galakrond to follow up, which of course he did.
Yep, that's right. So that is that game, and now I wonder, you know, what's going to happen. We're going to take a quick break, actually, and when we come back, game number 4 between bloodyface and Alan. Don't go anywhere, guys. This is Hearthstone Masters Tour Arlington.
Hearthstone Masters Tour Arlington is brought to you by T-Mobile. Rank up with America's first and only nationwide 5G network.
T-Mobile 5G is here, and it's nationwide. While some 5G signals go only blocks, T-Mobile 5G goes miles, beyond the big cities, to the small towns, to the people. Millions of Americans can have access to 5G on T-Mobile. This is just the beginning. T-Mobile, the first and only nationwide 5G network.
Welcome back to Hearthstone Masters Tour Arlington, brought to you by T-Mobile. Alan on your screen, and there is bloodyface as well. Deep into this first quarter-final matchup right now, Alan with a 2-1 lead, despite the look on his face. I guess there's a mild concern from both players. I mean, it is a tense matchup right now.
Yeah, very mild concern, I would say. I was also quite interested in bloodyface repurposing his hand warmer as a lip warmer. I'm not sure that's entirely the intended purpose.
Sometimes your lips get cold. Just don't open it and eat what's inside. That's all I ask. That's it's getting a little bit closer. I'm getting a little bit concerned.
Fair enough. But yeah, I think we are going to come down to the wire on this one because we have a rogue mirror coming up, I believe we have been told. And I don't think we've seen any of those on stream so far. We've seen very little rogue in general, let alone having 2 of them available in the same series to go up in a mirror match.
And we're going to take a look at both deck lists, too, to see if there are any differences, to kind of talk about those differences. So let's check out bloodyface's Galakrond Rogue first.
Yeah, we did see this get run already, and I noted the Dragonmore Poacher that he's playing in there as a one-of. Other than that, pretty tight list. 2 copies of everything. He's dropped a Devoted Maniac for that Dragonmore Poacher. Outside of that, just 2 ofs and legendaries across the board.
Yeah, that's interesting to me. The Dragonmore Poacher is a card that had like a big rise in popularity with the amount of dragons you saw in ladder, but then has kind of dropped. So I'm a little bit surprised to see him put that in there. You can see that Alan has a similar list, but 2 Devoted Maniacs. No Poacher, of course, because Poacher is kind of an interesting tech. Yeah,
and then Snip Snap found in there as well, which is kind of interesting. But yeah, this list is pretty tight these days, I would say. There's not too many changes you can make back and forth if you are running the non-Highlander variation.
Right.
So just a couple of spots that you can make room if you want to for how your tournament strategy is going to pan out. And so we see very similar decks, with just a little twist from bloodyface with that Dragonmore Poacher.
Indeed. So mulligans have come through, and we'll see who can take this. Alan playing to win, bloodyface playing to survive right now in game number 4. And Ferocat, always something you want to see early on. Nice draw off the top for bloodyface. Gets the Grand Mummy out of it.
Yeah, finds the curve as well. Very nice.
Pretty decent, yeah.
Yeah.
So definitely take that if you're bloodyface. Not quite as inspiring as of a hand for Alan. No real early game drops. So he's just kind of have to make a weapon and wait it out.
Yes. It's worth noting that bloodyface should curve out slightly more consistently than Alan's matchup because he has that double copy of Skyvateer in there as well that we saw in the previous series but missed in those deck lists. So a few more differences in there. It's where Alan's finding room for that Snip Snap, for example, that he's playing. Bloodyface.
I'm looking forward to getting home after this weekend and trying the Skyvateer out. I do like the idea, because sometimes you do have games like Alan is having right now with this deck where your start is like really awkward. And it doesn't get much more awkward than the one he's got right now. No minions to Faceless Corruptor onto. 2 Shadow Steps with nothing to Shadow Step.
Yeah, I like the Skyvateer, but it was my concern with, as I said earlier, the deck is very tight. It doesn't feel like there's that much room in it to play around with options. And one of my concerns was like, well, do you have to cut an Invoke card to make room for these? Which is actually what bloodyface has ended up doing. He's only playing 1 Devoted Maniac, and that does kind of concern me because so many of like the free wins you get with Rogue are just invoke Galakrond. Like that's just your curve and you win. So you're taking away the amount of times that happens for you if you cut down those invoke cards.
Yeah, you've got 5 out of the 6 normal invoke cards then for Rogue. He did get a Faceless Lackey out of Praise Galakrond on the Ferocat. You can make your opponent's minions Praise Galakrond as well.
Yes, you can.
Just make anyone you want. Praise Galakrond.
Just knock on the door. Excuse me, have you heard about our Lord and Savior Galakrond?
Have you heard about the wonderful plan Galakrond has for your life?
From nothing.
Ethereal minion discovers a spell. Some useful stuff there. Cold Blood. Now that's a card I haven't seen in a long time. Not since the days of T6 Rogue, or Backspace Rogue as they called it here.
Yes.
In the US of A. In Korea they called it T6 Rogue because a lot of them didn't know who Backspace was, and this Rogue deck won on turn 6, so that's what they just called it. Your Korean Hearthstone history lesson for you. There's a Van Cleef, and that could be a very large Van Cleef.
Oh
boy.
All in. All in, question mark?
Strike
Big
like
question
the
mark. He's
winds.
playing against Rogue. Rogue is one of the classes that will always have universal answers to Big Van Cleefs because of that threat of sap coming down.
It is concerning. Gonna go for the double faceless lackey just to contest the board a little bit more.
Yep. I mean, if you're making the Van Cleef, this is definitely how you end up doing it anyway, just because this is the best Shadow Step target that you have. But this is the decision, I think. One Shadow Step or two, and Alan says two. He's going all in, and he's going to get paid out for it because bloodyface does not currently have that sap available.
Yep, 10-10 for the Van Cleef. And like you said, unless it comes off the top, he is going to get paid off for this big Van Cleef.
Seal of Fate, Cold Blood, Backstab, there are ways that he can just go through this the honest way, but that's what he wants to see.
Oh, man. The sap comes through. Alan just nodding. I mean, I'm sure he saw it come off the top, but, you know, that does happen sometimes.
Yep.
And you got to go for it. You know, he wasn't wrong to try to build that big Van Cleef.
Yeah, I like the way that he did it as well. He used the second Shadow Step, but he didn't replay the second Faceless Lackey because that gives him the follow-up curve now with the Faceless Corruptor, which is really smart, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, Alan definitely making some good decisions here. He does draw one Devoted Maniac. Still has a Faceless Lackey, Faceless Corruptor.
I wonder.
A lot of faceless power in the hand right now.
Yeah, crucially, it did just swing the momentum of the game a little bit, because up until that point, Alan had really played nothing, because he had nothing to play up until that point. And you can see just that one big reversal of fortunes, where suddenly bloodyface is the one having to answer. That means that Alan is now kind of back in this game. He's found his way through to just being able to say, well, okay, now I can just play Faceless Corruptor. I'm in this game. I already have Galakron in hand.
Right.
I've got through the early game, where bloodyface's deck is a little bit more powerful because of those added Skyvateers.
Mummy needs 5 more minutes.
Mummy's not going to get 5 more minutes. She's going to get immediately eliminated. Skyvateer gets a little bit of buff. There's Galakron. Okay. Can't use that Sealed Fate unless he uses it on his own minion or himself later. So what's the play for bloodyface here? Witchy Lackey is always interesting, but generally you want to use that on a minion that's attacked and has taken some damage.
Yeah. Generally, he wants his Death Rattle to go off as well and find this card draw.
Yeah, that's true too. And you may just have to do that. Maybe you do just trade with the Faceless and see what you draw.
Yep.
I
don't think there's any real gas in his hand this turn to put something together, so I think he needs to take the card draw and make his decision from that point. I think the consideration is just whether he's using Seal of Fate this turn. If he uses Seal of Fate this turn, then as you said, just use it on your own minion first and then make the trade afterwards. That's what was slowing him down.
Yep. All right, so Witchy Lackey is a Eviscerate Activator.
That was a close your eyes turn if I've ever seen one.
We've seen a couple of those from bloodyface. Face palming a little bit with that because, man, that's just not how you want to use Eviscerates. He wasn't wrong, it just feels bad.
Big Edwin the second, question mark?
Possibly. Leave me and my Edwin child alone.
Sure.
All right.
The rush.
Sure.
So, Scimitar here, or does he want to go for Pay Dirt with the Pharaoh Cat? That's the question. Pharaoh Cat offers Mermy or something else cheap, then he can start getting a really huge Van Cleef out of this. If he doesn't hit it, he can just use the Eviscerate here for the buff.
Trying it. That is not a cheap minion.
That is the opposite.
Yep. That is a very expensive minion. It's not quite Colossus of the Moon, but it's close.
Honestly, not a bad card when you don't have to put it in your deck on purpose.
Yeah.
It does actually sometimes do a little bit of work here and there when you get it randomly generated in Rogue.
I agree. Making the weapon to clear the 1/1 to maintain his board presence, just a good basic bit of Hearthstone there. And a 6/6 Van Cleef. Nothing to turn your evil miscreant nose up at if you're bloodyface. But you do have activators to get your turn online. He's going to backstab the Pharaoh Cat, possibly.
Yeah, seems reasonable.
See what lackeys he gets out of the evil miscreant.
I think about it. I may have still backstabbed the Edwin.
Well, it really depends on the damage you can come up with.
Well, yeah, right, but you have to make that decision before you play the miscreant, right? So you can't wait and see. But I think because he has Shadow Step in hand, and then there's also combinations of damage lackey plus rush lackey, where he could have done 4 to a 6/4 Edwin.
Yep.
Whereas I don't think he really gives himself any outs of doing it, of killing the 6/6 this way.
I mean, he can Seal Fate, Cobalt Lackey, Shadow Step, Cobalt Lackey to kill him, I guess.
Nope.
But
He only has 3 mana remaining.
You're right, Cobalt Lackey does cost.
Yes, it's good enough at 1 already, though.
Why can't Cobalt Lackey be 0 mana? Blizzard.
Glad you're not on the balance team, I'll tell you that much.
Hey, why haven't they created an imbalanced team? I'd be perfect for that.
Wow, that actually sounds like a really exciting job. So we feel like we've created a pretty balanced game. Can you just ruin it for us?
If I ever do work for a game developer on a game, I'm just going to introduce myself as being part of the imbalanced team.
Yeah.
I wonder.
Then what can someone say? No one can say anything to you at that point. All the Reddit threads immediately shut down. It's like, well, he said he's on the imbalanced team. What do we expect?
I think the first thing they would say to you is, sorry, who hired you?
I'd be like, that's on a need-to-know basis. The truth is, I've been living in a sleeping bag under someone's desk for years. I pop out to tweak the game in horrible ways. Cobalt Lackey gets a finishing blow on Van Cleef. Dirty 1 mana Cobalt Lackey.
I know, unplayable, am I right?
Unplayable.
Imagine spending mana on a Cobalt Lackey.
He's just a Cobalt.
He does
level 1.
Start to do some work here, though. A 7/5 Reborn, though, like, what a miserable prospect to have to remove.
Another Eviscerate. Having to be used there. He does have the Goblin Lackey for the finisher.
Rush into the 7/1, yep.
Yep.
But still, it's just another turn where he's had to fight from behind. Another turn where he's really just passing initiative back to Alan, not presenting any threat of his own. Alan is just about running out of threats to generate himself, but if he can find something to pair with the Devoted Maniac this turn, perhaps.
This is a game. Oh,
just
all
pick
right.
up a shield, even better. Sure.
Yeah, just a nice fat minion to put down there, and this game I think is going to come down a lot to what Galakron gets you, what Baron Togwaggle gets you.
Yeah. Let's go Seal of Fate first. See the Lackey. I'm not sure if there's any Lackey that would have influenced him to go for the Devoted Maniac plus Lackey as opposed to Shield. I think Shield is pretty universally superior in that position. But still, just good sequencing. Make sure you're doing the simple things right.
Yep. All right. Galakron comes in, not fully invoked, but does get a free Van Cleef, so maybe a big turn with that later.
Yeah, barely invoked at all, in fact. But as I was saying, sometimes you just have to accept that if you're not doing something else powerful, you just have to play your Galakron to spend your mana and do something that's effective.
I mean, ultimately, those lackeys are going to do a lot more for you over the course of the game than just your 1-2 weapon is, so might as well get that rolling early.
This is a talking point with bloodyface's deck, the fact that he is down 1 invoke card. Now, you could argue that he puts 2 extra points of card draw into his deck by playing the 2 Skyvateers. So you'd have to run the maths on that because you're drawing 2 extra cards to find 1 less invoke card as to how quickly you get invoked on average. But I think, the fact that he is not as invoked as quickly as Alan is and has had to play a pretty weak-looking Galakron is certainly a talking point of the way he built his deck.
Yeah. So, there's a sap, but it's looking rough rather. Kronk's clear. Maybe it this turn. It's a board you kind of need to do something with.
Yep.
Something about.
I go Kronk's Lackey Edwin here.
Yep, could definitely do that. That's a good swing, actually.
I'm sorry?
Shotbot. Are you okay?
What? Yeah, it's the first time I've heard that. That's great.
Yeah, because he basically transforms into a cannonball. Yeah, it's a shotbot, man.
Sorry, that's really amusing.
He just loves to scream it. And everyone around him dies. That is a full-on Galakron.
Yeah. Yeah, bloodyface kind of had to do this, though. Like, he had to do something to at least... I mean, it's the best of both worlds. If there's no Galakron, he's just pressuring.
Sure.
If there is a Galakron, he's kind of discouraging the Galakron play, or at least trying to bank some damage through the Galakron. But yeah, it's just not quite enough with Alan at 27 here, especially having hit that sap.
Right. 2 saps in hand now. Free one. And a regular cost one, which you can still afford to. Going to go ahead and use the Seal Fate, just to grab another Lackey as well. Free 3 damage and a free Lackey. Can't complain about that. The Faceless Lackey comes out.
I think we'll probably see Alan just smack the Kronks with his face here.
You definitely could. Another sap for the Van Cleef, of course. Expected that to come through. Ziliax will mitigate some damage you're going to take.
Okay, he's going to use the buff on the Ferrocat to go through the Taunt without using his face, so he can start pushing the damage himself, I guess.
Sure.
Okay, seems fine.
Not a bad thing either. 19 health is what bloodyface is sitting at. Tournament life on the line right now.
Yep.
And it's looking really rough in this game. For a pretty epic run, 9-0 through the Swiss rounds of Swiss play. Our #1 seed versus our #8 seed, and we may already have a numbers-wise, at least, upset. It's hard to really call this an upset, but it is interesting to have our 8 seed versus our 1 seed already. It's looking like doing okay. The board is dealt with. Another Van Cleef comes down, but we see that sap in the hand again for Alan.
Even then, it's only a 6/6 Van Cleef, which, you know, isn't...
You just kill it too.
Isn't terrifying. Alan might just come up with a way here to just remove it outright.
You probably want to do that, honestly, rather than give him a chance to build another big one to begin with.
Yeah. Because once you're in Galakron form, you kind of have this endless supply of just cheap cards, right? You can always generate lackeys eventually. Heist Baron Togwaggle is going to be found, and then there's the Wanderer's Wand. So, you know, if you can kill the Edwin and remove it from the equation completely, probably a wise idea to do that, especially when you are about to use your second sap, which would mean you're then out of answers for it.
Yeah, very true.
But I don't think there is a clean way to do this. Yeah, actually just look like I don't think there is a clean way to do it. So he's just going to end up sapping him.
All right. So you notice how the Galakron's claw has 4 fingers, but Galakron's tiny arms only have 2. So maybe that is his foot.
Huh.
Maybe he's got more arms. Probably has more arms. Extra arms are really popular in Hearthstone these days. Yeah. Popular or hated, depending on the camp, really.
Yeah, I'm a filthy degenerate Priest player.
A more arms lover.
I'm rooting for TIZS all the way in this tournament. He's just jamming combo Priest. What a guy.
What a boss. bloodyface trying to find a way to regain control. At least he does have the option to play Van Cleef again.
Yeah, it's kind of what I was talking about. It gets scary because now Alan is just out of saps. Bloodyface does have to be fearful himself, though, because that claw is just such a huge difference. You know, 4 fingers or not, it still hurts when it slaps you in the face. And Alan had one and Bloodyface didn't, and that is, you know, almost exactly the difference in health between the 2 players now. In fact, it is. It's 33 versus 13, which is exactly a 20-point health swing from one player having the 10 damage and the other player not.
There you go.
The Brotherhood shall prevail.
Bloodyface says, well, nope, screw you, I'm the aggro. I'm not sure he is, but I respect the effort.
You got to get some damage done, right? At some point, you have to try to even the HP.
Yeah.
There's 4 damage on board. A lot of chance to get more. He's got the scimitar.
As I've said before, imagine trading into a snip snap. It's just never going to happen.
Feels bad, man.
So Rap Golem number 2 here could actually end up having an impact.
Yep. And if you look at the hand, I mean, if by some miracle bloodyface has everything survive and no taunt comes out, which obviously there's an already taunt there, he had lethal with Leroy, so at least he set himself up for a long shot, you know, lethal opportunity.
Well, the 8-2 always dies, right? To the snip snap.
That's what I'm saying. If by some miracle nothing dies.
if Alan just randomly disconnected, he had a medical emergency and had to be taken away from the sea, he would have lethal set up.
Another taunt coming in just to seal the deal.
And this is looking like Alan might be continuing to improve on his Masters Tour Bucharest record. Made a lot of fans that day, but did end up finishing 10th, just missing out on the cut. It's the opposite story this time, as he found himself just in that final spot, the last spot that was announced, taking the 8th place.
Yep.
And it's looking very much like he might just be about to turn that into a semi-final spot.
Yep, and unfortunately, the Lackey and the Togwaggle doesn't leave you the mana to play the wand from the Togwaggle, so that may be about it. Bloodyface knows this is the last potentially turn of the tournament for him, so you really want to think through everything, really want to make sure that there's, you know, not any sort of maybe remote possibility that you could stay alive. And I think it's arguable that he could find a way to stay alive for another turn.
Yes, based on what he can see, that's fairly straightforward. The Hook Scimitar does make things a little bit more complicated, but he is able to survive through just that as well, depending on the play that he makes.
Yep. Leroy first, so that your opponent doesn't get any of the minions.
He's going to sap the shield here. I think that indicates that Bloodyface is interested in pushing the damage again. He's really focused on this idea that he needs to end this game quickly.
Yeah.
Taking care of the poison, and yeah, pushing 8 more.
Hey, you might as well. Props to him, man. There's Baron Togwaggle. And so, what is it? 5 damage on the board. You've got the Scimitar.
Tough choice. Whether Alan just wants to drop a safe taunt here or go for the gusto with the Heist Baron Togwaggle.
He's going for it.
He is going for it. You see the reaction from Bloodyface as well. He is not happy to see it.
Nope. And there it is.
There is the
zero-cost
Leroy.
Leroy. That's what he was looking for. Yep. Gonna see what he can find with the evil miscreant first. But you're gonna be pretty happy with that Leroy.
That is 12 damage total now, I believe, with that Goblin Lackey. So he is still 1 off. So he's just going to do the responsible thing, clear out the board state. He has that 0-mana Leroy.
Yep.
Locked and loaded now alongside that Hook Scimitar on the following turn.
So, Togwaggle going to get a chance to come through for Bloodyface next turn at least.
Yeah, Bloodyface needs his own miracle. He's been in this position once already this series. Very similar, facing down lethal, big board on the other side, and he needed his deck to be kind for him, and it obliged with the Zephyrus into Twisting Nether. No big options here, no sap, no contract, no vendetta.
Yep.
Those are all tools that he would have potentially been looking for, so he is going to have to rely entirely on this Wondrous Wand, or is he considering going for big legendary taunts here instead?
Does he have a second Shield of Galakrond in his deck yet? Because if he could draw that and, oh, fill your hand with copies of it, never mind.
Maybe.
He is deep in the tank here about something.
I mean, there's all sorts of kind of crazy situations. Discover a legendary minion, yeah.
He is,
Discover 2 Tyrian Ford Rings, maybe? Nope. Oh, 2 Ziliax. Ziliax, too.
Darkness wanes.
Yeah, see him out here wouldn't get any of the battle cries. You'd just
Oh,
be
yeah, I
getting,
suppose you're right.
you'd just be getting 2 6/6s.
Yeah. 2 Ziliax, though, seems pretty strong.
Yeah, Alan suddenly, well, okay, was not quite expecting this game to go down this particular avenue, but here we are now.
Yep. Wow, and suddenly 6 points of healing come through for bloodyface.
That's a huge Kronk.
This is getting interesting. Yeah, the Kronks, though, that is big.
Can deny the healing now from bloodyface.
Yep. Kronks can clear the board.
Trying to work out, because you can like Leroy and then buff and find another way through the Ziliaxes. Does that ever present you with lethal? I don't think it does. No, don't think so.
Yep. Imagine getting 2 Ziliax from Baron Togwaggle, then this happens. Yeah, bloodyface just shaking his head. This game has been so intense because it's been so back and forth. Both players really finding possible outs. Just getting countered by the next turn.
Dragonmaw Scorcher, probably the pick, yep. Logic behind that being that Alan is just directly setting up lethal here, so he just takes the only card there that affects the board in any way, right? Like, doing 1 damage to a minion might be relevant to him setting up lethal on the following turn in a weird world. A Nightmare Amalgam or a 7-drop just never will be, so he takes the card that might help him achieve lethal sometimes.
Right. There's Deathwing. Oh, yep. Yep, you just do what you can, but that Leroy is going to seal the deal, and Alan will take this series 3-1. It was a tense final game with the Rogue Mirror, but Alan will survive.
Yeah, fantastic performance from Alan. I think that was a very, very high-level series on both sides. You know, you can generally see when players start to do things that are a little bit outside the box, a little bit away from the norm, like, you know, taking 2 legendaries off Heist Baron Togwaggle, for example. That usually either means they're quite a lot worse than you or quite a lot better than you. And in this situation, I think it's pretty clear which that is. You know, Alan is on a good little run of consistency, taking down a 10th in the last tour in Masters Tour Bucharest, now following that up with a top 4 position here in Arlington. But do want to give a final shout out and a final congratulations to bloodyface, because you know, I didn't even have to research how consistent he's been, because he tweeted it for us last night.
Sure.
His 2018, he got a top 32, a top 4, and a top 4 in 3 playoffs in 2018. Wow. He came 2nd and 4th in seasonal championships in 2018, and also had top 8 at Worlds, top 16 at DreamHack, and a top 32 at a tour stop. 2019, he won playoffs in Hearthstone Grandmasters, came 2nd in the world, and now 2020, 9-0 in the first Swiss of the first tournament that he's attended. So it's an incredible performance, and I think it's an important thing in Hearthstone to celebrate even the people that don't end up winning the tournament, because consistency is what it's all about, and I think bloodyface has been putting the work in.
Yeah, that's right. And with a player like that, it seems inevitable that eventually he's going to be standing on the podium holding the trophy. You know, it seems like it's just a matter of time. But today, out in the round of 8.
Yes, but of course, Alan is the one definitely deserving to be celebrated here. You know, as I said, became a very, very big fan of him. I always heard from other players how good this guy was, but the first time I really got to see him play like up close and personal was in Bucharest at the end of last year.
Sure.
Was so impressed with the way he played, and clearly he's now backing that up with another great performance, and I was very, very impressed with the way he navigated what were not easy games in that series. They were some very, very complex situations being thrown back and forth from both sides, and I think he navigated them incredibly well.
Very cerebral series and a win for Alan. He moves on to the next round. Don't go anywhere though, guys. We have the next round of 8 match coming at you right after this quick break, and then we'll be back with more Hearthstone from Arlington. This is the Masters Tour.
T-Mobile 5G is here, and it's nationwide. While some 5G signals go only blocks, T-Mobile 5G goes miles. Beyond the big cities, to the small towns, to the people. Millions of Americans can have access to 5G on T-Mobile. This is just the beginning. T-Mobile, the first and only nationwide 5G network.
Our heroes can't fly, they fall like shooting stars. Will anyone survive? Dragons take flight above the ice and snow, high in the sky where the cold wind blows. Wings feet down as the feedback falls, flaming hot fire over frozen bones. Good unites against evil they oppose. They ride or die as the legends grow. We must go to sides, doing our heroes. There are no silence in this combat zone. Beats midair, yeah, it's a chiller. Life and death, yeah, it's a killer. They go round and round as the beat down pounds. Aerial thrills, yeah, it's a thriller. The sky's filled with trauma and all of this drama, portending and impending. Crash down! It's dragons descend!
Welcome back to Hearthstone Masters Tour Arlington. Back with you for our second round of 8 match. As you can see, the stage is set. We just had our first series in which Alan narrowly defeated bloodyface. It really was a lot of close games, but it finally came down to that rogue mirror that Alan came out on top of. But it's time to move on, Dan. Dan's joining us on the desk, by the way, now. Welcome back.
Good to be back.
It's time to move on. Right, we got xBlyzes versus brimful for our second quarterfinal matchup.
Yeah, so this is one of the 4 French players that we'll be seeing in our top 8. Half the field are French players, and, you know, again, we don't really have a French dedicated stream quite yet. I believe they're working on it for the following Masters Tour. So for now, this will be our honorary English/French stream.
Oh, boy.
TJ's been working on his French. His wife is from Canada, and she speaks a lot of French. So, you know, TJ promised that he'll be speaking some French later on the broadcast.
I've heard the French that they speak in Canada is basically the same as the French that's spoken in France.
I would not be able to confirm nor deny. I'm not sure if that's a meme or if that's actually legit, so I was going to take it at face value.
I think it's pretty different.
Okay, I am not educated.
I think the French would say it is.
Fair enough. You know, with that, maybe xBlyzes in the Americas region will even have a different performance than he had in Europe, if you will. How's that transition?
I don't know. It works. Sure, we'll take it. It's great. It's going to be a Hunter, Druid, Rogue, Warrior for brimful, and Warrior, Rogue, Warlock, Mage for xBlyzes.
Yes, so we do see the Druid Hunter difference between some other classes. We've been seeing Mage perform decently well, but you can't rely upon what bloodyface was able to pull off in the first game against Allen numbers. I mean, getting Zephrys exactly at that moment when you're in a top deck situation, followed by Dragon Queen Alexstrasza, that's not something that you can repeat in a lot of games. It just so happened to be that bloodyface was on the upswing of that. But that was, again, the only game he was able to take that series in the grand scheme of things. The games were pretty tight, but at the end of the day, bloodyface did only win that first game narrowly and then lost every other game after that.
Yep, that is true. But I'm wondering how Mage is going to continue to perform as the day goes on, because we did find that Mage obviously is working a lot better than a lot of people were expecting. That is conversely letting some rogues through, because people are like, well, I guess I don't really need to maybe ban rogue as much. And so now you have a lot of interesting matchups that players are having to consider that they maybe didn't have to think about as much in the first 2 days of the tournament.
Yeah, and I think we're starting to see some consolidation of strategies. We have two camps that have been primarily doing very well, which is people bringing Rogue Warrior, right? That seems to be, or sorry, the Rogue, the Rogue and the Druids as the two classes.
Sure.
And then varying, excuse me, on what they want to bring as classes number 3 and 4. However, we've been seeing Druid take a little bit of that backseat, and it's more about Rogue and Warrior. And then we see Warlock Mage or Hunter Druid. Two defensive classes, which are more reactive based on what people play, and then two classes which are more proactive and try to threaten their opponent.
Yeah.
Taking a look at the screen in front of you, we have Brimful. We don't know too much about Brimful. He's still kind of new to the scene. He did qualify for the Masters Tour Bucharest, did end up qualifying for the Hearthstone Wild Open, and even going as far back as Masters Tour Las Vegas. But the most important fact, perhaps, is that his name used to be Sphinx Manatee.
Sphinx Manatee. All right, sure. I'll take it. XBlyzes, meanwhile, on the other side, qualified for all of the 2019-2020 Masters Tour. So impressive start to the year for him already. Top 8 at 2019 DreamHack and top 8 at the 2018 Hearthstone French Nationals as well. So consistent top-level play over a few years now.
Yeah, so XBlyzes is a French mainstay. If you watch the French scene, competing in French Nationals, as you were saying, top 4 in HCT Tours in 2018, top 8 in Tours again in 2019. And we do want to clarify, that first line means that he's qualified for every Masters Tours that's happened so far, because it's not really possible for you to qualify for all 2020 unless you're a Grandmaster. So, but perhaps he can qualify for all of them over time. Because he's already in the top 8, he's at least getting a ticket to Indonesia and I believe Sweden as well.
True enough. Well, the players are getting ready to check out what our first matchup is going to be class-wise.
Yeah, so I ran some numbers. XBlyzes is the underdog in terms of the ladder stats, and that's largely because we don't know how good Warlock can be. It has some really tough matchups against classes like Hunter, potentially, that can pressure them really well.
Right.
And because in Big and Druid, stats seem to be very inflated on ladder specifically. But if you look at tournament stats, Druid's one of the lowest percentage win rate classes in this tournament, despite it being public enemy number 1 on ladder.
Well, I think it's one of those situations where everybody's going to prepare for the decks they perceive as the strongest coming into it right now, and that would be Rogue and Druid, right? So it's not too shocking to see a lot of Rogues just banned out, and then a lot of Druids maybe losing a little bit more than usual just because people have put that extra prep into facing that class and its decks specifically.
Yeah, so we'll see how the bans end up influencing that. Data does suggest that Hunter should be a candidate to ban because you have Mage and you have Warlock, two classes which can struggle under the pressure of Hunter. And then on the flip side, what is Brimful going to try to bring with his advantage? Is he going to be banning something, like his Druid, like the Druid on the other side, right? Because it's going to be really powerful. So we'll be able to see what ends up shaping up here. Or sorry, excuse me, banning the Warrior, which is also very scary, very proactive as well.
Right. Well, let's take a look at our bracket for today, as we just saw Alan 870806 taking down bloodyface with a 3-1 victory in our first quarterfinal matchup of the day. We're moving on to XBlyzes and Brimful. That's about to get started momentarily. Then totosh versus AyRoK, Felkeine versus TIZS a little bit later today.
Yep, so the 4-5 seed going up against Allen, who is upsetting, and I put that in air quotations, the number 1 seed. And the reason why is because a lot of these losses, sometimes the variance does kick in. So being a 4 seed, being an 8 seed, being a 1 seed, there's not too much difference in terms of their records, but, there's a lot to be said about lineups. There's a lot to be said about their mental, right, going into Sunday. Can they carry over that momentum? Are they going to get nervous? Are they going to start second-guessing themselves? themselves, how confident will they be?
Well, that's the thing. Like, it's hard to call any of these top 8 players underdogs, really, because they've all played through some really tough matches, some really grueling series over the course of the last 2 days. They've all made it here. And we've already seen that a 9-0 record doesn't necessarily mean that's going to take you any farther than just that.
I mean, if anything, that means that variance goes the opposite way. bloodyface had to lose eventually. No lineup is infallible. Having a 100% win rate in a tournament is, inconceivable to me.
It's pretty much impossible. In most cases.
It's been done a few times. I think most notably by Muzzy's America's performance when he qualified flawlessly and won through the entire series. The entire playoffs.
That does not happen very often, though.
Doesn't happen very often, though. It's very rare. So we often joke that first place undefeated score is a curse in card games because you're due for a loss based off the variance swings, and it's like, oh no, I'm going to lose in the top 8.
You're doomed by statistics.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So taking a look at Brimful's 3 classes available, Hunter, Druid, and Warrior, meaning Rogue is banned. And again, we're talking about Hunter could be banned, should be banned. It's just ladder data. This is not accounting tech cards, not accounting what you're trying to specifically target yourself. And Rogue being so powerful, can't blame any player for banning it.
Yeah, what do you think about the Quest Hunter specifically? That's a hunter, we've seen here and there, but it seems like Highlander is perhaps a little bit more popular right now.
Yeah, Quest Hunter, I think, is particularly a nod to the fact that there's a lot of decks out there that you want to pressure in that early mid-range, you want to use early curve in order to use your mid-range deck to pressure them. So I feel like it's really good response to the Druids out there right now. I think it's also very good to try and fight back against even some of those rogues that are so problematic, which is interesting to me, right? Like, what did Brimful ban right back? Did he ban that rogue, or did he leave it open knowing that he has things like Quest Hunter?
Well, let's check out what xBlyzes brought today. He's going with Highlander Mage, Galakron Warlock, and Galakron Warrior are the 3 classes he's going to have access to.
So he did end up banning that rogue, which is pretty interesting because, again, he brought classes that I feel like would be more effective against rogue, but he does have some classes that are also weak against rogue. So, take the safe route instead of just allowing rogue to potentially get a free win against one of his classes, because rogue is really powerful against some of them. He chooses instead to go with the safe ban.
Do you get the impression that Dragon Queen Alexstrasza is a key card in a lot of decks right now?
What gives you that idea?
I don't know. I just got this feeling. Her, Zephyrus, I suppose.
Yeah. Very powerful neutral cards. I believe Doa started making his way into the Highlander decks. Doa
played a couple, but
he found out he was casting Hearthstone a few months ago, so he started dropping some moolah on Hearthstone and realized, wow, the Highlander decks can be pretty expensive. So I gave him a tip yesterday. I said, hey, type extra into your search bar, and you'll find that you'll have a lot of dust waiting in your wild collection from all the extra goldens you've collected over the years.
Yeah, I thought I had eliminated all the gold cards, but no, I had literally 20,000 dust worth of gold cards to get rid of. Because I always dust my gold cards. I don't know, they look cool, no doubt about that, but I just want to have more cards in general, so I just kind of generally dust everything unless I really, really like the art on it.
Yeah, as the saying goes, quantity over quality.
Exactly. That definitely is a valuable thing when you're trying to put together as many decks as possible in a card game.
It's how I apply to casting.
That's my 2020 goal, actually.
Freelancer, by the way.
Figured out, yeah.
Yeah. So we're going to Quest Hunter versus the Warrior. Highlander Warrior, in particular, does fare pretty well against Quest Hunter because it does have a ton of that removal. Warpath will be able to answer things. Dynamatic does really well against all these small little tokens. Even things like the Deathway, I've been finding is pretty good uses in this matchup.
Oh, yeah?
So I'm not really scared if I'm xBlyzes. I feel like this is a pretty favorite matchup. And it's interesting, too, because, Highlander Warrior was not exactly what we've come to expect from Warrior in this expansion.
Right.
Because it felt more like, a meme in Sabers of Old. People are like, you're just playing Warrior without repetitive control tools, right? You want 2 Brawls. You want 2 Plague of Wrath. You want 2 Shield Slams.
It's all about those one-ofs, though. It's all about those Highlander-specific cards that make this deck a thing,
But it turns out Warrior has so many great tools that you could get away with one-ofs while having really powerful defining Highlander cards like Zephyrus and now Dragon Queen Alexstrasza in order to show up your late game.
Yeah. And I like the current state of Highlander-type decks in Hearthstone right now. I like that there's kind of these, core set of cards that kind of enable everything, but you can build some really unique stuff around it depending on what class you're playing. It's pretty fun. Tosses out the Omega Devastator, just get a 4/5 body on the board.
Yeah, you know, it's important, again, against mid-range decks not to fall too far behind on that early game tempo that they try to snowball. You know, this is precisely why the Quest Hunter has been able to be effective against more passive classes like Warlock and Rogue early game. And then, you know, because those classes traditionally have trouble healing, that, you know, Hunter's able to press in for the kill versus Warrior, they don't have a problem healing whatsoever.
I mean, they don't heal necessarily. They just get more and more armored over time. You know, they just sort of like retract further and further away from the world. They build that wall. But Warriors really need to loosen up a little bit.
Fair enough, yeah.
Get out of the box.
They're pretty uptight.
Be social, right.
Yeah.
Go for some healing rather than just walling yourself off, you know.
Oh, gotcha. I thought you were talking that they were kind of like a little bit of a teacher's pet stickler for the rules, but you're talking about they're like the lonely,
kind of introverted, you know. Yeah, that's right.
Fair enough.
When I look at Garrosh, I definitely see introvert. All right.
I would definitely be curious if Garrosh took a Myers-Briggs personality evaluation.
My guess is ENFP.
Well, he's an introvert, so
well, that's right, but my real guess.
Well, definitely one thing's for sure: he's a feeler. He's not a thinker.
That's right. Yeah, he's definitely definitely feeling and perceiving, I think, rather than thinking and judging.
Yep.
For sure.
Fair enough. Discovering a dragon here. You know, you look at Marshdrake and how it summons a token for your opponent. Not necessarily sure how that interacts very much. I've never seen Marshdrake go against a Quest Hunter in particular, but I have to imagine that's still not preferable compared to some powerful dragons late game.
Yeah, I don't know if the summon counts for your quest. That's a good question.
The only thing is that his hand is so expensive. If we look about how much mana he has to spend, he is not going to play all these cards by the end of the game.
Of course.
So it's definitely one of those things where, is Alexstrasza worth it? I guess maybe if you really need to heal yourself in a pinch. But, you know, Quest Hunter is a deck that doesn't really deal its damage in like 5 to 7 burst intervals. It really does deal like either like 2 damage or like 15 damage.
Well, you think too, when you get to the point where you feel the pressure to play Alexstrasza on yourself, you're already going to have a board that also needs to be dealt with on the other side. So even if you can heal yourself, you're just going to die the next turn anyway.
And Swarm of Locusts, so powerful. I mean, you're talking about Mike just anyways. This is one of the most important cards for Quest Hunter to get all those summons out.
Yeah.
I mean, it is one of the highest win rate cards in deck for a good reason.
Yep. No shock there. War Master Voon.
Yeah, War Master Voon, a lot of dragons in the hand, but a lot of dragons that you're not going to be able to play multiple times.
Yep, and Dynamatic just going to attempt to kind of clear things out a little bit.
Yeah, and, you know, Blyzes has the coin, and thank goodness for that, because he has so many 9-mana available plays. Double Questing Explorer.
Wow.
Of course it's the right
Very impactful. Quest Hunter can struggle with draws because they end up playing a lot of cheap rushers. So having those Questing Explorers get in on the front half of the deck, very key here for Brimful.
Right, and it refills your hand as well, so you don't really lose a card in hand. You just kind of get a 2-3 out there for pressure and still give yourself a lot of options. 4 mana remaining here.
Yep. To clear the way quests, a little bit awkward because, you know, you're trying to get the rushers out and you've already committed a ton of rushers anyways.
Yeah.
Brimful probably looking to play 1.
Might as well throw it out there, yeah.
We can also finish the quest this turn, I believe.
Possibly.
Right, but then the question is, for what reason? Are we using it to push damage? Not necessarily. It might even behoove Brimful to hold on to that quest completion. For a moment, he can play, say, Push the Hounds? That sounds a lot better to clean it with.
Kind of use it like a Savage Roar in a certain sense.
Right.
Super Collider. Coming down, a useful tool against a bunch of small minions on the other side.
Yeah. And Blyzes, you know, his game plan pretty straightforward. It's just keep surviving until the Hunter runs out of cards.
Yep. Dr. Boom's certainly going to help you with that.
Woo. Finds the Blast Shield to gain 7 armor, which would put him over 30 health if he doesn't get attacked.
I think he may get attacked. We'll see. I think it's a possibility. Either way, it's nice to have that little boost of armor right away when you swap over to Dr. Boom like he's going to have.
Yeah, you know, in this position, the Bone Ray is surprisingly useful. It's not a card that you would have expected to put into Quest Hunter, but it is fairly important to protect your other small threats.
Yep. And so he's going to complete the quest right here with the Rush minion coming out and have the ability to push some damage to face if he wants to.
Yep, absolutely. I don't like committing this Lynx because, you know, again, it's reload. This is still enough of a threat. The powerful thing about Quest Hunter is that each threat gets increasingly bigger and you have to deal with it immediately. And XBlyzes does have a couple of ways he could potentially respond, but this is a little bit awkward. Does he brawl here?
He might try it. Give himself a chance to win that brawl. Yep, he's going to go for it. Leaving himself enough mana for the hero power. That's kind of one of the important things this turn, I think. And
oh, wow.
Oh, Snip Snap lives.
Yeah, and you know, I'm kind of wondering if that's actually a good thing for XBlyzes, because then the 2 1/1s don't get summoned, making Brimful's attack just as strong, if not stronger.
Yeah, I suppose. It'd be 2 1/1s buffed into 3 1s, which would be 6 damage, which would be the same damage you get from them being buffed anyway. But, you know, it's one less minion, I guess.
Sure. I guess in the end, it's about the same. Except for XBlyzes, it's a little bit more awkward if he wants to clear.
Yeah.
But yeah, look at the pressure. Quest Hunter, when the waves start, they don't stop coming.
Yep. That's right. Just like that Smash Mouth song.
As foretold by the great prophet of our time.
As foretold by the prophet Smash Mouth. Brimful is on track to be an all-star.
This would be a good
Now that's a great meme. HS Esports should tweet that. Omega Devastator, but not enough mana for the Zilliax. Kind of annoying, but still we have Militia Commander as well. And remember, Omega Devastator also has Rush. So, you know, XBlyzes being just a little bit off, that definitely hurts. And here's another thing. XBlyzes will be trading and leaving minions on the board, meaning Unleash the Hounds will now be also summoning more minions because they don't die.
Yeah,
oh, and taunts
Blackie, though.
Wow.
Nice. That is exactly what he needed to possibly stay alive. Now, can he do it? 17 damage to get through. Unleash the Hounds is a thing.
Okay, double Unleash the Hounds with Lynx, so the Lynx can help push through, but you run into board space issues. At maximum damage, you would have 6, 3 plus 3, so that's 12 plus 4 from the Hounds plus another 8. So that'd be 24. His opponent's at 17 plus 5, so that's 22. I think he has lethal here.
So do you clear the taunt with the 2 3 1s and then unleash again and then hero power? He thinks not.
Oh, interesting. But I mean, I think this is just
might just be
more
lethal.
than yeah. So this is going to clean up game number 1. Quest Hunter getting a win over Highlander Hunter. We mentioned he's going to have hand issues. XBlyzes had died with some of the best cards in Hearthstone in his hand, and he was not able to get it out in time. And that's kind of why we're talking about cards like, is it worth picking AlexStrasza, or is it worth trying to fight a little bit for more tempo early on with cards like Marsh Drake? And I think maybe in his mind he's thinking, well, I don't want to help complete his quest. If that's the way it works, you know.
Sure.
If that's not what he's thinking, then whatever. But either way, as a warrior, your job is to survive.
Yeah. Well, there were turns where Deathwing Mad Aspect could have come out and cleared the board, left 1 minion with a lot of attack for XBlyzes, but yeah, it's just, that's the thing with playing a warrior deck like that, and that kind of almost goes back to the old control warrior sort of mentality where you have so many choices to make, and there's little kind of variations with each choice that can have big impacts down the road, that sometimes it's easy to do something that really seems right at the time but might have a negative sort of result down the line.
Yeah, that's a really good point, Doa. And the second thing I want to say about that is, in hindsight, was playing Dr. Boom the right choice?
Right.
And I think that if you look at his hand, it was overwhelming representative dragons. And Dr. Boom Mad Genius's most powerful effect isn't just his hero powers or his armor gain, it's the fact that all of your mechs gained rush for the remainder of the game, and he drew one mech. He drew an Omega Devastator. He had a Ziliax in hand, but it already had rush. So that could be something to evaluate too. If he coined out, say, Dragon Queen Alexstrasza, it puts out a ton of stats that Hunter has to answer. And if Hunter can't kill you immediately, then does it have to trade in that spot? You could argue yes, and it would have lined up maybe even better with BlyzEs. Let's say brimful ignored that. He had Alexstrasza to be offensive and maybe end the game.
Right. At some point, you need to seize control.
Right, so I have to go back and look at those VODs to say if that was the right or wrong play because, you know, maybe BlyzEs was at the tipping point of health, so he couldn't get away with it. But these are things that you have to consider if you are going up against Quest Hunter, which tries to be aggressive. Their game plan is to kill you as fast as possible.
So it's going to be a Warrior Mage matchup for game number 2. Brimful going with his Warrior.
Yeah, and he
lies with the Mage.
He hits the dream, right? This is the dream. Book of Specters landing 3 minions into the Arcane Intellect. BlyzEs, his Highlander Mage, doing his best cosplay of a handlock. Mountain Giant on 4.
Yeah. It's funny how often that happens now. Twilight Drake for the big health on that one. That's certainly worth holding off on the Mountain Drake for.
Yeah, it's even better actually because it's more mana efficient. Mountain Giant lets you ping next turn because you're still going to stay at 3 mana. So again, you know, doing his best handlock impression, which is keeping your hand size relevant and trying to be mana efficient by ramping up that card draw.
No Jiraxis in there though, unfortunately.
Yeah, that being said, you know, Brimful has some interesting cards, to say the least. We haven't seen Bomb Warrior really come into play in quite some time.
You'll run into it on the ladder once in a while, and you're like, they're playing Bomb Warrior? And I kind of think that's cool, but I think it's even cooler that we see Brimful actually bring it to this tournament and make it this far.
Right, and it makes sense, too, because there's so many Highlander decks. If you're trying to use things like Wrench Caliber and Clockwork Goblin to try and disrupt your opponent's stuff, I mean, you can't play Zephyrus or Dragon Queen Alexstrasza or any of your Highlander cards if you have multiple copies of a bomb.
Bombs are the original bad luck Albatross.
Exactly. And I think that's a really clever call. You know, the jury's still out whether or not it's the optimal call to bring for a tournament across the board, but for this tournament, it could be one of the more ingenious brings, even though something that we've seen already.
Sure.
What's old is new again, Doa.
Well, with the strength of with Highlander Mage, too, it does become a lot more relevant.
Right.
So Brimful kind of peering into the future here a little bit maybe with this one.
What a draw.
Gets the Invoke. Big.
Yeah, because now it gets to 6 attack, gets to clear the Drake. 2 bombs are shuffled in, which means Blastmaster Boom comes out next turn as long as BlyzEs doesn't draw a bomb. BlyzEs, if he knew the hand of Brimful, actually wants to draw a bomb in this spot, but does not.
All right. Slightly cheaper.
Wow.
Giant hits the field.
Needs to find a very effective secret here. Splitting Image would be great if Mountain Giant was the only minion. Counterspell probably the best course of action to stop the coin.
Yeah, probably.
And Brimful is going to get some unfortunate news that the coin will be blocked. But hey, I mean, your opponent spent 4 mana to play that 2/2.
Yep. Coin counterspell. Feels bad. So no Dr. Boom this time?
Not this time, but definitely the next time. And I think Brimful can even double down. He can play Clockwork Goblin and Bomb Wrangler, or maybe not Bomb Wrangler per se. It's hard to say.
I mean, anything that really kind of gets a little bit more damage on the board helps to deal with this 8/8. It's not bad.
Yeah.
He does shuffle another bomb into the deck with the Clockwork Goblin at least.
But this, oh wow, Zephyrus being a nice River Crocodile or Bloodfin Raptor.
I was going to say, yeah.
This reminds me of kind of the Boomsday meta, actually, because, you know, we saw a lot of elements of Evocation into Mountain Giant and Conjurer's Calling, and we saw a lot of Bomb Warrior. It was really funny to see it go back and forth, so.
It seems like a better matchup for the Warrior now, though, with the ability to turn off all those Highlander cards.
Yeah.
That, we're not there in the Elemental Mage, obviously. It was not a Highlander deck.
Bomb Warrior, well, I apologize, the Saviors of Oldwood meta. The Boomsday meta didn't actually see a lot of bomb cards played at the time. It was dominated by odd and even decks. Snip Snap coming down twice over, and Brimful's gonna just, I think he's just gonna trade. He doesn't want to take too much damage. Mage is threatening lethal.
Yeah.
But it is scary because Mountain Giant still is unanswered.
Yeah, that's a problem.
Oh
boy.
So Blyzes, what if he draws like multiple bombs here and finds a Zephyrus lethal? That'd be hilarious. You could also find Argent Commander lethal.
Yeah, that's true.
But is he going to blink? Does Blyzes says, you know what? I need to be defensive here. I can't be offensive anymore.
He's going for it.
2 rush minions.
Yep. All right, so he can get some good board clear out there.
Yeah, I mean, I think Gyrocopter is slightly better than Evasive Warden because the Wind Fury here is really important. Wow, he picked the Violet Wardens.
He just wants to keep going in. He wants to end this.
Yeah, I guess it makes sense to me, right?
Well, worried about the amount of armor that the warrior can gain, you know, spontaneously. He's like, I got to get in there. I got to get the damage done now. Putting down 2 4/7 taunts will certainly do a lot in keeping that 8/8 safe. I mean, people don't play Execute anymore, so you're not going to lose that minion most likely.
It's protecting his Mountain Giant, if anything, too.
Yeah.
So very clever choice here from Blyzes. I wasn't really expecting that since Rush is often a premium off of power creation. But Brimful looking for other options. Dr. Boom.
Awaken, Sign of Ruin. So does he get the double? I'm trying to remember if that Awaken is his second invoke or not. I want to say it's his first, but let's find out. No, I think it was his second.
You know, I think there was a case for Brimful to trade with his Bomb Wrangler first to get a Boombot activation with his Awaken. Finds 2 Morden and I guess he's just going to go with the Mogushan Warden.
Not quite a Silverback Patriarch, but you know.
Oh, gosh. Oh, gosh. Yeah, so I think I would have liked to see a Boombot activation, but, you know, Blyzes doesn't have a way to get past that taunt.
Not yet. He still doesn't. Zephyrus being turned off here is so important.
Yep. Or Reno the Relicologist.
Yeah,
both would have been
that too.
Pretty decent, I'd say.
Yeah, well, would have gotten rid of the taunt. And the Boombots may have killed the Mountain Giant in that case, but still, I think you're gonna take that choice rather.
Yes.
You'd have to high roll super crazy on a couple 50-50s with the Boombot.
Sign of Ruin is now active, and that should be a board clear.
Should be. We'll see. We'll see what he can find here. Yeah, Sign of Ruin. Take down the Cartoon Defender evenly, and then maybe run a Boombot into that and see where the bombs go.
Yep, I like that.
Yeah. And 3 to face.
It's definitely not what Brimful wants right now.
Yep.
Even though his game plan earlier was being aggressive, it would behoove him to control the state of the board at 6 health.
Ooh, 3 damage.
Okay, so now you can get a value trade.
Yeah. Wow, now he actually ends up with 1 minion left. That's I'd say that's better than he was expecting with this turn.
Yeah. Finds
with that
Zilliax.
Yeah.
Is there anything that Brimful has to be mindful of that he has to feel like he has to play taunt? He's going to play the Sign of Ruin, you know? I was thinking Bench Caliber to shuffle more bombs.
There's a bomb. He's trying multiple bombs and activate his Highlander cards. He does not.
Okay, Caligos.
Find something big here.
Flame Strike.
Flame Strike.
Oof.
Wow, that's such a big board clear. Brimful has to deal with now.
Well, we've been waiting for Blastmaster Boom for a while, and I feel like now is the time. I haven't been able to keep track of how many bombs. I still believe 2 bombs at least, or 3 bombs, okay. But that's still scary. Caligos is on the board. Your opponent has 5 damage.
There's a bomb.
He actually wants to draw 2 more bombs.
Yep. The Frost Nova.
Frost Nova here is actually excellent.
It keeps him a little bit safer.
Right, because he can't do anything. He can't develop, and he has to win with damage from the hand.
Yeah. One of the few times you don't want to go Frost Nova into Doomsayer here.
Yeah, Luna's Pocket Galaxy, since you might as well capitalize on the cheap minions.
Sure.
And now, because Brimful can't do anything, he needs to draw his Awaken.
Yep. That would be crazy, actually. 3 health remaining for brimful right now.
Zephyrus
just goes out. He's a Bloodfen Raptor now.
He's dead.
Him Rover, yeah. He didn't draw anything really that useful here.
Wait, no. He's not dead completely, Doa. He's at a break point. 15 health.
Yep. And that, I believe there are 3 bombs left in the deck of Blizes right now.
Yeah.
Blizes knows it.
What year is this?
There's 1. And, okay. Hype ended.
Not gonna get it.
Gonna be a win for Blizes and his Highlander Mage, but got tense towards the end there.
It's okay, you know, the statistical likelihood of those things happening are like below 1%.
Wouldn't it be a moment though?
It would be. We have seen that. We've actually seen, I think, what, 4 in a row? When it was like Strifeco versus Firebat Grandmasters. It's a moment I don't think I'll ever forget in Hearthstone where it was just like, a Firebat was like in an unlosable position and then he just draws like 3 or 4 bombs in a row. And he was like, wow, okay. And it is a statistical anomaly, but sometimes it happens.
Indeed. So we're 1-1 in this series now. Grimful got that the win with the Hunter earlier, but Blizes bringing it back with a win via the Highlander Mage. And so now Druid Warrior remaining for Brimful. It's going to be Warlock Warrior remaining for Blizes. And we'll see what they decide to go with.
Yeah, you know, before Saviors of Voldoom came out, or rather, before Saviors of Voldoom came out, I made a bold prediction that I think, despite Bomb Warrior's existence, Highlander decks would still exist and thrive in B Tier 1. And I got laughed at by a lot of pros, but lo and behold, that's exactly what happened. Now, we're not going to talk about the 9 other bad bold predictions I made. That's why we call them bold predictions, because it's an option select.
Right.
If you're right, you look like a genius. If you're wrong, it was a bold prediction. You're supposed to make outlandish claims.
And if we know anything about the internet, they're way better at remembering what people do right than wrong. Yeah.
Correct. I think that's just human nature.
Thank you, Renan. Well, we'll digest that philosophical moment as we head to a break. And when we come back, game number 3 between Brimful and Blizes, we'll see who takes the lead in this series here at Hearthstone Masters Tour Arlington.
Hearthstone Masters Tour Arlington is brought to you by T-Mobile. Rank up with America's first and only nationwide 5G network.
And welcome back to Hearthstone Masters Tour Arlington. Blyzes versus Brimful on your screens right there. Some reactions from some of the earlier moments in the games, and it's been intense so far. It's been a rough series for Warrior. Both games so far in this match have involved Warrior losing. First, Blyzes Warrior dropping to Grimful's Hunter, and then Grimful's Warrior dropping to the Highlander Mage of Blyze.
I like that you call him Grimful because that's how it feels like after getting smashed as Bomb Warrior. Not effective whatsoever against Highlander Mage. No, I thought you were doing like a little fun wordplay there.
Yeah, no, I literally just wrote down on my paper for some reason match Grimful. It's right there.
Ah, yes. I have good enough eyesight to definitely see that.
To a B. Grimful's a good name, though.
Grimful is a great name. In fact, if he wins, we should recommend him change that name because then he'll be known in the scene, and he has a very small window to make a name
Should
change.
that just be the case from now on, that whoever wins, I get to change their ID?
That'd be a very interesting but largely irrelevant superpower in life.
Right. Well, Brimful is bringing his Galakrond Warrior, which we did see in the very last game that we saw. It does have that bomb element to it.
Yes, it's Galakrond Warrior, so when I was running the stats on it, I had to use Galakrond Warrior because Bomb Warrior doesn't truly exist, but
sure.
It is Galakrond Bomb Warrior. And I would say that Galakrond is not even the most important part of this because you're not really trying to capitalize too much on the big stats of Galakrond. It's just to help you get that extra damage. You get the 5/2 Arcanite Reaper equivalent Dragon Claw. You have the hero power that deals 3, and you have the bomb to help close it out.
Yeah. I like it a lot, actually, because the Galakrond Warrior that people were running a lot recently relied on just getting a lot of damage done early to face and then finishing with Galakrond. And this gives you more of a measured pace where you're just kind of like getting some damage in with the bombs later in the game. It's a little bit safer version of the deck, I think.
Right.
I appreciate.
I mean, it's an interesting juxtaposition to Galakrond Zoo Warlock versus Galakrond Dragon Warlock.
Sure, right.
And, Galakrond Zoo Warlock, they're not really relying upon Galakrond as its core strategy. It just happens to be nice top end that fits really well with the Invoke cards.
Yeah.
Then Galakrond Dragon Warlock, as we know, very much would like that Galakrond to help start turning the tide and set up some kills.
Yep, exactly. So, looking at the mulligans right now, Blyzes is deciding what he wants to keep in his opening hand. Plague of Flames seems like
yes, Plague of Flames.
No-brainer, and Devoted Maniac as well.
Yeah, I do want to give a shout out to Admirable, even though he's not casting here this weekend in his home state in Texas. He was the one kind of hyping up Plague of Flames to me back during the Saviors of Oldham expansion. He said that he thought Plague of Flames would catapult Warlock into Tier 1. And, it always stuck with me because I always looked at this card and thought, wow, this card is just nuts, especially with Warlock that can summon so many cheap minions.
Yeah.
Finally, after 6 to 8 months, we see Plague of Flames really come into its own.
Yeah, it's so good with the Draconic imps you get via all the invokes from Galakrond and Warlock, and just creates as if Warlock needed more, but even more easy board clears, basically. Dragonblade Cultist.
Yeah, and the early game chip damage here from the Bomb Warrior isn't irrelevant, so Blyzes has to be a little bit careful with how he chooses to engage with this.
He's considering coin Plague of Flames already, it seems like. Saw him reach for the coin for a moment. I don't know.
It's a bunch of 1/2s and 1/3.
Yeah, but you are, I mean, like you said, you do worry about the chip damage a little bit more because you want to life tap, you want to draw more than the other deck is. I do think it's a little bit early for Plague of Flames, especially because you've got the option for coin Ziliax in the next turn, but he's going to go for it anyway, it looks like. Wow, just really trying to shut down the aggression from Brimful early.
Yeah, Plague of Flames on a couple of 1/2s. If I'm the Warrior, I'm feeling great.
Yeah, I think so.
I mean, let's not kid ourselves here. Galakrond Warrior has given Galakrond Warlock a lot of trouble. It is a matchup that I think favors the Warrior just because it has so much direct damage. And
right.
You only have limited taunts on the Warlock side.
Maybe you do tend to get a lot of damage done early in these Warrior decks as well, too, which again makes it tougher for that Warlock to use your power to draw.
Yeah, Burst in Hearthstone is becoming increasingly rare with each passing competitive year. We get less charge and more rush. We get less direct damage to the face with spells and more like this targets a minion.
Yeah.
So Warlock has slowly been creeping back onto the menu in terms of control decks. And I think that, you know, xBlyzes isn't really worried about that too much. But Galacron Warrior is a deck that can generate a lot of distance.
Yeah. Photomaniac comes out, another invoke for xBlyzes. So get some stuff on the board, passes a turn over to Brimful. Now Brimful chose the Shrink Ray, which is essentially another clear to a certain extent. You have to be concerned about Fiendish Rites if you don't have a way to actually clear everything out. But if you think about like Shrink Ray Awaken late game, if you end up drawing that Awaken really late, this kind of makes it better.
That's fun.
So I like the choice.
Yeah, that's a fun combo. I wasn't thinking about that. But, I think that's like a really clever thing to keep in your back pocket. Because it seems like Brimful is going to go the distance. He's not trying to just rush him down immediately. But with Galacron in the hand, it is a possibility that he does do that.
That's possible. It's a little bit awkward because you haven't drawn any of those like Ritual Choppers, any of the Awaken just yet.
Right. He has Devoted Maniac, and he's played a Shield of Galacron, so he's 2 away.
Right.
At least by our count.
I think you're right.
And another Devoted Maniac, so
pretty ideal,
only needs 1 more. And keep in mind, Warlock's a deck that part of the reason why it's also struggling against this matchup is because it wants to draw to the bottom of its deck.
Yeah.
It really relies upon Zephyrus and Dragon Queen Alexstrasza to help close games.
So he actually drops a Kronx to pull the Galacron out. Gonna think about going for that on turn 7.
How much has he invoked?
I don't believe it's fully invoked yet. I want to say like 2 times, 1 or 2 times.
Yeah, and he has to use Nether Breath fairly aggressively to try and control the board, so he doesn't even have as much burst as he'd like.
No.
Although...
Yeah, so he's invoked twice, it looks like.
Yeah.
It said invoke twice to upgrade.
Yeah, so summon 2 demons, not super great, and your hero power isn't exactly your win conditions, so I think if I'm xBlyzes, I'm not sure if I'm jamming those compared to the fact that you have Shield of Galacron and Devoted Maniac in hand.
Right. It was more about just getting a 6/6 body on the board on this turn, or that last turn. But Scion of Ruin, pretty good at dealing with 6/6 bodies.
Right. And kind of like to the point that I was making before, which was the fact that Warlock to draw deeper into the deck, that's going to make bombs super effective as you draw down. So xBlyzes, he has a tall order on his hands here. Using the second Nether Breath defensively. Again, trying to show you that even though you can hero power and life tap, you don't want to lower yourself too much. This is a deck that loves to push the damage through and through.
Over to Brimful again. Another Scion of Ruin. He's got the Devoted Maniac as well, which we were saying should theoretically be his 4th invoke. And Wrenchcaller, it's time to start throwing bombs into people's decks, apparently. Yeah. Nice clean 6 damage because of the invoke.
Yeah, and I think that as the Bomb Warrior player, you just want to start shuffling those bombs in quicker because it makes it harder for your opponent to plan around it too. We have seen late game scenarios in the past where players knew that, you know, 4 out of the bottom 6 cards in their deck were bombs, so they just held 10 cards and then burned the bombs. So, you know, there is counterplay available to you in those late game situations.
Awaken.
I believe that's a 4th invocation.
Yeah, it could be. So 9 mana to work with here. Another ability to put a bomb in your opponent's deck if you decide to go ahead and attack the Devoted Maniac. He's got some other options here too.
Yeah, it's not very mana efficient no matter how he cuts it. So if he awakens here, he's not playing, you know, a couple of minions with it.
What do you think about just Clockwork? I mean, I feel like you want to get the Clockwork out there just because you want to start putting more and more bombs into their deck. And yeah, he's going to drop the Clockwork Goblin first.
Yeah, I kind of wonder if I should just, like...
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. It's you know, it leaves you 1 mana remaining, but like you said, there's not really a way to get around this too much. You could just decide to not play anything, and that's what he's going to do, just save it. Okay. Dangerous moment, man. Any life tap from here on out is super risky.
And that's why I think life just going for the demons when you have the Galacron fully invoked. Oh, what are these demons? Illidan, I guess, is pretty solid, but
it's Illidan and his entourage, basically.
Yeah. which explains a lot about why the Burning Legion did not succeed in their conquest.
Turns out he was not prepared.
No one would really join his crusade. Does any heroic demons want to join me? Like, nah.
Nah, not really.
All right, you doubling him, just come here. Well, we're both not coming, just one of us.
He's
All
an
right.
anti-demon demon now. He's
That's
basically
fair.
out there in space fighting demons now.
Ah, I gotcha.
Yeah, up until he comes back again.
I think I saw that.
Yep.
Awaken invokes the Galakron for the last time.
That's that play we were talking about too with the Shrink Ray Awaken earlier to just go for that nice, easy board clear.
Right, but now he's lost all proactive plays, and Blyzes can develop freely. He doesn't have the Dragon Queen Alexstrasza active, but, I mean, does he have to? What if he just plays Dragon Queen Alexstrasza at 8-8?
You could. I mean, arguably, what if you just Alexstrasza their face? Yeah, like he's doing right now. Just
I mean,
go
I
for
argue
it,
the
get
same
aggressive.
thing, although it's just that Dragon Queen Alexstrasza presents the 8-8 first, and then you Alex and you hit him for face.
Yeah.
But, I mean, it's still the same concept here.
True. Well, Brimful has some options to deal with this. Sign of Ruin would clear it.
Right.
Could drop the Ziliax after that. Could just...
You can even magnetize the Trinium River, so
That's true,
you
yeah.
get your heal
So
back a little
many
bit. And I think I
choices.
like that, given that it's kind of apparent that your opponent's trying to be aggressive here, and you're trying to win back the board.
Yeah, and this way you get armor and you get... Well, I guess you have the Divine Shield preventing you from getting armor, but... Theoretically, in time, you might get it. But no, he's just going to armor up and use the Scion to clear the 8-8.
Interesting. I was not expecting that. Ooh, a bomb being drawn. Does that mean
Yep.
Dragon Queen Alexstrasza is active? No, because there's a third bomb shuffle. That's right.
Yeah.
Clockwork Goblin is also part of it.
These bombs are such a massive problem for all the Highlander cards, which there are not a ton in this deck, you know, but still. Ziliax hits the board. And he's like, well, I guess I'm going to give him the extra armor. You don't want to let him do what we were talking about earlier, magnetize that with Ziliax.
Brimful has the Galakron fully stacked.
Does indeed. And what's he draw?
Looking for a Scion of Ruin, which would be massive.
Giant Frightened Flunky. I think he used both sides of Ruin this game already, but getting another one now would be pretty amazing. At least he's got the ability to pair a Snip Snap with a Ziliax. And, well, you could just make like a massive Snip Snap, I guess, but you could also make a pretty huge Ziliax just with the one cast of it.
Yeah, sure, or Clockwork Gnome. Clockwork Gnome is even bigger. It's a 6/6.
Yeah, that's true.
Or 7/7, rather.
That's a good point.
Either way, you're not going to be hurting for the life gain.
Maybe.
And you know, Blyzes's patience with his with all of his cards, like his Alexstrasza and his Dragon Queen, might end up paying off huge dividends if he can survive this, though.
All right, thought we were going to see TIZS Dingo for a second, but no, it's going to be the Corsair instead. I guess he is free, so that helps. There's a bomb.
Okay,
Again.
that mean Alexstrasza is free now.
Yep.
It does not.
Still 2 bombs in the deck, I believe. Oh, Kray's Netherwing just gets riskier and riskier here. I guess you can just Lord Godfrey everything, but why not just clear it and just do a little bit of damage to face and make some demons, right?
He's not waiting any longer. I think Blyzes has come to the same realization that we are, which is if he waits for the point where Alexstrasza can be played, he's taking at least another bomb tick.
Well, why wait, too? Because you know at this point that there's going to be more bombs coming into your deck, right? So you just may never get a chance to activate that Dragon Queen Alexstrasza, so you're going to use it at some point. He decides not to go with it just yet, though.
And if we were to look critically at the state of the game, which is that a lot of minions have been played, what minions have Galakron drawn? And most likely Kronks in this situation, or Ziliax.
Sure.
So Blyzes, if he plays things like Crazy Netherwing for tempo, he might just get blown up by the minions that have Rush. Another
I was gonna
Ziliax.
say, what's better than 1 Ziliax? 2 Ziliax. Ziliaxes. Ziliaxi?
Zillions.
Ziliaxum. Zillions?
Ziliaxiums.
That's a different game. Ask your doctor if Ziliax is right for you. There are side effects.
If you are stuck, magnetize for over 4 hours, please.
Sorry.
Side effects include precision review.
I mean, that doesn't sound that bad, really, but...
careful what you wish for.
It gets awkward.
It gets awkward. My God, this never happens. I don't know why I can't demagnetize.
That's right.
I will act as your
Amazingly, has not drawn any bombs, but Zephyrus and Dragon Queen Alexstrasza waiting in the wings. These are some big minions.
Yeah, 10-10 Kronks. Feels good, man. Yep. Just clearing the board.
I mean, brimful's basically playing a control style at this point. Ever since that very critical Shrink Ray Awaken point, he's just been playing defensive, and xBlyzes says, you know what, oh, this is my chance.
That's what this deck kind of turns into at the end. Veiled Worshipper may just kill you. All right, there's 5.
I mean, it's a catch-22. You want to activate Zephyrus for the Shadow Word Death.
Yep.
But by doing so, you make yourself weak enough for the Ritual Choppers to kill you.
And what are the choices here? Deadly Shot, at least that does deal with the 10-10.
Yeah, but brimful has 2 Ritual Choppers and a Hero Power.
Yes, he does.
That will close out game number 3. Brimful up 2-1, looking to upset our first French player in the top 8.
Wow, clean. Warrior gets the win. Brimful gets the lead here in game number 3. And xBlyzes on his last life as he looks at being eliminated. Brimful looking at moving on, though, with that win.
Yeah.
And just another really well-played Warrior game. And that is one of the nice things to think about Galakrond Warrior is that it does give you the ability to be aggressive early, but it also gives you the ability to have that sustain in the late game.
Yeah, and I think that the deviation of lines all throughout that game, like sometimes he was being really proactive, sometimes he was just playing slow, and sometimes he was just playing defensive. And that's exactly what you want to see out of a mid-range deck. I think if Bomb Warrior were the same as it was before, which was the correct way to play was to just be as aggressive as you could every single turn, that's cool, but it's very one-dimensional.
Sure.
And Brimful is showing his dynamic lines of thinking, which is helping him out in a very crucial time of single elimination bracket.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to trying this deck when I get home. I was doing the other Galakrond Warrior, the more aggro one. So it looks like a lot of fun too. Brimful, a stone cold killer, showing no emotion until the match is over. We're gonna take a break because we need to kind of like relax a little bit after that one. Exciting game, game number 4 coming up. See if Brimful can take the whole thing or if xBlyzes will start the comeback. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be back with more Hearthstone Masters Tour Arlington right after this.
Hearthstone Masters Tour Arlington is brought to you by T-Mobile. Rank up with America's first and only nationwide 5G network.
And we are back at Hearthstone Masters Tour Arlington, brought to you by T-Mobile. Doe and Frodan here, and we're in the thick of it between xBlyzes and Brimful. Brimful right now taking the lead. 2-1 so far, getting a win with the Warrior, and we'll see if he can keep it up.
Yeah, so he is one game away from advancing to the semifinals to play against Alan Numbers, as we like to call him, since he has a lot of digits after his name. But certainly does. Sure, as we've talked about multiple times, that's a really good precedent to becoming a champion. And then Brimful, can he be one of our dark horses making a deep run in the bracket? And that's kind of what the Masters Tour is supposed to function as. As much as people say the qualification method can be difficult at times, it is open to everybody to try and compete in. And Brimful has been, you know, on and off with competition like Masters Tour Las Vegas, Masters Tours Bucharest, and now Masters Tour Arlington. Competing a few times a year, but making them count. He's making a deep run here with his Bomb Warrior getting a win. A very unusual choice for this tournament.
Yeah, very cool to watch. Meanwhile, xBlyzes on the other side, you can see the stress in his face right now, the deep breaths he's taking. He knows his tournament life is on the line right now. One win will keep him in, a loss will send him home. And it's all coming down to this. The Druid from Brimful coming in versus a Warlock once again for xBlyzes. Hi, Anduin.
Anduin.
You aren't a Warlock.
Interesting hero skin for the Warlock class.
It's cool to end in disguise.
Fair enough.
I wish I was prettier. That's what Gul'dan says before he takes on Anduin's countenance.
Yeah, that makes sense. Again, I'm not too familiar with the Warcraft lore, but I think I know that Anduin is indeed not from the Warlock class. Otherwise, Varian will come down from the heavens and backhand him.
He was pretty much. I would say
I raised a failure.
Anduin Wrynn, you know, as a priest, but throughout the lore, I feel like he's taken on more of kind of a paladin role because he's kind of, you know, he's fought with his father's sword, you know, and all that. So he's getting in there. He's mixing it up with the melee. But he's also doing mass res in the cinematics. So I don't know.
Yeah.
Pick a class, Anduin. Come on.
Pick a class, any class.
Nobody else gets the cross class. Why do you? King of the Alliance and
I mean,
whatever.
Hearthstone is a place where we do some whimsical what ifs, right? We had what if Ragnaros was a Light Lord instead of the Fire Lord.
I like it.
So maybe what if Anduin was a Warlock?
Yeah.
An emo, misunderstood Warlock.
And instead he's just an emo, misunderstood priest. My chemical Anduin.
Oh gosh.
Sands of time run
That sounds
Get the band back together.
like a great musical performance coming to you, BlizzCon 2020.
That's right. Move over, Elite Torrent Chieftain.
Blink 182, Muse.
That's right.
We don't need any of them.
Weird Al.
Nirvana, old news. Move aside.
Well, definitely not Nirvana. That's impossible. But we could do Foo Fighters.
We could.
Yeah.
Speaking of which,
Speaking of Foo Fighters, I can't wait for this transition into the actual gameplay.
I don't know how to do it. These fools be fighting for the board.
That's right. xBlyzes fighting for his life right now. Gets the Ziliax out. It'll be healing early on. And I like this. You know Drew's going to put some pressure on you. You get back up to 27 HP. You put, a lot in front of you for your opponent to have to deal with. But Scale Rider might help out with this.
Yeah, Brimful not having the Breath of Dragons, not having the Emigan. I mean, it turns out the Druid deck just plays... Oh, sorry, Breath of Dreams. It turns out the Druid just plays a normal Dragon mid-range curve, which is very beatable.
Yeah. You just play a lot of stuff. You hope for the best. There's the Crazed Netherwing to clear the board on the Brimful side. And what's it going to be? Evasive Worm.
Great.
So he does get the trade at least, a favorable trade, in that you only have to use the Divine Shield, but still no Embiggen, no quest.
It feels just entirely too fair. That's kind of the whole thing about it.
You don't want to play a fair game if you're playing Druid.
Yeah, you're supposed to basically cheat the rules of Hearthstone. You're supposed to have mana crystals a little bit earlier. You're supposed to be able to squeeze out a lot more stats than you're supposed to.
Yeah.
Playing a fair Druid is not supposed to be what you're doing here.
Wow.
Has very honest cards.
Check that out. He actually goes for the Emerald Explorer instead. Goes for the Discovery. Trying to maybe push some more damage to face instead.
Yeah, and again, we're gonna enter that argument area of like, should he be picking something that's a little bit more heavy to play? Like you could just drop an XC on 9, Ysera Unleashed on 10.
I mean, successfully put himself in a position where, again, Blizes has to maybe do a little bit more to respond.
So he's picked up Death Wish, which means that at one point he anticipates his hand being low, or he anticipates that he's going to lose the board and needs to decisively respond to it.
I think it's a good choice, because when you're playing Embiggen Druid and you end up with such a slow start, like this is absolutely the slowest start possible for Embiggen Druid. So you know your board is going to be cleared a lot more than it usually would be. So I think the Deathwing could end up being very useful at some point.
Yeah, and keep in mind, with things like Rising Wind in his deck list, he is not playing the Witching Hour and Archmage Vargoth combinations to revive things like Wing Guardian. So, you know, using those adventure cards in their entirety means you have to make some sacrifices.
Dark Skies will help, and man, you do not want to draw an Albatross playing Embiggen Druid either.
Unless you Embiggen the Albatross.
That is true. It could be a 3/3 Albatross.
Or
Big Bird.
Why do you dream so little, Noah?
I mean, it could be a 5/5 Albatross.
I mean, that's pretty intimidating at that point.
That is true. Drive it. You know, a 5/5 for 1. That's a great Albatross.
You mock it now, Noah. Just wait. Just wait.
I am waiting. He has both Embiggens in his deck yet, so he definitely could double Embiggen the Albatross. That's true.
AlexStrasza comes to the hand. Bly's looking for an opportunity to perhaps drop that.
Drop it like it's hot.
AlexStrasza does look like she breathes some hot fire.
She does.
She spits bars.
But it's very even though. It doesn't do damage or heal you. It just sets you to a certain level, right? She puts you in a mood.
Ah, gotcha.
Yeah.
The Sunday mood, featuring AlexStrasza.
When is that dropping?
New Hobby Beats by AlexStrasza.
This is Azeroth.
Good vibes, bro. Good vibes.
Contradictions.
Yeah, contradictions. Playing Embiggen Druid, not drawing Embiggen.
Yeah, it's kind of like playing Galakron decks and not really drawing Galakron if you depend on it.
I like this, man. Going for the big old welt just to, I mean, obviously you get to draw some good stuff. Breath of Dreams is nice, but it also gives you a chance to get a free dragon, like a Scale Rider. No, not Scale Rider. A
Scale Lord.
Scale Lord, right.
That's right.
Scale something.
He's been knighted into nobility.
Yes.
By the Murlocs, apparently.
Yeah, how did that happen?
He gives Murlocs Divine Shield. I don't know. Maybe there's a king of Murlocs, like Burgurgle or something.
Yeah. King Burgurgle.
Yeah, has given him the honorary title of a Murloc.
It used to be all about old Murkai, but not anymore. Yeah, now the Murlocs have a king.
Old Murkai is old news.
I thought the Murlocs would go for democracy, but no.
They've been tyrannized.
That's right. It's a dictatorship.
Yeah. It's funny because I bet Squarelord thinks he's a Murloc too. He's been raised with them.
That's right. Raised him from a pup.
That's right. And the Murlocs are taking like videos of him being reunited with the Murlocs after 15 years. And does Squarelord still remember us?
He does. We can ride on him now. Hooray! God. What does Breath of Dreams bring? Hopefully another dragon. No, it's an Embiggen.
There it is.
Oh, he missed out on one of the Albatrosses.
No!
Oh, I didn't
supposed
even
to be a 2-mana 3/3 Albatross.
Oh, what a waste of a good Albatross. That is a bad luck Albatross.
Yeah. Well, that bad luck Albatross when he died, that should be a normal Albatross.
Well, I mean, I think it's a bad luck Albatross of a different type now. It's bad luck by nature, not by card text.
So I would say a bad omen Albatross.
Well, a bad omen is like something that's going to happen that's bad. You already drew it. It's bad.
Right.
It's just bad luck. It's just a bad luck Albatross for that.
Bad mood Albatross.
Bad mood
Bad
Albatross.
vibes.
That's right.
It's a counterbalance to AlexStrasza.
Because he's dead now.
Speaking of which, brimful down to 10 life. Very
both
scared.
at 10 life. This is a tight game.
Yes. And brimful looks pretty close to dead to me.
Goes for the draw. Searching for more dragons, but he does find a buffed up Wing Guardian. That is not bad.
That was... that not for lethal?
I'm trying to think what you can do here.
Oh, that's definitely lethal now. Oh no, Zephrys isn't active.
He's not active, not yet. You can get rid of this really easily with something like Plague of Flames and Mortal Coil, but then you lose everything on the board. So it does not feel great. He's actually going to go for the Galakrond.
Yeah, and it's not fully upgraded.
No. Does get the armor, and I guess just going to heal up. Yeah, he's got double sack pack in his hand.
Yeah, feeling a little bit scared being at 15 life. That Snip Snap Zilliax has to feel really tempting at this point if you're Brimful, because you get to push 8 and you get to set up a big board. It is weak to Plague of Flames, but then your opponent's not developing super
Check this
strong minions right after.
I mean, everything is weak to Plague of Flames, right?
It's true.
There's no getting around that. Cleared out with the hero power, like you mentioned, gets to push 8 damage to face. That's pretty big. And playing just a Snip Snap for now. If it lives, he can combine it with a big Zilliax.
Zephyrus is now active.
Yep.
And that should do it. He's able to mask the spell and silence through the taunt. xBlyzes climbs back.
Wow.
Equalized the score 2 games apiece.
That's right. And so we have a tie series now. xBlyzes brings it back. Brimful dropping in the matchup, and this is exciting now. We're going to game 5.
Back and forth we go. If you fail once, try again. Galakrond Warlock dropping the Bomb Warrior, but getting the W, as did Bomb Warrior against the Mage. So it's kind of like the both players, they play a deck that they like. They're struggling to get the win, but the next game they do get that win. What's going to happen for game number 5?
Well, I believe that brings us down to Warrior for xBlyzes versus Druid for Brimful again. And the thing is it won't take much for Brimful to have a better game than he did in this one. I mean, let's be honest, that was a pretty abysmal draw for Big and Druid, just not drawing any of the core components for that deck that make it work until like the late mid game at the earliest. So it was a rough game. You can't. You probably aren't going to have a game that bad with that deck 2 times in a row.
I blame the Albatross.
Could be the Albatross. Came out too early.
It's a bad omen.
Should have been embiggened. Well, I believe we're taking a quick break again, and when we come back, we will see the thrilling conclusion of Brimful versus xBlyzes. Who moves on? Who goes home? We'll find out when we come back with more Hearthstone Masters Tour Arlington.
Hearthstone Masters Tour Arlington is brought to you by T-Mobile. Rank up with America's first and only nationwide 5G network.
We are back at Hearthstone Masters Tour Arlington, presented by T-Mobile. Perhaps one of the two players in this game will be hoisting that trophy you just saw later in the day. But it's getting intense. We're down to game number 5 between xBlyzes and Brimful. And it has been very back and forth between these two players. And it's going to be Warrior versus Druid for the final matchup of this game.
An iconic matchup, too, for the meta game, as Warrior and Druid are two of the most popular classes to be played right now, largely because control Warrior styles have been, a linchpin for a lot of foundational Hearthstone archetypes
Forever,
that we had. Yeah. And then we have Druid, like kind of a ramp Druid that's always been around for a while. So a little bit of the old, but with a lot of modern twist.
Yeah, there's pretty much always been a ramp druid, always been a token druid throughout the points of Hearthstone's history. This, of course, in Biggin, I would say falls definitely more in the ramp sort of category.
That's right.
The way things come out, they almost seem like they come out like tokens.
Right, and I mean, it's true, and I think that, having that breadth of dreams early on can't be understated enough, because it is a way to offset the fact that you're going to be hitting really awkward curves without it, right? The deck is like playing really cheap minions just to power up with Embiggen, and not finding either of them hurts.
Well, strength of numbers, or strength in numbers rather, is nice to get early in the game. He doesn't really have a way yet to curve that out unless he draws the injured Tolvier, which he does not. So it's just going to be hero power for now, but at least you've got the quest going, and that might give you the momentum in the mid game to kind of seal the deal. But xBlyzes, what's he got going for him?
What he's got going for him is that he has a pretty decent mid-range curve. He's got Evil Quartermaster. He can play Restless Mummy to answer any minion, most likely the Feywing. Oh, wow. Breath of Dreams on the top.
Nice. That's huge. That's so big, actually. Lets him play the Oasis Surger next turn. Get halfway done with that quest.
Yep, but like I said, he gets to be the first on board. xBlyzes gets to. And that allows him to use removal against a bunch of minions that normally are hard to remove. Part of what makes Embiggen Druids so tough to deal with is that when they stick some minions, a lot of them can't be interacted with spells or hero powers. And so, you tend to struggle with that. However, Warrior has such an arsenal of removal that they really don't sweat that too much. They have Brawl, they have Plague of Wrath, they have Rush minions, especially when they get Dr. Boom online.
Right.
So they're not really hurting too much.
So the Oasis Surger does survive to the next turn. Emerald Explorer, man, this is just going great for Brimful right now. What did he get? Looks like he got a evasive Feywing from the 5/4, I'm guessing. And so what's the choice here? I don't think you're quite in the Deathwing category here. Another evasive Feywing would be, or evasive Worm rather, might be nice.
Another thing is we're coming up with 7 mana. Evasive Draconoid has a big butt.
Very true.
And it also has some good text on it, so.
Thick.
It is a thick Draconid, let's just put it that way. It is
not as thick as Galakron.
Evasive Draconid, 7 mana, 7/7 taunt. / aspiring Instagram influencer.
That's right. Have tiny arms, felt cute, might delete later.
Just churning out that content on his stories.
Hey, Galakron, he's the biggest influencer in Hearthstone right now. He's in almost every deck. He's everywhere.
God. Overexposure, if you ask me.
Pretty, a little bit, yeah. He'll burn out soon.
Biggin, better late than never. The fact that Embiggen is free makes it, I think, what's ultimately still deadly in the mid stage of the game, because that means, okay, I have enough mana now, and pretty much anything I draw will just get this permanent stat buff.
Basically. Evasive Feywing. So just another stuff like you're talking about that you can't really target like with a spell or a hero power or anything like that. Does fall to the other removal, though.
Yeah, I would say that positioning for Super Collider here was a mistake, though. Brimful just kind of wasn't thinking about it, and that's a surprisingly painful loss. Like you would think, it's a 5/4 versus a 3/3, but it's a 5/4 that he can't interact with spells. And not that again he has a lot of spells, but it's one of those things where you just want to squeeze out the efficiency against Warrior while you can.
Well, little positioning things are things that are overlooked a lot of times in these high pressure situations when you get into the playoffs. Like, it's easy to miss that one little thing, Yeah. Who really would be thinking, oh, what if he has Super Collider? I need to move this minion here. That is something that you miss a lot.
Yeah, definitely. If you're playing fast, I would go as far as to say that a lot of the highest level players in Hearthstone would always be thinking about that stuff.
You'd hope so.
That's what they rope for. They rope and think, okay, what am I playing? What order am I playing it? How am I positioning on the board? And usually those kinds of thoughts are very common reps.
These players are playing very quickly, though, today.
Yeah.
In this game, yeah.
War Master Boone getting a second copy of Dragon Queen AyRoK. I think brimful.
Your feeble magic amuses me.
I think brimful could be in trouble here.
Yeah, 2 Dragon Queens. You've got a lot of armor gain from the Ember Scale in his hand as well.
Yeah, and you know, again, like all these small little technical errors, if that 5-4 ends up surviving, for example, maybe it does a little bit more damage. Maybe he'd be threatening Blyzes with a lethal. And maybe Blyzes wouldn't be able to get away with playing Dragon Queen AyRoK, because now Blyzes, I'm at 19.
Oh, Malikos aspect of magic. All right. That's going to be pretty useful.
Flame Strike for 8, which will kill pretty much most Embiggen minions. And he gains a little bit of armor with the Ember Scale Drake. Brimful's in a terrible spot here, and he doesn't have even Leroy to threaten. Like, a lot of the Embiggen Druids have adopted Burst from the hand because they recognize they need to end the game sometime before their opponents turn to TIZS.
Yep. And so now you're in a situation where it's like, well, I guess I'll take the armor off, but you can't really do any damage to the actual health pool. And so the question is for Brimful, what do you put down to make your board the most resilient, or to possibly, you know, keep your 7-7 alive?
It's tough. I think he has to summon these Oasis Surgers and start cleaning up the board. He can drop a another 3-cost minion here in the form of Scale Rider or Fairy Dragon.
Yeah.
I was leaning a little bit towards the Fairy Dragon just because it has more stats on the board, but Swipe here also cleans up the AyRoK.
I think whatever you can do to give your 7-7 the best chance of survival is what Brimful is thinking about doing here. That's what it looks like.
Yeah, the hardest part to accept out of all this, Brimful, is that like Blyzes has so much more value coming. Brimful knows that a second Dragon Queen AyRoK is in the hand, and also now knows another Ember Scale Drake is happening. So Brimful kind of just playing out his cards, trying to hope that perhaps Strength in Numbers can help turn the tides.
Well, that's the thing. Maybe the quest will bring out something big, you know, like a Winged Guardian or something like that, but it's looking rough.
Blyzes is getting very excited. When you start seeing the players fidget like that, knowing that they want to start winning the game, they start to get a little bit impatient. You're so close to the finish line, Blyzes. Let's just make sure we're doing our due diligence to cross our T's and dot our I's here.
It is notable to see how much faster these guys are playing their turns.
He knows it. He's overwhelmingly the favorite to close out this game right now.
Yep. Now Rising Winds is not going to help a whole lot. Maybe he'll draw something significant with that, but it's going to be tough.
Seer Unleashed, not going to do anything here. It's dead draw.
Yep. Certainly is. And that's the worst feeling, right? Where you see the card that you would have really loved to have a turn or two ago, and you might not get a chance to play it this time. He's going to go for Ziliax. He's still got a lot of health remaining, but you're just getting overwhelmed at this point.
This also pulls a minion from the deck.
Yep. Fairy Drake. Not the Winged Guardian he was hoping for, probably.
Brimful is also very aware that Blyzes still has more life gain in the form of Ember Scale Drake, and also knows that there's an upgraded Malygos spell. So has to play it really slow. Utilize that life advantage while he can. Blyzes with the evasive worm clears the board, still holding to this Flame Strike. However, because he hasn't set up a very powerful board, and again, this is something that Blyzes, his play isn't bad by any means. Is it the best play? I don't even have enough time to think about that.
Yeah, he's just playing so fast right now, and I think that's where the big concern is coming in, is that he's not giving himself the time to really think through his turns. You've got, a couple minutes. Take them.
Right. I mean, it's
game 5.
Doesn't look bad by any means, but can we find a way to threaten further in case they drop Dragon Queen AyRoK? But then again, does it even matter? Maybe he has too much momentum on his side because he has all this removal.
Mega Devastator just does so much damage. It's a way you can clear that, actually. Gets a shield slam in there. So he's putting the pressure on, and yeah, why not toss out the Harrison Jones? There's not going to be any weapons on the other side to get rid of. 15 health for Brimful now.
Yeah, brimful needs to draw cards and hope they land some dragon portals.
There's one. Can he chain into multiple portals now? That's a question.
In time, all things are
All right, good start.
Needs higher impact ones, though.
Not going to do it. Nope. You do have the Winged Guardian here, at least. That's annoying to remove.
But Flame Strike should wrap this up here. xBlyzes. Oh, even Plague of Wrath also.
Yeah.
More than enough. xBlyzes has booked his ticket to the top 4.
Wow, that'll do it. And so despite being down early on, xBlyzes manages to come back, trade a couple games back and forth, and win the series 3-2 over Brimful. And that will be xBlyzes moving on to the semis.
Yeah, a really important shift in momentum halfway through, as he lost with his Highlander Warrior in the beginning, but was able to close it out with back-to-back wins and use that Highlander Warrior at the end. Great demonstration of understanding what is key in matchups and how to use certain turning points and capitalize on that momentum. And more importantly, like we're talking about, understanding when to fight for tempo versus to play defensive like the Control Warrior we all know and love.
Yep, that's right. So, wow.
Or hate.
Well, I mean,
I don't want to speak for everybody. There's definitely some face warrior player or face warrior and face hunter players that have very outspoken feelings about Control Warrior.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's a time and place for everything. I think, if you go too far on any end of the aggro or control spectrum, you're going to limit yourself as a player.
Fair enough.
That's why not do it both.
Here.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
So 2 quarterfinals in the books already. We have 2 players moving on to the semifinals, 2 players going home. Alan 870806 and xBlyzes moving on to the semis. They will play each other. 2 quarterfinals remain.
That's right, but we're first going to go into quarterfinals number 3 and 4, featuring second seed totosh versus AyRoK, and then the player that I'm looking for, Felkeine, Masters Tour Soul winner. Can he be the first player to win 2 Master Souls out of the possible 4 that we've had? Would have been an incredible precedence, given that Felkeine is also a newly minted Grandmaster, so it also would show that the previous event that he qualified for GM wasn't a fluke by any means.
Absolutely, yeah. And just definitely one of the most fun players to watch right now, too. With he gets very not necessarily emotional, but emotive on the stage, too. Yes. Expressive, that's right.
Yeah, yeah. He furrows his brow, wrinkles his forehead.
It is a roller coaster of emotion, for sure. Yep.
7 stages of denial every single turn.
That's true. Well, it's a 7 stages of grief and joy. But let's take a break, guys, and then when we come back, another quarterfinal coming at you here from Arlington at the Hearthstone Masters Tour.
First and only nationwide 5G network.
T-Mobile 5G is here, and it's nationwide. While some 5G signals go only blocks, T-Mobile 5G goes miles, beyond the big cities, to the small towns, to the people. Millions of Americans can have access to 5G on T-Mobile. This is just the beginning. T-Mobile, the first and only nationwide 5G network.
Our heroes can't fly. They fall like shooting stars. Will anyone survive? Dragons take flight above the ice and snow. High in the sky with a cold wind blow. Wings beat down as they beat back foes. Flaming hot fire over frozen bones. Good unites against people they oppose. They ride or die as the legends grow. We must go to sense, feelings are heroes. There are no silence in this combat zone. Beats midair, yeah, it's a chiller. Life and death, yeah, it's a killer. They go round and round as the beat down pounds. Aerial thrills, yeah, it's a thriller. The sky's filled with trauma and all of this drama, pretending and impending, yeah. Crash down. It's dragons and dragons descend.
The time has finally come.
We're back, Overwatch fans, and we are live from Dallas, Texas.
We are live in New York City.
Come on, this is carnage! It's not stopping! It's not stopping! Now we have a game! Ooh, get rocked! Maybe the Madman can do it! Oh, what is this? Oh,
You ready?
turn up the bass!
And bonjour, mes petites chéries, as we are here with the third quarterfinal of the day for Masters Tour Arlington. It is an all-French quarterfinal. That's why I'm using French here. I'm joined by Sottle. Sottle, how you doing, man?
I am doing fantastic. You will certainly be carrying the French for this broadcast because I have absolutely zero knowledge of their fine language, but you can teach me some backstage later.
Cool. I will do that. No, I won't. But yeah, we have a good matchup here. It's going to be AyRoK versus totosh. And both these players have very similar lineups. It's as close to a mirror matchup as we're going to get. They have the same archetypes with a couple different tech choices in each of the decks that we're going to be seeing. But we're going to be seeing most likely similar bans. And even though they're a different order, they are the same classes.
Yes. Really looking forward to seeing totosh again here because he is the player that really is on a hot streak right now, coming off top 4 in Masters Tour Bucharest, which was our closing event of the Masters Tour circuit in 2019. Now finds himself top 8 here in Masters Tour Arlington, which is our opening event of the 2020 season. So he is looking to repeat his top 4 performance, but right now he finds himself between AyRoK and a hard place.
Well, I'll bring the French, you bring the puns. How about that?
Okay.
Nicely done.
Easy. That I can cover.
Yeah. I thought you were one-dimensional and could only get the low-hanging fruit. But alas, you have shown your creativity. That one came all the way out of left field. I don't even know how you could think of something like that, Sottle.
Thanks, Teach.
No problem. But yeah, we're going to be seeing a lot of Galakrond stuff with both these players. 3 out of the 4 decks are Galakrond decks. Galakrond Warlock, Galakrond Warrior, and the Galakrond Rogue. The 4th deck is Highlander Mage, which, as we said, has made a splash so far in Masters Tour Arlington. I expect it to keep that going. A little bit about AyRoK, third career Masters Tour appearance, but hasn't had that breakout performance that he's wanted until now.
No. You have to just call it like it is. Those are some pretty disappointing results in the last couple of Masters Tours for him, but needs to be said that no one just walks in the door and sits down and plays one of these. They go through a very stringent qualifying process to even get to this point. So just that first bullet point, third career Masters Tour appearance, that means that he has gone through those qualifiers successfully 3 times to even get to this point.
Yeah, that's right. totosh, on the other hand, he's coming off of a top 4 at the very last Masters Tour, which was Masters Tour Bucharest, also a top 12 at DreamHack Tour in 2019. And you saw that statistic there on screen. His only loss so far has been to bloodyface, who went to the Swiss rounds undefeated.
Yes.
So he has gone through some pretty significant tests and has come out of almost all of them on the winning side.
He will not be getting the chance to exact revenge on bloodyface, though, as bloodyface was dropped out in the round of 8. So he now has a free path, I guess, to the final. If bloodyface is the only player capable of beating him, it's a free win from here for totosh.
Yeah, we'll see. But like I said, anything can happen. It is that mirror matchup. I don't think either player has kind of the techs that are the end-all, be-all. I think like 2 of their decks are 3 cards different. Right. That's about the extent of it. So it's really going to come down to a lot of micro decisions. And, you know, I hate to say this sometimes, but, you know, in mirror matchups, it can be draws. But you can improve your odds, especially with decks like Highlander Mage. I think that mirror matchup specifically, if we end up seeing it, is one of the toughest to navigate because you make one mistake, you have one poor turn, that's when your opponent can capitalize on it because of how many big swing turns they have the possibility of having.
Yeah, for sure. Taking a look at the lineups now, as we mentioned, very similar on both sides. But AyRoK here has the Warrior and the Warlock of the Galakron Persuasion, and then that Highlander Mage. And I think these are some of the lineups that I think a lot of people would have expected to have done well in the tournament coming in. Like, as I've said multiple times during this tournament, you know, we've had quite a gap in the broadcast tournament metagame. So everyone's just kind of got very familiar with what the ladder metagame looks like. And if you try and extrapolate that to what the tournaments are going to look like, well, what decks do you expect to see? Which is a whole bunch of Galakron, because that's what you see on ladder most of the time. But that hasn't really been the case. Like, yes, the Galakron decks are here and there or thereabouts, but there have been very diverse lineups. You know, we've seen Combo Priest, Highlander Mage. We saw Bomb Warrior in the last series. Like these.
Well, there was a Galakron thrown in there.
There was. It's a fair... But, I mean, it played like every bomb card. I think it's very fair to call it Bomb Warrior. But yeah, you see here, same thing on the other side. Galakron Warrior, Galakron Warlock, Highlander Mage remaining for totosh as well. As TJ has mentioned, just a few cards difference between the 2 lineups.
Yeah, the couple of decks that surprised me / impressed me the most, Highlander Mage, Combo Priest, even Quest Resurrect Priest. There was a few players, despite the small sample size of overall players in the field that brought Quest Resurrect Priest, that didn't make it into the top 16 area. The last deck being the Highlander Control Warrior.
Yes.
Which we just saw Blyze win the last quarterfinal with, and we saw quite a bit of that once we got to the later Swiss rounds. I think that deck was not on a lot of people's radar because on ladder, you rarely see Highlander Control Warrior much at all, the Highlander Dragon Control.
I kind of like it as a deck. Like, it's very old school Control Warrior in design, where it's not like I'm going to fatigue you with my Dr. Boom Infinite Value or anything like that. It's just like I'm going to get to the late game and then I have enormous things to just slam on the board every turn with, like, you know, War Master Voon duplicating Dragon Queen Alexstrasza and all that kind of business. So it's a very interesting build of the deck that we do get to see some more of. But enough about that. Very fitting here, as it looks like we're about to kick off this pretty much mirror match series with a mirror match opening on game 1.
Yes, sir. And just to highlight some of the differences in each of these players' decks, totosh has cut a Eternium Rover and added in a Spellbreaker for his lineup. AyRoK has actually cut. He also cut Cruel Taskmasters.
Okay.
Whereas AyRoK has the 1 Cruel Taskmaster, 1 Battle Rage, and an Eternium Rover with no Spellbreaker. So that's the only differences. And I don't know if those tech cards are going to make much of a difference. The 1 Cruel Taskmaster versus like Spellbreaker, they kind of serve a similar purpose where they help you with trades a lot of time in the early game. Maybe I can see Spellbreakering a Galakron buff taunt to push for lethal damage.
Sure.
But they're fringe case scenarios that I'm imagining where those things would be helpful.
I think Spellbreaker does make some sense in the deck, though, because I think we both talked about this week how, like, Galakron Warrior just doesn't really play removal. Their removal is just ramming their stuff into your stuff and hoping that it kills them. So, you know, having a Spellbreaker can help some of that business if something gets too big. Sort of Edwin Van Cleef situations, other huge minions that can come down.
I can see a Temple Berserker getting out of control, you know? On the loose.
Sure.
That it can deal with. But 2 mana versus 4 mana doesn't come down on curve. I think we should just talk for the rest of the match about how Spellbreaker affects the mirror matchup specifically.
You got it, buddy. Sign me up. So obviously right now it's turn 2, so Spellbreaker wouldn't, of course, be playable. It'd just be a dead card right now. You'd much rather have the Cruel Taskmaster than the Spellbreaker, because at least it would be playable at this point in the game.
At least you can push damage. You're right.
Yeah.
AyRoK not really feeling the effects of not having a Spellbreaker, because again, he's going into a 3-mana turn. Wouldn't be playable, would just be a dead card in hand.
Right.
He's happy to have the possibility of a Cruel Taskmaster, because at least he can play it on the board.
Yeah. Totosh's side now, there is a Bomb Wrangler on the board, which Spellbreaker could silence if it was playable, but again, only 3 mana available, so it could not be dropped this turn.
Okay. Usually,
one of us is going to have to call chicken,
yeah,
TJ, and
usually
it's not going to be me.
Usually I never call chicken, but this is a quarterfinal, so get yourself together, Sottle.
All right. You started it.
Yeah.
You're a bad influence.
Totosh can counter with his own Bomb Wrangler. I'm curious. If he wants the possibility of playing Sign of Ruin next turn, then he could just go Ritual Chopper, make some trades on board with bombs. He'd override the 1 attack from the Ritual Chopper he currently has equipped, but it does open up more options going into the next turn.
Yeah, it's something that we've seen a lot this tournament. You do generally see, like, Ritual Chopper, the strength of the card is, like, it's kind of just heroic strike with a bit of upside sometimes, a lot of the time. Like, the second charge of the weapon is very negligible. You just want to get that invoke done, and just that initial 4 attack swing is the one that really pays off for you.
Absolutely. Kind of the worst bomb outcome there for AyRoK. Hit the undamaged Town Crier for 1. Still going to take some semblance of control over the board. That seems like a pretty juicy Sign of Ruin.
It does. Huge amount of board presence, especially as that Ritual Chopper can take out the 2-1, which means all 3 Signs of Ruin will survive here for Totosh. And there's many interactions of mirrored cards where being the player going second is generally good for you. Like Siamat into Siamat, for example. The second Siamat is the one you want to be playing. Ziliax into Ziliax, same thing. Sign of Ruin, no. You want to be the first player playing Sign of Ruin.
Yeah, make the trades that you want and force your opponent to have to trade their entire Sign of Ruin turn into yours.
Yep.
Which isn't even possible for AyRoK here. 5 mana available, only has invoked a single time.
Yes.
Last turn with the Devoted Maniac, so it looks like his game plan is going to kind of shift here to I'm going to hit you in the face, potentially.
Looks like it. Leroy in hand, Galakrond in hand, weapon in hand. Certainly no real way of contesting this board, so I think you just have to rule that out and through process of elimination. Faces the place.
And this has to tell Totosh a lot. Okay, this is his game plan. I like the way my hand looks. I can attempt to race, or
what now?
I can try and make trades and control the board. The longer you control the board, though, the less chance you have of being able to initiate that race later.
Right.
His curve is a little bit awkward. All of his playable cards, he can only play 1, plus an armor up.
Your flaws are your strength.
Does seem like Bloodsworn Mercenary is the most initiative here. Use the freshly formed Rush to take the trade into the 4-3, maximizing face damage, because now his remaining 3-1 can still go face.
If he doesn't make the trade here, Awaken could be a little bit of a punish. Just because he'd get additional armor. I guess it would negate itself, honestly.
Yeah.
Maybe the face trade is better in that situation. Because you deal 3 and you give up 2 extra armor. So you net 1 if Awaken is what you're worried about.
Sure. You're giving Snip Snap Magnetism over to the opponent though on turn 6, right? Which is
yes.
Kind of scary.
Yeah. Nope, that is correct.
I think trading is responsible. I think Totosh might even have been thinking about like whether to just sack his 3-1 in order to reduce how effective Awaken would be in that position. But I don't know. It seemed like a fairly straightforward trade to me, the way Totosh ended up doing it.
Yeah. Now, an oddly difficult decision because Battle Rage exists. So there's a chance that maybe he was thinking of, well, maybe I killed the 2 damaged ones instead of the undamaged one. It's kind of that thing you have to weigh in your mind of what's better, you know, being able to more easily kill us in the future or potentially giving my opponent an extra draw from Battle Rage.
Still somewhat awkward turns here for totosh, just in terms of mana allocation.
He has invoked twice, so he can't set up for a fully invoked Galakrond going into next turn, but he can get closer to it. The Snip Snap play, double Snip Snap, and then next turn maybe double invoke followed up by Galakrond seems like a reasonable choice.
It does. It's one of the problems Warrior has, though, is one of its invoke cards just being so situational in the form of Awaken. Right now, when you just sat with a 3-1 on board, you really don't want to be playing that card.
I am unbreakable. I am unstoppable.
See what he hits here with the buffs. Ooh. Bomb Wrangler's kind of exciting.
I mean, that's a strong turn 8, but the way AyRoK's game plan has been this whole game since it's been behind on board is face damage, so he was probably hoping for that cruel Taskmaster.
Question is whether that buffed up shield and Bomb Wrangler is good enough to win him the board back, though, and it might well be.
True.
Especially with Bloodsworn Mercenary in hand, right? Like, if he plays those 2 minions next turn and totosh can't full clear, say the Bomb Wrangler, he just has to leave it up and he can just value trade that into something and drop the Bloodsworn Mercenary on the turn afterwards to duplicate it.
Yeah.
Pretty huge swing.
Also, totosh here has to think about the possibility of dying. We're coming into turn 8, which is the Leroy Jenkins Inner Rage Bloodsworn Mercenary, which is 16. But it looks like he's just going to say, if you have that, you got me. Sure. But we can see that it's actually just an Inner Rage draw away.
Yes, it is.
From AyRoK winning this game.
And I think totosh just grinning to himself. He knows what's up. He's just waiting to find out if he dies. Okay, I just saw like the red spell coming off the top there. Got excited for a second, but no. Looks like it is just going to be the 1-2 punch we were talking about. Shield of Galakrond and the Bomber Fist Ogre.
Nice.
Thank you. It's literally just a reference to something he said backstage 20 minutes ago that none of you understand. That is TJ Casting 101.
Oh, Galakrond's quite juiced.
I wonder.
It is. I wanted to talk about this actually because totosh went for the double invoke play on the previous turn. Obviously, which is seems straightforward because it fully invoked his Galakrond and then he was going to jam Galakrond this turn. But I wanted to ask the question of like, your opponent, his most likely turn is just jamming 2 big minions that he's drawn off his Galakrond.
Yeah.
So in that case, you aren't going to play your Galakrond next turn because if you do that, he's just going to smash you in the face with huge minions. So I wondered whether like more development on the previous turn from totosh would have worked out better than just focusing so heavily on the invoke.
That's actually a really good point. And now he's just dead. Leroy Jenkins plus the Galakrond invoke. And just pulling the trigger on the Galakrond, even without it being fully invoked, ends up working out for AyRoK. Just playing those 2 big minions, specifically just getting Shield of Galakrond buffed.
Yes.
Ended up being huge because that protected his life total and allowed him to go for this play. And I do have to agree with you. I think maybe going for a little bit of a stronger board-centric play on the previous turn might have allowed him to at least survive some forms of damage.
Right.
But he ends up losing game 1. AyRoK, despite what seemed to be a game where he was down on the early board presence until he played Galakrond.
Yes.
It's an impressive win.
But you also have to give him credit for the way he played it when he realized he was falling behind. He immediately switched to face damage, which it paid off in a very roundabout fashion. It's not like, you know, from the turn he played that Quarterfinal Elite, he didn't just ship damage face every turn, but that little bit of extra damage that he got in just by being aggressive, you still see that pay off at the end as he was able to end the game.
Yeah, I think if he hadn't pushed that 4 damage, then it would have been at least a much closer game. He had just 9 at the end.
I think he drew the Taskmaster at the end, which would have been lethal anyway if he hadn't have pushed. But
he had 9 mana.
Okay, fair enough.
So not quite enough, but almost. Almost. But yeah, and controlling the board when necessary, face damage when necessary, and honestly, that's recognizing his hand being Quarterfinal Elite Leroy, no board control tools, not enough invokes. I'm just gonna, you know, play this style of game and hope that it gets there.
Yep, and a lot of these mirror matches are likely to come down to these fine margins because, as we keep talking about, these lineups are just so finely balanced against each other. Mirror match in archetypes and just a few cards different one from the other. But AyRoK here off to the better start. And he'll definitely be feeling this because this is the kind of result that can really give you a lot of impetus, a lot of motivation going forward. Because I know, like, you know, you'll get to a point where if you keep qualifying for these Masters Tours and keep finishing in the hundreds as he has been, there'll come a point where you'll have to ask, right, is this still worth me doing up to this point, right? But this is the kind of run that will really inject some motivation back into AyRoK to be able to keep doing this.
AyRoK, you rock, we all rock.
Nice.
Nice. Well, Highlander Mage versus the Warlock here. The Galakrond Dragon Plague of Flames draw Warlock.
Yeah, one keep Plague of Flames from totosh there in the mulligan as well.
Well, when you don't have it, you really want it.
Yeah.
Job's done.
It's not necessarily a power card, but hey. Just putting that in his back pocket.
I imagine you are just scared of, you know, early, huge Twilight Drakes and Mountain Giants, so on, just running away with the game if you can't answer them. So seems like a decent security blanket.
But a pretty awkward early game. No invokes until 5 with Shield of Galakrond. Zephyrus in the early hand, plus Dragon Queen Alexstrasza. Those are going to be dead for quite some time. And this might be 5-4 territory.
Riveting stuff here at Masters Tour Arlington as both players pass their first 4 turns. Just kind of what these matchups come down to, though. You remember many of the matchups back in the, you know, classic handlock days when there was sort of handlock and old school control warrior in the metagame. There's always a matchup or two around. It's very similar to this, where both players just kind of agree to do nothing in the early game and see who can win it late.
Yeah, but they get explosive really quickly.
They do.
Especially this matchup, because both players start to reach this insane power point.
Yes, yes, I will destroy them.
And yeah, it is a 5-4. I think totosh was wondering whether or not he should play Zephyrus, or just build Worshipper onto the board. And I think just having some additional board presence. And Zephyrus is usually more valuable in the later stages.
Yes. It's a weird catch-22, though, because the fact that you play Zephyrus and Dragon Queen in this deck that is really just mostly 2-ofs, it's very reliant on that card he's just tempoed out as a 5-4 to be able to draw a whole bunch of cards. So
that's true.
There's a real catch-22 in that spot.
But if you're playing the 3-2 in order to tap, then that also kind of goes against it. You're tapping deeper to activate a card that you're playing on the board unactivated.
Basically, that was why totosh roped on that turn. He was having that existential crisis that TJ and I are describing.
It's the what came first, the chicken or the egg?
It's the egg, because no one ever specifies what species when they ask the question.
Penguin. Chicken is a species.
Right, but you say the chicken or the egg. It could be any, like there were dinosaur eggs, for example.
The chicken or the chicken egg?
Oh, there you go. That's a much more difficult
Okay. Glad we got there. Well, he's got a crazed Netherwing play with the double trade. He could also, now hear me out, trade one, go face with one, crazed Netherwing Mortal Coil. Whoa! Ooh. That seems better.
It does seem a lot better.
glad you could follow along with my insane logic.
Yeah. This is around the time where totosh really does have to focus hard on getting pressure down, and you can see just because of how slow the early game has been, AyRoK just going to say, yep, all right, coin out my Luna's Pocket Galaxy here. This is what is kind of your #1 job to prevent against Highlander Mage. I think first off, like, you're worried about offering perfect Renos on turn 6, and then your second concern is just making sure you have enough pressure to deny Luna's Pocket Galaxy just being jammed for free on turn 7. And annoyingly, those two things are kind of counterproductive to each other, because if you try and pressure the turn 7 Lunas, you often end up playing into a big Reno sweeping your board, but then vice versa.
I'm slightly surprised there was no Stargazer Luna there. I mean, this is an incredibly powerful play in itself. It just gets on the board quite quickly, but totosh has showed that his hand is likely a lot of removal. So I'd rather just keep drawing deeper into my deck, but I guess that option is always going to be available to him, so if you can find a turn where he has initiative and can start drawing cards, that's a better situation.
Right.
But he played that very fast.
He did.
I guess he had expected this. He's like, well, if I draw, thinking about it on totosh's turn, saying, well, if I draw a high-statted 1-cost minion, it will allow me to play it and Conjur's Calling. So
I think if he had gone Luna, he's very reliant on hitting another 1-mana minion on the very next draw, right? Otherwise, his turn is kind of garbage at that point.
That's true. Very likely that he hits a minion, though.
Yep.
Not many spells in the deck, and he's already drawn quite a few of them.
That is true. There's that Albatross. We've been seeing that tech card come into play a lot in this tournament.
Against these Highlander decks specifically, also.
Yep. Saw it in the previous series, both with Albatross and with bombs. Just different ways to try and shut down all those Highlander strategies.
But unfortunately, there is exactly 10 health on board. So he willingly played into the Reno, thinking that maybe it would have come down on the previous turn if that was the case. But he would be taking 9, excuse me, and losing his entire board. And also a Highlander card would have been out of the way before the Albatross are shuffled into the deck.
Yep.
Ooh.
It does make the Ziliax kind of exciting.
It does. And it also makes things quite awkward for totosh, who was probably planning on setting up a Plague of Flames.
AyRoK deciding to get aggressive here as well. I love this. Doesn't see any decent reason to take care of that 2/2. Does that help totosh to engineer a Plague of Flames in any way?
Doesn't seem like it.
Nope. Godfrey hits 2/4/6, but then stops there. Would still leave the 7/7 on the board from the Death Rattle afterwards. I guess 7/5 to be accurate.
It would hit twice, wouldn't it? Be a 7/3.
Would it? Oh yeah, you're absolutely right.
Do you Ziliax take the health and then Plague of Flames? Or just Ziliax? Okay, just Ziliax. Whoo!
Yeah, there was, what, 3 ways he could have played that, I guess. He could have just played Ziliax and not attacked. He could have played Ziliax, attacked, and then blown it up with the Plague of Flames, or he could have done what he ended up doing. I think each of them kind of has their merits.
What to do? What to do?
I guess against Mage specifically, the Divine Shield is not as high value as it would be against other classes.
Yeah. So Book of Specters could be interesting here. The problem is he's still in the situation, I believe it works in that order. The draw will happen, and then the natural draw from the Stargazer Luna would happen. So he could still end up with a spell on the back end. So it's better to try and get a guaranteed minion if he wanted to play the Luna in that situation. But it looks like he's not interested.
Time runs out on me.
Now that he has the Zephyrus in hand, very interested in going digging to get those Albatross out of his deck, and not to mention, of course, just the natural value of drawing cards when everything in your deck costs 1. That's all said and done, no surprise to see Arcane Intellect being the choice there over a couple of other pretty mediocre options.
Looks like a Nether Breath Veiled Worshipper to me. Not really much else to do. Nope. 12 cards remaining.
Yes, I will destroy them.
Zephyrus, Dragon Queen, Alexstrasza still not active. He's missing Fiendish Rites, Dragonblight Cultist, still multiple cards with 2 ofs. Excuse me, he's only playing 1 Fiendish Rites, so I guess it is just the
Cultist?
Just the Cultist, it seems like, because he did draw a Sacrificial Pact on that turn.
Yep.
Has he played a Shield of Galakron? Yes, he has. So, yeah. Just waiting on that Dragonblight Cultist in order to have those active Highlander cards. Okay. Well, you can see just how much this deck has the potential of drawing, because AyRoK has drawn a couple cards himself.
And totosh threw away a draw 3 effect earlier in the game just because he needed to get something out on board.
And is still 7 cards ahead.
Yep. Alright, it's got to be Luna time now. Surely. Never mind.
No Twisting Nether in Totosh's deck, but you can assume at this point Zephyrus is very likely to be active. Totosh will burn a card going into the next turn as well, something to note.
Assuming Totosh's Zephyrus would be active?
Yes. Yeah, okay. With 9 cards left remaining, 8 effectively going into the next turn.
Yeah.
It's more likely than not.
It's the point where I would certainly start to worry about it. Bam! Take 3, idiot.
Also setting up for a Caligos potential lethal next turn. With Pyroblast.
Yeah, I'm just really curious about the Stargazer Luna turn, because I really want to dig through and get that Zephyrus active, because that Zephyrus is kind of the final key to being able to finish off Totosh from these low health totals, even if he were to be able to clear most of this board.
Yeah. Oh boy.
I guess AyRoK also just feels like he can just get cards out of his hand and then draw naturally with the legendary Arcane Intellect instead.
So this looks like a Rip Dark Skies and hope Lord Godfrey will clear afterwards.
Oh,
I don't see any other play.
I'm uncomfortable, TJ.
Galakron only summons 2 demons.
So many possibilities.
Oh, I guess he could use this and then Hero Power Play Flames. That's much better.
Job's done.
An inactive Dragon Queen.
Still those Albatross.
So he plays the AI here, he goes down to 7, so he would burn 1 card. Go look for the Caligos. There is the Pyroblast.
Do you just rip it? Yeah, you rip it.
Yeah.
Yep.
I don't see why not. There's really nothing else that you want to use your free spell on that turn.
No. Alexstrasza? Oh, man.
Yeah, Alex yourself seems like the immediately obvious play. No options yet with Zephyrus because they're still not active. Otherwise, it's a Hero Power Sacrificial Pact play, but then what does that enable you to do? Like, I don't really see what else you're doing this turn alongside that. Just feels like an Alex.
Life.
Oh, Fire Blast is lethal from the Fire Tree Witch Doctor. Oh, Fireballs. That's
Fireball's a good start.
all right, now it's time.
I'm still wondering about this Arcane Intellect because, like, burning the cards doesn't really matter at this point. You just want your Zephyrus active. Okay, there it is, there it is, there it is. So this is exactly what I was talking about because, like, it doesn't matter that the AI would burn you cards. You just want the cards not in your deck. You don't need them in your hand.
Yeah.
So I think the last couple of turns, maybe AyRoK could have thought about just throwing that AI out just to get those Albatross out of his deck. But it all worked out for him in the end as he found the Zephyrus activator at the perfect time. He was able to wrap up those couple of fireballs for a very quick lethal, and unless totosh can turn this around very quickly, it seems like it's going to be a fast one for AyRoK.
Yeah, I think AyRoK, from his perspective, he was just thinking, oh man, I'm just so far ahead. It seems like his hand is, really awkward. I just don't want to overextend and maybe run into Zephyrus. Maybe he's thinking, okay, I'll get the Zephyrus out and then I'll try and reload with the Stargazer Luna.
That's very fair, yeah.
But if you fall behind, like having those Albatross drawn and having access to like one-mana Reno or the Zephyrus just being active to get you out of a pinch.
Yep.
Also some merit there. So still, at the end of the day, he gets there. And totosh, he's struggling right now. 3 in a row is a tall task. Even for a player as good as him. But once you're in the top 8, every other player is just as good as you, and their lineup is just as good as yours.
Yeah, especially in this case with so many similarities. But AyRoK finds himself now just down to the Warlock left remaining to win with.
Yeah, going to be a pretty tight series from this point out. But we're going to have to see if AyRoK can close it out from a 2-0 lead over totosh. We're going to go to a quick break, but don't go anywhere. More Masters Tour Arlington right after this.
Hearthstone Masters Tour Arlington is brought to you by T-Mobile. Rank up with America's first and only nationwide 5G network.
T-Mobile 5G is here, and it's nationwide. While some 5G signals go only blocks, T-Mobile 5G goes miles beyond the big cities, to the small towns, to the people. Millions of Americans can have access to 5G on T-Mobile. This is just the beginning. T-Mobile, the first and only nationwide 5G network.
In New York City.
Come on, this is carnage! It's not stopping! It's not stopping! Now we have a game! Ooh, get rocked! Maybe the Madman can do it! Oh, what is this? Oh,
You ready?
everybody, welcome back to Masters Tour Arlington, presented by T-Mobile. We're getting into game number 3 of our third quarterfinal matchup of the day. That's right, it's Championship Sunday. Subtle's wearing his championship red. I'm wearing my championship stars, or whatever they are. And AyRoK has a 2-0 lead over totosh.
I even managed to get some championship red on my white tie just to round it all off.
You can actually see
totally
it on
can see it on
camera. It actually
camera.
looks like a pattern, though.
It's fine. I already owned it on Twitter. It's so fine. Everyone already knows.
It's a chili pattern.
It is, yeah.
Yeah. But we're going to go into a Warlock mirror match for game number 3. totosh has to beat this Warlock deck 3 times in a row if he's going to want to move on to the semifinals, where he'll await his opponent in the 4th quarterfinal matchup of the day, which will happen next. So, a lot of pressure.
And it's a pretty high-pressure matchup to be thrown into for potentially the last one anyway, because this is a very swingy matchup, a very delicate matchup. You know, you can just sort of lose initiative for one turn. As soon as one Warlock gets the initiative to ship face over the other one, then it's quite hard to come back from that a lot of the time, because even though there is a lot of healing in each deck respectively, if you are able to just stick a couple of big minions to the board and start swinging, the health totals are pretty small most of the time, as everyone spends a lot of time life tapping and so on to get through their deck.
Yeah, and one thing to point out is this is a 30 card for 30 card mirror matchup. Both players playing the double Bad Luck Albatross, as well as the single Fiendish Rites. Everything else pretty standard as far as the Galakrond Warlock is concerned.
Wow. AyRoK just going full tempo here, full disruption here with the Bad Luck Albatross as well.
I like it.
See if totosh chooses to respond in kind, or whether he's going to lie back into the life tap phase. So you can just match this bird for bird. Apparently the bird is the word.
Got any more bird one-liners in there, huh? Need to get him out? No? Okay. Good to know.
TJ's bullying me.
Nah. I'm just playing up the curve here. Invoke.
I wonder.
These Albatross are going to make things interesting, though, because it'll slow down the game ever so slightly.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh, much like our game of Spellbreaker Chicken earlier, I think we have initiated a game of Albatross Chicken between these two players.
Yeah. The problem is,
nope.
AyRoK is like, yeah, you're going to take 9, buddy. Whoa, I'm really surprised by that. Boo. Because the follow-up to this is Crazed Netherwing a lot of the time.
Yes.
And if you push that extra 4, totosh goes down to 12.
You push that extra 4, it's real. Like, Netherwing changes nothing whether you trade there or not.
Yeah. I guess you can try and play around the possibility of the minions on the other side being able to trade over your Albatross if his turn 5 was Shield of Galakrond.
Sure.
Because then you wouldn't be able to trade into it otherwise, if I'm not mistaken. No, you would, because
you still have like 8 power and imps left on the board.
It'd actually be almost the same outcome.
Yeah.
Since he threw 4 damage into that regardless.
Yeah. I would have shipped it. Maybe I'm dumb and I'm forgetting something, but I would have shipped that face damage all day. Mostly just because I'm really stubborn and I felt very challenged to a game of chicken at that moment.
Yeah.
And I would have fully obliged.
Unless totosh did Fiendish Rites also and then Plague of Flames, then you maybe it's like a net health loss at the end of the day.
Some pretty heavy hypotheticals.
Well, he made that play so fast. It's just like, yep, these are definitely trades.
Yeah.
There's the first of many. 7 health. If he had traded. Oh, perfect draw. 7 health plus Immortal Coil will clean everything up. Wait, nope, I was mistaken. He life taps, so it's 7.
Yes.
Because it counts itself.
No, TJ! It does not count itself.
I take great pleasure in riling Sottle up. Ooh, Devoted Maniac. At 14 health, though, the Ziliax might be a little bit more appealing because you're not getting any value out of rush minions either way.
Right.
But this is better against, say, a Crazed Netherwing on an empty board.
Sure.
Because at least you have something left over. Also fits the mana curve.
You are too late. His return is
Are
now.
we going to interact with the Ziliax at all? No. Wondering whether he might spend a coil on the shield or something like that.
Yeah.
So it's not too.
With Plague of Flames in hand, I think that the Albatross is likely going to be saved for a pinch if he needs to remove something.
Agreed.
He does need some type of draw engine. Maybe Mortal Coil can help find Build Worshipper. So.
Yeah, neither player just really ripping through their deck at this point. Still 19 to 18 cards on turn 8. It's a fairly slow draw game for both of these players. Really just based on how, I think AyRoK, the way that he played it in the early game is really what's caused this, because he chose to be very aggressive with his curve, which kind of forced totosh to do the same thing. Yeah. Really reduced a lot of the kind of life tap shenanigans that he could have been having instead. There's a big old Phoenix Rides.
Yeah, that's the place. In a preemptive trade, doesn't likely matter too much. I just don't see a reason why not to, because either way, oh no, it does matter. No, it doesn't. Because either way, you'd have to trade into the Ziliax if Crazed Netherwing was on your mind. But I guess if you don't trade, need Mortal Coils, Crazed
Mortal
Netherwing.
Coil, Crazed Netherwing, yeah. That's the combo.
Ooh, okay.
Yes, I will destroy them.
Well, that's clear if he wants it with Dark Skies. But I think
we'll just see the breath instead, yeah.
Nice. The 6 while you can.
Yep. No, I mean, we've had a couple of criticisms in terms of like maybe some damage could have gone, but I do like in general how much the players are focusing on pushing damage where they can. You know, I talked about this just in kind of the lead into the matchup. It's very much what it's about. Like if you can establish dominance as the player that's pushing, really force the other Warlock player to play inefficiently, to scramble for heals with sacrificial packs and whatever else, you can snowball that to victory a lot of the time.
Picks up a Veil Worshipper for himself, but his life total is something that he has to be really worried about. Is a fully invoked Galakron, but at the same time, he can't fully trade on this board unless he gets a Siege Breaker. Nails a couple taunts though.
Solid, yeah. Lifesteal taunt as well.
A lot of health in this board. Dark Skies, not really going to touch it. Could try and soften it up with Dark Skies first into Crazed Netherwing.
So many
but that's effectively his whole turn, and it's not even guaranteed because the way this health is split. He may end up leaving a 5/5 up.
Yeah. He'd leave himself like dead to breath at that point as well, right? Like just put himself down put himself down to 9 with the dagger, with the claw coming through as well. Like he's essentially what we're saying is he's in a really rough position right now. Everything kind of sucks.
Yeah, maybe he's hoping he can soften it up with this and then Nether Breath to try and heal a little bit.
All right.
Almost out of time.
Yeah, and then Bad Luck Albatross is trying to challenge his board.
Yeah, worked out pretty well for him there. I mean, the 1-4 lifesteal remaining for totosh is nice, just to give him a little bit of boost out of into the range of safety. But the fact that that minion barely got hit from AyRoK's perspective is actually pretty good as well, because that's the one that he doesn't particularly care about in terms of his own health total.
Looking pretty rough for AyRoK since he's on the back foot. He's going to be hard-pressed to find a turn where he can play Galakrond safely without having to just Plague of Flames away the board that he builds.
Yeah.
And that, I think, is kind of the biggest glaring issue for his position in this game at the moment.
I feel like at some point he might just have to take that risk, though.
Yeah.
Because he can't just get locked into the vortex of trying to clear this board every turn, because the board's going to keep coming, and he's going to be stuck back in exactly the same position every turn if he doesn't try and make something happen.
Well, it's as decent of a Plague of Flames as you can get without using that Galakrond. But again, it feels like he's not going to find a dead turn from totosh to make these plays happen.
I think this one is fine though, because at least like that was the evoke that fully upgraded him. So now I think, you know, he's probably out of time. He's just going to have to jam a Galakrond into something at some point. Just find the moment to do that. Hope he can hit some taunts. Hope he can hit some lifesteal. Find his way out of it. Not too sure it's going to work out that way for him though.
Well, this is about as little development as you could hope for if he ends up playing the Shield of Galakrond.
Yeah.
This looks like just a Shield of Galakrond hero power. Oh, in an Albatross. Doesn't quite set up lethal through Galakrond's armor. That's something that he expects. He's looking for taunts here.
That sack pack draw that he picked up is actually enormous as well, because that gives him that extra buffer now. So just with a couple of draws, he's put himself in a position where it would have been a desperation Plague of Flames a lot of the time, but now he should feel pretty comfortable just leaving this huge board up and asking for totosh to deal with it instead. I think AyRoK has timed his counter push perfectly.
Is Dragon Queen Alexstrasza? I highly doubt it's active with how many bad like Albatross haven't played this game.
No, it wasn't.
Okay. Because he kind of needs that, because he's out of stuff.
Oh, double sack packed as well now for totosh. This was the other problem that was going to come up. Like even if AyRoK did hit taunts, they're so likely to be sack packed away from the other side.
That's very true.
Which again just makes that sack pack that he drew so crucial. You can see he gained the extra 5 there.
Yeah, so if he gains the 10 this turn, he goes up to 27. He might be able to get away with an Alexstrasza in a bit of a push. Other options seem to be push and Crazed Netherwing and hero power. Yeah, it looks like Alexstrasza is going to be held. It is his current activator for Crazed Netherwing, so you might as well dump the Crazed Netherwing.
Yeah, makes sense.
It's about the same amount of power as he would have had as well, except he would have kept the additional 1/1s on the board.
Right. He's setting up lethal. He's representing exactly 12. Which means AyRoK needs some defense, and currently does not have a great deal. Crazed Netherwing deals 3 damage to take 2 off the board. Defensive Alexstrasza theoretically keeps him alive.
Maybe. Which leads me to believe that this is a Plague of Flames. Yikes.
That is an ugly turn.
Yeah. Both players just running low on resources now. The War of Alexstrasza, Zephyrus not active. The Bad Luck Albatross really makes this mirror matchup something else.
It does, yeah.
Ooh.
Yes, yes, I will destroy them.
That's the pickup.
Zephyrus still not active.
Yeah, we can go pretty wide here. Kronks means that he's representing even more damage.
Yep.
Either the 5 health swing ability, or if a few minions can stick onto the board, +2/+2. AyRoK coming down to his last turns of this game, it feels. And what a draw off the top! Hit Alexstrasza, yep. Not much to really think about in this turn. What a draw off the top!
Still didn't activate the Zephyrus either.
No.
It could have genuinely been a really good draw, but no.
It would have been a lethal draw.
Yeah.
Because he could have gotten just eviscerate with the 5 damage from the Kronks, and that would have been enough. 6 cards left, it's still not active.
No.
What's even in there? Is it another Albatross?
I don't think so, no. I think there must be 1 or 0 Albatrosses left at this point. Has totosh played Nether Breaths? No, AyRoK has.
Maybe not.
If not, that was a lethal draw as well.
Yeah, Plague of Flame's gone, so I can feel free to summon an 8/8 here. And what a draw off the top!
This is rigged. This is the most rigged thing I have ever seen.
Well, that was actually decent, because that's literally the only draw that gave him any potential outs.
That was a genuinely huge Albatross.
Oh, is that Scale Lord? Yep. Yep.
Yep. And that is going to be game number 3. Yeah, it was Nether Breath.
Another breath.
It was Nether Breath.
All right, totosh still has some life in the series yet. Takes at least the first of 3 that he needs to win. And this is when you start to sweat a little bit if you're AyRoK. Not a rock, but AyRoK himself. Because rocks can't sweat. But won the mirror matchup, and this Warlock has shown some holes over the course of the weekend. One of the most popular decks in the field, and I think it's. I checked yesterday; it was floating like right above 50%, which is pretty impressive. Meaning it's one of the best.
Yes.
But I think it's probably most likely gone down since then.
Yeah, I saw it at 49, I think, at some point today. So yeah, I think it is trending downwards as it gets into the top 8, and you can kind of see that. At least a microcosm of that in this series is the Warlock that is struggling to pick up a win. You know, we've seen totosh go to it multiple times, pick up a couple of losses with it, and now he's only able to pick up the win because his opponent has also switched to the Warlock, where one of them was going to have to. So series by no means over, because the roles have reversed now, and it's now AyRoK trying to scramble to find a way out with his Warlock.
Yeah, and it's left. We said it's a mirror matchup, so left it's the Mage and the Warrior for totosh, and I've been really enjoying the Mage Warlock matchup. It seems like Warlock just can't contest with just how much value the Mage has at certain points of the game, and Warrior, they're just gonna get you. You just die a lot of the time.
Yeah, you do. I think as long as the Mage hits some form of early removal, doesn't really have to be that specific. You know, it doesn't have to be exactly Reno the Relicologist like it does in some matchups. But as long as they can deal with like one big swarm of 1/1s or 2/1s or whatever they end up being, from that point it just feels like they're just a better mid-range deck than the Warlock. They can just play bigger, chunkier things consistently. So it certainly has seemed like they've struggled in both of these matchups remaining.
Yeah, the Bad Luck Albatross could be an X factor with at least the Mage matchup, just to shut off a timely Reno the Relicologist or the timely Zephyrus or Dragon Queen Alexstrasza, but time will tell for that matchup. We'll see if we have that one coming up next in game number 4, but in the meantime, we got to go to a break, so don't go anywhere. Quarterfinal 3 here at Masters Tour Arlington continues after this.
Hearthstone Masters Tour Arlington is brought to you by T-Mobile. Rank up with America's first and only nationwide 5G network.
T-Mobile 5G is here, and it's nationwide. While some 5G signals go only blocks, T-Mobile 5G goes miles, beyond the big cities, to the small towns, to the people. Millions of Americans can have access to 5G on T-Mobile. This is just the beginning. T-Mobile, the first and only nationwide 5G network.
The time has finally come.
We're back, Overwatch fans, and we are live from Dallas, Texas.
We are live in New York City.
Come on, this is carnage! It's not stopping! It's not stopping! Now we have a game! Ooh, get rocked! Maybe the Batman can do it! Oh, what is this?
Are you ready?
Welcome back, everybody, to Masters Tour Arlington. We're just getting started here on the day, just in quarterfinals. Some big matchups, but we still got one more of those after this, then 2 semifinals, and then, of course, the grand finals. And just before we got back from the break, the only 2 other people in this Esports Stadium on the crowd right now are HunterAce and Just Saying. Kind of cool talking to them. 3 of the greatest Hearthstone minds ever to have existed are in this building currently. HunterAce, Just Saying, and myself.
And Killing all day.
He's not here.
Oh, he's not here. Okay, no, that's fair enough.
No, he's off doing something. I don't know.
Absolutely buried Frodan there because it was actually HunterAce Saying and Frodan that came up to talk to us, and you just didn't mention him.
Well, he's implied. He was just casting on his last series.
Right. But he's not up there in the upper echelon of great Hearthstone minds.
No, there's like 5 tiers. Tier 1 is just me, HunterAce, and Just Saying.
Okay.
Tier 2 is like, you know, everybody that's ever top 16 in event. Tier 3 is just, you know, a bunch of other people. And then you're thrown in are solidly in tier 4.
Excuse me, you've already covered me with the has top 16 in an event.
Has top 16 in event from 2016 and onward.
Okay.
I don't count anything before that, because honestly, the level of play before that was...
Ooh, yeah, yikes.
When you and Raven were competitors, yikes.
I know, even Firebat won a world championship back then, jeez.
Yeah, he really improved after he won that world championship. He's also solidly in tier 2. Shout out to Firebat. Our one and only America's world champion. Sorry, Doa.
Absolutely right, TJ. Let's focus up. Quarterfinals, totosh and AyRoK starting to reach the point, as TJ was saying, the matches just get bigger and bigger from here. At a certain point, every match you win or lose is worth about an extra $10,000 in your pocket in terms of the prize pool increasing. So pretty huge, not just in terms of just raw cash value, but of course, all of that money goes towards the prize standings, which then qualify you into Hearthstone Grandmasters, which is the end game for the vast majority of these players.
Yeah, and I don't know about you, but I think there's a severe lack of French players in the Grandmasters for Europe right now. We only have 3.
We only have 3.
That's not even 25%.
You know how many countries there are in Europe, TJ?
Yes.
You do?
No.
Okay.
I know the scope of how many countries there are in Europe.
It's going to be surprising. I don't.
I know that there's a vast amount. Most of them in the European Union.
Whoa! Low blow out of nowhere. Ring the bell. DQ immediately. Right in the view of the referee. Jeez.
Mash that subscribe button.
Make sure you ring that bell to hear TJ dunk on Brexit some more.
Let's get into this one. Totosh playing the Galakron. Warrior, AyRoK again. Just Warlock left to find that win with. As Soddle frantically Googles how many countries there are in Europe.
44.
Wow, that's less states than the United States has.
And yet somehow you're still free to EU.
Land of the free.
Yep.
More ways than one. Well, this matchup can sometimes live on a knife's edge because Warlock can oftentimes take control of the board, but they use their life total, sometimes recklessly.
Yes.
And that sets up for Warrior to do what Warrior does best right now, and that's hit you.
I'm kind of a fan of this Galakron Warrior deck because, you know, Face Warrior was always a thing that was kind of there or thereabouts. You know, Arcanite Reaper is a, you know, classic set card, which means it's always going to be a viable option when you have that card in your set to sort of just go all out for face damage.
Yeah.
But it's never quite there. So generally when Aggro Warrior is successful, it's because of, you know, quality minions plus the ability to push damage. You look at like Pirate Warrior, for example, you could build a board, but you had a bunch of burst damage to back it up. Now this is a very similar thing. It's just the damage is just so consistent. It's very rare that a turn passes where you don't at least have the option of dealing some damage to your opponent's face, but you're also sort of playing very competitive minions to stick a board state as well. Ziliax survives. I guess the bomb damage was negligible there. I was going to say that's a big win for him to have the Ziliax survive the bomb, but the fact that it did at least 3 to face kind of makes the healing, the lifesteal from the Ziliax survive negligible anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. But overall, you know, not a bad early game for AyRoK. It's just about making that transition and not letting the board kind of get away from him. He has Galakron and he has Krogs. He's got ways to deal with wide board states, as long as he draws a dragon for Crazy Netherwing to be active.
Right.
So I think that's kind of number one on his mind.
Yeah, and crucially, as we were talking about face damage, we already saw the Ziliax get used, but he also already has a Sacrificial Pact available. If he can add a Nether Breath or 2 to that over the coming turns, I think those are some of the best cards in the matchup because, as you said, The Warlock really does have to use its health as a resource to turn into board presence in this matchup, and then those are the cards that can recover some of that health total, so you don't just get burst down by the invoke effects.
Possibilities.
Do you think totosh is going to roll into Galakron next turn? He doesn't have any other invoke cards in hand, and it's not fully invoked yet.
I think he has a good enough turn without it that he doesn't necessarily need to.
Yeah, he could push 6. You're absolutely right.
Even before the Awaken was drawn, which now gives him even more options, he had, like, you know, Sign of Ruin plus Temple Berserker Town Crier, for example, which is a perfectly serviceable turn. Now the Awaken has appeared, there are several more options for him.
Oh, wow. So he can actually Awaken, Sign of Ruin, and push 9, and have a 3-2 left on the board alongside this Kronk towards the end of the turn. That's quite powerful.
It is.
And now he's an invoke away from having the Claw. And, you know, a couple more minions with +4/+4, but
mainly the Claw.
Mainly the Claw.
The free Arcanite Reaper does seem to be, like, the ridiculous thing about fully invoked Galakron. No matter what class you are, that free 10 damage is just so ridiculous.
Preach it. Oh, I will. Ooh, okay. Starting to get close here. There's the final invoke.
Now... Wow, no, he doesn't go for it. He's just going to continue full presence. Okay, fine. Gets the full invoked. I was curious whether we might see it come down there, just because this is a fairly weak turn otherwise. I guess it's still fairly reasonable. Similar turn to as I was describing on the previous turn with Temple Berserker and Town Crier coming down.
Yep. I honestly like this trade here, just because you would push 3, but if Crazed Netherwing came down, you'd lose the board. And this way, Temple Berserker can't be killed unless something else besides Crazed Netherwing is there, so you're netting 3 anyway.
Sure.
And it's 3 that has permanence instead of 3 that's just a one-time use.
Wow, the coil, interesting. Go Galakrons, choosing not to respect this board state. Had a couple of clears available. Netherwing, Mortal Coil in that order was clear. Godfrey as well would have cleaned up, but taking this opportunity says that I'm actually under very little pressure this turn. I'm just going to go ahead and get my Galakron down.
Yep. One thing that we should keep our eye on is Totosh's life total. Because Warlock can pack a surprising amount of burst in the deck. With Crazed Netherwing and Nether Breath in hand, he's got just 7 points of burst damage available.
That's true.
All of a sudden, you add on a second Nether Breath. That's 11.
Why can that card go face, TJ? Can you ask people around the office why that card can go face?
Absolutely not.
Okay. But for me, though, will you do it?
Nope. I'm not allowed in that area anymore. It's a long story.
There was a whole incident where they just, let me in for a day to balance some cards. Everything went wrong. That's where original Galakron Shaman comes from, right?
No, I hate Shaman. Actually, I like Shaman. I like Aggro Shaman. If I had my way, I'd just make that Surging Tempest like a 2/4.
Ah, there you go.
And I can never lose.
No direct damage picked up off the buff minions, but he does now have Inner Rage Bloodsworn Mercenary as a combination. Does have Kor'kron Elite in hand. It's not quite the optimal combo, but it's good enough with the amount of damage that he's threatening.
Whew. Okay. Hear me out, all right?
All right, I'm listening.
I'm just going to walk myself through this and then evaluate whether or not I like the play. Kronk for the heal, then Nether Breath face. And race him.
What are you doing with your minions in your crazy world?
This is better.
I mean, yeah.
See, I wasn't recommending that it was a good play. I was just kind of walking myself through it. Because he would have been at 22.
AyRoK, very visible cross of the fingers there. He's hoping that this holds.
Well, there's a Spellbreaker.
There is a Spellbreaker. Too much mana to then do the full charge combo alongside that, though.
Spellbreaker, Core Chron Elite.
It's only 11.
Inner Rage, the Temple Berserker will be 5, 6, 11.
Plus the Invoke. Yeah, I think it's xBlyzes with the Invoke on top of all of that as well. Yep, absolutely.
Maybe even 1 over.
Is it 1 over? We shall find out either way. xBlyzes or 1 over, same result either way. Yeah, it's 1 over.
Yeah. Nicely done. totosh ties up the series 2-2. We are going to a game number 5.
Yeah, this just continues to be the Ballad of the Warlock. The woes just keep on coming. No real win in sight for that deck. Again, the only game that Warlock has won so far in this series is the Mirror Match, which, of course, Warlock lost that game as well. So it doesn't really go in saying too much. So AyRoK, now you can see him shaking his head. You may have caught on his camera, he did very visibly sort of hold his crossed fingers up to the air because he knew that was potentially his last push, and being 2-0 up in a series where, honestly, from his perspective, this can very much feel like his big break. We saw his statistics going into this. They're honestly not great. He's qualified for 3 Masters Tours up until this point, and that is a solid achievement in itself, but he's finished in the hundreds in both of his previous tournaments. Now he finds himself in top 8, and I think to go from a 2-0 on your first big matchup on stage to have that snatched away, that would be a big, crushing disappointment for him.
Yes, it would. And as we showed earlier in the bio for totosh, he has been in this situation not that long ago. Granted, it wasn't 2019, but a top 4 appearance in Bucharest.
Yep.
And looking for another one here in back-to-back Masters Tours would set the stage for him to potentially put himself in the running for that Grandmasters position, which 2 relegation periods this year means that it's just that much more likely.
Yes, indeed. Much more open system this time around. Many more spots up to play for. But, I said earlier, bloodyface is the king of long-term consistency. In the short term, totosh is the golden boy right now. There is no one else putting up results like this over a short period of time in Hearthstone.
Well, before we get into that game number 5, we're going to take a quick break, but don't go anywhere. The conclusion to totosh versus AyRoK right after this.
Hearthstone Masters Tour Arlington is brought to you by T-Mobile. Rank up with America's first and only nationwide 5G network.
When Overwatch asked me to design their official team kits, I was honored. This was an opportunity to create gear that for the first time brings together the best of the streetwear world and the esports world. This is technical apparel designed with specs to provide the highest caliber athletes in the esports world with the performance and comfort that they demand.
And just so you know, her armband is clipped, but it says LOVE, so don't worry about that.
Designed to highlight each team's uniqueness, yet resonate with players and fans in the US, China, Korea, France, and all over the world. And of course, gear that needs to look as dope as it performs, both inside and outside the arena. This is it, the official Overwatch League kit. Designed by Staple, engineered for gamers.
New York City.
Come on, this is carnage! It's not stopping! It's not stopping! Now we have a game! Ooh, get rocked! Maybe the Madman can do it! Oh, what is this?
Are you ready?
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Masters Tour Arlington. You're getting a shot of some players that decided to rock up here in the gaming center at the Esports Stadium in Arlington to jam some games and watch some matchups. We have the stadium portion here, and then right outside is an area with a lot of big monitors with the matches playing and PCs. So there are a lot of people and players here watching. They're just choosing to do it at the PCs.
Yeah.
Instead of here.
Yeah.
Which makes a lot of sense.
I mean, you could come out here and just sit at a table and watch, but then you can't alt-tab to Twitter. Like,
yeah, exactly.
Why would you do that? That's nonsense.
Yeah, to tweet angrily at your friends. Or me and Sottle.
Yeah, mainly us. That's also fine.
Both will suffice. But we're going into game number 5 here, third quarterfinal of the day, totosh versus AyRoK. totosh on the verge of a reverse sweep, and I got to say, I think it's looking pretty good for him. He's got the mage left versus the warlock that AyRoK just can't get a win with.
Yeah, I think, looking back through this, it might just be that the really important game in this series was the Warlock Mirror. And, regardless of what the score looked like, the person that won the Warlock Mirror was going to be in a dominant position in the series overall.
Turns out that way, huh? Well, let's get into the game here. AyRoK got a couple of invokes in the early game. totosh threw away the Book of Specters. Decently high win rate for the card, but there are some with higher win rates. That's always the struggle with the mulligan phases is, sometimes instead of keeping a mediocre card, you mulligan everything away to try and get a great card.
Yeah, for sure. Different players will have different stances on that. I know, generally I do feel like, an average player will tend to overkeep. They'll get complacent with cards, say, oh, this is fine, I'll keep it. But, sometimes fine isn't good enough. It's a tip I picked up from Ball Control, actually, who, I don't know if he still does this, but I know for a point, every mulligan he does, he crosses out every single card. And then he has to convince himself to keep a card.
Wow.
Because he's already got rid of it in his head, which, sort of pulls you out of that mentality of keeping a card because it's just okay.
I do the opposite.
That's because you're dumb.
I assume that I'm keeping every card and then have to convince myself not to.
I do genuinely like Ball's Way. I have started doing that recently.
So this is an interesting choice. Learn Draconic he could play this turn, but not too many spells in hand. But he could time that to get a 6/6 dragon when he really needs it.
Yes. And he pretty much just gets that done as soon as he rips the Pocket Galaxy. I think it's 8 mana in total, right? You need to spend. So.
Yeah, but the bad luck Albatross coming out for AyRoK means that Highlander card's going to be shut off.
Yes. But so far, so good. totosh has a decent early curve. He's winning the board.
I will act as
your Highlander cards don't really matter too much if you're able to get an efficient curve going early. Expect we'll just see the curve continue here.
Huh.
Might be some merit now that the AI has been drawn to AI ping. Just take some damage off the board.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It also means that if you can just roll into Luna's Pocket Galaxy on 7, you have that mana banked. That additional mana banked from casting spells, so instead of Luna's Pocket Galaxy being a dead turn, you're at least summoning a 6/6.
Oh, I see. Yes. Okay, that makes sense.
If you plan to play minions until 7 and
right.
then rip Pocket Galaxy on 7,
right.
It means Pocket Galaxy is summon a 6/6 and make all your minions cost 1 in your deck.
What to do?
Tough choice, honestly, here. Missiles and Flame Strike are both very effective clears against different styles of board that Warlock can make against you. Flame Strike kind of for the Galakron later stuff, Malagos Missiles early on, this kind of board that he's looking down right now. Does choose to go for the Missiles.
Whew. Whew. AyRoK smells blood. Rolling into 6.
That is 14 go face this turn. That could be pretty huge.
Yep, gonna rip the missiles first. Try to clear things up, maybe able to pick off this Shield of Galakrond with Arcane Breath. And
I think that is exactly the worst amount of missiles to hit the Shield of Galakrond.
I will agree with you. Oh, another side quest. This one, not quite as good.
No, you'd have to, like, what Mountain Giant one turn, Zephyrus the next turn? That's about the only way you're going to get that side quest done?
Mountain Giant and Tiamat also.
Oh, yeah, Tiamat, true, yeah.
Arcane Amplifier as well.
Oh, yeah, you play that guy now.
And I believe that's it. Ooh, could safely go for a Veiled Worshipper here, but a lot of power on the other side of the board, so might be seeing the first Plague of Flames. Actually, 8 cards in hand. If he trades in here, there's...
It's 1 off. It's 9 health remaining.
Yeah, that's even factoring in.
Yes, I will
Don't say it, TJ.
Okay, sorry.
I've had enough of your crap, all right? I've reached my limit with the Dark Skies meme.
This is a decent board for Totosh to be able to play the Luna's Pocket Galaxy. Again, it summons a 6/6. That's crazy.
It does summon a 6/6, yeah.
Almost out of time.
I'm already feeling like AyRoK is behind, and this game is just barely underway. This is brutal. Gonna have a long think, though. I wonder what that's about, because
What to
just
do?
has to be a Pocket Galaxy turn.
Just so good.
Yeah.
Whew. You're essentially forcing a Plague of Flames before you ever play any of your 1-mana minions.
Right.
Or any of your really big threats, period, to be honest.
I do have this right? It's 8 mana total in spells that he has to spend.
It is 8 mana.
And he spent 1 on the missiles already.
It's perfect. It's like the easiest puzzle in the world. He just has to fit a piece.
He already has an Arcane Insight in his hand. Fine.
I guess he's at 14. So I think the big question was, do I trade off this stuff? Wait. He traded both.
He did suicide the 3/3, yeah.
Why?
I don't know. What is that 3? Was that 3/3 a demon, by the way? It kind of looked like it.
It's the Murloc one.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Well, I don't know if it's a Murloc, but it interacts with... it summons Murlocs if you have... Dragon? That might be it.
Now you're just saying words, TJ.
I know.
Well, at the end of the day, either way, the Pocket Galaxy did come down after much more deliberation than we were expecting.
Ooh, those aren't 1-mana minions.
I wonder.
This one is a little bit more difficult. Reason being is because Totosh showed with his trades last turn that he does not want to take damage.
Right.
If he plays Mountain Giant, he leaves 5 damage on the board, which is how much he wanted to take off last turn by making trades.
Yeah.
Time runs out on me.
He's going to keep up with the theme. From everything that's happened, that's an incredibly weak turn for Totosh from AyRoK's perspective.
Yes, it is. Start to develop some kind of read from that about what the kind of cards that are in hand for Totosh.
Yes, I will destroy
AyRoK can keep drawing here. The sooner he can get those Zephyrus and Dragon Queens active, the better. That Zephyrus going to help him threaten lethal from this position with just about any board state that he has.
Yep. And with Galakrond still left in deck, you do not want to risk burning a card. Well, there's Reno.
Yes.
So now totosh can make a good honking board. There's the argument of, well, next turn he could have an AyRoK and Reno play.
Right.
I wonder.
I mean, if he giant Renos this turn, then he's threatening lethal next turn with the AyRoK.
Ah, yes.
Which I think better. Is probably the way to go about this.
We're gonna have some fun.
Wait, it's only 14.
It is a 14. Oh, I miscounted that.
So if it was, I'd say it's better, but I'm gonna say it's pretty even.
I think
it's still a powerful play.
Yeah, I think this still is a better way to go about it.
Yeah, because I think if he had played Mountain Giant, he would have wanted to Frost Nova to protect his life total.
Sure. Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. See Dark Skies #2 come out now from AyRoK.
There's no development behind this, though. That's the problem.
I mean, you have options.
Possibilities.
This
Kronks.
If this had split up differently, then he may be able to have Crazy Netherwinged instead. But the fact that the Mountain Giant is at an 8-4, pretty sure it just has to be Dark Skies here.
Yeah, he knows that Conjur's Calling in hand, at least the Twin Spell version. So. Let's see what's in the box. Another Conjurer's Calling.
Yeah, probably just more. I mean, when all the minions in your deck cost 1, I'll take all the Conjurer's Callings I can get, thank you.
Yep. Spellbender, not too much merit just because there's not too many targeted spells.
Yeah.
Block Plague of Flames would block Nether Breath.
Nether Breath
targeting a minion.
Yeah.
And you've seen Mortal Coil, so at very least one.
Sure.
Ooh. A 4-mana Big Bad Archmage.
Wow, that is a difficult to remove board.
Yes, it is.
Even with Plague of Flames at your disposal, which AyRoK doesn't even have. That is some serious power into play from totosh. And this is one of the clunkiest looking Warlock hands I have seen in a long time.
That is a lot of mana worth of stuff.
Yep. None of the flexible spells available. None of the healing, none of the removal, just all the big minions. So he's going to have to go ahead and go for it.
That was 57 mana worth of cards.
Wow.
And since totosh used the known version of Conjurer's Calling,
AyRoK has no idea that there's about to be 2 more 10 drops in his future, but there is.
And he's going to make his average draw even worse. Let's see what 10 drop. What? No way.
This is the most rigged tournament.
All right, he's going to make sure that he's not going to draw. Make sure that Zephyrus can't bail him out by Conjure calling the Albatross. I like this.
Yeah, I love that too. That's actually really, really smart.
Yeah.
I think he's, you know, he's kind of got a read on the fact that AyRoK is struggling to deal with these boards that he's making. He's having answers, but they're not clean answers. They're imperfect answers. But he knows that if a Zephyrus was active, which again, we talked about this, I think it was all the way back in game 1, where I kind of conceded the point that like 8 cards left, 7 cards left, that's when I'll start to be worried about the fact that, you know, Zephyrus and Dragon Queen AyRoK can have an impact.
Yep.
It can be quicker than that, but that's about the point where it starts to become a real factor in my thinking. totosh has kind of echoed that completely and said, nope, just in case, I'm just going to switch those off for you.
So I think for AyRoK, we're looking at a potential double crazed Netherwing here.
Yikes.
It would leave the Caligos on board as well as the Reborn Cartu Defender. That's at 7. He'd be at 13. So it'd be dead to Zephyrus, but there's only 2 cards in hand. And he would also put totosh down to 12.
Yes.
Because the Cartu Defender. So he would keep totosh at the same health.
No, he goes to 9, right? He'll get hit twice by Netherwing, but only healed once.
Yeah, but then the next...
The other heal does go, yeah. Sure.
But I think it's the best option out of what he's got remaining.
Our tombs.
And totosh is running out of stuff.
He is. Is he all in? Like, just Blizzard, Smash Face, Alexstrasza yourself? Like, is that where we're at?
Honestly, yes.
I don't think he's winning the long game. He's got to make the push. Yeah, totosh seems to agree. So now he does have 15 on board, so the self-Alex from AyRoK is not an option. Nether Breath is a potentially huge draw, though. In combination with Ziliax. In combination with double Devoted Maniac. Does just keep himself alive.
Whew. You're still leaving Alexstrasza on board.
Possibilities.
But you can take out the Caligos.
But you're alive, TJ.
You are alive.
That's step 1. Step 1 in a multi-point process that leads to a semi-final spot for AyRoK.
Yeah, and that's honestly it. Like, those 2 plays are the only things, and I think the Nether Breath double Devoted Maniac. Oh.
Like, the bad news is that this is going to get flame struck away from totosh, and then the Alex is going to keep on pushing. So he is still going to be stuck in a bad position next turn, but then he does have Ziliax to defend against that. There is definitely light at the end of the tunnel for AyRoK here.
There is, but it's not much. totosh needing a single point of damage.
His deck doesn't play single points of damage.
Ziliax does protect against his opponent's Ziliax.
It does, and it also gets a minion into play that can challenge the Ziliax if the Ziliax is just used, you know, as a taunt to rule out this Alex from connecting next turn.
He's spending his mana.
Perfect mana efficiency. 10 out of 10 from totosh.
Ooh, Plague of Flames. Can he heal on Plague of Flames?
Yes. It's not pretty.
I bring life.
Costs you your Zephyrus, but you could. Even considering a 50-50 here. Whether he can take this 8-8 with him with the Plague of Flames.
So many possibilities.
Oh, that's such a tough choice. Because if you miss, your opponent has an 8-8 and you have nothing.
Correct.
And you're down to 7 health again.
Yes.
And you have to rip something.
Yes.
In order to put yourself back in the same position. He's going for it.
It's going.
Boop! Nailed it.
Oh!
All right, totosh is in. Play my thing, hit you mode. Is it just an Albatross left that is activating Alexstrasza and Zephyrus?
I think so, yes. We'll find out right now, because there is the Albatross.
Massive draw off the top, Zottle.
Oh boy, the Highlander card's alive, which means this is going to go downhill for totosh very, very quickly now. Outside of that, that Plague of Flames 50-50 has given AyRoK the freedom he needs to just not panic for one turn. Ooh. That is the first turn in several where AyRoK will have been unclenched. Ah, yes, Nazari. Exactly what we needed. totosh has to play Fatigue now, right?
Yes. So he's holding on to these minions. Maybe not the Nightmare Amalgam?
What to do?
I mean, at this point, you're thinking about things like Stargazer Luna outs.
Sure.
Taking a look at some of the big cards that are left for totosh. Power of Creation, Tortolan Pilgrim, his own Zephyrus.
That's his Zeph, yeah.
But there's some that are just kind of dead, like Arcane Amplifier doesn't really get in there. Doomsayer can maybe like stall a Galakron. Ray of Frost could buy time. AyRoK's playing against one of the highest just pure value decks in the metagame at the moment.
Right.
Even with no cards in hand, it can sometimes seem like they just have an infinite number of things.
Whoa, an actual real-life Shadow Madness from Zephyrus. That was a rare one.
Well, Zephyrus is smart. He realizes that he can get the Reborn Cartoon Defender on his side of the board.
Yeah, there's a lot of situations where you can steal something like that where it doesn't value the Shadow Madness particularly highly, though.
Yeah.
It's the Flame Strike for the clear. And now, I think AyRoK has to have the same kind of heads-up play that totosh did a few turns ago, where I think he needs to understand that he needs to get that Bad Luck Albatross down to be able to switch off any potential Zephyrus from totosh coming out. Because Zephyrus is going to be needed from totosh from this position, I believe. Mirror, I guess?
Yeah. I think number one thing on your mind right now is I'm afraid of Dragon Queen Alexstrasza.
Yep.
Mirror Entity might turn that that off just a little bit.
Have to play a 4-12 just to have a 4-12? Like,
not right now. I think you're going to wait till you take some damage first. And I think you need to keep a card in hand just to start a Luna Train if you get it.
That's very true. That is very true. That's an
oh, he two Albatross in a row. They were both massive draws. That's insane. Crazy Netherring Primordial Explorer can be massive here.
It looks like the corner has been well and truly turned for AyRoK. That 50-50. You saw him, he went back and forth. It looked like he was looking at the deck list, trying to make sure what he had to contend against if he left himself in that position where he was 1 damage off lethal again for another turn. After much deliberation, chose to rip that 50-50 and was duly rewarded by killing the Alexstrasza. Since then, it's been difficult to imagine a way back in for totosh from there.
So I think the way back in is to hold on to Zephyrus, let AyRoK extend onto the board a little bit more. Zephyrus, Twisting Nether, Nazari, and try and have that fight for you until the game ends.
If I'm AyRoK and my opponent passes this turn, I am smashing them in the face for 11 and hitting end turn immediately. Like, there is no way I'm playing more cards in this position. I don't think that bait works. You might be right in that he has to try it, but I don't think it works. All right, take it back. I'd play Bad Luck Albatross, smash him in the face, and play nothing else. I guess there is the factor of the fatigue clock that's running on AyRoK, so he does have to kind of get a move on. In terms of threatening lethal, he can't just sit around. And totosh has a lot of stall, more stall than AyRoK might be expecting. You got to also think from AyRoK's perspective, what is that card that's not been played? Is it Deathwing? Is it Nazari? Like, what other dragons would you not be jamming immediately?
Oh, he can set up lethal. If you're Twisting Nethers, oh no, he doesn't have enough mana. Ah. If he had one more mana, he could Zephyr's twisting nether, see him in attack mode.
Wind Fury, yeah. See him at fight mode. Ooh.
Time runs out on me.
What?
Betrayal is interesting.
Oh, poison. Yeah, there's poison in the middle, right?
Yeah, because it deals its damage.
If he betrayaled, then the poison would have gone off on both sides, I believe. I think that's how their interaction works, right?
Like a year ago, yeah.
I'm sure someone will correct me if I'm wrong. Pretty sure that's how it works.
I'm almost out of cards.
Galakrond. Last card.
AyRoK snaps that Mortal Coil. No way he wants to be drawing a card from that. Getting rid of that Divine Shield is about the only value he's going to get. Now Nether Wing, Nether Breath. Going to take care of the board.
Yeah, I think from here, there's just no chance for totosh. Zephyr's used.
He just doesn't have a clear for the Galakrond board.
Yeah.
Dude, Albatross is a BM, dude.
Oh, man.
Close, but no cigar for totosh. It's looking like it's all melting away. This Nazari can extend the game for a couple of turns, but I don't think it's going to win the game.
He discarded Power of Creation. 7 cards left in his deck. He has an Albatross. Dragon Caster. Stargazer Luna.
Yep.
Arcane Amplifier.
Yep.
Doomsayer. Ray of Frost.
Okay.
And
now correct me if I'm wrong, but it doesn't sound like any of those cards deal with this board. It's an Albatross. It's always an Albatross. Oh, unlucky.
Does he have Frost Nova left?
No, he had it in hand when we were debating that Mountain Giant play, right?
Ah, yes. So it's Doomsayer, Arcane Amplifier, an Albatross, a Luna, a Dragon Caster, and 1 additional card. Maybe another Albatross? No, that wouldn't. A natural Conjurer's Calling? Were both of his Conjurer's Callings randomly generated?
I wonder.
He randomly generated one, but I thought the other one he used was natural.
Yeah, it's nothing that can deal with this board.
It's the bottom line. Nazari comes out. I imagine AyRoK was expecting specifically Nazari or Deathwing at that point. That's probably the better of the two from his perspective. Plenty of time to let this fatigue tick through, and even with the Kronks.
Might just be it. 8, 13 plus 6 is 18 plus 10?
Yeah, comfortably.
Oh, yeah.
4 over.
And that means AyRoK in a very close series and one of the weirdest Game 5s I've seen in a long time is going to take the victory over totosh and move on to the semifinals.
Yeah, absolutely scrap fest of a series. It was that Warlock all the time just clawing to get over the line. I guess quite fitting that it was the Claw of Galakrond in the end, dealing the final damage for AyRoK, but it did look like the weak link for both players' lineups in that series. But also, it's a weakness of the Mage that I have picked up on in a couple of series so far, is that, you know, it will never run out of value in deck. It has so much value in there. But if it doesn't find a couple of crucial card draw options, for example, if you whiff on a Book of Spectres, it is quite limited in the amount of card draw that's in the deck, which means you can outvalue your opponent's hand quite often against that deck, it feels like, even if you can't beat the whole deck.
Yeah, just a weird game. So many like crazy decisions towards the later portions of that game that end up making quite the difference. The Conjurer's Calling onto the Albatross to shut off the possibility of Zephyr.
That was really smart.
Albatross.
Yep.
his timing of Zephyrus alongside the Tiamat to get the board clear and try and go for one final push and hope that AyRoK didn't have anything to do with it. Just a lot of craziness happening and many albatross drawn.
Yeah, that series got a little bit carried away with the albatross, but we're certainly seeing why it can be such an effective tech card, because even when it's not necessarily just shutting off Highlander draws, it is just a disruption to a lot of decks in the game. We've even seen, Holy Wrath Paladin, for example, where in that case just extending the deck is a thing that you want to be able to do. So definitely a very unique card that's been printed for a particular purpose. But the purpose of all these players is to march towards the right-hand side of that bracket that you see there and sit underneath that triumphant crown. And we have 3 players sat in the semifinals right now: Alan Numbers, xBlyzes, and AyRoK, and Felkeine, newly minted Grandmaster for 2020, is going to be going up against TIZS in our final quarterfinals.
Yeah, it's set up. We have the potential to have 3 out of our 4 quarterfinalists be French, with Alan the only one not being it if Felkeine were to take the victory over TIZS in our next quarterfinal. So I feel like that's been a pretty consistent trend. Seoul had Masters Tour Seoul last year, had an all-French final.
Yes.
And we even saw Totosh in top 4 for Masters Tour Bucharest.
Yep, the promoted Grandmasters going into the league this year.
Which were the finalists from Seoul.
Yep.
So a lot of big Hearthstone names coming out of France recently.
Viva la France, indeed.
That's right, that's right. And it's cool to see, especially since these players just seem to be so consistent. I guess AyRoK may be excluded because we showed and harped on his previous performances, looking for a breakout performance here. But Felkeine, making another top 8 after winning one.
Yep.
Totosh, even though he fell short from top 4 here, had the one last year. So definitely a great showing. But after it all, AyRoK is the player that moves on in quarterfinal number 3. But we're not even to the halfway point of the day. We still got 4 more matches: quarterfinals, semis, and finals coming at you today. So don't go anywhere. More Masters Tour Arlington Hearthstone action right after this.
Hearthstone Masters Tour Arlington is brought to you by T-Mobile. Rank up with America's first and only nationwide 5G network.
When Overwatch asked me to design their official team kits, I was honored. This was an opportunity to create gear that for the first time brings together the best of the streetwear world and the esports world. This is technical apparel designed with specs to provide the highest caliber athletes in the esports world with the performance and comfort that they demand.
And just so you know, her armband is clipped, but it says LOVE, so you don't worry about.
Designed to highlight each team's uniqueness, yet resonate with players and fans in the US, China, Korea, France, and all over the world. And of course, gear that needs to look as dope as it performs, both inside and outside the arena. This is it, the official Overwatch League kit. Designed by Staple, engineered for gamers.
in New York City.
Come on, this is carnage! It's not stopping! It's not stopping! Now we have a game! Ooh, get rocked! Maybe the Batman can do it! Oh, what is this? Oh, you ready? Welcome back, everybody, to the Hearthstone Masters Tour Arlington. And guess what?
What?
TJ, we are ready to start our final quarterfinal match. I guess we're not quite ready because the players aren't there yet, but they will be very soon. And we will get to see TIZS versus Felkeine, and it should be a really fun match. Felkeine, one of my favorite players to watch in this tournament right now. He's so expressive when he plays, and he makes such good decisions, too. Usually you see an emotional, or a player that appears to be emotional like that, let that affect their play. But it's like there's two separate things going on.
Yeah. Yeah, he's a very fun player to watch.
Yeah.
He makes the broadcast more fun, right?
He does.
He's very expressive. We saw him at Masters Tour Seoul as well, an event that he managed to win last year.
Right.
And it was the same there. He has had a couple brain farts throughout the weekend, but
it happens. Happens to the best of us.
Well, you know, he had the highlighted cards apparently because of his color blindness.
Sure.
It's hard for him to see, so he has to keep manual track every single turn of do the check himself, whether or not he has a dragon, whether or not like Zephyrus is active a lot of times, or
kicking it old
like
school.
And here you can see some of his reactions over the course of the weekend.
I think that was the dragon that he played without the other one in his hand. Yep.
Shut your eyes and hope.
That happens.
Oh yeah, I just want to screenshot that and put it as my computer wallpaper.
He's just like a non-stop tour of possible emote opportunities, you know? You can make so many.
You could, and I was really excited for this series, Doa, and now looking at the picks and bans, I'm a little disappointed.
Oh, really? Okay.
TIZS has Combo Priest. And
that's awesome.
Performing pretty well. He was almost single-handedly like picking up the Priest win rate over the course of the event in the sample size, but it was banned away.
Well, let's take a look. Let's learn a little bit more about these guys, and then we can get more into our woes, our sadness about the bans for the deck list. Let's learn about Felkeine a little bit. Like you mentioned, he did win Masters Tour Seoul last year. He has 3 Hearthstone Championship Tour playoff appearances. And check it out, all the way back in 2017. So many, many years ago, able to place high in ARMA Cup number 6. So certainly some results, but recently really picking up steam.
Yeah, I think the recency is what we need to focus on. And that career resume, I'm sure, is going to get long very quickly, as Felkeine was one of the players that was promoted to Europe Grandmasters at the end of the Masters Tour season last year, along with Countryman Zim. So should be a fun player to watch as the year progresses, because we're going to be seeing a lot of him once Grandmaster starts.
His opponent, TIZS, top 24 in the 2019 APAC Winter Playoffs, so he got up there, I suppose. 2 playoff appearances in his career, top 100 at the Masters Tour Seoul. So, you know, not quite the results that Felkeine has seen yet, but a chance today to silence whatever haters may be out there and punch his ticket to the semifinals over a very strong player.
Yeah, and the thing I like about TIZS is he's for the most part, not conforming to what a lot of other players have thought would be the best decks coming into the event.
Sure.
The exception being Galakrond Warlock. He did bring that. But if you look at his other decks, Combo Priest, and it's not even like a Combo Priest that you'd expect. He plays Magic Carpet with with extra 1-drops. And it's he plays Highlander Rogue.
Interesting.
So he has the Highlander Galakrond Rogue instead of the traditional one. And he's also got the Holy Wrath Paladin. So it's a little bit of an offbeat lineup, and that just makes it more impressive that he's made it to the top 8 with that type of lineup. And we haven't got to watch him much throughout the weekend, so I'm excited to see, you know, if his play can match his creativity with his deck lists.
Yeah, well, that's like another strategy you can employ coming into a weekend like this is to bring decks that you yourself have practiced a ton, but other people may not be expecting. You throw people off their game plan. They aren't quite as sure in their reactions. They second guess themselves. So, yeah, you can kind of have a bit of a psychological advantage with a deck set like he brought.
Yeah, there's an argument as old as time within Hearthstone of play styles, right? Because there's some players out there who think play styles don't really exist, or at least they don't matter. There's always an optimal strategy and optimal plays.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, I tend to disagree with that as well. But then once you get into the realm of looking at players' play styles, there's some players that don't try to conform, they try and beat the meta. But there's other players that do try and conform and try and master what have been proven as the best decks.
Yeah.
And even within those, there's a ton of other ways that players like to play. Some players tend to be more aggressive. Some players tend to be more safe. You can see that a lot of time in mulligan strategies or tech choices.
Well, I think if you look, as we check out Felkeine's decks here, as you look at like the near 30 years of competitive card game history that the world has, right? That's been an argument that goes way, way beyond Hearthstone, right? Where some players really are the best at finding that, you know, top deck, as everyone says, and then absolutely mastering it, where other players have always really excelled at forging their own path and playing something that they've created better than anyone else.
Yeah, we have one of the most famous card game players of all time in our very scene, and that's Brian Kibler.
Yeah, exactly.
And he, you know, became known for having that specific style, the Dragon Master.
Yep.
Himself. Even within Hearthstone, he hasn't competed much. He's mostly on this side of the desk. But when he does, or when he streams and plays on ladder and tries to climb, he's always trying to do it with something, you know, of his own creation.
Right.
It's a little bit more value-oriented with playing big stuff or doing fun things. So I like to see that transfer over into the top level of competitive play, and I think that TIZS is as close as we can get to that while still maintaining that competitive edge. So Combo Priest banned away, but we will get to see Holy Wrath Paladin, and like I mentioned, the Highlander Galakrond Rogue.
Right, and that just kind of adds some extra tools in there at the end, like Dragon Queen Alexstrasza, which is, as we've seen, a card we see pretty much every game, no matter what deck it is. So why not Rogue as well?
That's right, and first matchup is going to be the Rogue for Felkeine, who is just running the normal Galakrond Rogue, a lot of 2-ofs, making sure you can get those consistent invokes, get that Galakrond online earlier. Dragon Maw Poacher is a tech card that he has in the list, expecting a lot of dragons this weekend. Maybe that came out from some of his practice leading up to the event.
Yeah, I feel like we were starting to see less and less dragons on the ladder in general, but at this tournament where you kind of know you're going to be facing a lot of decks, a lot of dragons in it, I think the Poacher is something you can include pretty safely. Although a lot of people taking that card out of their list lately. So yeah. TIZS, do you just go for the snip snap on curve here, you think?
I would like to see a life tap. The reason why I don't like the snip snap too much is it gives gives Felkeine an easy Seal Fate target.
That's a good point.
Yeah. He life tapped last turn, which means that he wouldn't be able to Seal Fate his face, and there's many times where rogues either they need to use the coin to combo, say, an Evil Miscreant, or they want a target to Seal Fate, and playing something on 3, especially like a snip snap, I think is kind of playing into that.
What this does is that, it could be Big Edwin swinging in. It's a medium Edwin, 4/4 Edwin.
He can coin Shadow Step.
That's true. That would be a lot of resources to use on one Edwin against a Warlock. That'd be pretty risky.
Yeah, that'd be very risky because Plague of Flames would just ruin your day.
It certainly would. I like that TIZS had the ability to get rid of Big Edwin here. That's nice. I was thinking maybe he was saying, well, if I just get the microbots and then I draw into rights, you know, I can at least have a couple 2/1s running into face next turn, depending on what happens. So, you know, there's some lines to play out of that. But I see what you're saying too, where, you know, maybe the life tap would have been more of a longer game plan. But he looks like he may want to accelerate things, kind of knowing that he's playing against a Highlander version of this.
Yeah, Rogue can snowball games, not as well as they, once could.
Yeah,
they tend to be a little bit slower in the early game, and the coin does have a lot of value as well. Speaking of like the Edwin for last turn, even if Plague of Flames didn't exist, the coin has sort of gone up in value because of, High Spear and Togwaggle. How many Evil Miscreant? How many swing turns and power turns you just have in the deck?
Yeah.
Sometimes you need that coin to just squeeze out High Spear and Togwaggle or Galakrond or Kronks a turn early.
Wow. Plague of Flames just to get rid of the Shield of Galakrond. That's a very aggressive line to take.
Well, he saw Edwin, and Rogue, as the game goes on, tends to load up the board with lots of lackeys and small things. So that's one of the biggest minions you can find that can be played that early outside of Edwin Van Cleave.
Fair enough. He does have a Crazed Netherwing or 2 as well to deal with those, big boards of smaller minions.
Yep.
So. Ooh, Grandmummy. All right, solid Reborn minion popping out. And he's going to go ahead and Shadow Step that. Yeah, save that for later for possibly, would you even consider a turn 6 Baron Togwaggle?
Oh, absolutely. The earlier you can get it down, the better.
Sure.
Shadow Step on the Lackey is so good because, like I said, getting down those power cards one turn earlier can be a world of difference. So
getting those free spells,
yeah,
could be huge.
It's just a matter of which Lackey he wanted to Shadow Step, right? The Ethereal Lackey has more attack and maybe more potential upside, but the Faceless Lackey tends to be like slightly more consistent in some regards because you're just always getting some stats on board.
Right, exactly. He's going to go ahead and drop that again. And yeah, why not? 3-3. Solid body. Very solid body for Fuga.
Yeah.
There's the Fiendish Rites. What's he going to go for? Okay, Crazed Netherwing is going to be the play. He had a couple different options there. But at least this is going to leave him with the bigger minion on the board. And that was a second sort of life for Grandmummy, too.
Oh, he's even got the Dragon Ball Poacher to trade over this.
Wow. Seal Fate. Okay.
Ooh.
All right. Some exciting stuff there.
Yeah, some interesting options.
A wealth of choices, actually, for Felkeine right now. And it's just kind of what sets you up best for that Galakrond, and then what gives you the most resources to hold over for future turns, really.
Yeah, I don't even know if I want to play any of this. The problem is Dragon Ball Poacher, if you... Yeah, I guess if you play Dragon Ball Poacher and trade it in, you're susceptible to the second Crazed Netherwing. And you know there's going to be more dragons coming out because there's Alexstrasza in the deck, there's Dragon Queen Alexstrasza, there's another Crazed Netherwing, so you will get Dragon Ball Poacher value at some point.
There's a reason why he becomes an 8/8.
Yes.
Yeah, and it's to kill 8/8.
It's to kill 8/8s.
As a Shiv, I suppose he can pair into the attack. That draws him a card too, which is nice. And drop a couple 4/4s on the board, I suppose, too.
Yeah. So a pretty powerful turn, all things considered. And like we mentioned, gets to hold on to the Poacher. A lot of removal options with Flick and Poacher plus Seal Fate plus Eviscerate combo.
Yeah. And then a lot of times, Praise Galakrond just basically ends up pay 1 mana, get a Lackey.
Yeah. Or sometimes you get to push an extra damage here or there, but...
Once in a while, but you don't need to. Like, you don't need to... it's probably a mistake to save that card until you absolutely need the damage. You know, that's like a secondary bonus, I feel like, with the card.
Ooh, a bonus attack?
A bonus damage.
Oh, I love it.
That's right, yeah. It's value. Everybody loves value in Hearthstone.
No, I'll trade value for face damage any day.
I prefer aggressive lines of play as well.
Well, with Praise Galakrond, you get both.
You do. Ultra aggressive because you can put even more minions down.
Yeah.
Maybe you get the Goblin Lackey and you can add even more attack onto it.
But now we're talking.
Double the value. Looks like it's going to be a snip snap turn.
Yeah. The one thing that Felkeine has to worry about here is his life total, but I think this is one of the reasons why he's stacking both of these snip snaps onto one, because with Ziliax in hand, he can go for a big swing next turn. Since this isn't really too threatening of a minion where TIZS is going to want to, like Plague of Flames it.
Yeah, Nether Breath, an option to take that snip snap down. Oh. Wow. Taps down to 19.
So there are a couple breakpoints with the deck. He's seen one of the Shadow Steps, Leroy Shadow Step. Leroy plus a dagger hit is 1, so 13. So he's not in trouble yet, especially with the Nether Breath in hand. And yeah, he's just going to go straight upstairs.
Wow. To the face.
Respect.
Yep. Another Nether Breath drawn.
Oh.
Not bad. It's a solid hand that can handle a lot of things. Dark Skies with a full hand. Feels good. Go ahead and gain a little bit more health, I suppose.
Oof. Okay. So Ziliax will do a lot in trying to get Felkeine back at a safe life total. I'm wondering what comes alongside it, because the Devoted Maniac seems a little slow, but so does pretty much everything here.
Many
you could go for Eviscerate and use this Snip Snap to push face damage.
Yeah, I think it's tough because you want to save that Draconic Lackey to enable, like your Eviscerate or your Evil Miscreant or something like that, but maybe you just kind of want to see what spell you get to this turn.
Yeah. Well, That's
Definitely
happening.
the Ziliax.
That's happening 100%.
Yeah.
It's just what else does he fill the mana with?
Right.
I think if he picked up, let's say, a Kobold Lackey here, he could, or not a Kobold Lackey. Yeah, Kobold Lackey, he could feel free to, like, I don't know. I was thinking of Seal Fate. I was like, oh, it only deals 3. He could use Eviscerate in the Kobold Lackey to kill the Veiled Worshipper.
Doesn't even, that's right, if you played him in the wrong order.
Technically, you could.
You can, you're not wrong.
Yeah. Oof.
Well, that's a rough Dark Skies.
That was nearly a complete waste of a Dark Skies. I'm going to be real honest with you.
Yep. Did not do a lot of damage to the other side.
It didn't bring this Ziliax Snip Snap down to any breakpoint, Crazed Netherwing or Nether Breath.
And now you just like shrug and you're like, well, I guess I can Nether Breath, Crazed, you know, to maybe like leave the tokens out, but it's just so bad.
Or Godfrey. Like it didn't even set up a decent Godfrey play. And now he's staring at 8 damage on the board, 9 with the dagger. And he has to use the Nether Breath just to chip away and not have to worry about dying to some of the crazy stuff that Felkeine can do, because he has been holding on to 1 0-cost card.
Yeah.
So I'm sure TIZS is afraid of what that could be.
Exactly. What do you go with?
Probably just the biggest thing.
Yeah. I mean, you've got enough mana to play it.
Yeah. He could go with like Evasive Feywing to, you know, fill his mana with other stuff. Yeah, maybe like a Devoted Maniac to trade in, or try and find, have a bunch of additional mana to try and find something with Ethereal Lackey that can clear the board.
Brightwing for the second Leroy.
There you go.
There you go.
You found the line, Doa.
Yep. I think you're right, though. Evasive Dracon is the safest play. You can still throw it down. A little bit tougher for Warlock to remove, but, you know, Warlock, if they have Rain of Fire, they can remove anything they want. Ooh. Although he has seen one used.
Dragonmaw Scorch is actually quite a good pickup, considering just how Warlock likes to play, the invocability in general. But Felkeine's starting to get close. A Leroy pickup is 10 damage from hand, and this board is quite threatening.
Ziliax, just in the nick of time to provide maybe a little bit more healing for TIZS. Now, is his Galakron fully invoked right now? I think it may be, trying to judge by the hero portrait there.
It is.
I think it is, yeah.
I believe it is.
Seems that way. You know, I'd be worried if I was Gul'dan that I would be scorching my beard with that magic that you see right there. He's holding it right under his beard. I've always been worried, but it looks like he's okay. He's a big green dragon now, so don't worry about it. And his opponent a little bit more healing, but trying to seize control of the board.
That's a lot of damage to have to take, though, and he's not taking that much else off the board. 6, 7 damage on board with double Eviscerate. Flick plus double Eviscerate is enough. Yeah.
Yeah.
7 damage on board plus 8 from hand. That's plenty of damage for Felkeine.
And he sees it. Flick comes in, and like you mentioned, with the Eviscerate combos and with the damage from the Microbots, that's going to be game number 1, going the way of Felkeine. Coming into this quarterfinals 8-1 from the Swiss rounds, and starting off his quarterfinal match with a game up.
Yeah, a couple of plays that, you know, I'd like to, go back and take a look at later from TIZS' side. The Dark Skies being the primary one.
Yeah.
Just because his Veiled Worshipper had less health total, it's just as likely that it hits that than the Snip Snap. Granted, he did get quite unlucky with it. It was, on average, at least going to deal enough damage to where Nether Breath could take it out.
Right, right.
But you have to account for those things, and he had a lot of resources in hand. There was ways for him to activate a Good Lord Godfrey with Nether Breath by itself. He could clear the board and left a 4/4 remaining. So those are the types of things that you have to think about. And he ripped that Dark Skies quick.
I think this is where you have to kind of stress, too, that this is like the 3rd day in a row that these guys have had to be playing Hearthstone at the absolutely top level in the world. And it takes a mental toll. It's very, very difficult to maintain that level of concentration for so long.
especially since it's so far away from home for both these players. TIZS
Sure, yeah.
all the way from Taiwan, and Felkeine all the way from France. So maybe jet lag settling in a little bit. TIZS,
yeah, it looks a little bit sleepy. Yeah,
a little bit sleepy. You know, we can say that, but some players just like to be zen when they're playing. They just like to kind of go up on stage, chill, play some Hearthstone games like they're playing at home.
Yeah. Are you zen when you play Hearthstone? Are you a chill guy?
I'm almost always a chill guy.
You seem like a pretty chill guy. You know, I've known you for a number of years. You've always been fairly chill.
I'm just pretty zen all the time.
Yeah. Me too. Except for certain situations on the ladder. Once in a while. You know. One of those moments. If I have to go to Battlegrounds. That makes me feel better. Until one of those
your
moments.
soul. Until one of those moments. And then you got to go back to constructed. Yeah.
Exactly. See, that's the greatest thing about Battlegrounds is you have an escape from the ladder, and then the ladder gives you an escape from Battlegrounds. So
yeah.
Just never leave the client. That's where I've been for a long time. So now we do see the Warlock coming in from Felkeine, and it's going to be the Holy Wrath Paladin actually from TIZS this time around. So switching things up, saying, you know what, I'll bring the Warlock in later. I got to get a win with this Paladin anyway.
I believe it's the last Holy Wrath Paladin remaining in the field.
I think you're right.
It has seen some struggles. I loved it at the beginning and day one when we started to see it a bit. But you could tell like its win rate started to fall off as we start to get higher and higher up in the standings. Once the field was cut down, it did start to struggle a little bit more. But TIZS has managed to reach top 8 with it.
It's got a lot of strong removal options, but I still, and I like watching it, but I still feel like it's one of those decks where it's like somebody went, wouldn't it be sick if you could like Holy Wrath people Sathravar, and everyone's like LOL, and they made a deck and they're like, oh, you know, sometimes you make a silly deck, you take on the ladder, and you get a couple wins, you're like, oh, maybe this is actually pretty good.
Yeah.
And this is like that to the nth degree. This is where it's gotten all the way to this far. And,
Has science gone too far, Noah?
It's gone way too far. The Sathravar thing, it's out of control now. Look, it's already to the quarterfinals.
Yeah.
Somebody's got to stop this Holy Wrath Paladin shenanigans thing. And Felkeine's going to do his best.
Well, it did wreak havoc in Grandmasters for some time, and I feel like Holy Wrath Paladin is one of those decks where it's vastly different when it's played in fully capable hands,
sure,
as opposed to moderately capable hands. I think the difference between a good and a great Holy Wrath Paladin player is the difference between going 7-2 in a tournament where you brought it to bombing out at 3-4 or what have you.
Yeah. To re-achieving rank 10 on the ladder.
Yes.
I would not take this on the ladder if I were you.
Yeah. Unless you're really confident in it.
Yeah, I mean, if you practice, by all means. I mean, the ladder is a good place to practice, too.
Yeah, so the goal here for TIZS is to try and find ways to chip away damage when he gets close to his combo, because that can be the issue. Because you're not really dealing much damage over the game. You're rarely grabbing the board up until, once Sathravar comes out with Shirvala and you can play like 3 in the same turn. So it's about kind of chipping away, maybe forcing the Warlock on the back foot. Because later on in the game, Warlock's going to stay around 30, right?
Yeah, for sure.
They're going to have Nether Breath. They have Sacrificial Pact. They have Galakron, the armor, just from playing Galakron. So
you've got a lot of ways to go smoothly into that late game, and the Paladin's going to go there.
Yeah.
So there's no real pressure to rush anything as the Warlock players. It's kind of what you're saying, it seems like. And
yeah, well, they rush everything because they draw a lot of cards. Holy Wrath Paladin was the best draw engine in the game for some time with Crystology and just how many draw options they have. But you can tell just by the card count right now that Felkeine is challenging that because of Veiled Worshipper and Life Tap.
Yeah. Warlock hero power exists, so
yes, it does.
It's gonna be easy for Warlock to retake that throne, I think, whenever they want to.
Yeah, but the Bad Luck Albatross could make things a lot more difficult for TIZS because that's just a couple extra cards that he has to draw before he can guarantee this combo.
Right.
Oof.
Oh, that is unfortunate. Zephyrus comes out with the first Holy Wrath. Ouch.
Yep.
That is an oopsie. Continuing to draw cards, keep himself fairly healthy. There's the Sathravar, so that's going to be something that'll be useful later on in the game.
Warlock, since they don't have to use Plague of Flames nearly at all in this matchup, have a relatively easy time dealing with that push from the Holy Wrath Paladin, at least the board push.
Yeah.
The actual Sathabar turn. But like I said, it gets tricky once you get to the late game trying to play around the potential damage sources.
Yeah.
Because there is damage breakpoints, especially when you factor in Zephyrus, because you do have Shirvala, Baleful Banker, Holy Wrath, and then a Zephyrus plus like Soulfire.
Sure.
Or Lightning Bolt.
Fireball or something.
Yeah. Well, in the same turn, you're limited to one, so like the Soulfire or the Lightning Bolt.
Oh, sure, yeah.
But there's also, you have to factor in, well, what if they do the combo, I don't have healing, I'm not going to kill them, then they play Zephyrus next turn and get, like that Fireball, Pyroblast, they pocket that, or Tyrion for 15 recurring damage if you run out of stuff. So there's a lot of options in the late game, and that's where it starts to become that real puzzle. Like right now, Felkeine's just like, well, how do I get to Galakrond the fastest while making sure that I don't burn cards? Draw as much as possible while not burning any. But as we get later, it's going to start to get a little bit more complicated once that deck thins out.
Well, that's the situation that Felkeine's in right now, where he's like, all right, what do I ditch from my hand here just to make more room?
Head scratch.
Yeah, it's rough because you really hope that you would have
so many,
you know, something like the Dragonblight Cultist or the Rites or something like that. He's gonna go ahead and drop the Dragon Queen Alexstrasza.
Ooh, an 8/8.
Yeah, just gets an 8/8 on the board.
Cool.
Why not? Gets it out of the hand at least.
Yeah, I like the non-greed from Felkeine here.
Yeah. All right. Sathavar comes in to toss a bunch of cats all around the game, hand, deck.
How dare you?
And battlefield.
It's a tiger.
Hey,
not a mere cat.
Oh, you're right, it's a tiger. It's a big cat. Tigers are big cats.
Technically, yes.
They are.
But it's a holy tiger.
Is it? Yeah, I guess it kind of is, isn't it?
It uses the light.
Well, and it'll always land on its feet. So when Sathavar tosses it around, it'll be fun. I'm not a cat person, though. We talked about this, right?
Yeah. I mean, we could talk about it again for the next 15 minutes if you want.
Oh, we could. Nothing else is really going on, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, all right. Another Dark Skies. Hey, this helps thin out the hand.
Sure.
There is that. And Field Worshipper fills it right back up again. But again, he's looking for some more invokes, and he finds one.
Yeah. He does have pretty much everything he needs, so he's going to burn a card going in the next turn, but
sure.
Not the biggest deal. He has Zephyrus, he has both Nether Breaths, he has Galakrond, he has Kronks. Maybe a Sacrificial Pact to try and pull him out of range of something. I know he's used one earlier on in the game. But other than that, there's not much. He also draws into another Bad Luck Albatross. So again, that's just more cards that TIZS is going to have to draw before he can activate that combo.
I think if we could kind of nominate like a class of MVP cards for this tournament, I think Bad Luck Albatross should actually be in there because of the amount of, because of how it slows down Highlander decks, but also the damage it does to this Paladin deck.
Yeah, any combo deck or Highlander deck, it just makes life miserable at times.
Very true. I think we could nominate bombs in that category too. Just bombs.
Yeah.
Bombs from warrior things.
Yeah, Brimful. I was very surprised when I was looking at the deck list for the top 8. It's like, oh, okay, well, that guy has Bomb Warrior. Ooh, Ziliax.
Oh, burning Ziliax, that hurts. That does not feel good.
Yeah, the Ziliax is rough. Oftentimes later on in the game, though, the Warlock will try not to give you anything to attack into. But sometimes that can be quite difficult because eventually you need to kill the Paladin. They have a lot of damage. It's hard to just kind of sit back and let them do whatever they want to, because that's when Tyrion comes out from Zephyrus and you get sad.
Right. Tyrion makes you sad and you're like, Tyrion, why are you attacking me? We're Paladin friends. The lore doesn't make sense.
No.
Gul'dan summoning Tyrion to fight Uther.
Awkward.
Super awkward. It's going to make the next Paladin Christmas party very, very uncomfortable. Especially because Uther's been dead for like, I don't know how long. Like, why are you here?
No. Warcraft was just reforged. He's alive again.
Right. But World of Warcraft Classic came out earlier. So I guess he was re-dead, and then don't worry, because eventually, if Classic moves on to Burning Legion at some point, then he can die again.
Okay.
So then we'll be good.
All right, second Holy Wrath picked up. That one's got to be saved. But this board does allow TIZS to chip off this armor, which is not something you're always afforded the luxury of being able to do without a swing from True Silver. He doesn't have... he has a quality plus Wild Pyromancer. That would leave the Crystalsmith Kangor still up.
Yep. Now, he did use a Shrink Ray earlier in the game.
Yes.
But this is a play now.
Reporting for duty.
All right. He reports for duty, and then he sees Galakrond. He's like, I did not sign up for this.
I'm surprised he didn't go with just spinning his mana last turn. He had Flash Flood available. Maybe he doesn't want to waste the healing, because there's the Claw equipped, and he still has Crystalsmith Kangor. So,
well, I suppose the other factor, too, is that, like, as you get closer and closer to fatigue, you want to make sure you have more healing options.
Or Alexstrasza. I think Alexstrasza might be one of the main reasons. He plays Alexstrasza, you can flash a light back out of range of certain combos. Because Felkeine's just kind of holding on to burst damage. He's going for the Alexstrasza kill, which from hand, with the current state of affairs, it's Kronk plus Nether Breath, which is 18 with the claw attack.
If everything lives, he's got it. Yeah, if everything lives, he's got it.
Yeah, I imagine if TIZS is not going to remove this board, we're going to see a timeout come here, but there's still 6 cards remaining, and the timeout timing is incredibly crucial. You want to try and use it to either block damage on turns where you draw cards earlier on in the game, or 2, ways to set up guaranteed lethal opportunities once you're out of cards or nearly out of cards. And this is kind of one of those awkward spots where if you use a timeout now, you still have 5 cards to draw through. And
you're definitely concerned, though, because you know they're down to like 6 cards in their deck, right? And you know Alexstrasza is probably in there.
Yeah. So if he Alexstrasza's this next turn, he wouldn't be dead.
No.
Reporting for duty.
Not yet. Just going to make the Silverhand recruit.
Bold.
Very bold.
Looking at it, though, there's not much else he could have done outside of timeout, and I do think it's a little bit early for timeout usage, and he's kind of in this position where he's got to take the risk, or maybe not even a risk, but knowing that he's going to take this amount of damage. And, yep, I like the Plague of Flames because this does not allow TIZS to heal off the Shirvallah, and he has Kronks plus the Claw to kind of get back into it and deal those last couple points of damage.
That's really smart.
So this forces a timeout usage.
Yep. Crystology just for a little bit more drawing then. Yeah, I really do like getting rid of all the minions and taking away the lifesteal. Oh no, and there's both Albatrosses.
I think actually those were the only one attack minions left in the deck.
Yeah, I suppose. That's probably true, isn't it?
Yeah. Or very close to it. He might have even had one more Albatross from the previous Bad Luck Albatross.
Could be.
Let me think.
And maybe even Acolyte of Pain if he runs it, which is the case. So yeah, he does have an Acolyte as well.
Okay.
And if he plays Shirvallah and he gets Plague of Wrath or Plague of Flames again,
Move quickly.
then things get a little tough. So he's going to load up his board with the Albatross to try and force Felkeine to play minions in order to make that happen.
Yeah.
And he doesn't have a Dragon to activate Nether Breath, so these are just 2 damage at the moment.
See what he draws. Photomaniac.
Yep, so probably just another Plague of Flames here and then a pass.
Should be.
Zephyr's still not active.
Yeah, I think, I feel like is it both Fiendish Rites? Did he play any of those this game?
It might be both. I think he only plays 1 copy of Fiendish Rites, actually, because of the Bad Luck Albatross.
Yeah, you could be right. I'm trying to remember what he hasn't played any of yet this game. Meanwhile, over to TIZ's turn.
Crazy Netherwing.
Picks up a Shrink Ray. Could be. I think he used one. If I remember right.
We'll see in the next few turns.
Yeah. But kind of a crazy situation. You have 3 cards remaining in your deck, and 2 of them are the same card.
Yeah.
Unless you're like me playing in Big Druid on ladder, and then that happens all the time. Then Biggin.
I wonder.
Okay, so we're starting to approach the territory. Yep, of TIZS going for the Holy Wrath. Now.
Yep, might just decide to just go for it.
Wait, no?
Oh.
I thought he was going to pull the trigger now, but he does have one more. The Satravard,
he's got 2 in his deck right now. Yeah.
So he's still got some time. He's just trying to find some way to heal. And with both the Plague of Flames gone, I guess he's in a position where he wants to force Felkeine to have to Twisting Nether this board.
Oh, the Pyroblast.
Wait.
Mind Control?
Wait, it didn't. There's no Twisting Nether.
Oh, that's strange. Maybe it just doesn't think there's enough minions on the board?
Felkeine's just as confused as I am.
Pretty shocked, yeah.
I've never seen that.
Wow.
Mind Control, he has 8 mana.
Zephyrus, are you okay? Is Zephyrus okay, guys? We've been wondering off and on. We'll find out on Twitter soon enough.
Now he has to use the Nether Breath, and he gives TIZS the healing from the Shirvala that he's been he has to go for Kronks.
That is so awkward.
And that gives up all of his burst damage.
Oh. Felkeine just crushed by that.
Wait. I think even TIZS is confused that there's no Twisting Nether.
Zephyrus giveth, and Zephyrus taketh away.
What in the world?
Out of wishes. Felkeine just not happy at all about that one. TIZS just seems kind of stunned.
I'm stunned.
Is TIZS afraid to play his own Zephyrus now?
Because he's not going to get what he wants?
I don't know.
Like, is Zephyrus just taking the day off or something? He's like,
opposite day in Wishland.
Choose from one of these 3 options.
That's why the theme is Zephyrus. Is Zephyrus okay?
Oh, man. What?
Does he get it?
No.
Oh, no, the Baleful Banger. What just happened in this game?
So that was the weirdest end of game I've ever seen.
Felkeine's head, I think, nearly exploded at the end of that one. He looks angry that that's how the game ended. So I think we're all just kind of confused right now.
I didn't even have time to like talk through TIZZ's options that turn, which he really didn't have much, to be honest.
Yeah.
The couple things I was looking at was Zephyrus into Lay on Hands, and then you could play Shirvala to kill the Kronk and then win in Fatigue because he's out of removal.
I guess so.
Or take a 1 and 4 to win right then. And I think he realized that I'm not going to win in Fatigue because he makes 2 1/1s every turn. Eventually that's going to get out of control. And so he decided to take the 25% outer to win. That might even have been 50% if there was another Shirvala left. I don't know. I was just so stunned, as Felkeine was, that there was no Twisting Nether in that Zephyrus.
It was a little bit shocking.
A Mind Control.
With
8 mana remaining.
2 10-mana spells.
And a Pyroblast.
Yeah.
Zephyrus is like, well, he's at 2. So here's a Pyroblast.
Yeah, and 2 spells you can't cast.
Oh, my goodness.
Felkeine's still shaking his head, kind of baffled that he came away with the win in that one.
Yeah, I think that almost every single player in this field would have ripped Zephyrus there and expected Twisting Nether.
Probably.
So
that's not the face of someone you think of as being 2-0 up in the series.
Yeah, that's.
It's like that is the face of a man who is betrayed by his favorite team.
Yeah, that's the most disgruntled I've ever seen Felkeine.
The face of betrayal right there. Wow. Well, as we get over this emotional moment, we're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, game number 3 between TIZS and Felkeine. We'll see if TIZS can pick up a win and stay alive.
Hearthstone Masters Tour Arlington is brought to you by T-Mobile. Rank up with America's first and only nationwide 5G network.
T-Mobile 5G is here, and it's nationwide. While some 5G signals go only blocks, T-Mobile 5G goes miles, beyond the big cities, to the small towns, to the people. Millions of Americans can have access to 5G on T-Mobile. This is just the beginning. T-Mobile, the first and only nationwide 5G network.
The time has finally come.
We're back, Overwatch fans, and we are live from Dallas, Texas.
We are live in New York City.
Come on, this is carnage! It's not stopping! It's not stopping! Now we have a game! Ooh, get rocked! Maybe the Madman can do it! Oh, what is this? Are you ready? Turn up the bass! Welcome back to Hearthstone Masters Tour Arlington. Let's break down the Zephyrus moment again. So you can see the state of the board, the state of the health, and no twisting nether, which is what Felkeine may really have been expecting there.
Yeah, twisting nether, shadow or death, BGH, anything. And then I think he was so tilted by the fact that Zephyrus did not offer him the removal for Shivala that he messed up the order of operations here. What he could have done is Faceless first, and then deal the damage to the Shivala with Nether Breath to take off the Divine Shield, gaining the health himself,
right?
While denying the health from TIZS. So what that did effectively was give TIZS the out. I guess he would have had enough damage on board, but just order of operations, Felkeine very upset at himself.
Yeah.
And we didn't even get to kind of talk about TIZS's options as well. I mentioned Zephyrus into Lay on Hands. He has a 3 and 4 chance to draw Shivala. With Kronk's gone, with Plague of Flames gone, it's likely that he sticks that board and can maybe win in Fatigue. Sure. So Felkeine had another Crazed Netherwing which could have allowed him with the second Nether Breath to clear the board that he had made. So it was a very quickly played, very complicated end of game that ended up in TIZS trying to take a 1-4, missing, and Felkeine winning despite the tilting moment of getting something from Zephyrus that you didn't expect, and then messing up the order once everything was said and done. So
that was definitely one of the most interesting ends to a game we've seen in the tournament so far. But if you're Felkeine, you need to put it behind you, and you need to say, you know what? Yeah, sure. I messed up the ordering. It was a weird moment, but I am up 2-0 in this series. Got a chance to win it, get the 3-0, go to the semis right here, and TIZS on the other side has to find a way to bring it back. And the plan is going to be TIZS sticking with his Paladin and Felkeine just looking for that final win on his Mage.
Well, I mean, Felkeine, I think, just needs to shake off whatever emotions he was feeling at the end of that one.
Yep.
And get a little faith back in Zephyrus, because it may come in handy for the rest of the series, playing the Mage deck. So Mage versus Holy Wrath Paladin.
Well, TIZS is putting his faith in the light, as this Paladin has got to get a win at some point. So why not here? Why not now? Get the card draw going with a Novice Engineer. Will be immediately turned to Cinders.
No Crystology again in the early game for TIZS, which is kind of rough, because that's one of the bigger engines, because it allows you to draw into Novice Engineer, draw into Acolyte of Pain. So it's draw that compounds on itself to give you more draw.
Arcane Amplifier, one of the new cards that came out in the adventure last week. It's going to get Hammer of Wrath here for a little bit of damage, but it will continue to buff that hero power for Felkeine.
Yeah, so Holy Wrath Paladin originally appeared in kind of, early to mid 2019 as a counter to Cyclomage, which was the deck that was wreaking havoc all over competitive play around that time. Everybody was bringing Cyclomage, and Holy Wrath Paladin had a fantastic matchup against it because of their limited waves of threats and the plethora of removal. But Highlander Mage is a lot different, because they rarely run out of threats, in order to make the Holy Wrath Paladin more lean with draw and with consistency like the Sathervar, you cut some removal, like maybe run one Equality, for instance, along with the Shrink Ray. So it's a little bit different than it was, a little bit of different dynamic. But there's not many decks that can just straight up outvalue an entire deck of Highlander Mage. Maybe Quest Resurrect Priest is one of them, but outside of that, it can be tough.
True enough. So Felkeine just taking some time to establish an early board, get some early damage done. Brings his opponent down. It'll be tough to do that. That's the second Flash of Light now for TIZS. Draws the second Bale for Banker. And 2 damage done by Consecrate. So really kind of a lot of 2s.
Yeah, and I think what TIZS is trying to do here is just spend his mana as efficiently as possible, because it does a few things. It gets you, he's drawing cards, spending his mana. That makes the Shirvala cheaper.
Fury and Divine Shield here for Tiamat. Well,
this is a clear, but it's a lot of resources having to be used for a clear.
It is. Has to bring in the Alvin Archer in the end to finish him off.
Yeah, and starting to run low on draw again. That seems to be a trend for TIZS in these past couple games.
Or as I like to call the Elven Archer, a worse Kobold Lackey.
Yes. That's mean.
Outclassed.
That's mean, though.
It is. It's mean, but it's accurate. There's Zephyrus, the Betrayer.
I like the Ziliax there, because with Wild Pyromancer seen and a Consecration already seen, it's very difficult for TIZS to remove that. He can bank on the health and really just make these board states as awkward as possible for TIZS to kind of chew through.
Yep,
it's looking good for him right now.
Yeah, super hard board to get through as the Holy Wrath Paladin right now.
That's like the worst draw on the deck.
Yeah, timeout. The second timeout you don't want to see in your hand this early, it seems like.
Yeah, no Prismatic Lens, no Crystology, no Acolyte, no Novice. It's like the bottom portion of his deck is Shirvala and card draw.
I see a vision in the flame.
Might lead to some pretty decent not shrink rays, prismatic lenses though.
It could, but with Shrivala left in the deck still, Prismatic Lens can punish you in some ways.
That's very true too.
If it swaps with a Holy Wrath, it shuts off one of your Holy Wraths completely. Whatever spell it swaps with, it shuts off completely. But
yeah,
Luna's Pocket Galaxy picked up Fire 2 Witch Doctor, which will be free with the Dragoncaster, so...
Well, that's the dream right there. Should have another one in his deck, but hey, you take the free one if you've got an opportunity like that.
He can make his minions cost 1 again!
That's right, they're really 1 now. Back up to 30 health for Felkeine. There's Sathravar.
This is... You're starting to see kind of some of the weaknesses of Holy Wrath Paladin, maybe why we didn't see it that much. It's that they can beat themselves.
Yeah.
The deck is entirely reliant on drawing to the bottom. And if for some reason they can't do that because their hand is stuck full of combo pieces or they don't find removal on time, they have no other secondary win condition. So it's...
Well, you think about this deck against aggro decks, right? And TIZS would be dead like 2 times over by now, you know, going into turn number or mana number 10.
Yeah.
Felkeine, very worried about that card 2 defender. Judging by the look on his face when it got hit.
Oof.
Oh no. Wow. All right. It's pretty strong. Grabs a Frostbolt for some more damage to face.
Yep. And Arcane Keysmith is just going to make things awkward for TIZS. Yeah, Counterspell is really the only one that makes much sense there. Vaporize.
Yep.
He's probably not attacking the face with any minions anytime soon.
I don't think that's going to happen for the rest of the game. Yeah, there's a Holy Wrath.
Oh, jeez.
Well,
oh, that's his only way to draw cards, and this is going to get counterspelled, so the board is still going to be there.
How close is TIZS to death right now? 21 health. We've got 8, 10, 16 damage on the board.
Yeah.
Already.
And he's got to be worried about the potential for the Malagos' Fireball, which is 8.
Right.
So he would be dead to that.
Yeah.
Or, you know, Caligos plus something, right? Caligos plus just a regular Fireball would have been enough, or Pyroblast. Or Zephyrus, you know? So there's so many things he's dead to. Having to use both timeouts when you have 11 cards left in your deck is nearly a death sentence.
Yeah.
Especially when there's a big board on the other side.
And this is so disappointing for TIZS, too, because this isn't just a game. This is his tournament life right now that we're talking about. If he loses this, it's just a 3-0 for Felkeine. All right, there's the Bone Wraith. So it's just going to be even more meat on the board potentially. Felkeine wants this. Do you go with that, or do you go with the dragon?
I think you just go with the Bone Wraith.
Why not? Yeah.
I don't think he knows what he wants from Caligos yet. The only issue is that he fills up his board for that very card, Shrink Ray.
Yep.
Can't play Zephyrus, can't play Caligos. He could ping off one of his minions and then play something.
That's true.
That would shut off Caligos. It would be lethal with Bloodlust.
If you can get it.
If you can get it from Zephyrus,
yep.
Yes. Okay, you can Frostbolt it to play the Caligos.
I suppose that is an option as well. That is a 0 mana to enable it. Ooh, not really the set of spells he was looking for, but
yeah. Since he cast the Frostbolt, that was the first spell he cast this turn, so whatever he chose, it's not going to be free. But the Caligos doesn't look like it's going anywhere.
Pyromancer. Well, that would clear everything but Caligos and the Bone Wraith.
Yes, but he would have to use Holy Wrath.
Yes, you are right.
And I think he's, right now, I think he's pretty happy with leaving 1/1s on board just because he knows he's not dead, because there's nothing that he can play.
Right.
Unless he had discovered a Pyroblast. Can't play Zephyrus to look for something, so I think, at least for now, he's okay. But Felkeine gonna look for potential lethal here with Blast Wave. Picks up another Blast Wave, Flame Ward, and Elemental Evocation. Huh. But the secret will make TIZS have to think about what his plays are.
Right, because if it's another, if he thinks it's another counter spell, then suddenly that Holy Wrath just doesn't get played.
Oh, well,
no matter what.
that's just game.
Oh, never mind. That's a 0 mana Zephyrus. Yeah, okay. There's a Fireball, and that means it's going to be a 3-0 victory for Felkeine versus TIZS here in our final quarterfinal matchup. players shake hands, and wow, that was a short series, but that was a memorable one.
It was a memorable one. It was very weird. Very weird.
It was.
You know, you expect Holy Wrath Paladin, at least in that last game, because of its options for removal, to put up a good fight. You expect that one to be kind of long and grueling at times.
You'd think so, yeah.
But just no card draw picked up for TIZS whatsoever.
Yeah,
and
sometimes you just get run over like that.
Yeah, and Felkeine, I love his plays there towards the end, just trying to maximize his potential for ending the game as early as possible. He doesn't want to let that game slip away from him, especially with a huge lead and knowing that TIZZ's hand was so poor with, with the plays that he was forced to make. So
yep.
That does solidify our top 4, and 3 out of our 4 players in the top 4 are French.
Yeah, powerful weekend for the French Hearthstone community for sure. We'll see if one of them can come out on top. They have a 3 out of 4 chance to do it, I suppose.
They do.
Let's take a look at that bracket just to kind of review where we're at right now. As you can see, Alan, xBlyzes, AyRoK, and Felkeine are our semi-finalists.
This is a pretty good semifinals. We have a good mix of players that have shown that they are fantastic Hearthstone players.
Yeah.
With all 4 of them. But then we have Felkeine and Alan. Felkeine probably the most successful player historically out of these 4, but Alan has to be in that conversation. He's been around for a long time. I remember seeing him at DreamHacks many years ago when he was just a young lad, like a young teenager.
Just a waif at that point.
But now he's booked himself into that semifinals, and he's going to have a tough opponent in xBlyzes, but this should be an exciting end to the day.
Yeah, it should be great. It's going to be a lot of fun. We're going to take a quick break, guys, and when we come back, we're going to get the semifinals started here at Hearthstone Masters Tour Arlington. It's going to be awesome. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Hearthstone Masters Tour Arlington is brought to you by T-Mobile. Rank up with America's first and only nationwide 5G network.
T-Mobile 5G is here, and it's nationwide. While some 5G signals go only blocks, T-Mobile 5G goes miles, beyond the big cities, to the small towns, to the people. Millions of Americans can have access to 5G on T-Mobile. This is just the beginning. T-Mobile, the first and only nationwide 5G network.
In New York City.
Come on, this is carnage! It's not stopping! It's not stopping! Now we have a game! Ooh, get rocked! Maybe the Madman can do it! Oh, what is this? Oh, you ready? Turn up the bass!
We are back at Masters Tour Arlington. 4 quarterfinals are done. As we move into the semifinals and take a look around the tavern, French players cheering on their compatriots, the lone wolf from Asia Pacific, Alan Numbers, and other challengers to the throne. Who is going to join our Hall of Champions? We're about to find out as we get to the final 4 competitors in just a moment. Greetings from the commentator's desk. My name is Frodan. I am joined by the ever so technically correct, as always, Subtle.
It's the best kind of correct.
We'll be casting Alan Numbers versus xBlyzes, although I'm not sure exactly how to pronounce his name, so if you know the correct pronunciation, fellow European, correct me.
I have been going with Blizes as well. I do want to start a petition that since Alan is the sole non-French representative, we just make him an honorary Frenchman and go with Alain for the rest of the tournament.
Alain? Yeah, what is a vowel? I don't know. Alan is, as we mentioned, a representative from Asia Pacific. That was information given to us as we were walking up to the desk because Alan has kind of always been on that Asian slash Canadian slash American. I forgive me if I'm wrong there. But Alan's kind of been North American slash Asian for a while, kind of trending line between both. But he moved back to Taiwan last year, so he is playing effectively for Asia Pacific.
Yeah, from what we understand, he has switched his residency, officially with the Hearthstone Esports system. So he is now fighting under the Asia Pacific banner, which means potentially, if the last couple of years are anything to go by, he might have a slightly easier route through in terms of prize standings. Of course, it is split by region. So if Alan is the sole Asia Pacific player to say win a Masters Tour this season, and all the others are taken down, good results come from European and Americas players, then he will pick up one of those Asia Pacific spots. So it might turn out to be a smart idea for him.
We say that, and yet in Americas, it was so competitive with the prize earnings for Grandmasters that
you got into Grandmasters with like $50 and a packet of crisps if you were in America.
The packet of crisps, of course, is to bribe the casters.
Yes.
So, Asia Pacific still highly contested in some parts, but we'll see how things pan out. But, top 4 is where you really start to add to that money count significantly. Each series that you're able to win net you, somewhere between the high 4 digits to maybe even 5 digits. In this case, $15,000 to $25,000.
Yep, $10,000 series of Hearthstone coming up here for these two players. Two players who put in very clean performances, I would say. I think based on our day, I think the upper half of our quarterfinals brackets were cleaner than what we saw afterwards, just in terms of quality of play from the players. I think the Totosh series that I cast certainly had some mistakes in it. The Felkeine series had some mistakes in it, both from the mechanics of the game and from the players themselves, as Zephyrus was deciding to get things wrong, and then Felkeine obliged by screwing up afterwards as well. But I think the first 2 quarterfinals were very, very high quality, and of course Alan and Blizes were a big part of that.
Yeah, I would say that in those first 2 quarterfinals with Alan and Blizes, both of them had played better than their opponent. I would notice that there were mistakes being made on the other side, at least from brimful's perspective. I didn't get a chance to look too closely at bloodyface's play because I was getting ready for the show. So, feel free to correct me on that. But, Alan has been a rising player within at least Americas for quite some time. He is one of those players that came from the Chinese QQ group that practices both the Chinese server and the Americas. Primarily, it started with the Chinese-Canadian practice group, and that's where players like Silent Storm from back in the day really compete. And then you saw like Al Sky High, WTY Bill, all these players that made HCT championship appearance slowly over time came from that group, and Alan was part of that core nucleus that was sort of the think tank. However, that group has largely dispersed and moved on with life or playing other games now. Alan is one of the few people remaining, so he kind of treads once again between the Chinese-speaking scene as well as the English-speaking scene, completely fluid in both.
Great background. Yeah, I saw WTY Bill pop up in a Fortnite tournament at one point, and I was like, "What? This is crazy." Yeah, no, seriously. I was like, "This is crazy." I remember this guy from Hearthstone.
Streaming life is kind of weird. I actually ran into Bill at TwitchCon, and he decided to stop by and say hi to me. Or was it BlizzCon? One of those two, one of those big cons that a lot of nerds gather. A little too tightly packed. But, Bill was catching up and saying, yeah, I missed the Hearthstone. I kind of want to compete again, but not really sure because, his child's growing up and trying to see if he can be more involved in this stuff. Hope all is well over there. Meanwhile, xBlyzes, he as well as all the other French players here dominating the top 8. 3 out of our top 4, but that doesn't necessarily make them anonymous. If anything, xBlyzes has been a mainstay in competitive Hearthstone. Top 4, top 8 in so many French tournaments, as well as even making appearances in all these Masters Tours.
Yeah, we kind of blew past Alan's lineup just a little bit, but I think the big talking point in there is that Quest Druid, kind of unique deck for him in this tournament. Not a unique archetype, but fairly unique in that he is running a King Feoris in there at the top end, which we haven't seen in various other builds, which in his first series of the day went from having 0 impact in one game to having absolutely game-ending impact in the next. So we'll see if that one comes into play here, because he does have it up and available to play.
You love to see it. There are handfuls of Hearthstone players that message me, and I really like interacting with the fans. So anybody that wants to send a message, go ahead and ask questions and whatnot. Some fans always ask me, you know, are there any old decks from even like a year ago that are still kind of viable? And I remember Quest Druid, when it first came out, was very prominent during the Saviors of Uldum meta. And, you know, it was a King Feoris build that was like doing big stuff. And it's kind of nice to see that, like, in the end, these cards, they don't go to waste, right? Even though they might be an expansion or so out from when it was on top, Alan's showing that if you're able to craft a nice game plan around it, you can still find a nice pocket meta where it can be really effective. Right.
You asked for
Speaking of which, Luna's Pocket Galaxy has found the pocket meta in this tournament, because Highlander Mage really came out of nowhere to have a massive impact. From what we've been seeing so far, we've seen it be so very effective in so many matchups. And some of the expected decks that people were really counting on, like the Highlander Warrior that we're seeing on, the Galakron Warrior that we're seeing on Alan's side, and the Galakron Warlock that we've seen from so many players, those decks have seemed to struggle a little bit, kind of performing way under expectations.
Yep, that being said, they still have their good matchups. You know, like Warlock, for example. I think Warlock's matchup versus Druid is the most one-sided thing in this tournament. It's like 67% or almost hitting the 70s.
Wow.
But the win rate of Warlock's still like 50%. So it goes to show you that even if it has a high skewed matchup against a very popular class, it still has some weak points. Similar with Warrior, because I think it is very close to that 50% win rate this tournament.
Sure.
But you know, one of those decks that feels like it still can kind of do a little bit of everything is Highlander Mage, and you mentioned that it's been performing really well. I believe it is also topping the charts in win percentage this tournament. So Highlander Mage, once again, kind of being the bring. We've been seeing Highlander / Control Mage surprise people, even as recent in terms of its dominant performance in the World Championship in 2019. Just a little under a year ago, where Hunter Ace and crew were able to really surprise the field with it, and also led to his championship win.
Yes. Yeah, funny story about that. Like, Hunter Ace ended up winning the World Championship with kind of the slower dragon build of the Control Mage at the time. But then during the aftermath of that tournament, he was going around saying to people like, hey, do you want to play a couple of games of this meme deck that I've found? That meme deck was Cyclone Mage.
Yes.
So he was just a couple of days off of finding an even better deck that would have completely dominated the tournament, would have been so far ahead of the meta.
Absolutely. And of course, Boomsday put it over the top with some of those other things that we saw, including Rise of the Mechs. Meanwhile, with Alan going second here, but no answer to the Doomsayer, seems like he is pretty much stalled out here. And I guess the debate would be whether or not he even wants to armor up, right, given that he has Battle Rage. But doesn't really have any purpose to hold it. If xBlyzes is also paying attention, he's not going to activate that Battle Rage for him.
Yeah, there was a decision for xBlyzes on turn 2 as to whether he wanted to try and hold off and greed the Doomsayer a little bit, because it was a smoother curve for him to Doomsayer this turn on turn 3 and then roll into the Twilight Drake now on this turn that's just passing to him, because that would have given him like the complete empty board as such and given him full tempo with the Twilight Drake. But I think when you look at the amount of damage that Warrior can stack up over a couple of turns, if you start letting them land like Cruel Taskmasters on their minions, Inner Rages on their minions, Bloodsworn Mercenaries on their minions, all that kind of thing, and then start stacking the Invoke effects on top of that as well, I think a turn 3 Doomsayer is actually pretty unlikely to survive against any kind of reasonable start. So xBlyzes just bit the bullet and said, all right, fair enough, turn 2, I'm going to skip a turn on turn 3, but it still reduces a lot of the pressure.
Yeah, Alan also gets himself damaged, so if the Tempo Berserker ends up dying or trading into something that's a couple of cards drawn, and that's going to be the important thing. With Galakrond Warrior, very similar to Rogue, and very similar, honestly, to most Galakrond decks, is after a certain point, you want to just present the possibility of killing your opponent every single turn afterwards. And Galakrond Warrior really helps turn on the gas, especially with its hero power naturally leading to damage with that +3 attack.
A pretty smooth curve here so far for AyRoK, though.
Act as your scale.
Yeah, very reasonable indeed. I'm looking more at xBlyzes' hand to see what he can do besides play this Mountain Giant on turn 6. And it doesn't seem like he has many options here.
Yeah, not a great deal.
Ooh. I had a fun discussion with Hunter Ace backstage about Arcane Amplifier, to which he was like, why are you playing Arcane Amplifier deck? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, that's weird. I don't know why I would play Arcane Amplifier. I don't think anyone good would ever put it in their deck. And we were just kind of memeing about it back and forth. And of course, the joke is that Hunter Ace put Arcane Amplifier in his own Highlander Mage deck and said it underperformed like crazy. So, yeah, some risk didn't pay off, but maybe it's working out for xBlyzes. We'll see it apply later on.
Yeah, we are still seeing it in, I believe, the majority of the Highlander Mage list that we've been seeing in the top 8 are still carrying that card. So curious to see how that one pans out. Of course, it is one of the unique parts of this tournament is that we are kind of in this little fresh mini meta where there are a few cards trickling out each week. And the second week of those cards was incredibly fresh coming into this tournament, which really created some difficult decisions for players about whether they wanted to trust their instincts on something that they didn't really have a huge sample size of testing on with some of those newer cards, or whether they wanted to just go with the more tried and true stuff that they've got a huge sample size of practice games on, and we've seen differing opinions.
Yeah, and you know, honestly, I'm a big fan of that. As we see Alan clear off the Mountain Giant, understandably so. You don't want to leave that Giant up for the threat of Conjurer's Calling.
Right.
But yeah, like I like the fact that we are testing the players in every direction, right? Their technical play, their preparation process, but also their spontaneous deck building, and maybe even just some of their raw instinct and Hearthstone. Yes. Arcane Amplifier as the tempo tool. Alan pretty close to finishing this game out. But not that close just yet.
Yeah, shake of the head comes out from Alan. Clearly not overly enthusiastic about his situation.
Yeah, it's just a little awkward, right? Doesn't seem like he has clean plays this turn, and the ones that do lead to full mana expenditure seem pretty awkward to say the least.
Yes. This Temple Berserker only having 1 health is extremely irritating. A lot of your best tempo plays here would involve getting that Cruel Taskmaster down on the Temple Berserker, and you cannot do that currently. It's very, very awkward. Same thing with Awaken. So it's just making this 2-5 on the other side of the board pretty obnoxious.
Yeah, you know, maybe with the fact that he has shielded Galakrond and Awaken, I'd be more leaning towards fishing my Galakrond out of my deck, because that leads to a 6, or sorry, next turn he has 8 mana, and the following turn he would have 9 to be able to use Galakrond hero power. But that's assuming it works out as cleanly as that does, so looks like instead Alan's favoring board control with that attack.
Yeah, the inefficient trade there. I was going to counter your suggestion with the idea of just, well, since you have those 2 invokes in your hand that represent huge amounts of damage, how about just, you know, setting up lethal, pushing for damage, trying to end the game next turn with the second of the 2 invokes.
That works too.
You can see that plan would have been shut down real sharpish by these 2 Sunwalkers that have come out from the Power of Creation from xBlyzes' side.
Yeah, it does end up having pretty good outcome here for Alan to have the Awaken to pop Divine Shields.
Right.
Then summon a bomb. Hey, maybe even use Cruel Taskmaster from this spot too. Cruel Taskmaster oftentimes is used as like an enabler for some of these Bloodsworn Mercenary combos, but in this case, trying to just fight again for board, threaten the Mage, and the Mage is in an uncomfortable spot. I mean, xBlyzes knows that he's not dead, but he knows that he could be dead at any second.
Decent draw on the Dragon Caster. Does allow him to tempo out with a Flame Strike at some point. Can also, you got to think of Zephyrus possibilities here as well, because you could play the Zephyrus and pick up expensive spells from the Zephyrus and then still go to the Dragoncaller line.
Right. How can we manipulate this Zephyrus in a way that'll benefit us here?
I don't know anymore, Dan. I'm very much not one to jump aboard the blame Zephyrus train. I think 99% of the time you have yourself to blame for not learning how the card works well enough. But that one in the last series, like that blew my brain apart.
That's the 1%?
That's the 1%, yeah.
It was very much a head scratcher. I wasn't sure. xBlyzes, if he goes to the Zephyrus, I believe will be offered Ban Cleave and maybe Healing Touch as well. SI 7 agent for tempo? It doesn't feel like you're threatened enough, huh?
This guy's toast.
Toasty card making an appearance. Shout out to Disguised Toast, by the way, hitting over 1 million YouTube subs.
Yep. Congratulations.
His gold button. Proud of you, boy. All right, so is there some miraculous outcome for lethal here? I don't think so. Actually, maybe. If the 1/1 Boombot goes into the Bone Wraith, and then the other Boombot, and it dies, and then the other Boombot goes into the Reborn copy, and then you double Quarterfinals Elite, there is that possibility, but it's a pretty outside chance.
Yeah, as long as, you need Boombots to deal max damage to a relevant target. So you could like Korkron into the Bone Wraith, attack with a Boombot, hit 4 to face, attack with the other Boombot, hit 4 to face, and then use the other Korkron as well. Like all that kind of stuff works, but it's ridiculously low odds.
Yeah, you can see the effect of Bomb Wrangler really giving Warlock some extra punch. Bomb Wrangler, if you're able to activate it once by yourself, feels like a miniature version of the old Dr. Boom back in the day.
Yep.
What now?
I think, you know, if you only get one bomb off it, like I still think it's an incredibly comparable card to Imgang Loss, for example, which was considered one of the best 3-drops in the game for quite some time.
Yeah, it's really good with Soul Juggler, and if you can triple up and level, you can actually even hit Mal'Ganis and maybe even Voidlord sometimes. I would say that it is a very good 3-drop. Oh, Power of Creation. Wow, all those extra rush minions in the pool gets the beast.
Actually picks it as well, just takes the 9/7s, really wants to be threatening a counterpunch lethal of his own.
Sure, I mean, that's 22 plus hero power is 23.
Yep.
Sizable amounts of damage.
He knows Galakrond has been drawn though, so he knows it's not really a lethal setup anyway you cut it, but still huge stats on board. The other options were very underwhelming.
And it's so close the opposite way as well. Alan with the claw and the hero power would be 8, plus the 3 power on board would be 11. And Alan's Boombot last turn went face for 1, so.
Yes.
And then the other slice of it too, you know, he has Korkron Elites to add the 8 damage. He's also off by 1.
Yes.
A very unsatisfying board state for the Warrior player.
So there's a lot of ways that you could argue about setting up the most secure 2-turn lethal here. Because you can like Galakrons, you can even like Galakron and copy your Boombot to get a, additional source of potential damage and a bigger board and more encouragement for your opponent to trade. You can just use the Galakron and the hero power to push the maximum amount of damage. You could just use the Korkrons this turn and then rely on the Galakron on the next turn. There are many, many ways to go about doing this. This is one I didn't even mention, is like using your armor hero power first to get even further out of range of the counter lethal and then swinging for face.
He finds the Eternium Rover as well, which has gotten a big boost, should be 5/7 minion. xBlyzes looking for extra damage, finds Alex Straza. And that's 22 on the board.
22 exactly. 22 exactly. That extra armor from the hero power did not end up being relevant. The counterpunch Alex Straza, an enormous pickup for xBlyzes. Alan was so cleanly set up for lethal on the following turn. I believe he had it covered way through that Ziliax that was in hand for xBlyzes there. That was an insane draw off the top. I think outside of that, I don't even think there was maybe Malagos Fireball wasn't out from that point. He still had his Malagos remaining, but outside of that, I think he was kind of drawing dead.
Sure, right, because he had already used his Zephyrus, and he was just running low on options. So the draw of Alex Straza off the top, just enough. But hey, I mean, picking the Beast as a foresight into understanding that, look, if he can't kill me now, then what I need to do is figure out a way to counter swing. So really good recognition for the last few turns there by Blyzes.
Yeah, and yet again, just Highlander Mage finding a way somehow against the odds. It seems to be going that way. You know, I don't know how much of the Mage's performance is just some of the Mage spiking in this tournament, because we've seen, for example, bloodyface in a game he was massively favored to lose, drawing the one out at Zephyrus and potentially finding a way out of it. Very similar thing there. I think he was massively unfavored in the position that he was in, and there was probably only one or at most two draws in his deck that really dug him out of it. So, you know, we'll see over time whether this Highlander Mage can really hold up, but for now it seems to be really, really performing for these players.
Yeah, tough break for Alan, but we're just getting started. And I mean, Alan last time was on the receiving end of both, where it feels like he's in a good position to win and making the plays to really hedge both ways. Gets kind of punished off the top of the deck of his opponent in game number 1 of the series. So if that's any indication, Alan's probably going to sweep from this point.
I would not be surprised.
It is a favorable matchup for the Warrior versus the Mage ever so slightly. If you kind of look at some of the data out there, just because it puts a lot of pressure out there. But it's still tough to say, because a lot of these players are teching in cards that we don't have much data with. Like, does Warrior get a lot better now because they have the Boombots? Or does Mage and their 3-drop help them stabilize early? Right.
Your soul
Moving on again, though, Alan finds himself back on the Warrior. Blyzes is going to move over to that Warlock. And this Warlock in the last series I cast was far and away the weakest deck in both players' lineup. It was absolutely struggling to find itself a win.
Yeah, I started off the weekend looking forward to seeing Warlock's performance, and then just with each passing day, it just kind of fell a spot or two in terms of my rankings internally. And now I'm kind of putting it as like maybe at best the 4th deck. Most likely the 5th or 6th best candidate.
Yes.
I just feel like it's been underperforming a lot. And it's sad, because I think Warlock is still one of my favorite classes, but it just feels so vulnerable. And there's so many pressure tools, and like a lot of these control decks figure out ways to burst you as well without having to give up as much life as Warlock does.
Your flaws are your strength.
Alan going to tempo out a 3-3 here. I will say that there has been 1 or 2 missed opportunities from the Warlock players and from the casters as well. Certain sacrificial pact plays that weren't really spotted by anyone in the time, which could have potentially made a huge difference in a couple of matchups.
Oh yeah, that's true. There has been some user error in terms of the Warlock, so it could be the fact that Warlock is a lot more nuanced, and maybe we just need to all practice more and get good.
Yes.
So perhaps we are looking at external factors here when we could have started looking internally first.
Sorry, sack-pacting other people's minions is so 2019.
What about sack-packing other people's heroes?
Oh, taking it all the way back, 2014.
Alan not able to get any firm control, but the Shield of Galakrond helps him put a little bit of pressure onto it.
Yeah, does pick up his 2nd invoke off that as well.
How much do you care as a Warlock player of rushing out Galakrond to matchup like this?
I think it varies enormously. It can be pretty crucial, because Warrior's big weakness is it doesn't really counterpunch very well. It's one real like strong removal card is that Scion of Ruin that you coincidentally see Alan has both copies of. So if you can just get a decent couple of mid-rangey minions on the board from just, you know, a half-upgraded Galakrond, sometimes you can just leverage that and snowball and switch the aggression and start just beating up on the Warrior. But it really is kind of context-dependent, I'd say.
Well, does Alan go for the Sign of Ruin here to get some of that tempo and push that damage that he has with the Shield of Galakrond? Could also utilize Devoted Maniac here, but I like the Sign of Ruin just to really disrupt Blyzes' plays.
This is so icky, I'm upset. I hate trading into snip snaps with a passion.
It does feel bad.
Yeah.
Because you don't really change much except for the 1 health difference, right?
Yeah. It's like, you know, taking it all the way back to 2014 again. It's like you just sack your board into a can and they still have a 4/5. Like, what was the point? Go face.
Right. Or even just like back in the day when people all played like Harvest Golem or the first expansion Nax Rammus with the The spider. Oh my god, did I forget the name of this?
Nerubian Egg?
No.
Haunted Creeper?
Haunted Creeper, yeah. Oh gosh, it's getting to that point where Hearthstone just has thousands of cards.
It's just too many cards now, yeah.
Yeah, like I was going through Wild and disenchanting cards because I was telling, because Doe was like, I want to start playing Highlander decks because I'm starting to, you know, really, because he was jamming more of the proactive decks, like Galakron stuff, and doesn't have the defensive Highlander stuff because it's pretty expensive.
Right.
I was like, just type an extra in your search bar. He's like, oh wow, I have like 20k extra dust. And all these golden cards over the years. And going through, I'm like, I don't remember any of these cards' names. Like, all these different cards over the years. I do remember the impressive ones, of course, but all those other small ones.
It's fine. You're doing better than me. I don't remember the names of cards that came out last week, let alone 4 years ago. Don't worry about it.
All right, well, Stiff Snap onto the Eternium Rover. Alan stacking it on 1 minion. I guess Warlock does have hard removal, but they tend to like to go wide with their removals these days.
Yeah, wide, you know, playing Split Snap against Warlock, you almost always just run into to the, there it is, I've forgotten the name of the card, Dragon Blight thing? Cultist. AoE, 3 damage AoE thing.
Dark Skies?
Netherwind, thank you.
Sorry. When I just heard 3 damage AoE thing.
I'm just going to pretend that was a bit to follow up the point that I said where I couldn't remember any card names. Of course I remember the name of that card, but yeah, if you split up Snip Snap, you're kind of running into that card all the time, so I think you will see people making the stack pretty often against this deck.
Bad luck, Albatross. Speaking of stacking a deck, just stacked its Albatross right on top and killed Alan's next draw.
Dude, every time. The Albatrosses have been so BM this tournament, like they've all just appeared at the most heartbreaking moments.
Right, and you can't even get mad because it's in the name. It let you know ahead of time what was going to happen.
Yep.
On either side.
Yep.
Either it didn't work the way you wanted to as the player that needs it to work effectively against Highlander decks, or your opponent draws in. They're the one receiving the bad luck. It's very clever. Speaking of very clever, I also like your split splat joke. It was very well thought of, although I do find it ironic that you can figure out the time to learn that, but not other card names.
Priorities, Dad. Come on. Which of the two is more entertaining?
Whichever, I guess, is more for your ability.
Yeah. It's Split Snap and Snip Stack for the 2 options.
Ah, okay, got it.
Like that?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, you just sound like you're naming Shake Shack burgers, so I'm not exactly sure if you're actually a copyright infringement, but
we'll find out.
We'll just err on the side of caution. Say that was a subtle original.
On that note, it does upset me that Bad Luck Albatross, like all the, you know, Albatross round the neck puns you can make are kind of already implied by the card, so I kind of feel like I have to stay away from them. That irritates me. Could have given us a little bit more leeway there, dev team.
Fair enough. The board just builds right back up, and Blyzes just using Sacrificial Pact to heal up. No demons on the other side to use. And I guess it makes sense. You know, again, you don't know the burst potential of your opponent. Oh, gosh.
Yep.
Oh, my
I told you.
goodness.
They are BM.
Both Albatross on the top of the deck. How does that happen? That is so rare to see.
Yep. Luckily, Alan does have a little bit of time. If he was under just a little bit more pressure, then these 2 Albatross could have been the final nails in the coffin for him. But he still has a little bit of time to work his way out of this.
Yeah, that window can close pretty rapidly, though. Blyzes has some of his most powerful cards in his hand. He's actually just even avoiding looking at the screen, which is a classic move to try and conquer your nerves while you're like playing a game of Hearthstone, because you just kind of don't want to acknowledge it. But, you know, I think almost every player would say you need to focus on the screen, usually at all times, to make sure you can pay attention to all the small things your opponents are doing.
Yeah, if anything, in Hearthstone, you quite often see the opposite, where players will use their hands to just block all other vision apart from the xcreen in front of them to make sure that there's nothing distracting them from the screen. It's kind of rare that you see the opposite.
And Blyzes summons... Whoa.
Garbage is what he summons.
Yeah, that wasn't exactly what he was looking for. You know, I gotta commend Alan as well. I feel like his mental resilience is really showing. I feel like a lot of players would already have given away the fact that they have drawn both Albatross to their opponents. Oh, wow. The fact that the Turning Rover stays on the board gives Alan an extra card draw off Battle Rage.
It does, yep.
And he can go for another damage source through this Quarterfinal Elite.
I think Blizes is absolutely in the right to go face there, though, because, again, there is a Snip Snap stacked up on this thing, so trading into it is just incredibly counterintuitive. So I think going face there, very, very reasonable. Just happens to get punished by this Battle Rage. It happens, and I think that's exactly the reaction that you just saw from Blizes. Just a little nod. Yep, all right, fine, it happens.
Ritual Chopper, Bomb Wrangler, Quarterfinal Elite. So if we choose to use our attacks aggressively here, let's say we use Ritual Chopper and Quarterfinal Elite in the same turn, that's 7 damage plus the 5 on board, and their opponent's at 18. It's not impossible, but it's still looking tough here for Alan.
And now you see the smirk as the second Albatross appeared. Blizes is clearly very pleased with his Albatross RNG up until this point.
And with the Alexstrasza, that does it. There's more than 15 power waiting. And Alan goes down. Blizes up 2-0, looking to be the first French player in the Grand Finals and guarantee an all-French Grand Finale.
Yeah, and second burst, same as the first. Just load up a bunch of damage on board, and Alex, your opponent, don't need to do the hard work if you can get all that damage into play exactly the same way that first game ended. Just that Alexstrasza coming down. I think, you know, we haven't seen this much Alexstrasza in the metagame for quite some time. Obviously, that is influenced by how dragon-heavy the game is right now, but Alexstrasza on her own just kind of introduces that X factor of just every board needs your respect once you get to 9 mana. You cannot say, I'm at 30, I can ignore this, because Alexstrasza will put an end to that real quick.
Yep, and, you know, Alan knows it, and he has to sweep the final deck, which we've seen the Warlock get the win. We saw the Mage get the win. It might come down to the Warrior, I believe.
Yep, Warrior's the remaining deck.
So, that's tough. Highlander decks in general are pretty strong, but Highlander Warrior, that deck particularly, I feel like, has a lot of good removal tools for some of the aggressive decks. So if I am Alan, I'm definitely feeling a little unsettled right now.
Yeah, looking forward to it. Highlander Warrior deck that really came out of nowhere for me this tournament, but certainly been super impressed with the kind of old school control warrior feel that it has, where it's not just outright control, it actually starts playing big minions and trying to win the game. So really looking forward to it.
All right, well, we're going to take our break in this series, and when we come back, we're going to get ready for game number 3 between Blizes and Alan Nimbers.
Hearthstone Masters Tour Arlington is brought to you by T-Mobile. Rank up with America's first and only nationwide 5G network.
When Overwatch asked me to design their official team kits, I was honored. This was an opportunity to create gear that for the first time brings together the best of the streetwear world and the esports world. This is technical apparel designed with specs to provide the highest caliber athletes in the esports world with the performance and comfort that they demand.
And just so you know, her armband is clipped, but it says LOVE, so you don't worry about that.
Designed to highlight each team's uniqueness, yet resonate with players and fans in the US, China, Korea, France, and all over the world. And of course, gear that needs to look as dope as it performs, both inside and outside the arena. This is it, the official Overwatch League kit. Designed by Staple, engineered for gamers.
The time has finally come.
We're back, Overwatch fans, and we are live from Dallas, Texas.
We are live in New York City.
Come on, this is carnage! It's not stopping! It's not stopping! Now we have a game. Ooh, get rocked. Maybe the Madman can do it. Oh, what is this? Are you ready?
The semifinals continue here in the Hearthstone Masters Tour Arlington, presented by T-Mobile. As we are currently 2 games into Allen 870-806 up against xBlyzes, France versus, well, basically Asia Pacific. Allen numbers, he just has converted to Asia Pacific, so don't know exactly what region, or rather what country he necessarily identifies with, but formerly from Americas. And the important thing is, he abandoned us. He left me and TJ. I'm sad.
Wow. I mean, you know, why wouldn't you? You got to move to a superior region. You got to move up the food chain, right? You go to Americas, then you can get promoted to Asia Pacific, and then finally you can reach the upper echelons.
You couldn't cut it in America, so you had to abscond into the Asia Pacific region.
Well, it's kind of the Tyler story, right? Where he couldn't cut it in Europe, so he ran up to Asia Pacific.
Yeah. We don't really talk too much about that, but, you know, shout out to Tyler. I believe he did not do well this Masters Tour either. He said, you know what, I'm just a streamer again.
Just good old grinder Tyler, he's back.
That's right. As we look into Galakrond Warrior looking to grind down the health points of his opponent. He's going to go Galakrond Warrior versus Highlander Warrior, his best matchup statistically. As Galakrond Warrior does tend to give Highlander Hunter some difficulty. For one thing, you have a lot of mechs, so mech-based removal stuff like Dynamatic doesn't work nearly as well.
Sure.
And then secondly, Highlander Warrior needs a little bit of time to get set up. And they don't always have the right removal tools, so you do have this small window that Galakrond Warrior is really good at in terms of pressure.
Yep, I think if you can get past that window, though, with the Warrior, that is your goal, because then you can just start slamming way too bigger minions for the Warrior on the other side to deal with. But your actual removal is fairly inconsistent, I would say. I think Super Collider can end up being super clutch in a lot of matchups like this. If you draw your 1 Super Collider, suddenly you don't have to be as liberal with your shield slams and brawls and other, you know, big removals like that. So we will wait and see.
Yes, and one thing that I also am noticing in Highlander Warrior decks is that I usually am hard-pressed to even find a single taunt minion. Largely because they are more dragon-based now, and dragons generally don't have taunt. There are a couple out there, but you can't really stop the face damage as easily compared to when you're playing like Tomb Wardens and those Boomsday control.
Right. Wow, this opener, though. Highlander deck, by the way, just draws all of his 1-drops plus the Weapons Project in the early game. Absolutely insane opener from xBlyzes.
Yeah, this will keep him safe for a while. And, you know, as many times people have said Highlander decks, when you're playing against them, they have 2 sides of them. They're very hot and cold. Sometimes they just get, like, the exact cards that they need that have a lot of powerful Highlander effects. And then sometimes they just draw dead. But in this case, xBlyzes looks pretty set in the early game.
Does. He chooses not to drop the Weapons Project here, which does give the opportunity for Coin Snip Snap for Allen if he wants to go for it, but it looks like Allen is going to turn it down here.
Yeah, he does have a second Eternian Rover, so Snip Snap does have more options, versus Temple Berserker pretty much is only good on 1 turn of the game. Snip Snap off the top!
Dan, contact the authorities. This is illegal. You are not allowed to draw like this with a Highlander deck. That is not fair.
On the contrary, my good friend, I believe this is what you are contractually obligated to do when you play a Highlander deck in the top 4 of a tournament.
Oh, you're absolutely right. Sorry. It's being so foolish.
Funny enough, the last time I saw something like that, too, was even in the Masters Tour Seoul, which was also French-dominated.
Yes.
And was also playing a lot of Highlander decks, too. Because that was right after the Saviors of Uldum expansion. Or was it right after the Rise of the Mechs expansion? I think it was that.
That sounds right. Allen looking fairly nonchalant about the situation. Taking it much more in his stride than I would be right now.
Yeah, I would say that this turn could end up being incredibly impactful with how he approaches board control. Is he going to go for, you know, Awaken and kill this off and, you know, maybe push damage? Or does he want to instead coin Quarterfinals lead? I wasn't expecting that. I was expecting perhaps even exploring the idea of Eternian Rover with Snip Snap.
Right.
Ah, I see. So he makes it so that Awaken has more options on the following turn.
Live wire Lance. Again, the dream draw off the top. Even then, I mean, Tempo Devastator was just fine that turn, but this gives him the opportunity to really spike a pretty useful Lackey, and he absolutely does. You saw him leaning to... What is happening? That's just a nutty outcome from the Faceless Lackey as well. This is absurd. Yeah, you saw him kind of leaning towards the Town Crier was his instinct for the play, then saw the Faceless Lackey and quickly adjusted to that.
Again, I love Alan's composure. At most, a wrinkle in his forehead, but nothing too much more. Staying focused. What can I do in the situation? Alan had been saving up the Awaken in case he needed to respond to his opponent's board, but going for a pass.
Yeah, he seemed pretty calm. I actually walked past him backstage during the break. I sort of kind of awkwardly walked past him. He said, "Are you cussing the series?" I said, yeah, so I'm not going to talk to you. Which he didn't understand. He thought I'd like offended him. He'd offended me in some way. I was just like, no, just like competitive integrity reasons. I'm not going to talk to you.
Yeah.
So I kept going. But like, you know, he was calm enough to sort of have a laugh and a joke about the situation. So clearly he is in a pretty happy place.
He's just a very chill guy. Kind of reminds me a little bit of... you know, kind of like Sane or Muzzy in terms of their stoic disposition towards the random effects, although it seems like Alan is even quieter in terms of he doesn't really celebrate too much of the highs, but also doesn't really respond or super negatively to the lows.
Yeah.
Which I think is ultimately the mark of, or like that's a kind of personality trait I wish I had, but I am unable to control my rage when I am upset.
Looking at his social media presence, he seems to average about 1 tweet every 3 months as well, which I think helps to avoid getting sucked into the salty vortex.
Interesting. Meanwhile, I am on Twitter every day.
There appears to be a correlation here, Dan.
Tempo War Master Voon.
Damn.
He really wants to close this out. And you know, another thing too is that XBlyzes is playing very quickly. And if you also look at the body language of both the players, I would actually say that Alan would be winning.
Yes, agreed.
Which is very fascinating. He's very active, he's engaged, he's...
oh
my God.
Okay, I was about to say, finally there has to be a reaction to this one, and there was. Shake of the head, not once, but twice. I'm awaiting thrice. There is no thrice. Okay.
Just letting the notebook absorb insurmountable amounts of frustration.
This is a beating.
Okay, so
I did not know we were allowed to live broadcast muggings on YouTube, but apparently we are.
Well, hold on. This is what, a 4-card Battle Rage potential here? He has at least 3 guaranteed.
All right, sure. I'm interested.
And the Inner Rage even helps trade up onto the Harrison drones. I mean, the reason why the...
wow, actually not even respecting the value trades and just going maximum Battle Rage instead. Leaves up the Harrison. Says you are welcome to it.
Yeah, and that's a really big series of events here because now Alan can go toe-to-toe with resources again.
Yes.
That Harrison Weapons Project play was really swingy, but hasn't completely determined the outcome of the game yet. That being said, it's still rough.
To go ramming speed here? Interesting. I was wondering whether there was like a 3-path opportunity, like warpath 3 times and then push through the damage there for the full clear, but I guess this is... this develops extra stats as well, so actually looking at it in reflection, I like this a lot more.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of ramming speed, XBlyzes is playing so quickly. I feel like if we looked at the turn timers comparatively, of you like juxtapose XBlyzes to, I don't know, Viper.
Yes.
It would basically be 2 ends of the extreme here. I do wish that we had access to stuff like that in the Hearthstone API for a tournament, just kind of like show the average player's turn time and whatnot.
For the war chief!
Yeah, Alan's still in there scrapping, showing no signs that he is out of this just yet. He is continuing to win the board. Right. But it's the fact that xBlyzes has been under no pressure. Oh, what is happening?
Wow. Dragon Maw Scorcher deals 1 damage to everything on the board. And he's not going to go.
Still goes Warpath. Very interesting.
He wants
Your wish is my suggestion.
5, up to 5 mana away.
Sure what he was looking for there. Edwin does usually appear. 2 cards played beforehand is usually the trigger for Edwin Van Cleef, who will most commonly pop up in that spot.
The Brotherhood shall
Just chooses to rip the extra Warpath to make it an 8/8.
Yeah, I mean, based off his hesitation, I think he was expecting something else, and I think he was maybe trying to fish for an Earth Elemental because it is a big taunt, and the Galakrond Warlock needs to manually go through it.
Right.
It doesn't have removal tools to get past these big minions quickly. It often uses its own face as a resource.
Right. But I think because you're playing 2 cards first, I think, you know, in that spot, as just a development minion, offering you a 3 mana 6/6 is very reasonable over an Earth Elemental that overloads you enormously, so I'm not surprised to not see it come up there. More surprised at just seeing that line of play come out from xBlyzes when there was just that Dragon Maw Scorcher, which just looked so perfect on that turn. Molten Breath takes care of this nice and easy.
Dragon Maw Scorcher should clean it up. Why do you think he was favoring? I guess he was trying to go for the Earth Elemental on Zephyrs, that makes sense. A second Battle Rage. Alan really wants to activate that last trigger of Galakrond, and I think he finds it in the form of the Devoted Maniac. Potential pivotal moment of this game here. Although he is working very far behind. 42 life on the other side with him at 12.
Yes.
The moment xBlyzes picks up anything super significant, this is a massive pickup. Dr. Boom Mad Genius giving everything rush.
Yeah, it turns that Dynamatic now into a pretty effective removal tool, even if the board is predominantly mech-based. You can just play the Dynamatic, pick off all the minions that are not mechs, and then use it to rush into something else.
Although he will be struggling a little bit with removing the Bomb Wrangler, it seems.
Yep.
Now he can set up this Eternium Rover preemptively. But yeah, Dr. Boom, Mad Genius, giving xBlyzes extra plays and this card advantage from Alan. Just look at the deck differences. He has drawn 8 more cards.
Right.
Will he be able to use this temporary advantage to close out this game and climb back in this series? xBlyzes picked up Deathwing Mad Aspect. Every single draw from xBlyzes seems to have this incredible impact onto the board.
I mean, to be fair, one does beget another, because when you draw as well as he did in the early game, the way the deck is built is that basically every card left in his deck now makes a huge impact on the game as soon as he plays it. So it really does all snowball from just how good his opening was in this matchup.
That's entirely fair. Does Alan have to face tank this 12 damage to kill off the Deathwing while setting up his own board? It feels so bad. I mean, an alternative is to play other stuff, right? You can play Kronks, you can play your shields, your 2 shields, and go face for 11 damage.
Yeah.
But he doesn't have anything super significant to charge with the Bloodsworn Mercenary right now.
Just summons the 8/8. Yeah, I was going to ask this question, whether you can drop a big taunt instead and just hope that the...
Okay, but this 10/10 is fierce.
It is. Dynamatic does make quite a good bit of work of this board state, though. The 1/2 Temple Berserker is potentially getting in the way here, though.
Jeez. I mean, that is a great draw, but xBlyzes is under a lot of pressure right now.
Oh, wow, this is cute. Yeah, he plays the bomb wrangler first because then any bomb that he spawns just gets rush and ends up in being more removal in the long run. That's actually a really smart sequencing from xBlyzes. 1 damage on his bomb wrangler is on average way more valuable than 1 damage on any of his opponent's minions. Probably the best way to look at it.
Yep.
Beautifully done.
Pressure is almost over, although that is an inner rage, which allows Alan to trigger the Bloodsworn Mercenary.
Yep. Does he want to play for board and run into removal options like Brawl, like Plague of Wrath, for example, or does he want to save up for that potential Leroy combo? Because I believe he does still have his Leroy remaining in one of those 2 cards, right?
Yeah, it is a tough situation because, you know, you don't develop enough, your opponent just develops right back at you. You develop too much and basically give all your resources in for 1 giant AoE. Plague of Wrath doesn't have an easy activator, though, so it would be just Brawl.
I mean, if you're doing Inner Rage Bloodsworn Mercenary, it's kind of activated for you already, right?
Fair enough. Yeah, you're totally right. Yeah. Basically does your job for you.
Actually, I take all that back. Alan doesn't play Leroy version of the build.
Yeah, Leroy's, I feel like, been fading out more. That's an expensive Super Collider.
It is.
The Brawl could also go disastrously as well.
Yeah, no reason not to make that attack first. Good stuff. It's a very new card for xBlyzes, but he's, you know, catching some pretty nice points here on the sequencing.
And another pivotal moment here. Alan needs a big minion to survive.
It does. The 10-6.
Doesn't take big damage on it. Alan's almost out of cards. The second Bloodsworn Mercenary.
Your flaws are your strength.
Shield of Galakron. That is 13 damage. Upstairs. 16, I apologize. Blyze is down to 7 life.
Zephyrus is gone. Restless Mummy is not good enough. He needs a Death Wing.
Death Wing. Nozari. Murazond?
Plays a bunch of shielded Galakrons, but I don't think that's good enough, right?
Your flaws are your
Yeah, because it's not damaged, doesn't copy it.
Exactly.
And that will do it. Alan somehow weathers the nastiest of storms and is able to climb back into the series and win Game 3.
Even with that sequence of draws in the early game, Alan was able to find a way to just hang on to his tournament life for at least 1 game longer. The Galakron Warrior does pick up the win, but now Highlander Warrior still remaining, and there is the Quest Druid and the Highlander Hunter on Alan's side. And I would say that all of these certainly pack the punch that is needed to be able to run over a Control Warrior.
That's right. So now we move on to either Hunter or Druid, which still could give Warrior some fits, but if that was Alan's best matchup on paper, I don't know. But then again, you were talking about how good xBlyzes draws were. That's not always going to happen. So we are going to take a break. When we come back, we're going to get game number 4 underway between Alan and xBlyzes with a spot in the grand finals on the line. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Hearthstone Masters Tour Arlington is brought to you by T-Mobile. Rank up with America's first and only nationwide 5G network.
T-Mobile 5G is here, and it's nationwide. While some 5G signals go only blocks, T-Mobile 5G goes miles, beyond the big cities, to the small towns, to the people. Millions of Americans can have access to 5G on T-Mobile. This is just the beginning. T-Mobile, the first and only nationwide 5G network.
The time has finally come.
We're back, Overwatch fans, and we are live from Dallas, Texas.
We are live in New York City.
Come on, this is carnage! It's not stopping! It's not stopping! Now we have a game. Ooh, get rocked! Maybe the madman can do it! Oh, what is this? Oh, you ready?
Masters Tour Arlington semifinal number 1 continues, presented by T-Mobile, as Alan Numbers able to get a crucial victory, and some of his friends have joined the venue and cheering him on. I see Hunter Ace and San and a couple of other practice buddies, I assume, of Alan are cheering him on. Meanwhile, there are lots of fans, I would say a legion of French fans online cheering for xBlyzes as well as AyRoK and Felkeine, the remaining French players in this tournament. 3 out of 4 are from France. And then there's one lonely Asian Pacific player. You'd say there is pretty good odds of them coming out of this with a winner that they can call their own, and there are pretty good odds of xBlyzes coming out of this series with a win to his name, because he is in a very favorable position, still being 2-1 up, still has 2 bites of the cherry, and he does have a potentially good matchup to come up against this Quest Druid, although I don't know how much that extra King Feoris might just add that couple of extra percentage onto the Quest Druid that might tip it over the edge. Maybe Alan can find a way out of this one still. Yeah, it's an interesting question. Statistically, it shows that Quest Druid is slightly unfavored, but I mean, how many people are truly playing Quest Druid right now on ladder versus the ones playing it in tournament? And then you mentioned even things like King Feoris, which I believe we had almost as the exact same argument back when we were playing Quest Druid versus Control Warrior. Yes. And it was like, how much is King Feoris relevant versus some of those other cards like Zephyrus and other things that were being played in Quest Druid? Yeah, absolutely. I think that was a very different animal back then, because the one card that you did always want to have in your deck against Control Warrior was Elise, the Enlightened, and that would give you the opportunity, whatever top-end threats you had, you could at least start duplicating multiple copies of them. That is not the case with this Druid deck from Alan. It's a lot more honest in the sense of, just the cards that are in the deck list, and then the things that you get from Ysera, and then you are pretty much tapped out. Wow. Dragon's Roar summoning some of the most powerful dragons Athros has ever seen. Deathwing Mad Aspect and Caligos. Little yin and yang there. Alan also has his own dragons that are set up too. Ysera Unleashed and King Feoris. I imagine that there's just a ton of removal options, and people on ladder tend to jam things very often. And by that, I mean that they tend to say, you know what, maybe he has it, maybe he doesn't. I'm just going to present the biggest threat I can right now. And then they end up playing directly things into Brawl and Plague of Wrath and whatnot. So I think that probably accounts for some of the statistics that we do see. xBlyzes playing full for tempo again here, just throws out the Militia Commander, trying to get some early pressure down on the Druid. Again, we've seen that in matchups against this Druid deck, but also classically in previous metas of Control Warrior versus Druid. If they are going to be successful, getting some of that early pressure down is key, because it forces them to use some spells reactively. And if you can suck those spells out of their hand, that's then a minion that is not coming out from King Feoris later on in the game, so it can have a huge impact. Yeah, definitely. Speaking of impact, I think xBlyzes is kind of counting his hand like, how can I use food here? I'm going to get 4 Deathwings? Because he has the one that he just drew that's native to his deck. Yes. That is definitely an interesting thing to think about as Alan prepares and debates whether he should Wrath this. And there is an argument to hold on to the Wrath, because you will finish the quest next turn. Yeah, for sure. And I mean, Warrior isn't exactly an aggressive, well, this type of Warrior isn't exactly an aggressive deck. Perhaps you could take your time and Hero Power instead. That is exactly what Alan is going to do. Right. Preparing for the quest completion. There isn't a big power play for the quest completion, though. You really want to be seeing Oasis Surger or Nourish by the time you have quest completed, just so you can start doing powerful things as quickly as possible. Alan doesn't really have access to that, and I think that's a big part of the reason why he doesn't want to just commit that Wrath to removal, is that he needs the card draw right now. He needs to get through his deck and start hitting that Nourish, because Nourish is really the power card against Warrior, for sure. Yeah, I'm looking for a potential Nourish off the top, does not find it. Sees Crystal Merchant, helps draw a card. Still though, Alan, I would say big chillin'. Not really too stressed out about this. It does seem like an easy way to use Starfall, though. However, you can get so much more out of Starfall if you wait as well.
Yes. And again, how much do you value having that Starfall being a 5-drop for you when you're going to end up playing your King Feoris? All of those things need to be considered. Alan says he needs to reduce some of this pressure. You can't just sit around and let, 7 or 8 damage smack him in the face every single turn. I think from BlyzEs' side, number one concern here, as you said, is he just needs to get some cards out of his hand.
Well, you saving the coin because I think ultimately he wants Dr. Boom Mad Genius to come out on 8. But now...
No, he is going to go for the duplicate right now. I think he just makes himself enough space here.
Well, what's funny is that Deathwing is, true to his nature, not really one to share the spotlight, so Deathwing ends up killing himself.
Just plays a Deathwing every turn for the rest of the game.
Yeah, but if he's ahead on board, he's...
yeah, that's fine. If he's ahead on board, he can just smack him in the face for 12 and pass. Who cares?
Fair enough. What is he going to burn? What if he burns a really powerful card like Dragon Queen Outstraw? Ramming speed. I was waiting for like a big land like Brawl goes out, and all of a sudden King Feoris is just like super threatening.
Yeah. I mean, he has 4 Brawls attached to 12/12s in his hand right now, so I think he's doing okay.
Yeah, I like this idea that Alan's flirting with, which is just Sierra Unleashed early, because then you can disperse the dragons.
Yes, you do not want them all to come out in one burst against Warrior. That is a situation that you'd like to avoid if possible.
Oh, Alan finds the floop. Now we're starting to get some real spicy stuff.
Yep.
Although it's Deathwing Mad Aspect.
Did he? I think that's the duplicate of the random one.
No, that was the one he drew naturally from his deck.
That is, no, you're right, yeah. The second one in his hand is the one he drew naturally. Yep, correct. So he did choose to play the right one.
And so Alan knows that it's been duplicated as well, so he's expecting a second one at the very least.
Yes, most likely not a third and a fourth.
And there it is, Ysera Unleashed. Does not really match up well versus just a empty board and a Deathwing, but okay here, hold on. How much damage is this?
There's no way to add the extra, right? You can get the Wind Fury down or the Blessed Champion down on the 12 to get 24, 26 from the Live Wire Lance.
So there in the Lackey. Molten Breath doesn't go face. Okay.
Yeah, you can. Mortal Strike? If you went swing the Lance, get the spell Lackey, pick Mortal Strike, play Mortal Strike, play Zephyrus, it would give you Wind Fury.
That trade hurt to see. I mean, I don't think I disagree with it. It just hurts to see. That's all. More Yseras. Interesting. At that point, more than half your deck is Ysera portals.
Yes. Just giving out the nod.
Or exactly half your deck is portals. And it makes sense, you know. I think that the Ysera Unleashed layers of threats is better than the King Feoris 2 waves of threats. Especially when you know your opponent has Deathwing Mad Aspect in hand.
Yes.
Big board. A Deathwing Mad Aspect.
We definitely do not have enough of those this game. That noise really grates me for some reason. I don't know why.
It's the sound of freedom.
Apparently, I'm just allergic to freedom, Dan.
I can tell.
Yeah.
Zephyrus coming out to answer the board through a Twisting Nether.
I mean, well, I was fairly confident that Twisting Nether was going to be offered, but you know, you go nice to make sure.
Still, that's only 3 portals with 11 more to go.
Yep.
Wax
Dread. Oh, the Wax Dread
appearance. Hey, I heard this game was going pretty evenly back and forth. That came to help skew the results.
Yep.
And I mean, Alan doesn't have to do anything else, actually. He can just chill.
Can just chill if he wants, yeah.
It's an entirely reasonable board.
This is where this, you know, quote, control warrior, the Highlander control warrior, can run into trouble because it is fairly limited on removal. You know, we've seen control warriors in the past playing as much as double Plague of Wrath, double Brawl, whereas this deck is just playing one of each. So its ability to continue to answer wide boards, first off, hinges on that Zephyrus, which was already used. But then after that point, it's quite limited in its ability to be able to deal with these board states. But it's where these Mad Aspect Deathwings are going to come into play if possible.
Right, and I think that's why Alan's thinking about the Power of the Wild, because if the Deathwing came, it could theoretically just clear the entire board.
Yes.
So at least make sure that that can't happen. So he plays one card on top of the 3 portals. 8 portals remain. And here we go. He has to use the one that was copied and where Alan expects it to be. xBlyzes very much in tune with that. Clears 2 minions. Swings. I guess there's a little bit of an order, but it's not really that big of a deal.
Yeah, I guess he could have seen his lackey first, but he was never going to play it before the Deathwing, so.
Again, Alan has a lot of hand space. He could just take it really slow again, or even just, you know, use swipe in this spot. Keep his board healthy, push 10 damage. Your opponent's at 42.
Right.
I do feel like using a Waste Surger is overcommitting in this position. Has to kind of thread the needle. Oh my. Oh my. King Feoris has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 spells in hand, so there wouldn't even, I guess you use Innervate, so it wouldn't be super.
Just throw away an Innervate, yeah.
But your opponent also does have this Kaboom as well. Okay, find some middling creatures.
A 6/9 Scorpion is a pretty huge outcome.
Yeah,
that slot.
That is nice.
Alan nods. He was expecting Plague of Wrath. He's definitely expecting to see Plague of Wrath there, and he's going to get some good news that it's not coming. Instead, Deathwing Mad Aspect number 3. Pretty important sequencing here. That's not bad.
And so he knows there's a 4th one.
Yes. If he's
Nourish.
hand tracking correctly, he will know that that was in hand when the Warmaster Voon copy effect went off.
Still a ton more portals to go through here.
Yeah, this is very likely to end up being a full board again with the 3 total cards being drawn. There we go. They don't stop coming.
It is not yet your time.
Maybe a little bit more than Alan was hoping for, but
there it is, huge board again, just passes. Says that is good enough for me.
it's just non-stop big things after big things being dropped by Alan, and Blythe just responding with his own big things.
Just big meaty lads slapping into each other.
It's doing a lot for me right now. Deathwing, Mad Aspect. Feels like it has such a... If it clears like the left side of the board, you're so sad, but if it clears like all of the right side of the board, you feel so good. So I feel like because of that variance, you probably have to hold off on it right now.
Yeah, it seems fair.
Plus you do have the zap here. Will help control some of that board space.
Yep.
4 more portals were dragged out, so with the 3/3/4, there's only a handful of portals left in the deck here for Alan. I think 4 remain. Plus, he does have the Wax Dread Candle.
Yeah, that is the big problem for Blyzes right now, is that he can't really reliably fall back on a fatigue strategy where he just kills everything. It's possible, you know, you do still draw the card and take your tick of fatigue when the candle is still on the deck, but just that extra 7/5 that appears every single turn makes that very much difficult.
Right, it just means that your resources just get drained a little bit quicker.
Yes. So I think xBlyzes does need to think about trying to find some board presence of his own here, but he does need to solve the problems as they're put in front of him. And right now, Alan is not taking his foot off the pedal in any regard.
Ferocious Howl, which pretty much gives him the most value, so you might as well use it. I think he's just really hoping to hit the Wax Druid Candle and present just a little bit extra threat.
Time waits for no one.
He does. Noobstop Defender comes down. That heal with the hidden Oasis, not going to be super relevant.
Yeah, he's just, since he didn't draw any portals that turn, Alan's just concerned with making sure he has the Mad Aspect Deathwing covered. Just make sure he has enough damage in play that the Deathwing isn't going to stick around on xBlyzes' side, so he doesn't have to react to it.
Oh, Plague of Wrath also drawn.
Has the Dragon Maw Scorcher Plague of Wrath combination now.
Woo!
Wind Fury and Divine Shield along with the Rush Lackey.
Quick turn out of xBlyzes.
Strictly cheating, managing to get the triple Battlecry effect on the Tiamat. Again, yeah, as you say, it was another quick turn. I do think maybe his quick play has cost him a couple of opportunities. In the previous game, I'm still very confused about that Zephyrus play that we saw. That again, he did end up playing quite quickly, but for the most part, he's playing pretty solid.
Wrath now deals 100 damage with the Azure Explorer. Alan has a few portals left and the candle that he wants to draw with the Wax Dread. Portal.
xBlyzes would honestly quite like to see them all right now. Yep, you see the nods because he has the clear locked and loaded. He wants to see as many of those portals coming out as possible.
And all this card draw in the hand. The Nourish and the Crystal Merchant, they're not going to really do too much here.
Nope. There it is. Line it up. Plague of Wrath. Gonna remove that board state.
Yeah, you know, I wonder if we could have held on to that. There's a lot of 2/3s, and I feel like that's where Deathwing Mad Aspect really thrives.
Yeah, no, that's a very good point. Very good point.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think he would have cleared the board though. It's just one of those things where.
Yeah.
Yeah. You try to find ways to squeeze optimization, but I mean, it's not a bad play. It's just, is it the best play?
Yes.
Is probably the question.
Exactly. One card remaining now for Alan. Unsure whether that is a portal or not, but we will find out next turn.
What to do?
I believe he's out of portals.
Okay. I will stake your reputation on that statement.
Ooh, that is a pretty unworthy expedition, if you ask me, Subtle.
Mark of Nature is kind of cool, I guess. Yeah, it seems the best of the bad bunch, at least.
It's like a... I mean, it's a Blessing of Kings.
3 mana Blessing of Kings, yeah. I'll take those.
Put it on Wax Dread.
Put it on the Wax Dread. Kill me, you won't.
Oasis Surgery. Number 2.
Yeah, Alan is going to keep presenting problems. This 9/6 does line up pretty nicely into the Restless Mummy here, and now Shield Block, Shield Slam combination available.
No tomb can hold
He
me.
still has to remove a little bit of his own armor. But indeed, it is looking tougher for Alan to close out this game just because it feels like you just play the way that we did this 8 months ago, which was kill all of Druid's stuff.
Oh, reputation damaged, Dan. It's a portal.
Oh, that might be card. Alan is effectively all in. The Poisonous Minion does introduce a quite interesting tension with Deathwing Mad Aspect.
It does.
But it might not even be relevant if xBlyzes draws Brawl off the top here. He only has 9 cards left in his deck, but he's running out of time.
It's another big reason, to your point earlier, why maybe using the Deathwing Mad Aspect earlier was better, because he can then save his Dragon Maw Scorcher Plague of Wrath combination for when that Loti is on the board, which is a point where his Deathwing is not relevant.
Now, if Deathwing attacks the 5/7 he's dead. If he clears off a bunch of stuff beforehand, he's still a little bit in trouble. So is this a snip snap Zilliax play to try and stall for an extra turn here?
It's kind of what I was looking at, to be honest.
But then you should know the last two cards that he would be using as Swipe and Starfall.
Yeah. So you go up to 23 and you would be leaving 23 up on the board. Yeah.
Oh, here we go. Deathwing.
No option. Okay.
Oh, that's only 2 minions.
It's 15 in play, swipe in hand. Alan's going to square up the series.
Of cards.
And you know, Waxy Dread only summoned back twice, but once was all it really needed to deal that damage.
Yeah.
Despite having 4 Deathwing Mad Aspects, 2 Caligos in hand.
Yeah.
Blyze unable to stabilize, and Alan just narrowly gets over the hump. We have a tied series.
We certainly do. And don't get me wrong, that was an incredibly difficult game to play optimally. I don't think there are many, if any, players in the world that could just come immediately out of that game and said, yeah, I did everything perfectly. Don't at me. But it's, I think there were some moments there where maybe Blyzes cost himself some percentage points in some of his sequencing of his removals, some of his choices. You know, as you were pointing out, his usage of the Deathwing Mad aspects. I think he might have just cost himself a percentage point or two, but I think, you know, he came up against basically the best that the Druid has to offer, an early Ysera Unleashed into the early Floop, meaning that he was going to be up against it the whole time. You know, that is definitely not what you want to see as the Control Warrior player.
Yeah, I mean, I think both players had very good outcomes. It was just one of those more flashy ones from the Warrior side where you think about the possibilities that the Warrior could have had with all these high-value dragons, but in the end, it comes down to a simple game of tempo, and I have to commend Alan. What a great series of turns, right? That was like an 8-turn lethal setup, right? Every single turn is like, okay, how much pressure can I put? How much pressure? Nope, hold back just enough. Wait, play the power of the wild. There's a lot at stake here, as we are now tied 2 games apiece, and the winner of this will win $10,000. We'll take our final break this series, and when we come back, the last game of this best of 5 at Masters Tour Arlington, brought to you by T-Mobile.
Hearthstone Masters Tour Arlington is brought to you by T-Mobile. Rank up with America's first and only nationwide 5G network.
When Overwatch asked me to design their official team kits, I was honored. This was an opportunity to create gear that for the first time brings together the best of the streetwear world and the esports world. This is technical apparel designed with specs to provide the highest caliber athletes in the esports world with the performance and comfort that they demand.
And just so you know, her armband is clipped, but it says LOVE, so you don't worry about that.
Designed to highlight each team's uniqueness, yet resonate with players and fans in the US, China, Korea, France, and all over the world. And of course, gear that needs to look as dope as it performs, both inside and outside the arena. This is it, the official Overwatch League kit. Designed by Staple, engineered for gamers.
The time has finally come.
We're back, Overwatch fans, and we are live from Dallas, Texas.
We are live in New York City.
Come on, this is carnage! It's not stopping! It's not stopping! Now we have a game. Ooh, get rocked. Maybe the Madman can do it. Oh, what is this? Oh, you ready? Turn up the bass.
Hearthstone Masters Tour Arlington being viewed by some of the competitors. You see the Asia Pacific players cheering on their fellow player, Alan Numbers, as he has tied up the series 2 games apiece. They're chilling in the LAN area where we do have a spectating viewing area for a lot of the players or any fans that come by. In the meantime, though, this series, which started off very one-sided. It looked like xBlyzes was just going to run away with it. Alan has clawed back through pure grit, and I got to commend him because I felt like he was down and out for a good period of time.
Yeah, and I did. It's kind of curious that it's up against the Highlander Warrior that he's having to form his last stand, because I did talk to Alan a little bit, and he mentioned that Highlander Warrior was just not a deck that was on his radar at all for this tournament. So he really felt like he had to cram to get in information for this semi-final, and he's clearly managed to do that because he's managing to navigate his way through very comfortably.
Yes. Now we have the battle of the Highlander decks. And it could be the Achilles heel of xBlyzes, which, you know, he uses Highlander Warrior so expertly to get to this point, but will it be his downfall to lose 3 games in a row with Highlander Warrior, which just feels so devastating because it felt like you were so close on so many games. Yep. And so here we go, Highlander Hunter. Now it does have the Dragon package in it, as you can see, Stormhammer and Evasive Feywing. That's a curve for the most part.
Certainly is.
How do you want to really fit this into your curve, though, with Animal Companion, which is also something that's great to have early on? Do you just throw away Stormhammer or Feywing and just trust that you'll find other things while trying to shore up your first 2 turns?
I think that's a problem that Alan's faced with right now. I do actually think this is a really, really difficult mulligan. Classically, like, Animal Companion is just a go-to card in the matchup. Was not, I will be honest, expecting to see the full mole come out from Alan. I was expecting one or the other plans to get kept there, either the weapon into Dragon Curve or just the Animal Companion just for the early solid minion. But wow, Alan throws it away and hits the absolute nuts, finds all of the power cards he could ever possibly need.
Does he want to play the Zephrys now? And if so, is he going for more tempo development? Or is he going to go for future mana considerations? Zephrys offers you 3 choices when you have an empty board and you play it on 2, and it is Brightwing, Animal Companion, and Wild Growth. And for a while, we thought unanimously you would want to play Wild Growth, but you know, when you have Animal Companion, especially in a class like Hunter, you can really stack your advantages quickly.
Unlucky. Yeah, I really like the Animal Companion there. I think you have 2 minions established on board already, which are almost certainly not getting killed in that spot. So all 3 outcomes for Animal Companion are fantastic, and just look at the curve it enables from that point. He has 3-drop into 4-drop then with Houndmaster Shore, and then from that point onwards, he's just you know, hair's breadth away from that Dino Tamer Brown on turn 7. So I don't think he needed the Wild Growth to accelerate his curve when he had such a smooth curve anyway by picking the Animal Companion.
Even if the Animal Companion not number 2, but the one that was native to his deck wasn't in hand, I think I would still argue that you want the second Animal Companion. Just because you want to get that early game snowball.
My pack will hunt you down.
xBlyzes has the proper response, though. He's got Restless Mummy, and that will be able to pick apart almost the rest of the board here. And Alan was, you know, he was expecting it. He didn't have any high hopes for this Houndmaster shot. Now the second Animal Companion. Another Leok.
It's so much early game damage. Like, even though xBlyzes has had the answers, it's so much damage that's been pushed through from Alan.
Imagine he didn't have the answers.
If he had just been missing one of those rush minions early on, and you can see he's drawn them all because Town Crier just lands and draws nothing. Sat there as an innocent 1-2 on the board. This is the one potentially problematic turn for Alan, but he does have ways out of it. The draw is very nice. Desert Spear, Diving Griffin was reasonable. Diving Griffin to see what he would drew first. He had options to get out of this, but it's the first turn where he's really not quite going for the throat as he'd like to be doing.
Feywing seems pretty reasonable in this spot. It's 5-4, and you know, it's surviving against Dynamatic,
against Ziliax, which he knows is in hand because there were no draws off the Town Crier.
But not a turning him over Ziliax.
Yep. And there's the reaction to it, because that is huge. because not only does it clear the board, not only does it gain the health, but it also blocks the ideal target for his Dino Tamer Brand now on turn 7.
So Dino Tamer Brand comes down, and this Ziliax and Eternium Rover combination absorbs 8 damage while gaining 6 life.
Yep.
Sending your opponent back all the way into the mid-20s. That doesn't sound, or the high 20s rather, that doesn't sound very good.
So looks like Alan is going Faceless Corruptor instead with this hero power target.
That sounds entirely reasonable to me.
Sequencing very important here, of course. Make sure you get that hero power in before you drop Faceless Corruptor, if that's going to be your line.
Is there another one we're not thinking of? Diving Corruptor, what can it draw here? Or Diving Corruptor, Diving Griffin. Imagine Faceless Corruptor end up drawing a Rush Minion.
Quickly.
That's what we call a card for the 2020 expansion number 3.
Whoa, changed his mind at the very last moment. Rope appeared and Alan said, you know what? Never mind, I'm gonna play the big thing.
Oh my goodness.
I've never seen someone with such polite reactions to top decks as Alan has. It's just this very small nod, like, yeah, okay, fair enough.
How nice would that Deadly Shot have been the previous turn?
That would have been huge, yeah. Suddenly, all that work in the early game has come undone. XBlyzes all the way back up to 28.
This Dwarven Sharpshooter, though, still has its application. Diving Griffin deals 4 damage. It's a 4/1 Rush Minion.
Sure.
That plus the hero power plus 3 other mana, which give you development of other things. However, Desert Spear is not exactly great development.
Nope.
So perhaps instead Faceless Corruptor is what he could be looking at still?
Yes. Depends what gets drawn off the Diving Griffin as well, but if you were to just pick up like Spring Paw, for example, that doesn't really fill your turn out very well either.
What is the best way for Alan to set up Dragon Queen Alexstrasza? Perhaps that's the question we should just be thinking about. And that could end up coming down to an answer of Deadly Shot plus Faceless Corruptor. Force your opponent to respond, and then play the Dragon Queen Alexstrasza. Your opponent's probably going to remove stuff.
That's what I like. This is my instincts at the start of the turn. Just don't overthink it. Just play the most things that you can on this turn. Maximum pressure, force your opponent to react, and then you have the big refill on the following turn.
How does the Priest Dragon, what's it called? Marizond?
Marizond, yeah.
How does that work with Faceless Corruptor? I haven't actually seen that before.
As in, like, would it transform the dragon itself with the battle cry?
To a 4/4?
Unclear. I have not seen it either.
Is it time for the Queen to make her appearance? We've been curving out so far with Alan. XBlyzes has just been getting the exact responses. Pretty mediocre results here. Although, I guess the good news is XBlyzes has used a lot of his removal, right? So hard for him to easily answer his opponent's board.
Yes. He does have the Dragon Queen Alexstrasza of his own. He might just be able to blow straight past this in terms of stats, but Alan is the player that's trying to be the aggressor here. He'll be the player with the initiative in that situation, so ideally XBlyzes would be looking for some removal off the top in this spot.
I like this non-trade, force your opponent to do stuff. XBlyzes also has a Marizond. Just point that out, by the way. Oh, Dragon Queen Alexstrasza right back. Hoping to hit something big. Emerald Explorer is at least a taunting way to get some bodies on the floor.
Yep. A little bit of removal now with a couple of Dragonmaw Scorchers available, but not the big removal that he needs. He's going to need that Plague of Wrath off the top.
8, 10, 17, 19. What will this Diving Griffin draw? There's still some decent rushers, but there's also some weak ones, as you mentioned. Interesting that Alan favors the early game so much. He has cards like Crystallizer.
Yes.
He's just playing a more proactive getcha Highlander Hunter.
Yep.
We've seen Secret Highlander Hunter. We've seen Dragon Highlander Hunter. We've seen Beasts.
The Beast version's my favorite just because it has a River Croc in it. Like, that just makes me happy.
Simple guy.
Does hit the Spring Paw.
Spring Paw and Desert Spear can clean up a lot of this, but I think the back of Alan's mind also is the threat of the counter swing. What if my opponent has an Alexstrasza?
Sure. Yeah, Desert Spear and Spring Paw allows essentially all the damage possible to go to face there. He could completely eliminate the 4-8 Taunt with all of the rush minions and the weapon swing, if he would choose to. But he's choosing to be a bit more respectful of the board state on the other side, taking much more efficient trades, costs himself a little bit of face damage in the process. No harm, no foul.
Okay. That was a fairly complicated turn.
Yes.
That I think Murazan will answer completely. Because it summons a couple of Spring Paws and a 4-1 Rusher and Desert Spear, and then you could play Dragon Ball Scorcher.
Dragon.
Yeah.
Yep.
This is devastating for Alan. Just answers everything. Well, not everything. The 4-attack minion still survives.
It's an enormous turn, though.
Oh, yeah. Not to mention, again, the counter swing possibilities.
This one's slipping away. Blazing Battle Mage, a huge card for the deck. Like we said, Alan very much valuing having those quick starts. So a Crystallizer in there just as a 1-3. Blazing Battle Mage, of course, makes the cut as well as a 2-2, but that is the downside of putting all those extra early game minions in your deck, is sometimes you're going to draw one when you need some beef instead.
And Zephyrus, does it close out the game here? We have 8, 11, 12.
Nope.
Plus 9 would be 21.
Not quite.
Not quite. But gaining life just for extra insurance.
This one is looking over. xBlyzes did have to clench for large periods as he was trying to find a win with this Highlander Warrior. But unless there is an absolute miracle coming out here from Alan, which I don't think that Corrosive Breath quite fits the bill. 4 from Unleash, 1 from the weapon, 1 from the hero power. At 7, Corrosive Breath is not getting him over the line.
Yeah, and I think Alan did such a good job hanging in there. He certainly earned the respect of many people who probably have saw him for the first time today, or one of the first times that they'll be seeing him. But as we know with Alan, with his Bucharest run finishing in top 10.
10th place, yep.
With his Masters Tour Arlington run ending in top 4. We might be seeing Alan a lot in the future of Hearthstone, so pay attention to this guy, even though it looks like his run stops here.
Yeah, incredibly impressive player. Loved watching him just think his way through a lot of matchups from completely unconventional points of view in Bucharest. Has continued to do that so here, but is going to give up the ghost, and we are going to have a very happy French chat on our hands because French player number 1 is going to find his way into the finals here at Masters Tour Arlington.
That's right. Blaise has guaranteed an all-French finals.
It's
at
career
Arlington.
all over again, Dan.
It's Masters Tour Soul once more. Every other tournament, the French just say, you know what, we'll just claim this as ours.
Yep.
And they're doing it on other territories as well. They've done it in Asia Pacific, and now they've done it in Americas. And of course, everyone knows how good the French are on their own home territory. So well done. Congratulations to BlyZes. What a slugfest back and forth. That was a great series of Hearthstone.
It was. I think that Druid versus Control Warrior game was the meatiest game of Hearthstone I have just ever seen in my life.
It was like,
just
here's your bone-in steak and here's your baby back ribs.
Yeah, and by the way, you don't get to eat it. I'm just going to pick it up and slap you in the face with it.
Take both drumsticks off this whole chicken. Boom. And BlyZes ends up getting the last lick here. As we are settled with the top half of the bracket, BlyZes takes it 3-2 over Alan Numbers. What's going to happen on the other side of the bracket? We will find out soon, as Sato will be bringing you the action with Doa.
Yep.
And then TJ and I will be taking home the French, apparently.
Yes.
At Arlington. Who's going to join them? You know, Felkeine and AyRoK last time we saw two French players, Felkeine was kind of really putting himself in the international spotlight. He'd already been doing very well amongst the French and the European audience.
Right.
But now we don't really question Felkeine. Can AyRoK use this opportunity to potentially join Felkeine in Grandmasters as well?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I talked about it a lot, is that he's had a very spotty record up until this point. Again, I don't want to take anything away from any player who qualifies for these events, because that is very difficult in itself. You're already a good Hearthstone player if you can make your way through those qualifiers. But he'd been finishing in the hundreds up until this point. So when you do get this opportunity, you really do have to grasp it with both hands and really try and maximize this opportunity, turn it into a Hearthstone career as opposed to just a Hearthstone hobby.
All right, well, with that, our first semifinal is done. The second has been set. So when we come back, that guy is going to be casting alongside Saddle. You're watching Masters Tour Arlington. We'll be right back with more Hearthstone action.
Hearthstone Masters Tour Arlington is brought to you by T-Mobile. Rank up with America's first and only nationwide 5G network.
T-Mobile 5G is here, and it's nationwide. While some 5G signals go only blocks, T-Mobile 5G goes miles, beyond the big cities, to the small towns, to the people. Millions of Americans can have access to 5G on T-Mobile. This is just the beginning. T-Mobile, the first and only nationwide 5G network.
in New York City.
Come on, this is carnage! It's not stopping! It's not stopping! Now we have a game. Ooh, get rocked. Maybe the Batman can do it. Oh, what is this? Oh, you ready?
We have returned to the Hearthstone Masters Tour Arlington. There is Felkeine himself, getting psyched about his fellow Frenchman winning and punching a ticket to the Grand Finals here with that exciting victory over Alan. That one really almost went back the other way, didn't it?
It did, yeah. That Highlander Warrior was looking like it might just be a little bit suspect coming up against those kind of meaty mid-range decks that Alan Numbers was throwing at him, but it was that kind of clutch Zilliax in the mid-game that really shut it all down and guaranteed us, I guess, with that result, a French winner of this tournament.
Yeah, pretty much. So is France the Korea of Hearthstone? I don't know.
Sure, I guess we could say that. Yeah,
it seems like there's so many good French players now.
We've certainly gone through different periods. There was a time where I would say Germany was incredibly dominant. There was a procession of players that coming out. There was like Life Coach followed by Super JJ and then Casey and another sort of age of players that were coming out of that. Zixo as well. I'm sure I'll get a tweet if I didn't mention him. So there you go. But yeah, it does generally, I would say, bounce around from European country to European country as to which is the best, but it stays in that region.
Seems to. Anyway, we are about to move on to our last semifinal to see who's going to take it. Obviously, Felkeine in one of them. AyRoK will be the other competitor. And I don't know, make a prediction. I want you to make a prediction here. Who's going to win?
Well, I have to remain consistent because if you remember, you asked me this question at the start of the day, and I said the winner of Felkeine versus TIZS was going to go on to win the whole tournament. So I have to stick to that and say that Felkeine, having found his way out of that series, is now my pick for the whole thing.
I think I have to agree with you. Not to take anything away from AyRoK, but it does seem like despite sort of the wild sort of like magic of emotions on Felkeine's face throughout his game, his play has remained very consistent. And only that one little misstep, maybe you could argue, when he was surprised by not getting the card he was looking for from Zephyrus and the wrong ordering of
He
things,
just got giga tilted by Zephyrus being weird.
He did a little bit. Yeah. That was Zephyrus, guys. That wasn't Felkeine. Handshake across the table as we are ready to get started. And it's going to be really interesting to take a look at these players' deck lists, too, and see, again, how these two sort of sets match up against each other.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. Felkeine, as we've seen, has the Highlander Mage, he has Galakron Warlock, he has his Galakron Rogue, and then he has the Galakron Warrior rounding it out. So he has what I would probably describe as one of the most standard lineups in this top four. Still has that Highlander Mage, which we're, oh, how easy we forget. We're calling standard now, 2 days down the line, but a couple of days ago, no one was really making that call, apart from, of course, the players who have ended up bringing it to the tournament. And then on the other side, very similar stuff from Felkeine, as he has the Galakron Warlock, Galakron Rogue, the Highlander Mage, Galakron Warlock, and the Warrior as well. So pretty similar stuff on either side.
So AyRoK is going to get to bring his Mage, his Warlock, and his Warrior to this matchup. Rogue looks like it's banned out, which is not a big shock there.
Yeah, and it looks like the way the series is going to pan out is actually pretty similar to what we saw beforehand. It's going to be that one Highlander Control Warrior coming out from Felkeine, and we'll see if he is able to pick up a win with that one, because otherwise the decks are matched up fairly similarly across the board.
Players using those hot packs too, because it is getting kind of chilly in here. Without a whole bunch of bodies in here competing to get to the next round,
that's right.
It does get a little bit chillier.
Yeah, a couple of hundred people with a couple of hundred laptops requires a lot of air conditioning to keep it cool, and when you remove those factors from the equation, it does start to get a little bit chilly in there. So those hand warmers do start to become a real thing. And there you can see the difference. Highlander Mage still there, Galakron Warlock still there, still a Rogue ban, but it's the Highlander Control Warrior coming out instead from Felkeine.
So differences in the Warrior decks are probably the two biggest differences between these two players' sets of decks that we're going to see in this matchup right now. Felkeine's trying to. That's not how you juggle.
That is not at all how you juggle. No.
Well, he'll have to buy some juggling lessons after this match. Regardless, he's going to walk away with some cash after this. And hey, do you really? You don't really need to buy juggling lessons. No, just watch a couple of YouTube videos and you're good.
Yeah, just take lessons from Knife Juggler. He always hits the right target. So
that's right.
Pretty
good.
Or
Soul Juggler in the battlegrounds.
Yes, it's trying to keep it constructed. But yeah, Soul Juggler, probably a more contemporary reference for
a lot more people, I think. No, well, although there are those hunter lists right now that and Zoo Warlock on the ladder uses the good old Knife Juggler as well. So You got a little bit of both.
You do indeed.
Soul Juggler's a scarier one right now, I think.
It is if you're a Battlegrounds fan, of course,
Yeah,
which
right.
I very much am. We've been jamming a little bit of Battlegrounds backstage. Very, very enjoyable. But this is the serious matter of Constructed. And as with our last series, this is a straight-up $10,000 series of Hearthstone. Your prize pool increases, or your prize payout increases by $10,000 just with this one win. And then, of course, you go on to get the right to have the right to play for the champion title, which comes with $32,500 total, if I remember correctly.
That's right.
And again, that money is not just cold hard cash, which who doesn't love cold hard cash, but on top of that, it's contributing towards your chances of getting into the Hearthstone Grandmasters, starting actually with Season 2 of this year.
Yeah. And we don't give the players a stack of cash because that would be tough to get through the airport on the way back to France.
It certainly would.
We'd be inconveniencing them greatly if we did that.
That is true. It's an excellent point you make.
So AyRoK versus Felkeine. It's going to be a great match either way. That last one really looked like it was going to be a quick 3-0. Ended up being 5 games. We'll see how many games we get out of this one as we get started here between these two players. It's going to be Warrior versus the Mage on the other side of Felkeine.
Yeah, and this is the Galakrond Warrior. Remember, this is the one to keep your eye on because this is the difference maker in the series, is that it's a Galakrond Warrior on the side of AyRoK, and it is the Dr. Boom Highlander Control Warrior coming out from Felkeine later on in the series. So
nice quick start. This is exactly what you want if you're that Warrior and you want to put that early pressure onto the Mage. Getting that first invoke, getting 4 damage to face. And this Warrior deck can be pretty aggro when it wants to.
It certainly can,
It usually does.
I will say that ideally you would like to... Oh, hang on, Edwin Van Cleef. Sorry, forget everything that I just said. This is an Edwin. This is an early Edwin here for Felkeine, dominating the board early.
Big Edwin coming in, and he is going to be huge, 8-8.
And he has clearly made that play before because he saw it immediately. I was still talking about the previous turn, hadn't even evaluated the turn for the Frenchman, but he saw that immediately. Elemental Evocation to discount the cost of Zephyrus to 0, then throws out the coin to raise his total mana pool to 3. Zephyrus reads all of that and says, I see, sir, you would like an Edwin Van Cleef. Yeah. There you are.
And he's absolutely right. This time, Zephyrus, okay. He's fine, and that's going to force just a tempo 3-3 drop from AyRoK and not getting to use the benefit of the battle cry or anything, just trying to survive and get any sort of, board control going.
Yes.
That's a rough start for AyRoK.
It really is. Yeah, and I was going to say, the weapon is fine as an early opening. You do get that early invoke, as you were saying, but I think in these sort of slower matchups against control decks, you want to be hitting early minions early, right? It's like straight up face damage is fine. It's a good second prize, but you really want to be building a straight up board presence.
All right, well,
in terms of repetitive damage.
He's going to be able to clear the Van Cleef, but at great personal risk to himself as he takes another 8 damage doing it.
But what did it cost him, though?
It may have cost him the game. That is a ton of damage. It's a 16 damage Van Cleef unleashed by turn 4.
Yes.
Well,
and
tough position for AyRoK right now.
He's looking kind of smug about it, if I can say so myself.
What can you do? I mean, there's no way to play around something like that. Nope. It just happens sometimes. You can see kind of the wry smile on his face. He's like, well, it's a best of 5 looking across at each other.
Obviously, no hard feelings between these two players. I did walk past them just right before this, just very animatedly conversing in French. I'm sure they are good friends, know each other from the French scene.
Yeah.
But that was a nice little moment. They just met eyes over the top of the monitor, and Felkeine exactly just gave him the what can you do?
It's the look that says sorry, not sorry.
Exactly. Yeah.
Well, back to Felkeine right now. Certainly with a big life advantage. Interesting turn ahead of him here.
I wonder.
Yeah, ideally, you want to get the Mountain Giant to a discounted point that you can play Mountain Giant Conjurer's Calling it, but it doesn't look like this is going to be one of those games.
Right. I wonder whether instead he'll just be thinking about ripping a Conjurer's Calling this turn just to try and increase his board presence by a little bit.
It wouldn't be terrible. He does have the upgraded hero power, so it does let him clear out the snip snap. Yep. I know you hate people attacking into it, but he didn't attack into it. He just attacked into the microbots.
Yeah, exactly. He traded into microbots.
Yeah, much better.
Right. Perfectly acceptable.
That's fine. Wow, a Battle Rage just to pick up that Shield of Galakrond that he can't play, grabbing another 2 armor and...
Yikes.
Yeah,
AyRoK
is a word.
AyRoK here making some notes. I believe what he is writing in French is, get me out of this game, please.
Yep. Escape. All right, that's pretty decent as well from the Conjurer's Calling.
Yeah, there is that Conjurer's Calling I was talking about.
Yep.
Chooses to ration it out, so he's weaving it in with the hero power as well for extra damage, which is a pretty smart way to play the curve, perfectly honest.
And it does manage to eliminate a minion, takes another bit of damage there, gains it back via the armor, but 4-5 taunt is not going to be too tough to get through for Felkeine right now, it seems like. He's got ways. They're not the most efficient ways, but he does have ways.
Just going to see Mountain Giant here. Felkeine doesn't appear to want to take the risk with this Book of Spectres. If he played the Book of Spectres, he would have to draw 2 minions in order to refill the giant, boost the giant to the point where it could still be played for the 5 mana he'd have remaining. So he just goes right ahead and plays the 8/8 to stay on the safe side. I think when you're this far ahead, I think erring on the side of safety is very wise.
By my beard.
Your flaws are your strength.
All right, well, makes the biggest board he can, but that's it. Yep, just going to give it up. That 8/8 a little bit too much to handle, and that was a blazing fast game number 1 and a very quick win for Felkeine and his mage.
And you hear, when you get to a certain point in a metagame, you can almost pinpoint the week where it starts. Every now and again, you just open Twitter and you will see that the Edwin Hate Brigade has appeared. Suddenly, people are saying, "Oh, why is Edwin Van Cleef skipped another round of nerfs? Why isn't this card nerfed yet? Why can't they just Hall of Fame it or so on?" Normally, those complaints are inspired by actual rogue players. You very rarely expect to get scammed out of a game by an Edwin from a mage, but that is exactly what happened in that spot. Elemental Evocation, you can see exactly why it's in the deck for some of the really, really scammy things that you can do with it. There are very few elementals in the deck to leverage with it. Just Mountain Giant, Siamat, Zephyrus, and the new 2/5 that I'm not going to know the name of for at least another month yet.
Arcane Amplifier.
Thank you so much. But when you do land that impact, you can see just how huge it can be.
Yeah. And, you know, like we talked about, really heads-up play for Felkeine and doing it fast. He'd done it before.
He saw it. He saw it straight away.
It's in there for a reason.
Done it. Yep.
So it's going to be the Warlock coming out for Felkeine. Second game, still the Warrior for AyRoK as he tries to pick up a win with that. Get himself on the board here in the second semifinal.
Full mulligan yet again for Felkeine.
And he picks up a couple decent spells. Nether Breath is nice, and having the 3 mana as well. The Dragonblight Cultist. It's a little bit of invoking going early.
Pretty big opener on the side of AyRoK, though.
Yeah, potentially. Eternium Rover. He has the Inner Rage. He wants to use that. That might be a little bit too ambitious. Do you think so?
I think
Would you get that early damage in?
I think if I was going to use it for early damage, I would wait and see if I want to use it on my Bomb Wrangler in a turn or two, as opposed to committing it now.
Right.
Also gives the opportunity to draw the Bloodsworn Mercenary to really get full value out of it as you create the damage minion and then copy it.
Yep.
And also you are much more resistant to key removal options like Dark Skies, for example, if you're going all in on like a Bomb Wrangler, because Dark Skies really does not interact very favorably with a Bomb Wrangler.
Yeah. And so it's going to be the Bad Luck Albatross for Felkeine, who's... The Bad Luck Albatross has had some pretty MVP plays in the tournament.
It's been
this
insane.
weekend.
Yeah.
It has been.
Absolutely insane.
Yep.
Generally, you know, not a tech card fan myself. My deck building philosophy is very much to focus on making my deck as oppressive as possible, and other people can try and tech to beat me, and I'll just do the optimal stuff.
Wow.
But Albatross has impressed me. That card has been huge in this metagame where we've just had Highlander decks, Holy Wrath Paladins, just all kinds of things that that card can mess with.
Yeah. I mean, in a sense, it does help your deck become more effective against everything, pretty much, because it does slow things down and it has that extra bonus against the Highlander cards.
Yeah.
All right, here comes a bomb from the Awaken. Also clears the board on the other side, gives him a little bit more attack. Gets the Eternium Rover out there as well. So a little bit more damage onto Felkeine. Going into a 4-mana turn, he's mousing over that Nether Breath right now, but there's a Devoted Maniac. That's probably a little bit more tempting. Yeah, he's He's intrigued.
Felkeine gives his draw the biggest not bad face that I've ever seen.
He's going through all the emotes, man. This does unlock the Veiled Worshipper, though, I believe. Yeah, which is going to be great going forward, even if it's not the most efficient turn 5. Might have to use a Ziliax there. We'll see.
This is potentially really big face damage coming through from these boombots, though, but AyRoK might choose to preserve one of them so he can continue to fight the board next turn. Does so. The big 4. Oh.
Wow.
It stings.
Certainly does. What's it going to be? Yeah, just slamming the Veiled Worshipper for a bit more draw, despite the 1 mana remaining after that.
Does hit the Galakrond, finds himself Sacrificial Pact, so he's actually deceptively healthy right now when you consider there's Sacrificial Pact and Nether Breath available for healing over the coming turns. Ziliax as well.
Yep.
But before any of that comes into play, he needs to find a way to clear this board because he is not doing so right now. And
Another
take 4 again, idiot!
Wow. These boombots, man, they've been tuned up to perfection.
They have.
It's 8 damage from 2 boombots.
I almost said earlier that I felt like Bomb Wrangler is just rolling more 1s than boombots usually do, but as is the law of averages, it's quickly corrected that as we've increased the sample size.
Well, we're kind of on opposite ends of the bell curve with this one. So, like you mentioned before, Felkeine still has some decent healing options in his hand between Dragon's Breath, or Nether Breath rather, Ziliax, Sacrificial Pact. He's got a lot of ways to bring the health total back up again. There's one of them now.
Yeah, it's all for nothing if you just can't answer the board state, though, because the repetitive damage, you know, this is kind of what I was talking about right at the start of the previous game before the Edwin came and blew it all out, is that, you know, weapons and invoking and smashing them in the face is great, but it's repetitive minion damage. That's what beats these slower decks for you when you're playing Galakrond Warrior.
Sure. Scion of Ruin number 2. Thinking, does he want to give his opponent any more health? It's only 3, but he's wondering, just kind of calculating the lethal, I think, with the Leroy with the Inner Rage, deciding if maybe there's a time to set it up for next turn. An opportunity.
No way to avoid at least giving out the 1 heal here to Felkeine, so he's going to go back up to 15, and there is just infinity damage loaded up on this board facing him down, and a Leroy in a rage to come out behind that, as you were mentioning.
Yeah, 11 on the board. He's already got enough just sitting there to finish the game. And another 8 from Leroy in a rage if he decides to bring that out.
Yep.
So plenty of damage coming in. What can Felkeine do to survive this here? Now, you won't get access to the Sacrificial Pact unless you play the Shield of Galakrond. I guess you could also go just straight up for Galakrond himself, even though he's not fully invoked.
Yes. I do like this Shield of Galakrond play, though. I think from Felkeine's perspective, this is his best chance of staying alive for sure.
Yep, totally agree. Up to 19 again. And Korokron Elite. Does that do it? 5.
It wouldn't add damage. He can't afford to play that and Leroy, so
it.
it's never going to add any damage to his turn.
Yep. 1 mana off from being able to do Korokron and Leroy.
Yeah, so I think he will potentially just end up running this into the taunt, or however he chooses to make it the most efficient. He could use just an Inner Rage here on one of his 3/2s and use that to trade, ship the rest of the damage to face. It's essentially the same thing as using your Inner Rage to add 2 extra damage to the face if you really stop and think about it.
All of it dies to the Drake anyway. So keeping the 4/3 around isn't necessarily a big priority, but you know, he finds a way to clear the board, keep the Inner Rage, keep the Leroy. There's a Plague of Flames.
No way to activate it with enough minions right now, though.
Doesn't seem that way. Doesn't have enough to Galakrond into hero power. Crocs isn't going to give you anything either.
Can just rip the Galakrond. His opponent would need 10 in response to this Galakrond after he multi-coils this same Rover off the board. I feel like it's Galakrond time.
You kind of have to, don't you?
Yes,
maybe not.
Felkeine disagrees.
Well, Dark Skies. I think Dark Skies will clear the board maybe if he's lucky and he gets it.
It's always, yeah, it's a guaranteed exact clear. He had 8 cards in hand and there was 9 damage, 9 health total on the board, I believe.
Where's my Art Major tag?
It's fine. TJ will give you lessons on how Dark Skies works later on. But the Ritual Chopper off the top, the smoothest execution of a lethal I've ever seen from AyRoK, picks up his top deck, calmly plays it all out, and then gives the most suave fist pump I have ever seen on his camera. Very nicely done.
He's got to stay reserved. The series isn't over yet. That's just a tie, right?
There it is.
Now we're up to 1-1.
But those two initial games go by quick as a flash. Could have been a lot slower on the matchups, but the Mage Edwin Van Cleef completely blew out the first one. And honestly, the Felkeine's Warlock in that second one just didn't really get started. It just didn't find the early Dark Skies, didn't find the early Netherwing that it needed to really swing the state of the board. So as I was talking about, that repetitive minion damage just was always there, always threatening. And yes, it was a top deck in the end that clutched out the lethal, but I think AyRoK found himself in a very comfortable position, even without that draw at the end of the game.
That is correct. So a tense one, a close one already between these two players, Felkeine and AyRoK. AyRoK on your screen right there, and there's Felkeine thinking it out as they are tied up 1 win apiece. We're going to take a quick break, guys, and when we come back, game number 3. The series continues, our final semi-final here at Hearthstone Masters Tour Arlington. We'll be right back.
Hearthstone Masters Tour Arlington is brought to you by T-Mobile. Rank up with America's first and only nationwide 5G network.
T-Mobile 5G is here, and it's nationwide. While some 5G signals go only blocks, T-Mobile 5G goes miles, beyond the big cities, to the small towns, to the people. Millions of Americans can have access to 5G on T-Mobile. This is just the beginning. T-Mobile, the first and only nationwide 5G network.
The time has finally come.
We're back, Overwatch fans, and we are live from Dallas, Texas.
We are live in New York City.
Come on, this is carnage! It's not stopping! It's not stopping! Now we have a game. Ooh, get rocked. Maybe the Madman can do it. Oh, what is this? Oh, you ready?
Welcome back to Hearthstone Masters Tour Arlington. Shake your hand warmers, get your eyebrows ready, because it's time to go on to game number 3. AyRoK and Felkeine all tied up in this series. Hey, you know, all's fair in love in Hearthstone, right?
Sometimes the players will say with an expression far more than we can say with 100 or more words. That's all you really needed to know about how that opening game went.
That's right.
Felkeine just kind of hit the nuts, laid out that 8-8 Edwin Van Cleef very early on, and yeah, that was the reaction that you saw from the two players. As we said, both most likely very good friends coming from the French scene. So, you know, no ill will between the two of them. But I love seeing that. I love seeing a little bit of back and forth, a little bit of spice from the players up at the desk.
Well, you know, in this community, you can be pretty certain that they probably practice together, you know, probably for this event even, you know, getting ready, trying to decide what deck list. It's always kind of bittersweet to meet a friend in a high-profile match like this, because one of you has to go home, the other one advances, and you're kind of happy for one, sad for yourself in that case. But one of these players is going to take the lead as we move into our next match, or our next game rather. Felkeine, playing his Warlock again, went down to the Warrior of AyRoK, who now has swapped over to the Mage, as you can see. So,
just keeping the Dragonblight Cultist as the single keep. Wants to start curving out, being aggressive early. I talked about how in this matchup earlier, I think it was when I was casting with TJ, it's a very awkward balancing act as the Warlock. This does seem like a very difficult matchup to win. Because just about any early board you make as Warlock in this matchup is susceptible to Reno from the Mage.
Right.
So you don't really feel like you can pressure effectively, and if you can't pressure effectively, you can't stop them from just dropping Luna's Pocket Galaxy on turn 7, because you really haven't amassed enough pressure against that. So the combination of those two factors, I think, makes this matchup very, very difficult from the Warlock side.
Decides to go for Yoxteron's Puzzle Box.
Sorry, what did you? Sorry, what were did you see the other two options? I didn't catch them.
The other two options were not super inspiring, if I remember. Just kind of like some, I don't remember. I was just, my eyes are drawn to Yoxteron's Puzzle Box.
Okay, yeah, fair. I mean,
I hope he picks that.
AyRoK too, apparently. Wow.
All right, well, exciting. And the funny thing is we've got the Mage kind of almost doing what Warlock is used to do people, which was playing high-value, big minions early on, like that Twilight Drake that could theoretically come down next turn that are hard to get rid of.
Right. It's the new decade's handlock, apparently, this Highlander Mage coming out, which is the ability to just keep playing big old minions and keep that pressure up.
Over to Hand Mage. And there is that big Twilight Drake.
Disrespect to the face. Love it.
Aggro Albatross.
Oh, I just love it when people push damage. It just gets me. You ever get that warm feeling where you,
all the
you
time.
just watch someone just smash someone in the face for huge damage? Love it.
That's what I do on the ladder. And Crazed Nether Drake comes down, sends the Albatrosses into Felkeine's deck, but there's a 5-5 on the board.
Yes.
So here's where things start to get interesting for AyRoK.
Interesting to say the very least, because there is a Dragon Caster in hand alongside that puzzle box of Yoxteron.
I'm thinking it too. I don't want to believe.
Yeah.
I don't think it's the play, but it could be a...
There's a smile forming on AyRoK's face.
It would be sick. Come on. It's only the semifinals. Go for it. Go for it. Do it. Do it. Oh, no. Not that one. Do it. Yeah. 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 Come on. You know you want to. You can't hear me, but you know you want to. I'm going to summon my best Emperor Palpatine. Do it. Do it. Yes. Give in to your hate.
No, we're trying to get him to play Puzzle Box of Yoxteron, not murder the younglings, okay? This is a very, very different thing.
I mean, just do it.
Yeah.
Time runs out on me.
Oh, yes. Oh, it's happening.
There's a Dragon Caster. There is a Puzzle Box. And there is the reaction from Felkeine.
All right.
Swarm of Locusts.
Okay, there's something.
That's actually potentially bad because it locks out space from other spells that would summon him more impressive board state.
It does. Oh. All right. Oh. Nope. It's a wisp. Oh, is he going to lightning bolt himself? No, he sends it over to Felkeine. All right, well, that was something. I'm glad he did it. How about you?
I'm just kind of. I can't believe that just happened.
Is he gonna? He's gonna burn a card.
He will
when he
burn a
draws
card,
too.
yes.
Oh no.
I am kind of speechless. Hey, if anything, this is maximizing your screen time. Who knows if you're AyRoK when you're going to get back to this position again. He has just made sure right there that people are going to remember his name going into the next tournament.
He loses the Reckless Dire Troll.
Okay, he's just having a good time.
Yeah. I mean, hey, respect to AyRoK for giving it a shot, you know? What else are you going to do if you keep the puzzle box and you have that, have the Dragcaster? Man.
What to do?
I appreciate that. The mirror image. He's got some fun kind of toys to play with now, too.
Sorry, in various areas around this venue, there's a couple of different viewing areas set up, which is obviously subject to the stream delay that we have. So just a few seconds behind us, I'm just hearing the most ridiculous noises come from various corners of this venue around us.
As if millions of pro Hearthstone players cried out, and they weren't silenced, they just kept kind of crying out for a while.
They just kept going. Yeah. They are, in fact, still going. I can still hear them.
Yep. All right, Stargazer Luna. I mean, he has a chance to make a bit of a chain out of this.
Yeah, it would involve starting with Research Project, though, which he definitely does not want to do in this position. So I think he's going to just keep it on board here.
All right.
Just try and protect it. Try and save it up for next turn.
Oh, that Wisp knew that she didn't belong in this game anyway, so... Taken out for a draw by Felkeine. This is Iliax. During the taunts with double snip-snap. And here we go. Oh, Fiendish Circle, because why not?
Behold,
yep.
It's going to be some funny, kind of funky stuff coming out of here with academic espionage.
Yes, indeed. A lot of upside with that Stargazer Luna.
Yep.
Both players draw 2. Doomsayer will keep the chain going, but that seems suboptimal to be dropping on this board state.
Yeah, I don't think you want to just doom everything you just put out, even though it's not the strongest board, but Stargazer Lunar. Felkeine's like, oh no, what are you doing to me?
It's all right. I've suddenly achieved full empathy with Felkeine. I think he just looked down at his notes and then went, actually, why am I keeping notes on this game anymore? This is completely pointless.
It's over, man.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's interesting.
As he would discard his Caligos and then get 2 copies of it back, potentially. He wouldn't actually have the hand space to be able to make that happen. Or would burn another card, potentially.
Burn another card on his next turn.
Yep.
He's going to be okay with that, though.
Behold the tools of creation.
Well...
Throws away the evocation just to make space.
Yep.
Look at the smile on this man's face. He's having a good time.
This is definitely one of the silliest semifinals Hearthstone games I've ever seen.
Yes.
Credit to AyRoK. He's my new favorite.
Okay.
So over to the serious Hearthstone player.
Wow.
No,
the shade. The shade. Jeez.
They both are. Well, you have to kill the Doomsayer, don't you?
I mean, did you?
If you don't want to lose all this, I guess.
But I mean,
no.
isn't your opponent losing more than you in that situation? If you let the Doomsayer, you still have your death rattle to go off.
How does Felkeine even play this game? He has no idea what's going to be coming out of AyRoK's hand or deck.
That's fair.
For a while, like that's the thing. You really can't. I feel like you can't. Felkeine just gets a pass for all the rest of the decisions he makes in this game at this point.
All right.
I'm
not sure I ascribe to that view. I'm not sure that Doomsayer needed to be killed.
I'm a nice guy.
I am not.
Give in to your hate. All right, Luna, you've served your purpose. Become something new. Although if there's any indication, we'll definitely get another one from this. Nope, not this time. Oh,
that is a significantly less impressive Mage Edwin than we saw on Felkeine's side of the board earlier.
Yep. It's not rain on that Van Cleef portrait, it's just his tears for being a lowly 2/2.
That's right.
Why his tears are going up and then coming down from the sky, I don't know. But it's the World of Warcraft, and it's magic. Well, to the face maybe with Snip Snap. You're kind of ready for this. I mean, here's another wing. That'll do it.
Pushes himself all the way down to 8 in the process, though. He's probably going to be looking to get some usage out of those sacrificial packs sooner rather than later.
My hand is too full.
No soul warden for you, I guess.
That actually would have worked. He would have been able to add another Kalagos to his hand at some point because the Kalagos was discarded to make the death rattle that then returned it to the hand.
It's kind of hilarious.
It was actually a pretty useful card that just bit the dust there for AyRoK. I know, Felkeine, I'm right there with you.
Just don't worry about it.
I know you have to try and play this game. I have to try and cast this game.
Don't worry about it. Essentially, it's just a best of 3 now. And maybe you're losing this game because, you know, your opponent's playing like a random deck from a Tavern Brawl, but, you know, you're fine.
And Malagos Fireball.
Fireball.
Nice and simple.
GG.
Played it absolutely perfectly. No questions. The absolute optimal lines throughout.
Yeah,
AyRoK
no doubt.
finds his way over the line. Turn 6 puzzle box that did not even start in his deck. Ridiculous.
Yep, that is the best single game of Mage play I've ever seen in my life.
Personally, I was a fan of the AA Edwin. I preferred that one.
I mean, we've had some pretty wild Mage games in this series already, yes. But you gotta love the turn 6 puzzle box, you know?
You certainly do.
Credit for him for going for that.
Absolutely. But serious time engaged yet again because now that win puts AyRoK a single game win away from a spot in the finals here at Masters Tour Arlington. No matter what happens, it is going to be an all-French affair. But these two fighting out to find out who will be facing off against xBlyzes in that final. AyRoK now right on the hill. 1 game to win.
Yep. Well, we're going to take another break before Game 4, and I think we all need to recover a little bit from that one. We kind of need to, you know, get a little bit more serious. It's been an interesting game. AyRoK and both Felkeine having to deal with a lot of stuff. That's what happens when you see a turn 6 puzzle box. Yep. And some of the reactions from the players backstage, too. It's one of those days here at Hearthstone Masters Tour Arlington, but it's not done yet. Don't go anywhere, guys. Game 4 is going to be coming at you in just a few.
Hearthstone Masters Tour Arlington is brought to you by T-Mobile. Rank up with America's first and only nationwide 5G network.
When Overwatch asked me to design their official team kits, I was honored. This was an opportunity to create gear that for the first time brings together the best of the streetwear world and the esports world. This is technical apparel designed with specs to provide the highest caliber athletes in the esports world with the performance and comfort that they demand.
And just so you know, her armband is clipped, but it says LOVE, so don't worry about that.
Designed to highlight each team's uniqueness, yet resonate with players and fans in the US, China, Korea, France, and all over the world. And of course, gear that needs to look as dope as it performs, both inside and outside the arena. This is it, the official Overwatch League kit. Designed by Staple, engineered for gamers.
The time has finally come.
We're back, Overwatch fans, and we are live from Dallas, Texas.
We are live in New York City.
Come on, this is carnage! It's not stopping! It's not stopping! Now we have a game. Ooh, get rocked. Maybe the Batman can do it. Oh, what is this? Are you ready?
And we are back here at the Hearthstone Masters Tour Arlington, presented by T-Mobile, and there is AyRoK on your screen. It's been an arduous journey to get here. That last game was pretty fun, but he had to kind of make through some pretty tough plays. Hit some pretty intricate things to get here, huh?
He did. If you actually rewind time all the way back to the quarterfinals, this is the spot that he found himself in, debating whether he wanted to really just shoot this 50-50 for the game. In the end, did end up taking it, ripped that Plague of Wrath, hit the Alexstrasza, removing a huge amount of damage from the board. And that really was where this tournament turned the corner for AyRoK. And you can imagine why, based on that fortunate outcome. He's kind of feeling like RNGesus is on his side just a little bit, and that's why he might have felt blessed enough to roll the dice on that early puzzle box of Yogg-Saron earlier on.
That's right. That's the face of a man who is not afraid to play a turn 6 puzzle box, because you know what? It wins games. If you're going to win games, you might as well swag into the win as well.
Yeah, I mean,
been doing.
Genuinely, trying to apply what serious analysis you can to that previous game.
I appreciate that.
Like, playing a 10-mana spell for free on turn 6 is generally going to be pretty powerful. Like,
I think so.
On average, Puzzle Box of Yogg-Saron does generate you some kind of value, be it minions in play or extra tools in your deck.
Right.
Ideally, he would have liked to have built a big board there with some, generation spells, Force of Nature, landscaping, all that kind of stuff that can just put stuff in play for you.
Sure.
He did get academic espionage out of it, and he did get a board clear out of it. So even though it was a weak outcome, I would say it could have been much, much better. He was still able to find his way over the line. But there are, of course, complete disasters that you can get out of it as well. For example, like Myra's Unstable Element, for example.
It's a risk, yeah.
And then suddenly you just don't have a deck left anymore. It really did roll the dice on that one. And it came out good for him in the end, and that is why he now finds himself in this spot where he has Warlock against Warrior with a spot in the finals of Masters Tour Arlington on the line.
Felkeine fighting for his life to stay alive in this tournament. AyRoK looking to make it to the grand finals. Trying to do it with Galakrond Warlock. Felkeine could have stuck with the Warlock, didn't want to play the mirror, decided to bring the Warrior out instead.
I do like this matchup from the Warrior perspective. It feels like that just, if you use the old life coach method, as I like to call it, where you literally just count all the stats of the minions in the deck, then the Warrior has the Warlock covered. And then, therefore, because of that, is usually able to outvalue them if it comes down to that. So, but from that, you can then deduce that the Warlock has to try and be aggressive and rush the Warrior down. But honestly, they're not particularly good at doing that either. So I do think the Warrior is pretty comfortable in this matchup. But if there's anything that's going to make you squirm in your seat a little bit, reduce some of that comfort level, it's that Bad Luck Albatross coming down nice and early to mess with your Highlander cards.
That's really becoming like one of the best 3-drops in this tournament right now, for all the havoc it's called, and just for being a 4/3 body on the board early on.
Yep. It's a very low-risk tech card, honestly. It's just, decently statted for what it does.
It's surprisingly statted for what it does.
Yep.
Finds the Devoted Maniac as well for an Invoke, and pretty simple board clear, only giving that 2 armor over to Felkeine with the Eternium Rover.
Does leave exactly 5 health in play, though. I think AyRoK winces as he realizes that. The Dynamatic is going to come down for the full punish here. Now the Albatrosses do go in, so Dragon Queen Alexstrasza in hand, not currently active. Zephyrus, if it's drawn, not going to be active unless he hits one of those Albatross first.
That is correct. Speaking of Albatross, or Albatrossi, Albatrosses?
I'm pretty sure it's just Albatrosses, yeah.
I think it's Albatross. He's got another one in his hand. He also has the opportunity to play Dragonflight Cultist, but that wouldn't really give him a lot of presence on the board. It would just give him the Invoke. You probably want to save that for another Plague of Flames turn.
Well, it's curious, right? Because he can also, if he doesn't play it now, he's slowing down his Veiled Worshipper by quite some number of turns, because he's played 1 Invoke already, and he still can't play both the 3 and the 4 next turn on his 6-mana turn. So if he wants to start dropping Veiled Worshippers next turn, he does have to invoke this turn to make it happen. So I think it's actually a little more complex than you might suggest. I think this is a really close call between the 2 3-drops in hand right now.
Could be worth it.
Tap happens either way. Yep. Let's get that done. He's going to go Albatross. No, he's not. I'm giving up on second guessing. Okay, there we go.
Well, the cultist comes out, and I think you're right. I think that it does unlock the Veiled Worshippers, which is big on turn 6, because you can do a life tap and curve into that. But then also you've got the trade-off of doing the Albatross, and then there's 4 in their deck. It makes it even harder for Zephyrus and xBlyzes to come online.
I was half expecting to have to say the words, well, he's thinking real hard about which 3-drop to play this turn, and he's played Puzzle Box of Yogg-Saron instead.
Yes, I will destroy.
Did not find a way to make it happen in this game, though.
Not yet. You never know. Maybe Zephyrus will give him more time. He won't. I can't imagine the time when that would ever happen. There's a Sacrificial Pact just to get the life total back up a little bit.
Sac Pact, yep. Mainly just to dump a card from hand. Because he was at the full 10. Didn't draw anything off the Veiled Worshipper that he wanted to play, so he just kind of had to dump a card to make sure it wasn't overdrawing.
The Warpath is an interesting draw when you think about what the Bomb Tech might be doing in the future.
Right.
Some good tools on Felkeine's side, but some expensive tools too.
Yes, and still has not hit an Albatross just yet, which means he's not going to be spiking any power turns with that Dragon Queen xBlyzes.
Well, he'd have to draw Albatross like 3 turns in a row.
No, the second one's still in hand. It wasn't played.
Oh, you're right, you're right. My mind just wants the Albatrosses to be in there.
Yes.
Wants them in the deck. A lot of choices here for AyRoK right now. 7 mana to work with. He can actually get 2 invokes done if he wants to, but weaving in the Albatross there and a Fiendish Rites, perhaps, to buff it up and get that, what I believe would be the 3rd invoke.
Yep, that's right. I think he's just very focused on getting cards out of hand right now because he drew both Veiled Worshippers so early.
Yeah.
And you know, getting cards out of your hand, mana efficiency is very important. You're going to get more cards out of your hand if you spend every point of mana you have each turn. Sounds obvious, but worth stating nonetheless. So even though it wasn't as effective there, it still feels better to me to spend the 4 instead of the 3 in that situation, just because he does need to make some room in his hand.
So Dr. Boom Mad Genius was the draw. Definitely a nice pickup for Felkeine, one of the core cards of this deck.
Yeah, for sure. The reason why Galakrond isn't played, because you really do have to make a call over which of those hero transformations you do want to go with.
Yep.
Dr. Boom Mad Genius, just too valuable for an outright control strategy, really. The ability to give all your mechs rush is just so insane when it comes down to the removal.
Mortal Coil. Does create another Boombot, but with his draw, there's the Galakrond. Okay. And now the Dragonblight Cultist. This would be the final invoke, I believe.
I think you're right, yep.
So it's very tempting because you're going into a 9-mana turn. Having Galakrond out there, that's really kind of your ticket, right? You get the big demon board, and then from then on, you've got the imps, you've got that unlocked, you know?
Yeah. I think AyRoK was just considering whether...
He's like, come on, Boombot.
Considering whether he wanted to trade into Boombots first before he committed more minions to the board, but I think I agree with this sequencing, and if it was just going to go face for 1, then I guess it didn't matter at all. Ooh, tap last. You hate to see it.
Yep.
Again, a little bit of eye contact over the top. These two players are definitely having some fun with this series. Great to see, so much on the line, and still resigned to, sorry, resigned's not the right word, insistent on having a good time.
They're resigned to having a good time.
Resigned to having a good time. It's a window into my soul there that I only have a good time under duress.
I'll have fun.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad you're here this weekend, resigning yourself to having a good time.
I am too.
We all appreciate your suffering.
Restless Mummy 1 and 2.
Yep.
Buying some time here for Felkeine, but now, as you were alluding to earlier, there are stacks on stacks on stacks of Albatross in Felkeine's deck, so that Dragon Queen xBlyzes are not going to be doing anything anytime soon, but he does at least have that Dr. Boom to fall back on, but I think he might just be considering just shoving right now, AyRoK, just jamming that Galakrond, trying to end this game quickly, because he knows he's got one of the big board clears in Zephyrus. He's got it switched off, so it does really limit the amount of big board options that Felkeine has to counter this.
Nice stats value for the demons coming out of that one.
Yeah, nice and chunky.
Yeah.
I've just noticed that Warlock Galakrond looks very much like Ryu throwing a Shinku Hadoken.
kind of. He's sort of looking to the side.
Arms
Yeah,
drawn back position.
Yeah, you just need to put some energy in there.
Someone send me that Photoshop, please.
Hadouken!
Someone just shot some Hado energy into his arms and send that to me, please. Thank you.
You could alternatively give him like Super Saiyan hair and have him be doing the Kamehameha wave.
Also fair.
Kamehameha. Ha. Either way, it's hard to do with tiny arms like that.
It is, yeah. No, it's fair.
No, actually,
if you're familiar with the lore, it's actually inversely proportional. The smaller your arms are, the more energy you can actually summon.
Wow. Yeah. He's super strong then.
He is.
You know, we talked earlier about, you know, him and King Crush shaking hands, right, giving high fives. Or high twos.
High twos.
It's tough. That's a lot of damage coming in.
It is, and I think if he didn't have the signal before, I think he was completely right to shove when he did, because like I said, he knows he's got the Zephyrus switched off, and that he knows that
there it is.
Knows that the Plague of Wrath is situational, and so would need an activator in order to be a board clear. So I think, you know, while he's going for the throat here, I think he's absolutely right to just keep loading up damage as aggressively as he possibly can. A Mega Devastator Ziliax combination is available for Felkeine here. Really big swing on the board.
It's true.
Still leaves a lot of damage up in play.
A lot of life gain. I'm kind of into this, you know? Draw a card, you kind of want to work through your deck as fast as you can.
Yeah.
So this clears a little bit. He does get Deathwing Mad Aspect to clear more of this later, but how far is it really going to go?
17, 11 extra damage needed. Zephyrus not active with 9 cards remaining. That Zephyrus would have been definitively lethal here, but the Dragon Hood, Kronk's Dragon Hood draw for the +2/+2 is going to do exactly the same job. Felkeine throws out the emo, of course, in respect to his compatriot. And we knew it was going to be an all-French final, but we now have both names lined up, and it's going to be AyRoK from France versus xBlyzes, also from France.
Short and sweet semi-final. It's going to be 3-1 victory for AyRoK over Felkeine. And that was, it seems like a lot of those games, too, one of the two players just kind of got rolling early to an extent that it was just really hard to stop. And that was AyRoK 3 out of 4 times the games we needed to play for this. Overcome a little bit, but no doubt happy to be going to the Grand Finals.
Yeah, there are certain meta games where that can be the case, where Hearthstone just be like that sometimes, where people snowball, right? Like whoever gets off to a quick start, the tools aren't there to really counterpunch, and the player who gets ahead early will snowball. This meta is really the exact opposite of that. This is really like a swing turn meta, but we saw there a real series where no one was really able to recover from being behind, and we can see the fruits of our long day's labor up until this point, though.
Well, the labor of these players, too, xBlyzes and AyRoK, over 3 days of play, have finally found themselves in the Grand Finals. They've made it this far. The only question remains, who will take the crown?
Yeah, it's going to be a fantastic final again, I'm sure, especially if there's the same level of camaraderie between these two players as we saw there between Felkeine and AyRoK. You'd love to see that. AyRoK clearly enjoying himself up there. You know, like we said, we haven't seen a great deal of him based on his results in the past, but right away he's looking right at home.
Man, and it's just been a great series. Hearthstone is just so much fun to watch right now. Like you said, it's a lot of swing turns, it's a lot of important decision making. And it's been great. It's been a great weekend. This is the last cast for us in this tournament.
I was just going to make that point. You know, this is your glorious return to Hearthstone. I believe you'll be signing off.
It was a return anyway.
I think you've done a great job. Hopefully we'll have you back for a lot more tournaments in the future.
Well, thanks for everybody. Thanks for you and TJ and Frodan for being awesome to cast with. It's been great to be back doing Hearthstone again. Card games have been one of the greatest loves of my life since I was like 10 years old. So always happy to come back and do this, and hopefully do it again soon. But that's it from us here in the semifinals. Don't go anywhere, though, guys, because Hearthstone Grandmasters Tour Arlington, I almost got the name right, presented by T-Mobile. We'll be back with the Grand Finals after just a few minutes. See you then.
Hearthstone Masters Tour Arlington is brought to you by T-Mobile. Rank up with America's first and only nationwide 5G network.
When Overwatch asked me to design their official team kits, I was honored. This was an opportunity to create gear that for the first time brings together the best of the streetwear world and the esports world. This is technical apparel designed with specs to provide the highest caliber athletes in the esports world with the performance and comfort that they demand.
And just so you know, her armband is clipped, but it says LOVE, so you don't worry about.
Designed to highlight each team's uniqueness, yet resonate with players and fans in the US, China, Korea, France, and all over the world. And of course, gear that needs to look as dope as it performs, both inside and outside the arena. This is it, the official Overwatch League kit. Designed by Staple, engineered for gamers.
The time has finally come.
We're back, Overwatch fans, and we are live from Dallas, Texas.
We are live in New York City.
Come on, this is carnage! It's not stopping! It's not stopping! Now we have a game. Ooh, get rocked. Maybe the Madman can do it. Oh, what is this? Oh, you ready? Turn up the bass.
C'est la grande finale. It is time for the grand finals here in Masters Tour Arlington for the Hearthstone Masters Tour of 2020. We had hundreds of players at the beginning of the weekend, now whittled down to just 2 from the nation of France. And together, TJ Sanders and myself, Rodan, have the pleasure of wrapping up a wonderful kickoff weekend for Hearthstone's competitive year. TJ, I know that the French-speaking community is actually a little bit closer to your heart than people expected, given that you speak French at home so fluently. TJ's wife speaks a lot of French.
Yes.
And so it's great to see the community so passionate. I mean, since the move to YouTube, I would say that a big portion of the viewers are watching at home in France or are French speaking. And I'm sure they couldn't be more excited to see an all French finals, just like it happened in Masters Tour Seoul.
Yeah, and you know, it's getting late there, right? It's what, 6 p.m. 6 p.m. here, so they're 6 hours, 7 hours ahead. So it's pushing midnight, after midnight. But we thank you for tuning in.
That's right. Some loyal fans out there on the YouTubes. But appreciate all the fans who've been sticking through the entire weekend, as today has been a little bit longer, but we won't be waiting that much more. We do want to grant AyRoK his little bit of break as we get ready for the grand finals to get started. But real quick, let's go ahead and break down exactly how we got here. The Masters Tour for Arlington started off with hundreds of players, and we played 9 rounds of Swiss. Both these players were 7-2 or better, and I believe xBlyzes was 8-1, coming in as the slightly higher seed, but I could be mistaken there. Actually, AyRoK, I think, was also 8-1 as well. Taking a look at their classes, pretty similar across the board. TJ, do you notice any differences in the decks?
No, there's really not much differences. I'm trying to one of them didn't load, but I think the biggest thing to highlight is the Highlander Mage. I think that's been kind of the key deck for a lot of players' lineups. And I think the deck to look out for is the Galakrond Warlock, because I feel like that's been a weakness in a lot of lineups, especially when you have similar lineups like this. So that's just kind of a preview, an overarching preview of what to expect for that. But just a reminder, they're playing for a good amount of money, and by good amount of money, I mean the difference of over $7,000 for the difference of first place and second place, and that all counts towards the totals for Grandmasters. We saw in the relegation season last year, we had 2 French players qualify for Grandmasters with Felkeine and Zim, and both these players looking to improve their standings to make it a 3rd in just a year.
That's right. So will we see history repeat itself in having 2 French player finalists potentially advance forward into the Grandmasters program? They've already booked their tickets, or rather they've earned their qualification spots in the follow-up Masters Tour, but with $25,000 with the opportunity to prove into the 30,000s. You can bet that there's still high-stakes Hearthstone, $7,500 on the line after this best of 5. Running some of the lineup data, it does heavily imply that Rogue is a deck that you probably want to ban, and as a result, at least for xBlyzes' side, he is banning that Rogue, rightfully so.
Yeah, it looks like they both went ahead and banned Rogue, and the only difference really in their lineup is in that Warrior slot, whereas AyRoK has the Galakrond Warrior, whereas xBlyzes has the Control Highlander Dragon Warrior. Their Highlander Mage and their Galakrond Warlock are very, very similar, even nearly card for card, with both players playing the double Bad Luck Albatross in that 3 slot.
Yeah, Bad Luck Albatross, you've heard it from Sato, you've heard it from Doa, you've heard it even from myself. DJ, will you join us in welcoming our Albatross overlords?
Absolutely not. It's a terrible card, never included in any deck. It hasn't done anything this tournament worthwhile.
Wait, no, we can't say that.
I was going to follow it up with that, but I was like, wait, it doesn't work. I don't know the YouTube equivalent. Oh, no. But yes, it's been fantastic, actually. We saw it disrupt so many decks, mainly Highlander decks, but also decks like the Warlock Mirror matchup when they're trying to get to the bottom of their deck because they're not playing a Highlander deck.
You asked for it.
And to activate Zephyrus and Dragon Queen Alexstrasza, which is often, pretty big for their win condition. It just happens so much later in the game because of that Albatross.
That's right. So here we go. Grand Finals about to begin between AyRoK, 7-2 score, up against xBlyzes, who was finishing Swiss at 8-1. But not going to be that significant because in the Grand Finals, it is single elimination. We're going to get things started off fast and furious. Zephyrus on 2 into the Wild Growth. It's a play that we see Highlander decks that struggle to curve out. They smooth it out a lot when they have Wild Growth on 3. However, AyRoK does have his own curve himself. He's got a nice 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 all the way through.
Yeah. Problem with the 4, though, currently is that Scion of Ruin, he doesn't even have any invokes currently except the Shield of Galakrond, which comes online after. Bloodsworn Mercenary could end up being a play that he wants to make on 4. If, for instance, he can find a way to damage this Bomb Wrangler, because that can provide a lot of additional damage.
Ooh, speaking of damage, this Bomb Wrangler, as you said, will being able to trade in, but that Flame Ward might be very useful to thwart some of the development from AyRoK. So sequencing and how you choose to order this is going to be important. I mean, they kind of mean the same thing, but when I talk about is how are you checking for the secret? Are you checking for splitting image? Are you checking for counterspell? Are you checking for mirror image? These are the things that are going through AyRoK's mind right now.
Yeah, that attack I find interesting. I'm trying to figure out exactly, because now he either has to trade over Boom Wrangler and then check for face secrets with the 1/1, which I guess that's good.
Yeah, this will check Vaporize and Ice Mirror and Flame Ward, and it'll show that it is Flame Ward. And another Boom by Survive. So he basically wastes an extra damage in 1/1. But not that big of a consequence, I find. And, you know, consequently, AyRoK, he did have a 4, and I kind of didn't realize exactly how awkward his 4 was, because he has combo cards. He has Cruel Taskmaster, Sign of Ruin, and he has Bloodsword Mercenary, and all of them usually come with some kind of condition to maximize their full value.
Yep. Man, one thing that we've noticed from xBlyzes, as we've seen him quite a few times over the course of the weekend, especially today, is that he plays incredibly quickly.
Very fast. xBlyzes is one of the fastest players that we've seen on the Masters Tour in quite some time. People have made comparisons to Casey. And, you know, I can definitely see that in terms of speed. Whether he has the consistency of Casey is yet to unfold before their eyes.
We're starting to get a little out of control, though.
Yeah, this is starting to get to the tipping point where there's a ton of damage being poured in on both sides. But,
nice.
You know?
How about the Calicos off the top?
Calicos to a free spell. AyRoK, unhappy to say the least, but his problems aren't solved just yet. Wow! Are you kidding me?
Those faces from xBlyzes as well are just priceless. He's like, wow, all right.
Damaged Stegatron. AyRoK with a round of applause.
Yeah. So we said the board was getting out of control, but immediately look at that turn. From no board, gets a 2/4, 4/12, and 2 5/12s for 8 mana. And I don't even know, AyRoK has to use his entire hand just to kill these 2 damaged Stegatrons. And the Calicos are just going to stick around for a turn, as well as the Stargazer Luna.
Gosh. Yeah, we've just seen this happen so many times. The Mage, wow, finding Arcane Intellect as well. Not that he really needed it per se, because he still had Malygos to generate big spell, but AyRoK is so dead. He has no way to fight back against this onslaught of minions. And when you unlock Luna's Pocket Galaxy and you don't die, and you're able to get the card draw going, we've seen this happen before. We've had an entire meta of it. And consequently, Luna's Pocket Galaxy got reverted from its buff from 5 to 7 mana. And now AyRoK, even if he draws the next 3 cards exactly how he wants to, like if he was able to summon over the Innkeeper and tell him what he wanted to draw, he still would lose this game, I feel like.
Yeah.
This is so hard to come back from.
Yeah, he honestly just kind of has to kill the Stargazer Luna just to stop the draw engine and, you know, pray. But at the moment there is 6, 10, 14 damage on board, so not quite a kill with Alexstrasza. He also can take off a little bit extra with the Sign of Ruin. And honestly, this is probably wise to go face.
Yeah, it's actually calculating a little bit extra damage in case he can finish the game with Core currently in the hand. The taunt. That taunt is bigger than xBlyzes realizes, although he's probably got an inkling of an idea. AyRoK chose to go face to clear a minion. That is it. AyRoK taps out. xBlyzes wins game number 1. And in the Grand Finals of Masters Tour Arlington.
Yeah, don't blink, because this one could be pretty quick. Now, Blyzes is playing the Control Highlander Warrior, so that one could be a little bit longer, but it seems like he does make very fast decisions even with that deck. But, you know, when you have that kind of start, he had maybe like one turn of risk, the turn where he played Luna's Pocket Galaxy, and then he went into 8 mana with a pretty scary board and not much outside of just the Stargazer Luna and hope for a chain of good draws. And that's what he got. That's what he set himself up for with the Wild Growth from the Zephrys early on in the game. So quick win for Blyze.
Yep, so Blyze gets that Highlander Mage checked off, and you know, if it wasn't Rogue being banned, based off some of that data out there, Highlander Mage was probably another candidate worth banning. But you know, if you banned the Mage and you leave up their Rogue, and let's say they ban your best anti-Rogue deck, it sets up the situation where you could have cornered yourself. So Rogue's a safe ban on both sides, totally fine. But Highlander Mage has also been such an effective deck. And the wins have just been all over the board. Like, sometimes it wins off a Pocket Galaxy, sometimes it wins off of a Dragon Queen, sometimes it wins off of a Zephrys setup, sometimes it wins just through control and destroying everything and fatiguing your opponent. And that's kind of why there's been such a hard time nailing down why this Highlander Mage deck is the bring for tournaments. I think players don't feel like it has the consistency, and yet somehow, time after time, it keeps proving itself.
Yeah, and it has value. It has control tools. It even has quite a wide range of early minions, which is something that, you know, it's kind of struggled with in the past. But a pair of Bomb Wranglers on board.
Yep, this is Galakrond Warrior Mirror.
Control Highlander Warrior.
Oh, it's Control Highlander Warrior. I don't know why I thought the Bloods was playing a Galakrond Warrior. I just misspoke there. You are correct. It is a Highlander Warrior.
It is a Bomb Wrangler mirror on the board currently.
Yeah, Highlander Warrior does struggle a little bit versus the Galakrond Warrior that's able to put out a ton of aggression right before you're able to start turning back the tides. Because of the lack of burst and charge minions in the game, it feels like Warrior has been getting away with not playing as many taunts these days. I was kind of pointing out, do you spawn a single taunt minion in the Highlander Warrior deck list?
Well, Siamat is one of them, and that's pretty much it.
I mean, we don't really count Siamat inherently as a taunt minion. We tend to use it for other reasons.
It can be, though, but outside of that, it's random generation from some of their abilities, like Dr. Boom can spawn some taunts with Delivery Drone or the Dragon's Roar. It does have a good amount of armor gain, but it's a very reactive deck. It doesn't have a lot of big things until turn 8+, where you can just play something on the board and use that to control the game. So a lot of rush minions, a lot of spells. And then Dragon Queen Alexstrasza, Deathwing Mad Aspect, kind of at that top end.
It feels like the blistering pace of both these players almost seems as if they are in a practice match. That they're trying to see how cards function as opposed to figuring out its straight up optimization. And you know, a lot of players actually play at the speed so they can like quickly get the feel of how the card fits in the deck, and they say, you know what, this might be too awkward and whatnot. And then once they get that card feeling where they're like, okay, I'm satisfied with playing this card, or I want to try it out, then they take more time to refine it. But they're playing so quick back and forth here.
Yeah, it's also a matter of, especially if you're playing a slower control deck, like you need a pretty big sample size in order to determine if this is a good bring against certain decks, right?
Right.
And with control warriors, that can take a while.
Well, AyRoK has lost the board. Highlander Warrior has seized control. The Galakrond in AyRoK's hand still has a ways to go before it can assume its final form. Quarterfinals Arena and Awaken will clear everything, though.
Yeah, but no development on the turn. Just a little bit of a push of damage here.
Yeah, that kind of puts AyRoK back into the same position as before. So congratulations, you've cleared. But now Blyze is going to just develop again. And then AyRoK's back in that same spot. It's like, well, I have to use more stuff to remove. he's not a deck that clears minions very often. It's a deck that needs to be cleared.
Okay, Scion of Ruin.
Yeah, I don't think that's exactly what AyRoK wanted in this spot. I think he was looking for the Maniac. Upgrade his Galakrond, but hey, we'll take it.
He can cash in on a Battle Rage here if he wants 2 cards.
Or 3. 3 is excessive, I'd say, but I mean, would you rather have Inner Rage in your hand, or would you rather have battle another card from your deck?
Back to work.
Oh, that's also interesting. Deathwing, that aspect, gonna clear all the minions.
And be left up. Which this deck does not run removal. At least not in the traditional sense. Yeah, sure, you can use Quarterfinals Elite as removal like you had to do on the previous turn, but now it looks like the Battle Rage is going to be used for that 3 cards. Summon some Boobots too, which could help him, you know, wrestle back some control over the board. But really just looking for some Invokes to try and get this Galakrond beefed up and try and find the extra damage. Yeah, sure, I guess. Might as well.
Yeah, you know, I'm really curious about that that Battle Rage setup because, again, they're going so fast that it's hard not to, well, it's hard to exactly talk about stuff that just happened, but remember how he had the ability to trade into the 5 health minion with a 5/1 and then keep another 3/2? That Deathwing probably would have died because it would have traded to another 3/2.
That's true.
And so now BlyzE gets the damage and now gets to clear everything. And, you know, the health being a resource is a very real thing for AyRoK because he might need to keep clearing for a while. But now that he has Ritual Chopper, and I think this is the last invocation needed, if I'm not mistaken, for Galakrond to achieve his final form. Now, 4 cards will be drawn. 5/2 weapon.
Yeah. BlyzE does have, you know, one of the most powerful combos, which is the Omega Devastator plus Ziliax for health gain. But he's wanted to find some turn to use the Dr. Boo Mad Genius.
Wow, he has Leroy in the hand and Bloodthorn Mercenary, though.
He's used 1 Inner Rage and Cruel Taskmaster, correct? There's still an Inner Rage left in the deck?
Right. I think so.
Unless we missed it in the blazing fast turns that we saw earlier.
It's been very quick. BlyzE does have the Omega Devastator and the Ziliax, though. And that is major life gain right back, and a taunt. AyRoK looks devastated.
Yeah, he's basically going to have to start from scratch. Because that Omega Devastator Ziliax combo will gain a full amount, so BlyzE's going to go back to 30. Good thing for AyRoK is he did get the Scion of Ruin from the Galakrond buff, so he can clear off a lot of this board and even push some of the damage to bring this 30 back down to a more reasonable number.
Yeah, and you know, he's probably still feeling okay because in the end, he still has Leroy and Bloodthorn Mercenary. So that puts at, what, 20 damage from the hand if he gets a activation? Well, no, because he'll get buffed from the Enrage. So it'll be at least 24 damage. AyRoK still feels confident. I can totally understand why he's been holding some of the cards now. He's been navigating some of these turns. Even though it's been a little quick, it's still been pretty effective to set himself up in a good position.
He's just playing so fast.
Oh, no. Oh, okay.
Oh, yes.
He threw up his hand as if something bad happened.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, that was the greatest outcome he could possibly imagine.
Wow. Okay, so Leroy.
If he's playing Leroy, it must mean that he did use the second Inner Rage.
Yeah. He might be out of resources soon. Leroy, Awaken, Bloodsword, and Mercenary is not enough mana. That's 11 mana to get that combo off.
I'm thinking about Snip Snap, though. I think AyRoK is kind of struggling with the same thing we are. He only plays 1 Cruel Taskmaster. I know that, and that's for sure gone. He's for sure used one of the Inner Rages. Yeah, I was going to say, it feels like just Snip Snapping here is better, and Might even be some merit in thinking about using the Invoke to try and weave in a little bit more damage. Also, the trade into the Lackey.
Been burned once before.
Yeah, but Brawl's gone. There was only one Brawl on the deck.
Deathwing. Oh my goodness. Dropping the Deathwing to try to answer the board state, but you know, desperate times calls for desperate measures. He doesn't want to die to Leroy Burst.
And there it
Inner Rage is there.
Yep, that's enough.
Galakrond Warrior showing you why you can never truly count it out, and AyRoK doing a great job navigating through all of xBlyzes' removal. He is going to equalize this series and send it to Game 3 tie.
I mean, after that Omega Devastator Zeliax combo and Blizz going back up to 30, I was like, oh man, it feels like there's no way. But the burst able to come through from Galakrond Warrior, you can see, you know, while the Control Warrior is great at controlling the board state, they're not great at protecting themselves from those combos that have damage from hand. Just a severe lack of taunts. Even with all the life gain that he managed to pull together, this wasn't enough at the end of the day.
That's right, so the Warrior is off the board, but you know, we saw Highlander Warrior struggle a little bit for xBlyzes as we went through the top 8. Could we see Deja Vu where it struggles even further against the Mage and the Warlock, TJ? I guess we'll just have to find out, but that brings us to our first break of the Grand Finals. So when we come back, we're gonna continue this best of 5 for the title of Masters Tour Arlington Champion presented by T-Mobile. We'll be right back.
Hearthstone Masters Tour Arlington is brought to you by T-Mobile. Rank up with America's first and only nationwide 5G network.
T-Mobile 5G is here, and it's nationwide. While some 5G signals go only blocks, T-Mobile 5G goes miles, beyond the big cities, to the small towns, to the people. Millions of Americans can have access to 5G on T-Mobile. This is just the beginning. T-Mobile, the first and only nationwide 5G network.
The time has finally come.
We're back, Overwatch fans, and we are live from Dallas, Texas.
We are live in New York City.
Come on, this is carnage! It's not stopping! It's not stopping! Now we have a game. Ooh, get rocked. Maybe the Madman can do it. Oh, what is this? Oh, you ready?
2 games in, and this best of 5 has turned into a best of 3 between these 2 players featured on your screen. On the right-hand side, you have xBlyzes, and on the left, as you see right there, is AyRoK. Only one player can be the Masters Tour Arlington champion and put themselves as the front runner, the early front runner of being a next Grandmaster for Europe. Part of the reason why it's so relevant to have all these French players in is because they're also kind of fighting within themselves of very limited relegation spots. And the rules were posted fairly recently of all the 2020 Grandmasters rules, which is increased relegation. Every season now, 3 Grandmasters will get relegated, which means AyRoK and xBlyzes are very likely to be candidates to be Grandmasters. But if there becomes a pecking order, and let's say someone else somehow leapfrogs them, AyRoK or xBlyzes would have the edge over the other person. Yes. So even though there's a lot of respect and camaraderie within the French-speaking community, you have to imagine both these players want that title really bad, not just for today and the money, but for this year and being a Hearthstone Grandmaster in Hearthstone.
That's right. It's a very big deal, especially players that have been in the scene and working for it for a long time. Getting into Grandmasters is that validation. But let's get into it. It's going to be Mage versus Warrior. Highlander Mage versus Highlander Control Warrior. And another Wild Growth picked up. Trying to accelerate the game here from AyRoK. Worked out for xBlyzes in that game 1, where he completely snowballed out of control once the Wild Growth and then Luna's Pocket Galaxy came online. We'll see if AyRoK can kind of do the same against Warrior.
Yeah, it's a great point. You know, perhaps because of things like that Wild Growth that led into the ability to play Luna's Pocket Galaxy from hand, that could have been like one of the foundational reasons what led to that snowball victory from Mage just running away with it. And, you know, that's not a bad thing. That just means that, you know, people who are looking at that early game for Mage, yes, you know, draw cards or play your Stargaze and Lunas for tempo, but don't forget the opportunity to sometimes just ramp if your opponent is playing a deck that lets you do it.
xBlyzes still continuing the trend of playing fast. Barely had time to see the options from the Derolaki. Immediately chose the Plague of Wrath, and yeah, that's gonna do some work here. Gets use out of it the very next turn.
Possibly just remembering what happened in game number 1. Speaking of, AyRoK has the opportunity to smack it right back with a free power creation thanks to Dragon Caster. Finds some decent to solid minions. Evasive Worm is possibly the best for tempo. You can't really interact with it very easily. And it does have Divine Shield, so even high impact spells or battle cries or rushes require some extra juice in order to remove it.
What to do?
Not quite a damage Stegatron level here.
Not quite.
I'm curious if he chooses Evasive Worm or the Frost Elemental. Looks like he's just going for raw stats.
Statistics. From nothing. Never can really go wrong with big numbers. Dimensional Ripper is certainly interesting, especially based off what we don't see. We know that there are cards like Deathwing, Mad Aspect, which is a 12/12, but we also know that there's like a Tau Crier in the deck. So, you know, there's the very high highs and very low lows. I like taking the consistent option. Warpath in this. xBlyzes not going to win this brawl like he did the previous game. AyRoK has an opportunity to double develop here.
Yeah, he saw the brawl, and it is a Highlander deck. That is the only one. There is one Ethereal Lackey spell that he needs to worry about. We can see that it's the Warpath, but from AyRoK's perspective, does he want to kind of extend this board more so than he would otherwise? The answer is no. He's going to hold on to the Arcane Amplifier and just use that extra mana to make face. His hand is lacking a meaningful draw source. He has Caligos, but you know, we're kind of looking for Stargaze Luna, Luna's Pocket Galaxy alongside that. Arcane Intellect, something to fill up his hand. Mage does not lack value, though sometimes they do lack draw.
xBlyzes just showing a lot of respect for a Twilight Drake, you know, utilizing the rush and wind fury aspects of Tiamat instead of a rush divine shield. What do you think about that, DJ?
Yeah, he's just trying to keep the board clean. You know, if he keeps dealing with these threats one by one, that's when Mage can struggle a bit, unless, like I said, they have that hand reload. So he's just trying to take it one step at a time, not let the board get too out of control, because that's when you get to the point where they Alex you and can kill you. And also he wants to make it awkward. He wants to force him to use minions and not be able to use spells to support the minions that he already has, because that's where Mage gets a lot of its value.
Speaking of value, Blyzes with the War Master Rune into Dragon Queen Alexstrasza, he is ready to go, and AyRoK has to be ready in response. Puzzle box of Yogg Saron being an option here, chooses to avoid it instead. Oh my goodness, look at this aggression.
Yeah.
It makes sense, saying, you know what? Go ahead, play your Alexstrasza stuff. I'm gonna try to kill you. It's
a turn before Omega Devastator's online, and Blyzes is forced into a corner here. He's got to play the Dragon Queen Alexstrasza.
Waxadread and Malygos.
Okay. But
Malygos for 0 mana, TJ. 0 mana Malygos.
That's a shame he doesn't have much that can work with it, at least offensively. Chance for lethal here from AyRoK.
Yeah, Caligos, and then if you don't hit it, you still can use Blizzard to freeze the board in place. Force your opponent into an awkward position. Ooh.
What to do? What to do?
Part of me wonders what AyRoK could be considering otherwise. I think when your opponent has Malygos onto the board, it's optimistic to assume Doomsayer would survive. Alternatively, he could Blizzard and just develop like Arcane Amplifier.
That's a
hold. Interesting.
I guess he realizes that Caligos is his only reload onto the board. And he doesn't want to put himself in a position where he whiffs on lethal that turn, and Blyzes manages to remove the board, and then his reload is an Arcane Amplifier.
Right. If this board gets cleared, what does he have after Caligos? Nothing.
Yeah.
Like, actually nothing.
I wonder.
Besides an Arcane Amplifier, that's just not good enough.
And he also realizes that if Blyzes can't answer the snip snap, he wins anyway. So.
But Blyzes can.
Yep.
He has the Omega Devastator, Goblin, Lackey, and then the Scorch Maw, the Dragon Maw Scorcher.
Yeah, that's...
Oh, this is clever. Using a 1-mana Shield Slam.
Ah.
That deals 0, but 0 plus 5 is still 5. So, interesting. Huh.
So that lets him hold on to the Goblin Lackey, and he has no armor gain in hand, so it's unlikely that he gets a decent Shield Slam anyway. Very smart. All right, let's see.
AyRoK looking for damage, doesn't find it. See the disappointment. But he still has some plays available to him. What can he get instead? He can pick up Cone of Cold and freeze some of the board. Arcane Intellect, I don't think it's going to matter too much considering that he already had card draw in his hand.
There is a lot of damage on board. It's just very scary to leave up. 26?
Yeah, there's too much damage on the board right now, but Cone of Cold will set up a Flame Strike.
Yes.
Time runs out on me.
Incidentally, Blyzes may have not positioned against Cone of Cold, but then again, I don't think I would have ever expected it. Yeah, I think we need to freeze here. Freeze the mech so that there can't be any magnetism on it. Blyzes has another opportunity here. But What will he do?
Well, he does have a clear with a... It would also clear his own stuff, though. With Warpath. hit, Warpath.
Life and hope.
Yeah, I think we might just use Goblin Lackey instead, but we'll find out what dragons we get.
Now his door move. Just an 8-8 at this point in the game. He's already used Zephyrus. He used it to get the wild growth early on. He's kind of, I mean, Bly's at 5, but it just feels like so much when you take a step back and look at it, because there's just not direct damage in the deck. He could get Malagos, Aspect of Dragons, but he doesn't have a dragon to activate it, so he's going to have to wait for that. Ah, Boom Squad!
Hecklebot, pull out a really important minion and snipe it? Maybe, maybe not. Dr. Boom, Mad Genius, and Nozdormu the Timeless comes out. This is a big counter-offensive from Blyja behind that War Master Boon and Alex Straza combo. And now AyRoK is in trouble. It might be too little too late to have all of these big threats discount to 1, but he's gonna try anyways.
Let's see. Oh.
Reno Jackson, the Relicologist, most likely going to kill off 2 of these minions.
Split the damage a bit, but I mean, I think he'll take that over nothing.
And that will most likely do it, right? Is there a way to close this game from that?
Bloodhouse Fireball. Gorehowl, no, it's not quite.
Improve Morale. Improve Morale can give him a damage lackey. Any kind of damage lackey, and he'll settle this game.
Bluegill Warrior? Oh, looks like he's going to hit him and then look for Pyroblast, right?
Yeah, I think he's going for a Pyroblast finish next turn. Sure, clear the board. I'm going to find a way to kill you regardless. Curious that he offered Doomhammer of all things. Oh, Alstraz is just too expensive. But there is the Dragon Queen. Nozdormu the Timeless.
He was hoping for the the Nazari, the other yellow dragon. Imagine if he cleared the board with the Deathwing Mad Aspect and then healed to full with Nazari.
Undasta? Is there a beast?
There is. There's a Bad Luck Albatross. Nice.
Got him. Oh, you know, it's just a little bit too late. Imagine you can shuffle the Albatross stuff in earlier. TJ, he needed the Albatross.
He needed it earlier.
One last-ditch effort. And it was a great one, but knowing Pyroblast is in the hand, Blyja is going to climb to a 2-1 lead, 1 game away from becoming the Masters Tour Arlington champion.
Woo. And you can see, you know, a big sigh of relief and a very miniature fist bump as Blyja realizes that he's 1 game away, and that's a big one because I think he was worried going into that matchup. Mage can just keep building board after board after board. You see the sequence of events that happen later on in the game, how much value and how much big beefy minions that AyRoK ended the game with in his hand. If those had come slightly earlier, then maybe Bly's in a different position. But I like the way he played it. He went for that aggressive stance later on. The play with the shield slam was great because it allowed him to hold on to the Goblin Lackey, which let him clear off the Caligos without having to give up his board position in following turns. So just very fantastic heads-up play, and it nets him a 2-1 lead.
Yep, very crafty maneuvering in these mid to late game scenarios. But it comes down to game number 4 of whether or not he can finish it. Blyja on the Warlock. This is a problematic class for some, but also the core foundation of a lot of lineups. Warlock has been impressive, but only against a couple of select classes One of them being Druid. Druid's win rate against Warlock has been abysmal this weekend, which is partially why we see almost no Druid lineups in the top 8.
Yeah, and all Warlock lineups. And it's kind of funny that Warlock was one of the best decks throughout the first couple days, but then it's been one of the worst performing decks now that we've reached the top 8. Just because these players kind of had the next level up read, and the deck goes from fantastic to a liability very quickly.
Oh my goodness.
The double.
The Noah's Ark opening. Everything comes on the board 2x2. Double Dark Skies, double Crazed Netherwing, double the bad luck, TJ. That's a bad omen.
That's 4. Albatross
bad luck.
Shuffling. He kept reading the Relicologist. It's never going to be online.
Wonder if Bad Luck Albatross is just like the card to play right now in the metagame.
It feels like it. We've seen it do work against a lot of other decks as well.
Bad Luck Albatross Udasta.
I think we're onto something here.
Bad Luck Albatross Witching Hour. Just keep reviving it over and over. Bad Luck Albatross Grave. So that's a Pyroblast. Pyroblast is very effective against Warlock when it goes down to low life.
I saw the Arcane Explosion and my eyes lit up, but I guess AyRoK's got different plans. Because that was a full clear with a ping to face and a bunch of extra damage to face.
Interesting, interesting. AyRoK doesn't really have much going on, so we just...
Yeah, let's play a 4-6.
That's what I was about to say. I was like, does he play Reno Jackson just for tempo?
Giddy up.
I mean, it's not activating his Battle Cry anytime soon.
And it buys him some time to be able to play a Luna's Pocket Galaxy next turn. So he at least has some semblance of a board once that comes down.
Sweet. That makes the Albatross only cost 1 mana.
Nice.
Not so bad luck are we now, huh?
And I like the game plan here. Just get him low. He obviously had that in mind when picking the Pyroblast.
Elijah not even acknowledging the Reno. Letting Reno just do what he wants. But he's racing as well, and he has his own Zephyrus that he hopes he can activate soon. Ooh, 2 mechanical whelps, which make board clears really awkward because Crazed Netherwing, it's hard to play now. Still though, there's the opportunity to play Plague of Flames here, if you so desire. Do we want to play Plague of Flames before this Kronks?
It seems like it. He can trade into both with the Devoted Maniac and Snip Snap, and then still get the 1/1s as well from the Snip Snap, and then play Kronks afterwards. So you have a 6/6, 2 1/1s, and the board is completely empty on the opponent's side of the board. But I guess if you just leave these whelps up, it's really hard for AyRoK to kind of trade into it, right? So...
Gosh, almost none of his cards did anything. The Highlander cards, rather. Dragon Queen, Alexstrasza, and Zephyrus, and Reno. None of them were active. But this is a strong board, and this sets up Pyroblast lethal. AyRoK, if he just connects with one of these whelps, he will be in the money. xBlyzes does have Zephyrus active, yes.
Yeah, 10 cards left. That's pretty average if you consider, you know, how many cards you keep your mulligan and how many cards duplicates you actually have in the deck. Oh, he's getting close.
He has lethal next turn against AyRoK.
AyRoK needs a lot of help here. We could be looking at his last turn. Needs to find a way to heal. His Nether Breath, Zephyrus into Fireball would end the game.
very tense situation. AyRoK could be dead if he doesn't find a way to combat this. He doesn't have a way to activate Zephyrus. He's looking for an option. Oh my goodness, Arcane Keysmith.
Counterspell.
Oh, Counterspell is it?
Behold the tools
That'll stop the
of
lethal for now.
creation.
With a Zilliax as a follow-up.
Behold the tools
Blyza doesn't
of
have...
creation.
Does he have the combination? Does Dark Skies cancel it? Nether Breath.
Lava Burst. Lava Burst is 3 mana.
Lava Burst is 3 mana. That should be able to wrap it up. And Blyza takes a deep sigh of relief, realizing with the final 3 mana, he will burst his way to victory and claim the Arlington Masters Tour Championship by a score of 3-1.
Just incredibly impressive play from BlyZes all the way through, and so fast, even at the end. What an incredible journey. Pushing so much damage just in the mid game, disrespecting every single minion that AyRoK played and saying, I'm gonna get this face damage in. I know what my win condition is. I need to beat you before your value comes online, and he did exactly that. Even playing around the possibility of counterspell on the very last turn, he had everything mapped out.
That's right, and you know, he plays quick, but he thinks even quicker. The Speedy Demon is your winner. Doa is waiting for a couple words with our winner.
Masters Tour Arlington, but you almost didn't make it here. The semifinals were really, really close against Alan, and when it got to that game 5, how did you kind of find the mental composure, the calmness to win the game?
I know that I had the matchup, so I was pretty confident about that, and that's all.
Okay, just confidence in the matchup. All right, so we've seen a lot of decks being played, probably more different decks in the meta for this tournament than in a long time because of the new cards coming out. A lot of people talking about Druid and Rogue and things like that, but Highlander Mage ended up being very good as well. In your opinion, what's the best deck at this tournament right now?
I think that's, for me, that was Warlock Galakrond.
Okay, cool. So now this year, one of the big goals is to become a Hearthstone Grandmaster. You gonna do it in 2020?
Yes.
All right, well, this is a great start. Go pick up your trophy. Congratulations.
On behalf of Blizzard Entertainment, it is my pleasure to present to you this trophy and the title of Masters Tour Arlington Champion. Congratulations.
Wonderful weekend to kick off Hearthstone Esports in 2020. Absolute domination by the French players, highlighted by BlyZes' performance.
Yeah, just an incredible weekend. You know, it gave me some chills sometimes when he was playing so fast and just making the right decisions. Very memorable, and I just think that, especially that last series, showcasing a lot of great decision-making under pressure. So a big, big congratulations to BlyZes.
A big congratulations to the French-speaking community. I want to say, et tu es un garçon, mais aujourd'hui tu es devenu un homme. Congratulations, you became a man. Yesterday you were just a boy. That's it from us in Arlington, Texas. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you next time for more Hearthstone action.
T-Mobile 5G is here, and it's nationwide. While some 5G signals go only blocks, T-Mobile 5G goes miles, beyond the big cities, to the small towns, to the people. Millions of Americans can have access to 5G on T-Mobile. This is just the beginning. T-Mobile, the first and only nationwide 5G network.
The time has finally come.
We're back, Overwatch fans, and we are live from Dallas, Texas.
We are live in New York City.
Come on, this is carnage! It's not stopping! It's not stopping! Now we have a game. Ooh, get rocked! Maybe the madman can do it! Oh, what is this? Oh, you were